on the rooftop of the tallest building in the city. Su-shi, why did you ask me to come here? Su-hong, dressed in a tailored business suit, walked over. Her younger sister, Su-shi, had invited her here today, saying she had something important to discuss.
To enjoy the view.
A few days ago, a classmate brought me here, and I realized the best thing about this building is watching the sunset. Sis, look. Doesn't the whole city look like it's right beneath us?
Yes.
When we designed this building, that's exactly what we had in mind. From here, you can see the old town and the river that circles the city. At night, the lights of thousands of homes shine like stars. This building was part of the Su family's real estate project, and it was the first one Su Hong developed after becoming chairwoman. Naturally, she felt proud of her work. Wow, sis, take a picture for me. I forgot my phone. Make sure both the sun and I are in the shot. Su-shi raised her hands, pretending to hold the setting sun in her palms. Su Hong smiled and took the photo. Let me see. Let me see. As Su Hong walked over to show her, Su-shi turned slightly, bumping into her hand. The phone slipped and flew out of her grasp. Oh no, my phone. Su Hong instinctively reached out to catch it and leaned over the railing. She couldn't grab the phone, but suddenly felt someone push her legs from behind. As she fell, she saw her sister's triumphant smile. The wind roared past her ears, carrying Su-shi's shout. From now on, everything you have will be mine. Su Hong knew it was over. As she plummeted, she somehow managed to grab her phone. The camera was still on, and when she pressed the button, it captured the city glowing under the sunset. The sunlight reflected off the glass walls, wrapping her in a red glow before she lost consciousness. When she woke again, her head throbbed painfully. She heard someone crying softly nearby. Something seemed to cover her face. Was she about to have surgery? Her eyelids felt heavy. She couldn't open them. She couldn't believe she had survived a fall from the 60th floor. She must be incredibly lucky. Her whole body felt heavy, as if something was pressing down on her. Brother, mother is gone. What should we do? A young girl's soft voice came through. Big brother, the village chief and clan leader don't care about us anymore. Father is gone, and mother has passed away. What should we do? Then came a boy's voice. Big brother, I'm so hungry. We haven't eaten for 2 days. From the sound of it, the little girl was only a few years old. Yao Yao, you remembered wrong. Mother has been gone for 3 days, and we haven't eaten for 3 days. Third brother, I'm so hungry. Mother, please don't leave us. Wake up, I'm hungry. What poor children. How could their parents be so irresponsible? 3 days without food. How could this happen in today's world? Hearing this, Su Hong felt angry. She opened her eyes forcefully, only to find a gray cloth covering her face, giving off a strange smell. Something wasn't right. She moved her fingers and felt mud. The weight on her body also seemed to be dirt. Yao Yao, don't cry. Once I finish burying mother, we'll leave. Without her, I'll find food for you. We must bury her properly, or wild animals might dig her up. I don't want that. I don't want anything to hurt mother. Yao Yao cried as she helped her brother scoop dirt into the pit. A small stone bounced and hit Su Hong's lips. She spat it out, moved her head, and the cloth slipped aside. Then she saw tall trees and a blue sky above her. She was lying in a muddy pit. Where was she? Why was she here? Panic rose in her chest. She sat up suddenly, her head spinning and her body aching. Mother? Big brother, mother's awake. She's not dead. Su Hong's head throbbed, and strange memories that weren't hers flooded in. Was this a dream? It had to be a dream. But no, she had someone else's memories. Had she traveled through time? In those memories, the original person was also named Su Hong. She had married at 16 and now had 5 children, the oldest 14, the youngest only 6. Her husband had been taken away for military service when she was pregnant with the youngest and was never heard from again. She had raised the 5 children alone, often bullied by others in the village. To live well, one needed the right time, place, and people. If life is hard, it's because fate and luck are both unkind. There was no strong man in the family, so Su Hong had to take on both a man's and a woman's work. She worked hard every day, yet still couldn't feed her children properly. As if that wasn't enough, last year's flood destroyed all their crops, and this year a drought came. There wasn't even enough water to drink. People everywhere were fleeing, and one day, the clan leader and the village had decided to lead everyone away to find a place where they could survive. So, the whole Chung family village joined the stream of refugees. Su Hong's family was among them. Besides the 6 of them, all their belongings were piled on a broken cart. 2 quilts, a mat, a pot, a few chipped bowls, a shovel, a hoe, a wooden bucket, a basin, and their clothes. Su Hong and her eldest son pushed the cart, while the weak third son and the youngest daughter sat on it. Whenever they stopped to rest, Su Hong, her eldest son, and her eldest daughter would dig for wild vegetables and search for water. The villagers had been on the road for days when they reached this place. Everyone had run out of water. The children's lips were so dry that they cracked and bled whenever they moved. During a rest, someone shouted that there was a puddle ahead. The villagers rushed toward it, hoping to get some water. Su Hong also wanted to get some for her children, but she didn't manage to get any. She slipped, hit the back of her head on a stone, and died. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer the same Su Hong. She looked up at the sky, then down at the small faces in front of her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She counted. Everyone was there. The children looked at her with tearful, swollen eyes and cracked lips, their little faces dirty and tired. "Mother," the oldest boy called out in a trembling voice, reaching out to touch her, to see if she had really come back to life. Before he could reach her, the youngest, Yao Yao, threw herself into Su Hong's arms, crying, "Mother, don't die.
Please don't die."
Yao Yao will be good. Yao Yao won't say she's hungry anymore. Though the child was thin, the warmth and softness in her arms told Su Hong this was real. She was alive again. The older girl gently pulled her sister and said, "Yao Yao, don't shake mother. She hasn't eaten for 3 days and isn't strong yet. Let's help her sit up." Yes, Chiong'er is right. "Mother, let me help you up." A young boy also jumped into the pit to help clear the dirt covering their mother, while Yao Yao hurried to brush the mud from her mother's hair. The children were all weak from hunger, and it took them a lot of effort to finally pull Su Hong out. Sitting by the tree roots, she looked at the pit. If she had woken up any later, she might have been buried alive. Su Hong looked up at the sky, wanting to ask the heavens what good deed she had done to be given another chance at life. And what wrong had she done to wake up as the mother of 5 children? In her past life, she had lived to 28 and was still single and conservative. How did she skip straight past love and marriage in this life? Looking at the children, Su Hong's heart ached. If they hadn't insisted on staying, she wouldn't have survived. Her eldest son said that the clan leader and the village had planned to take the 5 children away and bury her on the spot. But her son refused, saying they must keep vigil for 3 days. According to local custom, if the dead are watched over by their family for 3 days, their souls will not suffer in the afterlife. So the children stayed to guard their mother's body. The rest of the villagers didn't want to remain there. After all, since they had fled their homes, death had followed them everywhere. Some were buried hastily, while others, whole families, had no one left to bury them, their bodies left by the roadside. The clan leader and the village head had decided to lead the group toward Wuzhou and then to Luozhou, where it was said there had never been a drought. They had to think of everyone, so they left. The children stayed behind for 3 days, then dug a pit to bury Su Hong. Now Su Hong's whole body ached. After lying still for 3 days, her limbs were stiff like wood. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her legs. Yao Yao had collapsed onto her.
Yao Yao, Yao Yao.
Her eldest son reached out to shake his sister, but her face was pale and she didn't wake up. "Mother, Yao Yao is starving." Su Hong was shocked. She quickly turned the child over. Her little face was white as paper, her lips dry and cracked. Su Hong nervously reached out her finger and placed it under the child's nose. She could feel only a faint breath. Still alive. Tears welled up in Su Hong's eyes. The pain in her heart was almost unbearable. She reached out and gently picked up the little girl, then looked at the other 4 children. All of them were thin and pale, their eyes dull and lifeless. Yao 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 Yao. The eldest brother called again and again, but the child didn't respond. She lay limply in Su Hong's arms. Quick, get some water. Then Su Hong suddenly realized there was no water. The eldest boy got up and ran toward the small grove. After a while, he came back holding some grass roots covered in dirt. He was about to put them into Yao Yao's mouth, saying that chewing them would give her some water. But Su Hong noticed the boy's fingers. Blood was seeping from under the dirt. He had dug out those roots with his bare hands. Yet Yao Yao was unconscious and couldn't open her mouth to chew. The second child cried as he tried to help open his sister's mouth, but he was afraid of hurting her. Looking at Yao Yao, Su Hong felt both anxious and angry. She thought, if only I had brought a bottle of water when I came to this world. Just as the thought crossed her mind, her hand suddenly felt cold, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in her palm. Su Hong froze for a moment, then her heart leapt with joy. She quickly opened the bottle and gently poured a little water onto Yao Yao's lips to moisten them. Then she carefully parted the child's lips and let a small amount of water flow into her mouth. Watching closely, she finally saw Yao Yao's throat move. She could still swallow. Choking back tears, Su Hong called softly, Yao Yao, drink some water. There's water now, drink. The other 4 children stared curiously at the clear bottle in her hand, amazed by the bright, transparent liquid inside. A bit of water trickled from the corner of Yao Yao's mouth. The third child quickly wiped it away, then licked his damp fingers. Mother, this water is sweet. After giving Yao Yao some water, she still didn't wake up. Water alone wouldn't be enough. She needed food too. Su Hong handed the bottle to the eldest boy and said, Here, you all drink a little. But the boy didn't take it. He looked at the water, then at Su Hong, and said, Mother, you drink first. That one word, mother, made Su Hong fully realize her new identity. She now had 5 children. This body hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, so it was naturally very thirsty. Without hesitation, she took a sip of water first, then handed the bottle to the eldest brother. The eldest brushed the dirt off his hands, accepted the bottle carefully as if it were a treasure, smelled it, smiled, but didn't drink. Instead, he passed it to the second sister, Chung Yuqiong. Yuqiong, a girl like her eldest brother, also held the bottle carefully but didn't drink. She turned and brought it to the lips of the 4th sibling, who had been silent all along. Xiangxi, here, you drink first. The third brother had already reached out his hand, but the second sister skipped him. He didn't get upset, only watched the 4th sibling eagerly. The 4th took a small sip, just a tiny one, then pushed the bottle away. Only then did Yuqiong turn and hand it to the third brother. He grinned, took it, and looked ready to gulp it down, but seeing his sister and brother watching him, he stopped. He brought the bottle to his lips, then offered it to his sister instead. Sis, you're a girl. You drink first. I'm strong. I'll drink last. The eldest brother's lips moved slightly, and he nodded. Yuqiong, go ahead and drink. Yuqiong finally took a small sip, just enough to moisten her lips, then passed the bottle back to the eldest. He also took a sip and handed it to the third brother. Su Hong watched them take turns drinking. Each of them was clearly very thirsty, yet half the bottle was still left. It seemed these children had been well taught by their mother. They truly cared for one another, and that warmed Su Hong's heart. The third brother took the biggest sip, but he didn't finish the bottle. After drinking, he grinned and said, Mom, where did you get this water? It tastes so good and sweet.
Su Hong froze.
Where did it come from? How would she know? She had only thought if only we had some water, and suddenly there it was, a bottle of water. If she had known, she would have wished for some porridge too, so the children could eat and drink at the same time. As the thought crossed her mind, she wished for a bowl of porridge with vegetables and meat. A bowl of warm porridge appeared in her hands. It was exactly the kind she used to love from her favorite porridge shop in her past life, even with the shop's name on the bowl. When the water appeared, everyone had been too thirsty to question it. But now, seeing the porridge appear out of nowhere, for pairs of eyes turned to stare at Su Hong. And Su Hong stared at the porridge. How could she explain this? The problem was, she didn't know how it happened either. She looked at the 4 pairs of hopeful yet puzzled eyes. Su Hong closed her eyes for a moment, then said with certainty, "This was given by the king of the underworld. I didn't die, right? He said I still have 5 children to raise, and my life isn't over yet. So he sent me back, and this must be his way of helping us through our troubles." To convince herself, she nodded firmly again. She was sure this was the truth. Only then did the children turn to look at the porridge. The smell made it clear. There was meat in it. Su Hong handed the bowl to her second child. Her hands were stiff and not very flexible, so feeding the children felt a bit awkward. "Here, feed your little sister first." This time, the eldest helped open the younger sister's mouth a little, and Yucheong carefully fed her a spoonful of porridge. The little one swallowed it, and after 5 or 6 spoonfuls, Su Hong said, "That's enough. She's been hungry too long. She can't eat too much at once. Just a little to fill her stomach. The rest you each take a few bites." But when she looked at what was left, it wasn't much. If only they had some steamed buns. As soon as she thought that, 2 big white buns appeared in her hands, still warm and smelling freshly steamed. Su Hong calmly handed the buns to her third child, then looked down at her own hands. Could these be magical hands? Chung Yucheong and the third child held the porridge and buns, walking up to Su Hong. "Mother, you should eat too." Su Hong's mind was spinning. If there was 1, 2, and 3, then surely there could be more. She didn't know how it worked, but she thought meat buns would taste even better. And just like that, 3 meat buns appeared in her hands.
Su Hong smiled.
Now she understood. As long as she thought of something, it would appear. This special ability that came with her rebirth was truly amazing. She then wished for a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge and handed it to the eldest, then another bowl for the third child. The siblings all stared at their mother's hands, waiting to see what would appear next. But Su Hong didn't go overboard. She only made enough porridge so that everyone had 1 bowl. She knew that sometimes, if you take too much from heaven's gifts, everything could vanish in the end. For now, it was enough that everyone had eaten and their hunger was gone. Each person had a bowl, and the third child grinned happily, finally able to eat heartily. A bowl of porridge, a meat bun, and 2 steamed buns. Lao San felt half full. It had been a long time since he'd felt even that. Lao Si only drank the porridge. He took the bun given to him, wrapped it in a large leaf, and said, "I'll save it for later. Who knows if we'll be lucky enough to get more next time." Lao San stomped his foot regretfully. Why didn't you say that earlier? I already ate mine." Lao Si gave him a look but said nothing. Lao Da and Lao Er also didn't eat their buns. They planned to save them. "Eat them," Su Hong said firmly. "We need strength to keep going." She took big bites herself. With food in her stomach, she finally felt alive again. As she ate, she also fed little Yao Yao in her arms. When the food was gone, she stared at the empty bowl in her hand, lost in thought. What should she do? These things didn't belong to this time period, especially the plastic water bottle. Leaving them here would be bad. Holding the bowl, Su Hong silently thought, "Put it back." The bowl disappeared from her hand. She really did have a space of her own, though she didn't yet know where it was or how it worked. With food in her belly, her mind cleared. Su Hong asked Lao Da about the route ahead. There was only one choice now, to keep moving forward. It hadn't rained for 3 or 4 months. There was no water anywhere, let alone land to farm. From the memories of her body's original owner, she knew little beyond her hometown's small plot of land. She had always followed the villagers when they fled, going wherever the crowd went. But now, the others had abandoned her family. She had to decide their path herself. And with Su Hong's temperament, she wouldn't follow those who had left behind 5 children and a dead man. Even if the original Su Hong had accepted it, she would not. She was determined to find a safe place for the children and live on. After collecting all the bowls, Su Hong spoke seriously to the four older children. From now on, whenever I bring out food, we must keep it secret. You must never tell anyone about the gifts from the king of the underworld. If others find out, we'll never get food again. Understand? They all nodded earnestly. Lao Sen nodded especially hard. He knew well that going hungry was not an option. Su Hong looked down at the child in her arms and sighed. She pressed the spot under the child's nose a bit too hard, but at least the child woke up. Yao Yao slowly opened her eyes, feeling as if she had eaten something. There was a taste in her mouth, so fragrant and pleasant. Chung Yuqiong picked up the half bowl of porridge that her little sister hadn't finished. She had saved it for her. Here, little sister, have some porridge. Big sister, do we have food now? It smells so good. After 2 spoonfuls, Yao Yao gently pushed the bowl away and said sweetly, I'm small. 2 bites are enough for me. You eat the rest, sister. She said 2 bites, but held up 3 fingers. Su Hong looked at the obedient little girl with a tender heart. Be good, finish it all. You fell asleep earlier and we already ate. This is what we saved for you. Yao Yao looked around seriously and asked 4th brother, did you eat?
Yes.
Hearing that her brother had eaten, Yao Yao happily began to eat in big bites, smiling as 2 small dimples appeared on her thin face. While Yao Yao was eating, the eldest brother went to pull their family's belongings, a broken wooden cart. Their only mat had been used to wrap Su Hong's body earlier and was still lying in the pit. The eldest stood by the pit, looked for a moment, and said firmly, we'll leave the mat. We don't need it anymore. The family got ready to leave. Yuqiong carried her little sister, and Su Hong tried to stand up. But her joints were still stiff and painful. She held onto a tree trunk to steady herself, and after 2 steps, she nearly fell. The 3rd child quickly caught her. Seeing the worried looks on her children's faces, Su Hong smiled and said, I just lay down for 3 days. My body's a bit stiff, that's all. Yuqiong placed Yao Yao on the cart, then came back to help her mother. Mother, take your time. It's fine. We can't catch up with them anyway. The eldest pushed the cart, the 4th held onto its side, and the 3rd ran ahead and then came back to help Su Hong from time to time. When the 3rd child found a sturdy stick, he handed it to Su Hong to use as a walking cane. And so, the family set off on their way. Su Hong felt she needed time to get used to this body again. Every step hurt, but she had to keep going. She was a mother now. She couldn't show weakness in front of her children. Sure enough, although it hurt a little, after walking a few more steps, her body started to feel more balanced. When they came out of the forest, there was a main road beside it. The road was uneven, and the eldest brother's cart sometimes got stuck, so the 3rd brother would come over to help push. The old wooden cart creaked loudly, as if complaining about the heavy load it carried. As soon as they left the forest, they could feel the burning sun overhead, so hot that even their hair felt warm. Su Hong wore patched shoes, but she could still feel the heat of the yellow dirt road through the soles. She looked at her eldest son and saw that he was barefoot. Why aren't you wearing shoes? The ground is too hot to walk on barefoot. It's fine, mother. Mother, the 3rd brother said, big brother said if he wears out his shoes, then the rest of us won't have any to wear. The 3rd brother, cheerful as always, kept teasing the little sister sitting in the wooden tub on the cart. When he saw some large leaves by the roadside, though they were a bit wilted, he ran over to pick them and placed one on his little sister's head to shade her from the sun. After walking a few more steps, he thought again and ran back to pick 3 more leaves, one for their mother, one for their 2nd sister, and one for the 4th brother. But the 4th brother didn't seem to appreciate it and refused. The 3rd brother didn't get upset. He picked up a small twig, folded the edge of the leaf, fixed it with the twig, and gently placed it on the 4th brother's head. There, that's better. Keep it on, or you'll get dizzy, and then big brother won't be able to push the cart. This time, the 4th brother didn't argue. Maybe because they had eaten and were walking faster. After 2 or 3 miles, they saw a group of people ahead, another group of refugees. In that group, there were men and women, old and young, maybe 20 or 30 people in total. Some of them turned around when they heard the sound behind them, their eyes filled with confusion and weariness. The 3rd brother, excited to see others, said happily, big brother, hurry up. Let's walk with them. But the fourth brother, holding the other side of the cart, said, No, big brother. Don't get too close, but don't fall too far behind either. Let's just keep this distance. Su Hong looked at her fourth child. In her memory, this one had always been weak and sickly, spending half the year ill. With no money to treat her child's illness, the woman had gathered random herbs from the mountain, boiled them, and fed them to the child. Over the years, the child not only survived, but also grew up healthy. The third and fourth children were twins, but the third was clearly half a head taller and much stronger than the fourth. The eldest turned to look at Su Hong, as if waiting for her opinion. Su Hong glanced at the group ahead and said softly, The fourth is right. Let's just follow them slowly. She was cautious. Everyone was fleeing from disaster, and in times like these, the strong often took advantage of the weak. And her family was the weakest of all. A sickly woman with 5 thin children. That was the most vulnerable group on the road. Besides, traveling with others made her afraid to take out food for her children. So they slowed their pace, keeping a distance of about 10 meters from the group ahead. The lively third child, full of curiosity, asked, Mother, should I go ask them where they're from? Maybe they're from the next village? Su Hong thought for a moment, then called the third child over and whispered something in his ear. He nodded and ran toward the group ahead. He was naturally friendly, and before long, he had slipped into their group, chatting as if he belonged there. As they walked, the sun began to set. They had finally left the mountains behind and reached a wide plain. But the land was cracked and dry, not even weeds could grow there. The group ahead stopped, choosing a spot in the middle of the plain to rest.
Confronted.
Instead of following them, she told the eldest to stop their cart near a small hill behind them. A few trees there offered some shade, and the ground wasn't as hot. The eldest skillfully wedged stones under the cart's wheels and tied it to a tree with a rope, so it wouldn't roll away. Although they had eaten a little earlier, after walking so far under the sun, everyone was tired, hungry, and thirsty. Su Hong felt her joints ache less, but her body was still sore. As soon as they stopped, she leaned against a tree to rest. Little Yao Yao naturally nestled close to her mother. The second child, Chung Yuqiong, first helped the fourth child sit down before taking a seat beside their mother. Su Hong looked at the fourth child, patted the spot next to Yao Yao, and said, Xiangxi, come sit here. We're family, we should stay close. The fourth child, Chung Xiangxi, then came over and sat down. Noticing that his face didn't look well, Su Hong moved Yao Yao next to Yuqiong and touched Xiangxi's forehead. As expected, he had a fever again. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else?
She asked.
Xiangxi gave a small smile and said softly, It's fine, mother. I can handle it. I just need to lie down for a bit. He had always been frail, born into a poor family, but suffering from an illness that required rest. Whenever he worked too hard, he would get a fever. Saying that, he lay down right there, resting his head on a raised tree root. Su Hong looked around, quickly got a bottle of water, and held it to his lips. Drink some water. It'll make you feel better. He took a couple of sips and gently pushed it away. Su Hong turned her back to shield him from view and handed the bottle to Yuqiong. You and your sister should drink some too, but be careful. Don't let others see. Yuqiong took the bottle, gave her younger sister a few sips first, then drank a little herself. She handed it back to their mother and said, Mother, you haven't had any yet. We've all had some. The eldest stood watching, while the third hadn't returned yet, but they could see him moving around among another group of people. Soon he came running back. He rushed to his mother's side, spotted the bottle in her hand, and his eyes lit up. Sitting down quickly, he turned his back to the others and started drinking. Don't drink too much, the fourth child said weakly. Everyone else's lips are dry, and yours will look too healthy. Su Hong nodded, realizing he was right. Even when they had something to eat or drink, they still had to be careful not to draw attention. The third child stopped drinking halfway, handed the bottle back to his mother, and said, Mother, I found out what you asked me to. Everyone turned to look at him. It turned out he had gone to gather information. They're not from our area, he said. They're from Donglin town. They all come from the same village, but as they traveled, their group split into 3 smaller ones because their village has 3 family names. Su Hong understood then. These people valued their family ties deeply. There are 8 strong men among them, 6 children about my age or younger and more old people, 10 grandpas and grandmas. The rest are like you. That last sentence made Su Hong pause. Like her? Well, that must mean women. They all listened to someone called Fourth Grandpa. He can tell fortunes. His grandson, Zhu Xiaohu, is fun to play with. He's the same age as me. They still have a little food, but not much. Everyone eats together, and Fourth Grandpa divides it. They don't eat at night, because once they fall asleep, they don't feel hungry. No, third brother. It's not that you're not hungry after sleeping. It's that you can't sleep when you're hungry.
That's how it is for me.
Yao Yao interrupted her third brother, thinking he was wrong. Yu Qiong shook her head and said to her sister, "Listen to third brother.
Don't talk."
Hee, I can't sleep when I'm hungry either. But if there's no food, we just have to bear it. Little sister, I'll teach you. When you're hungry, press your fist against your chest right here. Then it won't feel so bad, and you can fall asleep. Su Hong patted his head and said, "Good boy. Step aside now, and let your big brother sit down for a drink. He hasn't had any water yet." The third boy glanced at the bottle, then stood up and sat beside the fourth brother, facing the group across from them. "Fourth brother, there's a little kid over there who can't walk. His legs are bent. His father doesn't want him, but his mother keeps pushing him along." The eldest drank some water, and Su Hong put the bottle away. The sky was getting darker. The eldest said, "Mother, you stay here with little sister and fourth brother. I'll go with third brother and second sister to gather some firewood." Even if they didn't need to cook, they still needed a fire at night. Su Hong really didn't want to move anymore. Her body had never been strong, and after being stiff for 3 days, she had walked under the hot sun for half a day. "Be careful. Don't go too far," she said. The fourth boy didn't want to move and lay quietly beside his mother. Yao Yao, however, perked up. Seeing her older brothers go to find firewood, she started picking up small dry branches under the nearby trees. As the sky grew darker, a few men from the other group came out of the mountain carrying bundles of firewood. Soon, they lit a campfire. Even though she couldn't see clearly, Su Hong still felt that someone over there was secretly watching them. Her heart tightened, and she quickly asked for a dagger. To her surprise, a military knife appeared in her hand. Looking at the blade, Su Hong smiled. Having served in the army for a few years, she was quite familiar with such things. She gently woke her fourth child, Qing Xiangxi, and said softly, "Xiangxi, here, hold this. I feel that something isn't right over there. If anything strange happens, you can use this to protect yourself." Although Xiangxi had a slight fever, he wasn't unconscious. Hearing his mother's words, he sat up in shock and took the knife from her. He carefully drew it from its sheath. He looked at the dark blade in his hand. Could this really hurt someone? He had never seen a knife so black before. He tried cutting a tree root nearby, and a large piece of bark came off immediately. "Mother, what a good knife." Of course, it was a good knife. It was made of forged alloy steel. Su Hong didn't know where these things came from, but she knew she could summon them when needed. For now, it was best to use what she had. "All right, keep it hidden. If nothing happens, that's fine. But if something does, use it to protect yourself. Don't wander too far from the family tonight." The fourth child was clever. He put the knife away and lay down again beside his mother. Su Hong gathered the small dry branches that Yao Yao had picked up and added some dry leaves. Then she took out a lighter and easily lit a fire. "Mother, what did you use to start the fire?" The fourth child hadn't fallen asleep. He saw the small object in her hand. She pressed it lightly, and a flame appeared. Su Hong thought for a moment, but didn't hand it to him. She only said softly, "Some things can only be used by me." The boy looked at his mother curiously, but didn't ask further. Since his mother could now receive gifts from the king of the underworld, perhaps these were things from another world. Only she could use them. When the fire was lit, Yao Yao became even more excited and gathered almost all the small branches nearby. But the small branches wouldn't burn for long. Su Hong glanced toward the forest behind them. None of the three older children had returned yet. Yao Yao, call your brothers and sister. The fourth child sat up again and looked toward the forest as well. Big brother, second sister, third brother. Yao Yao called softly into the forest, but there was no reply. Su Hong felt something was wrong. She stood up quickly, ignoring her pain, and told her fourth child to hold his sister's hand. Then the three of them walked into the forest. She had to find the other three children. The fire she had lit was slowly dying. After walking about 10 meters up the small hill, she saw some low bushes. She looked back once, then pulled the two children into the bushes to hide. Yao Yao, hold your brother's hand and stay here. Don't make a sound, no matter what you see. Do you understand? Mother is going to find your older brother and sister. As she spoke, she quietly placed a piece of candy in the child's mouth. The fourth child was clever and quickly realized that something bad might have happened to his siblings. But he was still a child, and he held tightly to Su Hong's hand, calling out nervously, "Mother, don't worry, I'll be fine. You two stay hidden here. If anyone comes, stay quiet. I'll go to the other side to draw them away and come back for you." Su Hong patted both children, signaling them to crouch down. Then she quickly moved to another patch of bushes. After thinking for a moment, she took out a small crossbow. She hadn't expected to actually have one. She saw three people walking toward them. One stopped by their cart and began searching through their things. The other two, holding wooden sticks, walked in her direction. Third brother, we could just deal with them over there. Why wait for them to enter the forest? And we forgot to bring a torch. It's too dark to see anything here. The old man said we have no choice. We can't let the children from our clan see this.
Su Confronted.
What did that mean? They were planning to do something bad, but didn't want their own people to see it? Are the three little ones tied up? Yes, they're tied. Once we leave, we'll take them along. When we meet a wealthy family, we can trade them for food. Su Hong felt a chill in her heart. These people wanted to trade her family for food. In times like these, who would take in extra mouths to feed?
The thought was terrifying.
She moved a little farther ahead, making a small noise to draw the two men's attention, then hid behind a large tree. As the two men walked closer, talking quietly, Su Hong raised her crossbow under the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. When they came within her best shooting range, Su Hong released an arrow. It was a powerful crossbow that could shoot 5 times in a row, and 2 men fell instantly. Su Hong was confident in her skills. After graduating from college, she had joined the army for 3 years out of interest, and during that time, she became especially skilled with a crossbow. Even after leaving the army, she joined an archery club that had similar crossbows. She was now an instructor there and often taught others while practicing. After taking down the 2 men, she quickly dragged their bodies into the nearby bushes to hide them. Then she returned to where she had been before, woke up the 2 children, and led them into the forest, softly calling the names of the other 3 children as they walked. Su Hong took out a small flashlight, shining it ahead while calling. Luckily, she heard a sound to her right. When she pointed the light that way, she saw the 3 missing children. Her guess had been right. Those people probably thought it would be easy to capture her and the children. They didn't want to act in front of others, but they also hadn't taken the children far. Sure enough, the 3 siblings were tied to a big tree not far away. Their hands were bound together, and something was stuffed in their mouths to keep them quiet. Hearing Su Hong's voice, the youngest kicked at the dry leaves on the ground to make noise. The 4th child quickly ran forward and used a knife to cut the ropes. As soon as they were freed, the second girl's legs gave out. "Mother, they said they were going to sell us to bad people." Yao Yao saw her sister and ran into her arms, crying. Su Hong quickly checked all the children. Fortunately, they were only tied up for too long, and their wrists were bruised. "Let's go," she said firmly. The most important thing was to leave this place first. "Mother, what is that thing? How can its light be so bright and reach so far?" One child asked curiously. Su Hong didn't answer. The child was always full of questions. She turned to the eldest and said, "Carry Yao Yao on your back. Third, help the 4th one, he still has a fever. Yu Qiong, stay close to me." Su Hong led the children down the mountain. From there, they would reach the main road they had come from. She handed a smaller flashlight to the fourth child, who was walking at the back, and told him to hold it steady. She couldn't give it to the third child, or he would surely find a way to mess things up. Hold it carefully. Use it only to light the path. It's hard for your big brother to walk while carrying Yao Yao, so you must help him see the road clearly. She reminded them to keep the light close to the ground so others wouldn't notice it. After they went down the mountain, Su Hong put away the flashlight. The moonlight shone on the empty road, glowing pale white. If they had enough strength, they could travel through the night. Su Hong led the children quickly across the road and walked along the trees on the other side, keeping an eye on the large group of people nearby. When they reached the spot across from where their family had rested earlier, she saw that their cart had been taken and placed among the other group's belongings. There was a big rock nearby. Su Hong took Chung Yuqiong's hand, led the eldest behind the rock, and told him to put his little sister down. Eldest, here's a knife. Keep it for protection. Yuqiong, hold your sister close. It's getting cold. I'll go get our blankets back. You all stay here. Fourth, you stay too. Hold out your hands. The children stretched out their hands. Su Hong placed a meat bun and a plain bun in each of them. Eat a little first. I'll eat later with the third. Third, you come with me. Eldest, watch over them. Don't come out, or they'll use you to threaten me. Understand? And no noise. To be honest, the eldest, Chung Xiangdong, was a bit confused. His mother seemed different, stronger, not like before when she would quietly cry after being bullied by the villagers. Mother, what about me? You'll eat later. We're going to get our things back. Listen to me. Was Su Hong the kind of person who could just swallow her anger? Definitely not. They hadn't provoked anyone, yet those people wanted to tie up her whole family just to trade them for food? No way she would let that happen. Su Hong had noticed that the third child was quick and agile. She whispered a few words to him, then walked boldly onto the main road with him, carrying a crossbow. The other group hadn't noticed them yet. They were busy laying out their bedding, getting ready to sleep. The third child saw someone from that group take their family's blanket from the cart and spread it on the ground. Chung Laosen shouted anxiously, "That's our blanket." His words drew everyone's attention, and all eyes turned toward them. Su Hong now held two strong flashlights, lighting up the dark night completely. After turning them on, she handed one to her son and told him to shine them on both sides of the group. She herself had a miner's lamp on her head, its beam aimed directly at the frightened crowd. "Return our things, and put your food on our cart. Hurry up. How dare you try to take from my family? You still want to—" Before she could finish, Chung Laosen shouted, "Mother, that man is trying to run." Someone at the back of the group was sneaking toward the woods, but Chung Laosen spotted him. Su Hong didn't finish her sentence. She raised her left hand, and an arrow struck the man's chest. "You'd better not move," she said coldly. "I didn't want to hurt anyone, but you've gone too far." In times like these, one more or one less person hardly matters. Seeing one of their own fall, a man grabbed a hoe and shouted angrily, "You wicked woman!" He thought that since they had many people and Su Hong only had her son, they could easily overpower her. But as soon as he rushed forward, Su Hong raised her hand and shot an arrow into the ground right in front of him. He froze in fear. "You'd better stay where you are," she warned. "I'm not joking. Return our things, put your food on the cart, and push it over here. If anyone moves again, I won't hold back." As she spoke, she aimed at a lantern hanging from a pole on their side. Her aim was perfect. One arrow, and the lantern went out. The women shrank back, too scared to move. A few men quietly stepped forward to shield the women and children. "I'll count to 5, Su Hong said. "If you don't do as I say, I'll shoot someone." 1, 2, Zhu Quan, return their things, came an old man's voice from the crowd. Chung Laosen whispered, "Mother, that's their leader. The one they call Fourth Grandpa." Su Hong nodded. Since the leader had spoken, the others obeyed. Someone picked up their blanket and placed it back on the cart. "Miss, we don't have much food left, so we packed 2 pounds of coarse flour for you. That's all we can offer." As she spoke, a young woman placed a small cloth bag onto their cart. Then, the same young woman helped pull their cart to the middle of the road before stepping back. Su Hong raised her left hand and walked toward the cart. Everything on it was still there. She didn't care much about the food they had given her. She lifted her right hand to pull the cart and called out behind her, "Eldest, bring your younger siblings over." Chung Xiangxi walked in front. Yu Qiong held little Yao Yao's hand and followed, while the eldest walked at the back to keep watch. When they arrived, Su Hong told the eldest to place the cart's handle across his shoulders. The second child lifted Yao Yao onto the cart, and the fourth climbed up as well. Su Hong called the third child over, handed the lamp from her head to the eldest, and told the third to help push the cart. The second supported it from the side. Su Hong walked behind them, stepping backward as she spoke to the people nearby. "Master Zhu, I didn't want to hurt anyone, but your people shouldn't have taken my children. I know times are hard and people fight to survive, but what you did was too cruel. I advise you not to do such things again. Stay where you are. If I find out you're following us, I won't show mercy." After they had gone some distance, Su Hong turned off her flashlight and told the fourth child sitting on the cart to keep an eye on their back. If anyone followed, he was to call out right away. They traveled through the night, but Su Hong made sure the children didn't go hungry. She gave everyone some water and food, then put away the lamp and said, "The moon is bright tonight. We don't need the light. Let's walk a bit farther, then find a place ahead to rest. Yu Qiong, get on the cart and open the blanket. You and your little sister can sleep for a while. The fourth child will sit on the cart and watch behind us. You can take turns sleeping." After all that had happened, Yu Qiong's legs were still weak with fear. When her mother told her to sleep, she climbed onto the cart and held her sister close, soon falling asleep. The children were still frightened by what had just happened. They didn't understand how their mother could shoot arrows, but they remembered her words, not to ask or tell anyone. Otherwise, their good fortune would disappear. Chen Laosen felt deeply guilty, blaming himself for not seeing through the Zhu family's true nature. He never expected that they would plot against his family. The cart creaked even louder with the added weight of another person. Even Su Hong was worried that the old cart might fall apart on the road. If that happened, they would have to carry everything on their backs, which would be a real problem. Fortunately, the other group didn't come after them. Su Hong thought they probably didn't dare to take the risk. Their group had only a few strong men, while the rest were elderly and children. She had already dealt with 3 of them, so the others likely wouldn't leave their families behind. Walking down the quiet road at night, the only sound was the creaking of the cart. It made them feel lost, as if they didn't know where they were. In the distance, the mountains looked dark and heavy under the faint moonlight. "Mother, there's a fork in the road. Which way should we go?" Which way indeed? Su Hong didn't know either. She didn't even know what kind of world this was. Taking out a compass, she thought for a moment and chose the southern path. Whether this world was the same as her previous one or not, heading north always felt colder. So south it was. After walking for a while, they saw some low houses ahead. But at this late hour, not a single light was on. "Hey, Mother, there's a village ahead. Let's rest for a bit. I can hardly walk anymore." Chen Laosen saw it too. "All right, but let's be careful. Don't forget the people we met earlier." He was only 9 years old, and after walking half the night, he was clearly exhausted. He stopped talking right away. At the entrance of a village stood a large tree. The ground beneath it was flat, probably because villagers often gathered there. Several big stones nearby were smooth, showing that people often sat on them. Su Hong told her eldest son to stop the cart under the tree. Then she asked the fourth child to climb up and keep watch from the branches. The eldest and the third could rest against the cart for a while. "You rest here. I'll go into the village to take a look. If there are people, we'll ask to stay the night. If not, we'll find an empty house. But if the villagers aren't friendly, don't get separated. I'll be back soon." "Mother, let me go with you," said the eldest, still worried. Their mother was used to farm work, not dealing with danger. On this journey of escape, their family had already suffered a lot. Mother had endured everything she could. She was angry, tired, and hungry, so when she fell, she died. But the mother who came back to life was completely different now, more decisive than before. If this had happened in the past, she would have only cried and begged for mercy. But now, she had taken a life. The eldest child couldn't describe how he felt. He liked this new mother, but she also seemed unfamiliar. No need. You protect your younger siblings. I'll be careful and come right back. Su Hong didn't stop. She walked quickly toward the village. From the first house she saw, she guessed that no one was left there. Several doors were wide open, and the rooms inside were dark and empty. She called out a few times, but no one answered. After checking 3 or 4 houses, all were the same. She didn't dare go in alone, so she went back to get the children. It would be better to sleep inside a house than out on the road. When she returned to the big tree, the third child was already asleep on a rock. The eldest leaned against the cart, trying hard to stay awake. Get up, eldest, third. Let's go. We'll sleep in one of those houses. Their journey had taught them to stay alert. So when Su Hong called, even the sleeping children woke up at once. Though still drowsy, they quickly gathered around the cart. Yu Qiong, who was lying on the cart, also woke up and sat up. The fourth child climbed down from the tree and followed behind the cart instead of getting on. Su Hong led the children forward and said as they walked, I checked a few houses. The doors are open, and it looks like everyone in this village has left. Let's borrow a house to rest for the night.
Ah!
The second child suddenly screamed. Su Hong turned around and saw 3 men rush out from the bushes. They grabbed the fourth child, who was walking at the back. Another man lunged toward the cart, trying to grab the second child. They hadn't noticed the youngest still lying under a blanket. Mother! The fourth child shouted, but the man quickly covered the child's mouth and nose with his large hand. The child's eyes widened in fear. Su Hong turned and shouted, Let go of the child. Ha! We've been waiting here for days, hungry for just as long. This one may be a bit thin, but at least it'll fill our stomachs. When Cheng Xiangdong noticed the danger, he quickly pulled the cart and ran a few steps, making the 2 bad men miss their target. But the third child, who had been walking beside the cart, reacted a bit slower because he had just woken up and was still confused. One of the men reached out toward the third child. Just then, Su Hong stepped in front of him. She grabbed the child and pulled him into her arms, then swiftly kicked the man in self-defense. The man cried out in pain and crouched down, clutching his stomach. The other man spat and shouted angrily, You nasty woman! I'm starving, and I want more than just food. He glared at Su Hong and started walking toward her. Su Hong gently patted the child in her arms and said, Go to your big brother. Then she raised her left hand. A small crossbow was strapped to it. Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back. The man glanced at the weapon but didn't recognize it, so he ignored the warning and kept walking forward. Su Hong adjusted her aim slightly, then pressed the trigger. 2 small arrows shot out. One struck the man who had grabbed the fourth child, hitting him between the eyes, and the other hit the man in front of her. Under the moonlight, the arrows were almost invisible. Before they could react, both men fell to the ground, motionless. The man who had been crouching in pain froze in fear. He tried to run, but Su Hong, trembling yet determined, fired another arrow, hitting him squarely in the back. She had just taken 3 lives. Her hands shook. These were people, not targets. But she knew that if she hadn't done it, she and the children would not have survived. The fourth child ran back and threw himself into his mother's arms, trembling. Among the children, only the third had seen their mother take a life with his own eyes. The others, seeing the scene for the first time, were frozen in shock. Su Hong herself stood still for a moment, then quickly regained her senses. This was not the time to panic. She looked around carefully. Pushing the fourth child toward the eldest, she said calmly, Big brother, keep watch and protect your younger siblings. Only little 5 was fast asleep on the cart. The third child held tightly onto the fourth, standing behind their eldest brother. The second child sat close to her younger sister on the cart, looking around. In the moonlight, the shorter trees looked like people standing there. When the wind blew, it even seemed as if those people were moving. Su Hong looked around. She couldn't just leave the 3 men lying there. She went forward to check and found that all 3 were dead. She pulled out the arrows she had shot and dragged one man by the foot toward a large pit nearby. It seemed to be the family's old waste pit, now completely dry. Dragging the man made her breathless. Her body was really weak, probably from long-term malnutrition. Seeing how tired their mother looked, the eldest told the third child to watch the younger ones. Then he came over to help her drag the other two men and throw them into the pit. After that, the family continued on their way. Su-hong couldn't help wondering if she had become numb to killing after all the hardships of their escape. This time, the fourth child refused to walk behind and climbed onto the cart, watching the road behind them. The eldest and the third pulled the cart together. When they reached a courtyard, Su-hong said, "This house looks better than the others. Let's stay here for the night." The courtyard was indeed larger and sturdier than most, and the ground at the entrance was flat, easy for pulling the cart inside. Su-hong took out the mining lamp and carefully shone it around the yard. She saw nothing unusual. The ground was bare, and apart from a few broken farm tools in the corner, there was nothing else. Once inside, Su-hong told the third child to close the gate. The fourth and second children climbed down from the cart. The house itself wasn't bad. Tiled roofs, a main room, and 2 side rooms. Su-hong checked the main room first. The tables and chairs were covered in dust. Inside, there was a bed, but no mat. Only some old straw that had once been used for bedding. Spider webs hung from the bed frame. Su-hong even opened the back window to make sure it was safe. She checked both side rooms carefully too, finding no sign that anyone had lived there recently. Then she called the children inside, waking little Five as well. The second child, Yu-cheong, quickly tidied up the main room. In just a short while, it was clean enough for them to sit down and rest. After sitting down, Su-hong turned off the light, lit a candle, and brought out some food. Everyone began to eat together. Some of the children had never seen certain foods before, so they waited for Su-hong to open them one by one before trying them. They also drank as much water as they wanted. At least for now, it was midnight and no one was around, so they could eat their fill. Afterward, Su-hong gathered the trash into a bag, then took out a few small bells and hung them behind the closed door, on the window, and on the main room's door as well. Mother needs to rest for a while, and the eldest should rest too. The younger ones decide how to take turns keeping watch tonight, she said. Su-hong was very tired, and the eldest, who had been pulling the cart all day, was exhausted too. They both needed to rest. Yu-cheong, being sensible, said, "Mother, you and Big Brother should sleep. I'll stay awake and keep watch. I already slept earlier. Fourth brother, you should rest too. Tomorrow, we can take turns sleeping during the day. I'll stay with you, sister," Yao Yao added thoughtfully. There were no mats, and Su-hong didn't dare to bring out anything large like that. She was afraid she might not be able to put it back, and she still didn't understand how she could summon so many things in the first place. The eldest went to the cart and brought in 2 quilts. He spread one over the straw and said, "Mother, you sleep here. I'll sleep on the floor in front of you with the third and fourth. Sisters, come sleep in this room too. Our family should stay together." The eldest was calm and reliable. After arranging everything, he closed the door securely. Su-hong didn't think too much about it. She wasn't used to sharing a bed, but she didn't hesitate to lie down first. For the first time since coming to this world, she felt truly relaxed. As soon as she lay down, her whole body ached terribly. If only she could take a hot bath now, that would be wonderful. But that was just wishful thinking. Still, where did all her belongings come from? With her eyes closed, Su-hong couldn't help but think of her past life. It seemed she had picked up her fallen phone. And then she was in this life. As she drifted into sleep, Su-hong felt as if she had entered another world. She was floating in the air, looking down at a city glowing under the sunset. This was the city from her previous life? Could she really return? And were the things she summoned coming from there? She remembered the first thing she had brought out, a bowl of porridge from her favorite porridge shop. She wanted to go and take a look. As she thought about it, she found herself standing outside the porridge shop. The street was empty, but steam was rising from the pot inside. The porridge was still hot. What surprised her most was the sink on the side. She could see several bowls there, and if she wasn't mistaken, those were the same bowls she had used to feed the children earlier. Su-hong reached out to turn on the tap, but it didn't work. Her hand was there, yet she couldn't touch anything real. Even if she wanted to wash the bowls, she couldn't. Feeling puzzled, she sighed and said, "What should I do? I want to wash these bowls." To her surprise, as soon as she said that, the bowls disappeared, as if they had been washed already. Su-hong walked out. Next to the porridge shop was a supermarket. Seeing the lollipops at the counter, she suddenly thought of her two daughters who were staying up late. If she gave them lollipops, maybe they wouldn't get sleepy so easily. As she was thinking this, she felt something in her hand. But she wasn't in that city anymore. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the temporary shelter. Looking at the lollipops in her hand, Su-hong understood. When the phone had taken that last picture, the red light must have brought everything it captured into this place. She didn't know where those things were stored, but she could use her thoughts to see and use them, just not touch them. Only in this time and place could she actually hold them. Smiling bitterly, Su-hong unwrapped two lollipops and gently placed one in each child's mouth. Now that she knew she had access to everything from that city, she finally felt at ease. Then she lay down to get some real rest. She had just drifted into sleep when she heard loud knocking on the courtyard gate outside. The bell behind the door jingled. "Is anyone there? Is anyone inside?" The sudden knocking in the quiet night startled everyone in the house. The voice outside sounded urgent, but in such uncertain times, any stranger could be a threat to their family. The children huddled together, frightened, staring at the door. Su-hong got up, summoned a baseball bat into her hand, and placed one in front of each child. She whispered, "Be careful. The older ones protect the younger ones. I'll go take a look." Su-hong quietly opened the door. The moonlight outside was bright and clear. She walked along the shadows under the eaves to the wall, then climbed onto a stone washing platform built by the previous owner. Standing there, she could see over the wall. At the gate stood two men. One was tall and thin, dressed in white, but his clothes were stained with blood. He was holding a small child, about 3 or 4 years old, probably younger than Yao Yao. The other man was shorter and heavier, looking like a middle-aged servant. He was the one knocking on the door. "Sir, it seems no one is here," the servant said to the man behind him. The man in white looked down at the child in his arms, gritted his teeth, and said, "There must be someone. We've tried many houses, and only this one is locked tight. Knock again. Tell them we mean no harm. We just need some water. You can't hold on much longer."
Bang, bang, bang.
"Is anyone there? Please help our young master. Please. Little master, hold on. I'll keep looking, I'll keep trying." Before he could finish, the man holding the child staggered and fell to the ground, still clutching the child tightly. That sight made Su-hong decide to open the door. "Sir, sir," the servant cried, rushing to help the man in white. Behind them, the door creaked open. Su-hong stood in the doorway, holding a baseball bat, looking at the 3 people outside. The man in white was clearly injured, and even the servant's hand was bleeding. It seemed they had not only gone without water, but had also been attacked. Hearing the door open, the servant dropped to his knees and bowed repeatedly. "Kind lady, please, save our master and the young boy." Su-hong looked around and said, "Bring them in."
Ah?
"Yes, yes." The servant nodded quickly and reached to take the child, but the unconscious man in white was still holding him tightly, making it hard to move him. He gently pushed the man's shoulder. "Sir, please wake up. The young master is safe now. He's safe." Perhaps his words had some effect, as the man in white slowly opened his eyes. With the help of the fat man, the two stumbled through the door and collapsed in the courtyard. Su-hong carefully looked outside, then cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground before closing the door. "Madam, please help my young master. He hasn't had water for days and now has a fever. We left in a hurry and didn't bring enough supplies. Along the way, we couldn't find any food or water. Of course, there was nothing to find. Groups of refugees had already passed through, and anything edible was taken by those ahead. Those who came later could only watch helplessly." The man in white seemed to want to speak, but he had already used up all his strength trying to stand. He only managed to look at Su Hong before collapsing again, still holding the child tightly. This time, Su Hong could see the child's face clearly, eyes closed, skin pale, looking almost lifeless. She gently placed her finger under the child's nose and felt a faint breath. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong said, "Wait here." Even though she was kind, she didn't dare let strangers into her house. She went to a small side room and soon came out carrying an old jar, half filled with water. Handing the jar to the fat man, she said, "Give me the child. You feed him some water." It was clear that both the fat man and the man in white were also suffering from thirst. The fat man looked at Su Hong warily. She rolled her eyes and said, "Don't worry, I don't eat people." He was clearly exhausted, yet still loyal to his master, which surprised Su Hong a little. The man in white hadn't fainted completely. Hearing their exchange, he looked at Su Hong and said softly, "Thank you. He's only 4 years old and hasn't eaten for 3 days." Su Hong bent down and gently lifted the child, who leaned weakly against her. She carried the child toward the side room. The fat man wanted to speak again, but the man in white lightly pulled his sleeve. The fat man then crouched down, helped the man in white sit against him, and gave him some water from the jar. Su Hong took the child to the side room, wanting to keep some distance from the two adults. The child needed something to eat, and she couldn't just ignore that. Su Hong couldn't bear to watch the child starve to death. When she reached the side room, she prepared another bowl of porridge and slowly fed it to the child. The child hadn't eaten for 3 days, so she dared not give too much at once. Then she poured the remaining porridge into a jar and said, "I've fed the child a little. We don't have much food left. Give him the rest later." The plump man gently set the young man in white on the ground, then turned and bowed repeatedly to Su Hong. "Madam, you're a lifesaver. I'll always remember your kindness." Su Hong didn't respond. She simply placed the child beside the man in white. The man in white looked at her and said softly, "Thank you." Su Hong said nothing and went back inside. From the window, Chung Xiangdong and the others had been watching. When their mother came in, Yao Yao quickly asked, "Mother, is that child dead?" Children always cared most about other children. They all gathered around. Su Hong shook her head. "No, he's not dead. He just hasn't had food or water for too long." Su Hong thought for a moment. On the road ahead, her family should prepare food similar to what others had, so they wouldn't stand out. There was a pot and bowls on the cart, so she decided to get some grain ready. She went outside and asked Yu Qiong to bring the 2 cloth bags they had brought, one for rice and one for flour. They had already eaten most of it on the way. Now, there were less than 2 pounds of rice and only a small amount of coarse flour left.
Su Hong Said.
Even in the city, it would be hard to find such coarse flour. So she filled half a bag with rice, added some flour, and mixed in a bit of buckwheat flour so it wouldn't look too white. Then she filled a jar with water and covered everything with old quilts and clothes to hide it. Normally, with strangers in the yard, she would have trouble sleeping. But unexpectedly, she slept soundly that night. At dawn, Su Hong got up with her children. She first stayed inside the house, fed the children until they were full, and then said, "Remember, from now on, we have to cook for ourselves. I can't keep taking out too many different kinds of food, or others will notice." "Don't worry, Mother. I can cook," said the second child with a smile. Cooking was her strength, and it made her feel useful. "Mother, I can help my sister with the fire," said Yao Yao. Whenever she was awake, she was cheerful and sweet. It was clear that this little girl was the joy of the family. "Mother, what about the people outside?" asked the fourth child. Su Hong frowned and said, "It looks like they were robbed. They have nothing left and are hurt. How sad." Yao Yao said with sympathy. The eldest didn't speak. He quietly packed their things, shook out the blankets, and carried them to the cart. The sound of the door opening and the blankets moving woke the 3 people lying under the porch of the side room. They had nothing with them, but luckily it was summer, so the nights weren't too cold. The chubby man was holding his young master in his arms while letting the second young master lean against him. When Su Hong heard him call himself a servant, she felt touched. There really were such loyal people in the world. In her past life, she hadn't even received true loyalty from her own family. Through the crack in the window, she saw that the little boy was awake, drinking porridge from the jar she had given him the night before.
Confronted.
In this weather, the porridge would have spoiled by morning. The child was weak, and eating it might make him sick. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong took out 3 buckwheat buns. They looked brown, but they tasted good. Third child, take these to them. Give 1 to each person and tell them we don't have much food left either. The third child looked at the buns in his hands. Each was bigger than his fist, enough to fill his stomach. Eldest, once you've packed everything, we'll move on. Fourth, you and your little sister take turns sitting on the cart and keep an eye on what's behind us. If anyone tries to sneak up, warn us. Just like yesterday, the eldest and I will take turns pulling the cart. The second and third can help push when we go uphill. Su Hong calmly made all the arrangements. Mother, now that I've eaten, I have strength. I can help push the cart too. The fourth child didn't want to be grouped with little Yao Yao. It made him feel useless. He was the same age as the third child, but while the third could already help their mother, he still needed to be looked after. I know, but watching the back is also very important. We can't keep turning around while walking. If you sit on the cart and keep watch, we'll be safer. Did you forget what happened last night? If someone comes, they won't catch you. The fourth child finally nodded. Everything was ready. Su Hong rubbed some ash on Yu Cheong's face. All 5 children were good-looking, and though Su Hong didn't know what she looked like now, judging by her children, she must have been quite pretty once. But this wasn't the time to care about looks. She also smeared some ash on her own hands and face on purpose. The family stepped out. The 3 people under the porch looked over. They saw that in Su Hong's family, only she was an adult, with 1 half-grown boy, and the rest were small children. As Su Hong and her children came out, the second young master struggled to stand and bowed with clasped hands. Madam, thank you for saving my life last night and for the food this morning. Please tell me your name. I, Nangong Yi, will repay your kindness one day. There's no need. Times are chaotic, and who knows when it will end. We may go our separate ways and never meet again. Take care of yourself. There's still a bowl of water left. Take this jar with you. Adults can carry it, but children can't. This isn't our home, and while the sun isn't too hot yet, we should leave early. The children behind Su Hong got into position. Little Yao Yao was the first to sit on the cart. The fourth child walked beside Su Hong, and the family started moving forward. You're, kneel and bow to your benefactor. The man in white suddenly called to the child, who immediately knelt and bowed to Su Hong and her family. The man in white could barely stand. After a moment, he staggered and leaned against the wall again. The plump man beside him cried out in worry, "Second young master, please hold on." Suddenly, the chubby man thought of something. He quickly ran out and stopped Su Hong from leaving. He knelt down with a thud and started crying. "Madam, can I take the second young master and the little young master with you? I only want the cart. My second young master is badly hurt, but we can't stay here much longer. The little young master is also not in good health. I really have no other choice." He kept kowtowing as he spoke. "I only have 1 arm that's hurt, but I am still strong enough to pull the cart." Su Hong felt a bit troubled. She could see their difficulties clearly. It was true, 1 chubby man, a seriously injured person, and a small child. On this escape journey, they might be wiped out in no time. She looked back at her eldest child. She wanted to ask the children what they thought. The eldest looked at the big and small children over there. He nodded gently. Their family was not the kind to ignore others in trouble. Su Hong thought for a moment and pushed the cart back, saying, "Our cart is a bit old and broken." The eldest and the chubby man hurried forward. They cleared some things from the cart, and the blanket was spread out on half of it. The chubby man reached out to help the second young master stand up. Su Hong called out again, "Wait a moment. All your fancy clothes are bloodstained. It's not good to keep wearing them on the road. Eldest, see if we have any clothes at home that they can change into." Indeed, The white clothes of the young nobleman were stained with blood, but the fabric looked fine, and there was a gold trim on the edge. The jade hairpin in his hair was also not ordinary. Of course, these valuable items wouldn't be useful now during the escape. Instead, they might attract danger. The eldest searched through their belongings and found a few pieces of clothing. He handed a set of shirt and pants to the second young master and said, "Young master, don't mind. These are my father's old clothes from home. You're tall, so this might be enough." Then he handed a jacket to the chubby man and said, "Our clothes are probably the biggest size we have. See if you can wear this." The chubby man grinned widely and said, "No problem, as long as I can wear it. I've gained a little weight, but I need to change the second young master first." Just a moment, Su-hong picked up a small piece of clothing and said, "Go ahead and change. The eldest will help this child change into a new outfit." The chubby man helped the second young master into the room behind. After a while, he came out and Su-hong noticed that the second young master's face looked a little red. The clothes he wore were clearly too short. The exposed skin was all white and smooth, especially the chubby man, whose shirt really didn't fit. It was just barely on him. His white belly was almost visible. Luckily, he tied a belt around his waist. He looked like a funny character going to meet his bride. Su-hong couldn't help but smile a little, quickly turning his head and clearing his throat to hide it. But the second young master saw him and thought Su-hong was making fun of him. Honestly, he had never worn such poor-quality clothes before. The rough cloth felt uncomfortable against his skin. Fortunately, because he was injured, Uncle Kong had used his own inner shirt to bandage his wound. That cloth didn't rub directly on the injury. Now, seeing Su-hong smile and noticing his short pants and sleeves, the young master felt a bit embarrassed. Su-hong cleared his throat again and said, "Third brother, go check if there's any ash in the kitchen. Bring some here and smear it on their skin." Indeed, besides the chubby man, the second young master was also very fair and bright. Chung Xiangnan responded and ran to the kitchen. Soon, he returned with an old bowl filled with some ash, and he also gathered some dirt from under the eaves, mixing it with his hands. He handed it to the chubby man, who chuckled and said, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master," Su-hong said from the side. "Our family doesn't have a young master. This is our third brother. The others are the eldest, second, fourth, and fifth." Su-hong introduced all the children. The chubby man held the bowl and looked back at the second young master, saying, "My surname is Kong. I am—" He wanted to say more, but the second young master interrupted. "Uncle Kong, just call me Kong Bo. He has been with our family for many years." "He's like family. This is my nephew, whose nickname is Dejia. You can call him Nanyu." The child clearly didn't want to be called that name. Su-hong didn't know if the name Nanyu was real or not, but in this era, there probably weren't official IDs to check. "Second uncle, they have an older brother and younger siblings, and I want to be the sixth child." The second young master looked surprised and, after seeing his nephew's bright eyes, understood his wish. He nodded and said, "All right, if you want to be the sixth, then be the sixth." I wonder if the lady would agree to call him the sixth. Before Su-hong could speak, Yao Yao happily jumped and shouted, "Yes, yes. If I have a sixth sibling, I won't be the youngest anymore. Come here, little brother. We both will sit in the cart." The little boy who called himself the sixth didn't hesitate and climbed onto the cart. When he couldn't get up alone, the eldest helped him. The second young master continued, "As for me, I am Nangong Yi. On the road, just call me Ziluo. The children can call me second uncle, okay?" Su-hong nodded and said, "All right, let's set off. But you might not be able to walk all the way. You should lie down. The two kids can walk with us for a while in the morning, and when they get tired, they can climb into the cart. Is that okay?" Both children had eaten well and had new friends to chat with, so they happily started their new journey of fleeing. Uncle Kong kept his word. Although his arm was injured, he took the lead and carried the cart strap on his shoulder. He pulled, and the eldest helped steady him. The third and second children were responsible for taking care of the little ones, while the fourth followed their mother closely. When Nangong Yi was lying on the quilt in the cart, the fourth child reminded him to watch behind them, worried about a possible sneak attack. Nangong Yi paused and understood. This was probably a way for the family to protect themselves on this journey. He nodded and accepted the task. Every time he looked back, he could see Su Hong walking at the very end. After glancing a few more times, Nangongyi noticed that Su Hong's walking style was different from that of ordinary women. Usually, whether it was the maidservants at home or noble ladies and young women from noble families, they walked straight, trying not to sway or shake their heads. But Su Hong walked upright, with her chest high and head held high, striding confidently like a man, full of presence. She didn't look like an ordinary farm woman. Once given a task, I have to stay focused on what's behind me. Continuously looking back while walking feels a bit awkward. Su Hong started a conversation. Ziluo, is that your name? Yes. Do you know where this road leads? Nangongyi was caught off guard. Could it be that they are wandering without a destination? Aren't you heading to relatives or friends? No, we just follow the road. We don't know where it will take us. We were traveling with our clan members before, but I got sick and the children didn't want to leave me. Our family got delayed, and the clan gave up on us. Hearing that they, a mother and her children, were abandoned by their clan, Nangongyi felt a bit sad. She also hated those clan members for giving up on their lives so easily. Without anyone protecting them, these mother and children must have suffered a lot on the way. Right now, we are still inside Chizhou. If we go further, we will need to pass through 2 more cities before reaching Jinzhou. But Jinzhou is currently in chaos, so maybe you should go to Jingqing ahead, and then turn right toward Wuzhou? Nangongyi carefully explained where they were now, and what lay ahead.
Su Confronted.
She knew nothing about this world, what chaos Jinzhou was in or where Wuzhou was. She looked up at the sky, which was clear and cloudless. It seemed the sun would be very hot, and it would be dry and sunny for a while. Honestly, our family is from the countryside. We don't know these places you mentioned. I've heard of Wuzhou, but the clan people said they need to cross Wuzhou to get to Luozhou, which is a water town and not dry. Nangongyi smiled gently, understanding that Su Hong, a rural woman, had never traveled far or seen much of the world. Their current escape was just out of necessity. The chaos in these states was originally part of the vast territory of the Great Prosperity Dynasty. During Emperor Taizu's reign, he remembered his brothers and loyal officials who fought bravely to establish the empire. As a reward, they were made kings and given lands to rule. This is why the northern Yongkang king rules Qingzhou, the eastern Dongyang king rules Luozhou, the southern Jinan king rules Wuzhou, and the western Mingde king rules Chizhou, which is where they are now. After each king reached their own territory, they gradually gained their own power. After the emperor's ascension, they no longer obeyed the court. The central region, Jinzhou, was originally the emperor's direct territory for succession and governance. As these kings grew stronger, Jinzhou became the weakest place. Over 3 or 5 generations of fighting and growth, each king wanted to take control of Jinzhou. They aimed to seize Jinzhou to become kings or emperors. Additionally, in recent years, there have been droughts and floods everywhere, along with wars and natural disasters, making life very hard for the people. So, many began to flee their homes. Perhaps it was the downfall of the great dynasty. Hearing Nangongyi speak like this, Su Hong felt very heavy-hearted. So, it seems that not only our region is suffering from famine? Then, where should we go to escape? When Su Hong said this, everyone fell silent. What is the way forward? Su Hong was not worried about food or supplies, but she couldn't ignore the fact that they would encounter refugees along the way. Her family's fighting ability was too weak. She wasn't sure if she could protect the children in the future. She looked up at the bright sun. Early in the morning, as the sun rose, she felt waves of heat rolling across the ground. The drought might last a long time. Su Hong looked at the second young master. His clothes and speech, plus her guess that Kong Bo was a eunuch, suggested he was a court official. In her understanding, only royalty used eunuchs. They didn't know which of the regions they belonged to, but regardless, they were part of the upper class in this world. They must have their own views on how the world is divided. Then may I ask, second uncle, where do you think we should go? We usually live in a village, and I've only been to the town a few times. I really don't know much about the outside world. Hearing this, Nangongyi didn't believe her. Just before setting out today, she thought of disguising herself and the others. That's not something an unworldly farmer girl would think of. Nangongyi thought for a moment and said, Jinzhou definitely can't be our destination now. Among the other 4 regions, at least 2 are attacking Jinzhou. The other 2 are either fighting external enemies or dealing with internal problems, but they're all watching Jinzhou. Their lack of action doesn't mean they're not fighting for Jinzhou. My second uncle, their fight over Jinzhou has nothing to do with us. Who sits on the throne doesn't matter to us common folks. What's important is that we want to survive. Su Hong interrupted Nangongyi. Nangongyi paused and realized that ordinary people only think about how to live, not about fighting for power. And what about us 3? What are we fighting for? As they spoke and moved forward, they reached a bend. Just as they turned, they saw a small group sitting together in the woods ahead. It was clear they were refugees. Su Hong immediately called to stop, then released the 2 little kids who had been held by the second and third brothers onto the cart. The children, understanding, sat quietly next to Nangongyi. Su Hong also held tightly to the youngest, keeping her lips sealed. Uncle Kong looked around and said, Second Master, let's go straight through. Nangongyi looked at Su Hong. She nodded slightly and told the second and third brothers to move to the other side of the cart. The eldest brother and Uncle Kong quickened their steps a little. Besides their footsteps, only the creaking of the cart could be heard. The group gathered there looked like a family or village group with old and young, men and women. Many of them looked at their cart with curious eyes. Su Hong and the others clenched their teeth and kept walking, pretending not to notice them. When they passed in front of the group, someone called out, Wait a moment. How dare Su Hong and the others stop? They didn't stop, they even quickened their pace. But the car was already quite old and broken, and with an extra adult on it, it squeaked even more. 4 of them are chasing us, Nangongyi whispered, watching the 4 men running after them. He was originally warning Uncle Kong, but Su Hong quickly responded. Second, you hold the youngest, don't walk too fast, she can't handle it. Third, help push the cart. Then Su Hong turned to look at the 4 men following them. It was obvious from their expressions that they had bad intentions. Su Hong asked coldly, Why are you guys chasing us? We don't have any other intentions. First, to leave your belongings on the cart, and second, to leave the 2 children. As for you, hee, you look pretty decent. Maybe you should stay too. When the next wave comes, you might even get some rice. The man teased Su Hong while walking toward her. Stop, or you'll be seeking your own death, Su Hong shouted at him when he was about 4 meters away. The 4 men laughed loudly. Little lady, you're quite spicy. Su Hong raised her left hand, which was hanging in her sleeve. The small crossbow on her wrist was still tied on. I warn you, if you take another step forward, you'll never be able to leave. Even though Nangongyi was injured, he sat upright on the cart, ready to strike. The man in front of them chuckled and said, I haven't eaten all day. How could I let you pass? He walked straight towards Su Hong. Suddenly, a soft twang sounded as an arrow shot out. The man at the front reached to hold his leg and knelt down, crying out in pain. I told you, if you go any further, you'll never be able to leave. This is just a warning. We're all refugees. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll make sure he never gets up again. He raised his left hand again. The 3 men behind him all took a step back at the same time. Ah, my leg, it hurts so much. Third brother, catch this damn woman and those 2 little kids. We can trade them for food or water. Su Hong snorted coldly. It seems you don't know how to admit your mistakes. She shot again at the man's right leg. He screamed in pain. Looking up, Su Hong said to the 3 big men, Pull the arrow out of his leg, then carry him away. When the next group comes, you can trade him for some food. After all, he's much heavier than the 2 kids. If you keep carrying him, it'll be a burden. Su Hong guessed they wanted to use the children as food for others, and that those ruthless people really dared to eat human flesh. Knowing about such things means these events have already happened. Su Hong hated them for taking lives so casually. So, they advised him to abandon the injured person and exchange him for food, which would also lighten their load. Clearly, The injured man was very frightened when he heard this. He was worried that his family might really leave him behind. "Quick, pull out my arrow. If you don't, I will shoot all of you one by one until you do." Two of them stepped forward. One held down the injured man, and the other pulled out the arrow. Both arrows were removed. Then, 3 people carried the man, who was crying out in pain, away from the scene. Meanwhile, the people watching from the other side saw what was happening. Although they didn't hear all the words clearly, it was obvious that someone was hurt. 2 young men wanted to come over to see what was going on, but their leader stopped them. Su Hong didn't care about them. After they carried the injured man away, she picked up the 2 special arrows and put them back in their original place. Then she turned to follow her family's cart. "Be careful." After taking a few steps forward, Su Hong heard the warning. Her first instinct was to quickly draw her crossbow. No one was behind her. The arrow shot into the air, but suddenly, a rusty kitchen knife flew toward her. Su Hong's first reaction was to squat down. This proved the saying, "Even the best fighters fear kitchen knives." Su Hong's squat was perfectly timed, right where the knife was about to land. She was shocked and rolled to the side. At the same time, Nangongyi, on the cart, also made a move. In a panic, he grabbed a hairpin from his hair and threw it. His martial skills were decent. The hairpin flew quickly and hit the knife, stopping its descent. The knife fell straight down, only a step away from Su Hong. Su Hong was furious. She had only warned them, yet they still used such low tricks. She wanted to chase after them, but Nangongyi shouted, "Don't pursue the defeated. Let's go quickly." Nangongyi tried to help Su Hong, but in doing so, he used his internal strength, causing his previously bandaged wound to bleed again. If they had really retreated and fought back, only he and Xiao Bo could have handled those people. Nangongyi realized that those people were ordinary villagers, driven to such acts by desperation. He also sensed that there were others chasing from behind. So, it's better to leave early rather than get involved on the road. Su Hong also thought that if she chased after, the children here would be in danger. She stopped, but she picked up the broken jade hairpin that Nangongyi had dropped. It's a pity, it was broken into 3 pieces and useless now. Those people didn't dare come closer again. Su Hong and the others hurried forward. Ahead, there was a small bend. After turning the corner, Su Hong told them to stop the cart. She noticed blood at the corner of Nangongyi's mouth. It seemed that his internal injury was triggered by using his inner strength earlier. Uncle Kong turned around worriedly and asked, "Second young master, are you?" "I'm fine. We need to move a little further ahead." Su Hong was annoyed with herself for not knowing medicine. What medicine should be used for internal injuries? Little Six also looked worried at his second uncle and, being sensible, gently wiped the blood from his uncle's mouth. Little Five carefully asked, "Second uncle, does it hurt?" Nangongyi slightly twitched his mouth but said nothing. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would cough up blood. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the quilt. Su Hong stepped forward and said, "Uncle Kong, we can't keep pulling him along. We need to find a place to rest for 2 days. Otherwise, his injury might get worse if it keeps shaking on the road." Nangongyi slowly closed his eyes. Although he could hear them talking, he felt too weak to respond. Uncle Kong looked at the pale-faced second young master, clenched his teeth, and said, "All right, let's find a place to rest ahead." Since leaving in the morning, nearly 2 hours had passed. Everyone was hungry, but they hadn't seen a village. Instead, the mountains here looked more like hills, tall but not very high, and some were just mountains. A main road ran through these mountains. "Hey, Uncle Kong, there's a small path here. I wonder if anyone has lived there before. Let's go and take a look." Next to the main road, there was a narrow trail that looked like no one had walked on it for a long time. The weeds on both sides almost covered the path. Uncle Kong stopped and looked around. Good. The trail was very narrow, just enough for the cart to pass. The eldest pulled the cart, and Uncle Kong went ahead to scout. There was indeed a house ahead, but all the buildings had collapsed. Su Hong thought this was a relatively safe place because the people fleeing from hardship were all heading along the main road. In this barren mountain area, there was nothing worth staying for to survive. After walking a few more steps, Su Hong turned back, picked up a dry branch from the roadside, and walked while sweeping the ground behind her. This way, others wouldn't notice the marks left by the vehicle. Silently, Su Hong did this behind, but she didn't realize that the second young master, Nangong Yi, was watching very clearly. If it weren't for these children naturally calling her mother, it would be obvious they were truly a family. Nangong Yi even suspected that Su Hong was not an ordinary rural woman. The path ahead went about 10 meters, then there were some bushes. She pushed through the bushes, then turned back and pulled some grass from there, making it harder to see that the path could be used. The disguise was very good. The fallen house looked like a small farmyard. From this side, only the collapsed thatched roof was visible, but 2 or 3 walls still stood. They were made of packed mud. "Come quickly. There's a yard here," Xiao Bo called out as he approached, excitedly running over to help pull the cart up. Turning around the broken house, they saw it was a front yard, but it was overgrown with weeds. Su Hong looked around and said, "This place is quite hidden. Let's rest here for a while, clear a patch of ground, and then cook some food. We also have some coarse flour." Although they were a bit tired from walking, even Little 5 and Little 6 knew this wasn't their home, and everyone had to help with some chores. So Little 6, led by Little 5, helped pick up some dry branches and leaves they could carry. The eldest, after parking the cart, took out a hoe from it and cleared some weeds to make the ground flatter. Since they wanted to cook, the second young man naturally looked for a stove, but the stove in this household had long collapsed. He used a few stones from the yard to build a small stove and place their only pot on top. There was still some water in the bucket on the cart, which Su Hong had put in earlier. The second young man was careful with the water, not daring to use it for cooking. Instead, he used it to mix the coarse flour, adding a little salt, then kneaded the dough. The third and fourth young men helped clean up and also found some firewood. The fourth lit the fire, while the second directly pressed the kneaded dough onto the pot to cook, making flatbreads to save water. Soon, they cleared the yard, but the strong sunlight made it hard to stay there. Su Hong brought some shrub branches, took a torn blanket from the cart, and used its sheets to make a simple shade. She tied the sheets to the branches at 4 corners, fixed the branches into the ground, and added a taller wooden stick in the middle to support the shade. It became a basic sunshade. Su Hong then spread some weeds she had cut down, placed another blanket over the weeds, and asked Uncle Kong to help carry the second young master onto the blanket to rest. This way, they would stay out of the sun and stay warm. Su Hong's method moved Uncle Kong to tears as he kept thanking her. "Thank you, Madam Su. Thank you so much." Little 5 and Little 6 also came over to avoid the sun. When the second young master brought out some baked bread, neither the 2 little ones nor Su Hong herself could eat it because it was dry and hard. While Chung Yucheong was cooking, Su Hong reminded her to use the flour she brought out. It was good white flour mixed with some buckwheat flour. Even if it didn't look very nice, it was good quality, so the bread should taste fine. But unexpectedly, the bread baked this way was really hard to swallow.
Sigh.
Su Hong looked at the people holding the bread, unable to chew it, and stood up. "Forget it, Yucheong. Bring some water to boil some soup, and let's soak the bread in it." Su Hong had plenty of food, but it was hard to bring out. She wanted to help cook, but seeing the fire burning, she knew she couldn't handle that kind of stove. So she decided not to embarrass herself. She took a bowl from the cart, took out a jar of pickled vegetables, and used scissors to cut the vegetables into small pieces. She handed them to Chung Yucheong. "Hold this. Later, put it into the soup. When it boils, it's ready. Don't add salt, it already has flavor." This kind of pickled vegetable was what Su Hong thought was suitable to eat. Bringing out better ones would make others suspicious. Chung Yucheong understood that this was a gift from her mother, the king of hell, and silently went to boil some water. She poured the vegetables into the pot, not knowing exactly what they were, but her mother said to just do as she was told. Soon, a sour and salty smell wafted out. The third young master couldn't help but run over to see what was cooking. After cooking, Su Hong realized they didn't have enough bowls. During their escape, the family broke 2 bowls, so now only 4 bowls remained. Su Hong looked at the bowls and poured out some pickled vegetable soup into them. Uncle Kong carried a bowl, probably for the second young master, who was now being helped to sit and lean against something. "Young master, I think this soup tastes pretty good." Madam said that putting this pancake into the soup makes it even better. The second young master reached out to stop him. "Let the children eat first. I can still chew this pancake." Uncle Kong paused for a moment and decided to follow his words. He took the bowl over to Cheng Xiangdong and said, "Here, big brother, you eat first. You're tired today." Cheng Xiangdong didn't want to eat yet and refused. "Kongbo, you eat first. I'm going to see my mother. You eat too." Cheng Yujing then brought another bowl and said, "Kongbo, give this to second uncle. There's enough soup. We just don't have enough bowls, so you all eat first. We'll use this bowl later." Hearing this, the second young master looked to the side and saw only 4 bowls. "That's perfect. You two share 1 bowl. Kongbo, take it to feed Ewer. You and Ewer can share a bowl. I won't eat now, later, when you finish. You can refill my bowl." Cheng Laosen also held a bowl and smiled. "Yes, just enough for us two. Fourth brother, we'll share 1 bowl." Su Hong added the last bowl and handed it to the old man walking over. "You take this to second young master. The rest, you and mother can share from this pot." There weren't many leftovers in the pot, not enough for a full bowl. Xiangdong nodded and took the bowl over to the second young master. "Second young master, you eat this bowl. Mother and I will share from the pot." The second young master looked at the full bowl and said, "I can't eat that much. Just half a bowl for me. Let's see if they want more." Xiangdong looked at the others who had already started eating. Only the third young master seemed to want more, but his gaze was met with a stern look. "No need, second young master. It's enough. Mother said you should drink more water, so just have more soup." The second young master leaned over to peek into the pot. Su Hong waved her hand and said, "Second young master, don't worry. We have food too. Just eat comfortably." Master Khan carefully fed Little Six some cake. He knew that, for the young master who willingly took care of Little Six, such simple food was something he never tasted before. So, Master Kong carefully tore the cake into small pieces and fed them to the young master, while soothing him. "Little young master, eat slowly. Although this is simple food, it fills you up. When there's a chance, I'll find better tasting food for you. Master Kong, this is really delicious. Try some yourself. It's very tasty." Unexpectedly, the young master was eating eagerly, not showing any dislike. Master Kong didn't taste it himself. His habit was to make sure the young master was full first, then he would eat. But this cake was quite big, and even a small child could get full just by soaking and eating it. After Little Six finished eating, Master Kong started on the leftovers. When he took a bite, he was surprised. The soup was a little sour and salty, but it actually tasted quite good. Soaking this cake in the soup made it even better. No wonder the young master liked it. As for the cake itself, although its color wasn't very attractive, it didn't look like rough flour. Master Kong felt relieved. He looked back at Su Hong and Cheng Lauda tearing the cake into the pot to soak before eating. "Madam Su, what ingredients did you put in this soup? The flavor of this dish is quite good." Master Kong believed that, having grown up in the palace and served the young masters there, he had tasted most delicacies. He had tried all sorts of fine foods, but this unassuming-looking vegetable leaf seemed a bit unusual, yet still tasty. Cheng Xiangdong looked at his mother, worried she might not be able to explain what it was. But Su Hong smiled and said, "Master Kong, as long as you can eat it, that's good. This is called pickled vegetables. It's a dish made by us villagers. After winter, when the greens grow, we dry them and then salt them to prepare for times when fresh vegetables are scarce. We didn't expect it to come in handy now." Cheng Xiangdong and Cheng Yiqiong looked a bit surprised. Their family had never made such a dish. They only had limited salt, so they wouldn't dare to use it for pickling vegetables. But seeing their mother speak confidently, they thought the flavor was indeed quite good. The second young master finished his bowl of soup and a pancake. "Not bad. The taste is really good, tangy and salty. The soup has flavor, and soaking the pancake makes it even better. Sorry for causing trouble for the lady all along the way." Su Hong signaled her eldest son to take the bowl. Then she smiled and said, "We're all refugees, so no need to be polite. I told you to call me Su Hong, not madam. It sounds strange to me." We're in the countryside, and no one calls me madam here. The second young master chuckled softly and said, Then don't call me second young master either. If others hear that, it might cause trouble. Just call me Ziluo. Su Hong nodded and said, All right, brother Ziluo. From now on, I'll call you that. Just be careful and don't cause more trouble on the road. They decided to rest here and not move forward anymore. After eating, they looked at the nearby forest. Kong Boyan said, Master, how about I go up the mountain over there and take a look? If I can catch a wild rabbit or two, it would be a real treat for us. Good idea. Pickled vegetables are tasty, but for nourishing the body, meat is better. Kong Boyan looked around. Although his arm was injured, he was the strongest among the group. If he didn't help them recover, he worried they might collapse. Old Fourth Cheng's body wasn't in good shape either. He had been biting his lip and walking all along. But luckily, after eating and getting warm, he felt much more comfortable. Old Third Cheng heard Kong Boyan wanted to go up the mountain to catch rabbits and was eager to try. But Su Hong stopped him and said, You can't outrun a rabbit on flat ground, let alone in the woods. It's too hot today. You should rest here for a while. Old Third Cheng's face turned red with embarrassment, but he obediently sat down, keeping his distance from his mother and turning his back to her. Su Hong looked at him, but didn't say anything. She looked up at the sky. The clear, blue sky was beautiful, but if every day was like this, it wouldn't feel right. She glanced around and asked, Should we do something? Otherwise, how will we rest tonight? Eager to keep things organized, Cheng Xiangdong put the cold pot back on the cart. Living through days of fleeing with his family taught him that anything taken from the cart should be stored away immediately, in case they had to leave suddenly, and he wouldn't be able to catch up. Surprisingly, this became a habit. After tidying up, Cheng Xiangdong looked back at his mother and said, Mom, just tell me what to do. You rest for a bit. The sun is too hot. Earlier, when we came here, I saw some tall grass outside the wall. We could cut some to lay on the ground. It might make sleeping a little more comfortable, don't you think? He could have brought a bed from the city, but he was worried it might scare them. Luckily, during his years in the army, he learned some outdoor survival skills. No matter the environment, using useful things wisely can make life a bit easier. Especially now, with the children and the injured second young master, sleeping on the ground would be too hard and damp. It wouldn't be good for the kids. Okay, Mom. I'll go cut some grass. The eldest son took a hoe from the cart, ready to chop the grass and then tidy up. I'll go too, said the third son, who was eager to follow Uncle Kong up the mountain. He was always full of energy. The second son was busy teaching Little Five how to play with some grass. Little Six was very interested, never having realized grass could be used for play. They tied a piece of grass into a knot, then each held one end. Crossing the knots, they pulled hard. Whoever's knot broke first lost. Little Five and Little Six were having a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Chung Yujing stood up and said, I'll go too. I'll help the older brother gather the grass. From observing over the past 2 days, she saw that the eldest and second children were the main workers in the family. They worked well together and coordinated smoothly. Seeing her sister ready to go, the fourth son called out to Little Five and Little Six, inviting them to play with him. For a moment, it seemed that the only ones with nothing to do were their mother, Su Hong, who suggested the idea, and the second young master, who was sitting upright and meditating. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong decided to go see how the children were cutting the grass. Eldest, do the drier areas over here, she directed, leading him to chop the grass. They didn't have knives, but since the grass was dry, it was easy to pull apart. The eldest brother was digging, and the second quickly gathered the broken tools, tidying up as he did so. The third was just out for some fresh air. He immediately ran into the grass, not knowing what was so fun about playing under the sun among the reeds, but he was happy just to play like that. This longer grass here makes a softer bed when it grows taller. Su Hong was the leader. Mom, there's a snake here. Suddenly, the third, who was playing in the grass, shouted loudly. As soon as he shouted, Su Hong, who had been standing in the shade to avoid the sun, quickly ran over. Seeing the third standing still in front of a small but not tiny mound, and noticing a fairly large snake beneath it, the eldest brother also ran over. He reached out and pulled Su Hong and the third back, saying, "Third, are you stupid? Seeing a snake and not running? Such a big snake." Thinking about it was quite scary. But Su Hong smiled and said, "Big brother, don't move. Tonight, we can have meat. Isn't this a gift from the sky? Mom, aren't you most afraid of snakes?" Elder brother Ching still reached out to pull Su Hong aside, standing in front. Su Hong knew the child was trying to protect her, so she smiled and said, "That was in the past. Now, I've died once, so what's there to fear? Come here, I'll handle it." "No, Mom, stay back a bit. I'll go down and fight it." Su Hong reached out and grabbed the hoe, which she was about to jump down with. "Are you stupid? Stay there. I can shoot arrows." "Oh." Elder brother Ching looked at the small black iron-like object on his mother's left wrist. She had used it to protect herself a few times.
Su Hong stepped forward gently.
The snake was coiled there, near a crack in the stone, probably because it was a shady spot, and it liked such places. Su Hong aimed carefully and shot an arrow at the snake's head. The coiled snake's head was pierced and pinned to her body. It was painful and wanted to escape, but since its body and head were pinned together, moving caused more pain. The snake twisted a couple of times and then stopped moving. Su Hong crouched down, gently tapped the snake with the hoe, and it twitched twice. She extended the hoe further and hooked the coiled snake onto it, then lifted it up. The arrow that was shot had barbs on it. If the snake tried to escape, it would hurt more, and the wound would get bigger. This snake looks to weigh about 3 or 4 jin, around 1.5 to 2 kilograms, and it's quite large. Su Hong smiled and said, "Tonight's extra meal." The eldest son didn't speak, just looked at his mother. The third son stepped back and asked, "Mother, are you sure you want to eat this?" "Of course I do. It's good stuff. If you're scared, don't say anything when you go back. I'll handle it. Go bring the basin. I'll peel the skin and wash it first." Meanwhile, the second son gathered a bunch of grass and saw the third son running into the yard. "Come here. Carry this bunch of grass back. I'll get some more." The third son went to pick up more grass and left it to dry in the sun, then took out a basin. Su Hong was about to peel the snake's skin. Su Hong first placed the snake under a small tree. Then she took out a small knife and quickly cut off the snake's head, causing blood to spray out. She frowned slightly. She wasn't afraid because she knew this snake wasn't venomous, but she didn't like the smell of blood. It made her feel sick. She endured and pulled out the small arrow. Without the head, the snake's body still twitched in pain. She used the arrow to pin the snake's tail to the small tree, hanging it upside down so the blood could drain out. Then she took the knife and started peeling the skin from the tail. Peeling the snake's skin wasn't very hard. She made a cut and pulled downward, removing the skin easily. Next, she cut open the snake's belly and threw away everything inside. What remained was a long, pinkish-white piece of snake meat. Su Hong added some water and washed the snake in a basin. It looked much better after cleaning. The eldest and second sons gathered 2 more bundles of grass and returned to the yard. Su Hong then asked the third son to help. They used some shrub branches to tie the grass into pieces, creating a simple mat-like surface. It was rough but functional. "Mother, what are you tying this for?" the third son asked as he helped. His mother had said that the grass could be spread on the ground for sleeping, but now she was tying it up. It seemed more complicated. "Foolish boy, this is for a barrier. No matter what, your mother and sisters are women and you are men. Oh, I will go gather more branches to bring back." This silly boy is really not afraid of heat or tiredness. He keeps going to help carry grass and also collects some sticks to help his mother tie them up. Finally, they made 10 grass mats like this. At first, Su Hong just wanted to make a simple barrier, but since the 3 children were quick and brought back so much grass, she made a few more mats. Since there was nothing else to do, she asked her third son to bring back some thicker wooden sticks that could handle more weight. Su Hong used bark from some shrub branches to tie the sticks into 2 triangles. Then, she used longer branches to connect the 3 corners of each triangle. She leaned one side against a sturdy wall and placed the grass mats on top. After assembling 3 mats, they made a simple grass shelter. They spread some dry grass from the mats inside, creating a basic temporary place to stay. The mother and children were very happy with their work. The oldest and the third child went to gather more grass and made another shelter. Now, everyone wouldn't have to sleep outside in the open. Nangongi looked at their grass shelter and sighed. "You've worked hard, everyone." Su Hong wiped her sweat and smiled. "How do you like the shelter? Want to come and try it?" Little Fifth and Little Sixth couldn't hold back. They jumped inside, right away. It was just right for them, standing inside and playing wouldn't bump their heads. The adults would need to bend down a little to go inside. Su Hong smiled again. "We plan to stay here for a few days. Once your injury heals, we'll leave. This shelter is simple, but enough for us to stay." Old Third, who helped build it, said with a smile, "Mom, we have 3 more mats. Let's gather some more grass and make another one. That way, everyone can sleep comfortably tonight." Nangongi smiled and said, "No need. Tonight, Konger and I will sleep under this cloth shelter. It's already covered with grass." Su Hong nodded. "Yes, we'll take turns watching over the night. We don't need to take down the shelter. It won't get wet unless it rains. By the way, we should gather some firewood for tonight's fire." While they were talking, Uncle Kong returned from a trip to the mountain, carrying his hunted game. Surprisingly, it was a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. Old Third Ching saw this with great envy and regretted not going along. He could imagine how happy Uncle Kong must have been when he caught these animals. Su Hong gently tapped him on the head and said, "If you like them so much, you can handle the chicken plucking. And for the rabbit, peel off its skin." "Mom, I don't know how to do that," he shouted again. "If you don't know, go gather firewood. Big brother, take Old Third and don't go too far. Call out if you need us." There was plenty of firewood nearby, so they didn't have to go far to find a few bundles. Su Hong was worried, just like last time, that the children might encounter trouble if they went out. Kong smiled and said, "These 2 little ones are yours now. I'll watch the kids gather firewood. Okay, it's best if you go." Yesterday, when the children went to gather firewood, they were tied up by someone. Su Hong picked up the chicken and rabbit. She saw the rabbit's wound where it had been killed. All the blood had dried up and was stuck to its fur. She felt a bit sick just looking at it. She almost vomited but managed to hold back. She didn't like blood or the smell of it. It made her feel uncomfortable. It seemed that Chung Yuqiong sensed her mother's dislike of the blood, so she reached out and said, "Mom, let me do it." Su Hong shook her head. The 2 of them went to the place where the snake had been killed earlier. They hung up the rabbit and then peeled its skin. Removing the rabbit's skin was easy, but plucking the chicken's feathers was difficult. The beautiful, feathered wild chicken, after plucking, had a skin full of small holes and uneven patches. Mother and daughter washed these carefully and brought them back to the yard. It was getting late, and Su Hong decided to make a soup. She cooked the snake meat and chicken together, which was the legendary dragon and phoenix soup. Without proper knives and cutting boards, it was best to cut the chicken and snake into pieces. Su Hong used a small dagger to do this. Chung Yuqiong started cooking the soup. She didn't know much about seasoning, but her mother added some. Su Hong used a basin to marinate the rabbit meat with some spices, planning to roast it later. They only had 1 pot, so they could only cook 1 dish at a time. Su Hong asked the second child to go and gather some flour and ingredients, as they planned to make the main meal for the evening. The soup was almost ready, so they took the kneaded dough and shaped it into small flatbreads, sticking them along the edge of the pot. Meanwhile, Su Hong found a different spot to set up the rabbit for roasting. The aroma of the dragon and phoenix soup wafted out, making everyone very hungry. The 2 young children ran back to the pot to watch, but the second child shooed them away, worried they might get burned. Even Uncle Kongbua came over to ask what kind of soup it was. When he heard it was dragon and phoenix soup, he looked at the calm second young master and the playful little young master, who was still having fun. Inside, they were cooking a dragon. How could they all be so unbothered? At lunchtime, there were no bowls, so Uncle Kongbua went up the mountain and found a large thorny bamboo. He cut a section of bamboo, then used a small knife to split each joint in half. After some trimming, the 2 halves could be used as bowls. Chung Yucheong washed the bowls Uncle Kongbwa made and used them to serve everyone a bowl of soup, which was set aside to cool. Then she went to help her mother roast the rabbit. Su-hong was not very good at building fires, so she just prepared the roasting rack and told Chung Yucheong to keep turning the rabbit. Sitting by the fire in such hot weather was quite tiring. The fourth child played happily with the two younger ones. After Uncle Kongbwa returned, the third child kept pestering him, asking how he caught the rabbit and wild chicken. Because the weather was so dry, there were fewer animals around, making it hard to find them in the forest. Kongbwa said he shot the wild chicken with a stick. The third child immediately said, "My mother is also very good at shooting. She's very accurate." Su-hong, nearby watching the roasting, rolled her eyes. This kid really couldn't keep anything to himself. Although they saw him shoot at the pursuers during the day, some things are better left unsaid. Kongbwa didn't reply, but the third child asked again, "Did you really run after the rabbit to catch it? Can you teach me how to run faster than a rabbit?" The second young master, who had finished sitting, looked at the third child and said, "Are you Ching Xiangnan?"
Come here.
The third son walked over. In front of the second young master, he still felt a bit shy. Although this young master seemed gentle, there was always a sense of distance between them. "Put out your hand." The third son obediently extended his hand. The young master held his hand, gently squeezed his bones, and checked his pulse. Then he smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn martial arts?" "Yes. If I learn martial arts, I can protect my mother, my older brother, my younger brother, my sister, and my younger sister. I want to help many people. I want to be like my father and become a soldier and a general." Third son, Su-hong, was really angry. This third son always said whatever came to mind, speaking without thinking. Nangong-yi smiled slightly and said, "It's good for children to have ideas. There's no need to stop him. I think he's a good candidate to learn martial arts. If you agree, I will teach him along the way. How much he learns depends on how long we stay together." Before Su-hong could speak, the third son was so excited that he immediately knelt down and kept kowtowing, saying, "Disciple Ching Xiangnan greets the master. I am willing to learn martial arts." Su-hong didn't want to stop him from learning. Seeing that the boy was eager and willing to learn, it showed he was truly interested and full of energy. Now it seemed that this boy had both qualities. Su-hong didn't stop him and simply said, "Good. You will learn from the second young master. But I warn you first, whatever you learn, it will be tough. If you give up halfway because it's too hard, I will punish you." Nangong-yi sat up straight and said, "All right, I accept your 3 bows. From now on, you are my disciple, and I am your master. Let me first tell you my rules. Practicing martial arts should focus on strengthening the body.
Do not bully the weak.
Help those in danger when needed, but do not act blindly. Be honest and respectful. Learning martial arts starts with learning to be a good person. Good character is the foundation." The third son listened carefully while kneeling. The other children also looked over. The eldest stood by the cart, also paying close attention. Su-hong looked at them and thought it was good. He had taught them all at once. It was a very good lesson. After roasting the rabbit, Su-hong divided it into parts. The second son picked 2 large leaves from outside, washed them, and placed them on the ground, turning them into a table. Everyone sat together in a group as the sun set, but the moon had already risen early. Seeing the bright moon again, Comer sighed and said, "Tomorrow will be a sunny day." Tang also cooled down a bit, and everyone started eating. Knowing that the chicken soup contained snake, Chung Yucheong didn't dare to eat even if she wanted to. She only nibbled on rabbit meat. Unaware that the 4th and 5th children were happily eating, the eldest and 3rd children couldn't resist the tempting aroma and also started eating. The boys were braver, so Chung Yucheong only ate rabbit meat. Su-hong noticed this but said nothing. She simply picked up a chicken leg and put it into Yucheong's bowl, saying, "Yucheong, this is a chicken leg. You can eat it." The other chicken leg was in Little Six's bowl and Little Six eagerly said, "It smells so good and the soup is tasty too. Second sister, you should eat." Nangong-yi ate very politely, but this was the best meal in days, delicious, with chicken and rabbit. After everyone had a good meal, Little 5 and Little 6 said they were too full. Su Hong asked them to walk back and forth in the yard to help digestion. If they didn't digest well, and since they ate only meat tonight, it might cause indigestion, which would be more troublesome. While helping digestion, the two children chatted. Our family didn't have meat before. My older brother caught a frog in the field, peeled its skin, wrapped it in a leaf, and cooked it in the stove for me to eat. But a frog has very little meat, so I couldn't share it with my brothers and sisters. We never ate dinner at night because our mother said we only sleep then and don't work, so there's no need to eat. Our family used to have meat every day, but those meats definitely weren't as tasty as your family's frog meat. I didn't find it tasty at all. Tonight's rabbit meat roasted by your mother is much better. Then you should stay with us in the future, don't go back. Those meats aren't good, and your mother probably doesn't know how to cook them. That's true. My mom doesn't know how to cook anything. I like your mother. I like everything she makes. I'll stay with you from now on. The fourth child also stood up and slowly walked away. He knew his own health condition and understood that he needed to digest well. The adults felt a bit uncomfortable and didn't know what to talk about since they didn't understand each other well. The two children, however, talked happily, making everyone listen and feel a little amused and a little awkward. The oldest child kindly helped the second one clean the dishes. Uncle Kong also came over to help. When they were halfway through washing the dishes, Uncle Kong suddenly asked, "With so much water, do you keep it stored?" The oldest and second children looked at each other but didn't answer. Uncle Kong seemed to realize he might have asked something inappropriate. During this special time, having water was a sign of hope for survival. How do the two thatched houses sleep? Everyone had been walking all morning and busy all afternoon. On such a hot evening, they all felt very tired. Little Five turned around for a while and then came over to lean on second sister, ready to sleep. Little Six looked unsure of who to lean on, rubbing his eyes and looking around. Su Hong stood up and pointed to a thatched shed. "Yu Cheong, you take your sister to sleep in this shed. I'll come soon. Little Six, how about you sleep with us? If you sleep with the brothers, they might kick you." Su Hong thought that since the child was only 4 years old, it was okay for her to sleep with her. Little Six looked surprised and turned to Nangong Yi, asking cautiously, "Second uncle, can I sleep with Aunt Hong?" Little Five interrupted, "I always sleep with my mother and second sister at home. You can sleep with us too." Little Six looked a bit sad and said, "I've never slept with my mother." "Then tonight, I'll let your mother sleep with you. You can sleep with my mother." Su Hong patted Little Five's head, worried that the older children might not take good care of the little one, so she decided to sleep with him. She went into the shed first, took out a piece of dark-colored cloth from her space, which didn't look like much, but everyone would be more comfortable sleeping on it than on the ground. She let the second child take the two little ones inside to sleep first. Then she checked another shed and asked the oldest to take the third and fourth children inside. Nangong Yi said he would sleep here, and Uncle Kong naturally stayed with him. Uncle Kong smiled and said, "Everyone sleep well. Don't worry, I'll keep watch tonight." But Su Hong was still more careful. She first walked around the small yard and sprinkled some realgar powder around, to prevent a snake from coming out at night and scaring the children. Then I gently hung a few bells in the older boys' shelter. When something touches them, the bells will ring. "Uncle Kong, I'll trouble you. The water in the pot here is boiling. If second young master wants to drink water tonight, you can scoop it from here." Su Hong entered the grass hut. The second girl was holding Little Five and Little Six was tightly leaning on Little Five. Both children were already asleep. No matter the situation, children are the most innocent. When adults protect them a little, they don't realize how difficult things can be. Su Hong also lay on her side because the hut was still small. She could only lie this way for a while. Uncle Kong added some firewood to the fire and asked softly, "Master, how is your injury today? Do you want me to help you move some energy? Today, when I blocked that kitchen knife, I used some internal strength which made the injury worse. First, help me stitch it up with 2 needles, then I'll try to move some energy. I hope those people won't come after us." Seeing everyone asleep, second young master finally loosened his clothes. When he took them off, you could see the wound on his body bleeding. Uncle Kong slowly untied the bandage and sighed, "Young master, this wound is hard to heal without medicine. Maybe tomorrow I can go somewhere else to get some medicine." No, this family can't protect you or you can't leave.
I'm Fine.
Since we plan to stay here for a day or two, the wound should heal. But, Master, the external injury might heal in 2 days, but what about the internal injury? I only know how to do a few stitches to stop the bleeding. Doing too many might harm your meridians. If something happens to me, you must take good care of Yor. If there's no hope, don't go back. Let Yor be like a child of this family, living a simple life. Just live well, Nangong Yi solemnly instructed. Master, what are you talking about? I won't allow any if in this. You raised me. I can't let anything happen to you. Uncle Kong choked up as he spoke. But after unwrapping the bandage, seeing the wound on second young master, he couldn't help but tear up again. Nangong Yi's injuries were all to protect Nangong Yi. Otherwise, during that palace coup, Nangong Yi would have been completely fine. Thinking of that bloody battle, the entire palace was soaked in blood, and almost all the main members of the Nangong family had died. Everyone thought that Prince Nangong Yi, the second prince, was just a lazy prince who only read books and listened to music. They didn't know he was also very skilled in martial arts. During the palace upheaval, his older brother told him and Kong Bo to leave first because those people were targeting him and his children. But Nangong Yi refused. Since he couldn't protect his older brother's family, he decided to take his nephew, Nangong Yi, with him. This gave the crown prince and his wife a chance to fight back. However, because he was carrying Nangong Yi, they were chased all the way. He and Kong Bo relied on their strong fighting skills and managed to handle some of the attackers, but even the best fighters can't go without food. They could endure a little hunger, but Nangong Yi was just a child. Without food for 2 days, he would faint. At this moment, the pursuers caught up again. They could only hold on and fight. Although they escaped, Nangong Yi was badly injured from behind, and Kong Bo's arm was almost broken. After a day of running and fighting, they finally met Su Hong and her family. Without them, Nangong Yi and Kong Bo might have died. Kong Bo started to treat Nangong Yi's wounds. Seeing the blood had dried and sealed the wound with cloth, he worried that tearing it open might cause more damage. Kong Bo hurriedly said, "Second young master, I'll get some water to soak the wound and soften the blood clot so I can tear it off." Nangong Yi looked down at his stomach wound and, in a hoarse voice, said, "Don't waste water." "It's okay, you can tear it." Kong Bo hesitated, afraid he might hurt Nangong Yi again. Seeing Kong Bo hesitate, Nangong Yi clenched his teeth and prepared to do it himself. Kong Bo quickly reached out and said, "Sir, I have something to say. There's no time for that now. Just say it." "Sir, haven't you noticed? Their family isn't short on water. I saw today that besides cooking, they wash dishes with just enough water. We've seen it on the way here too. Even if they stored water, they only have that one bucket. How could it hold so much?" Before Kong Bo finished, Nangong Yi covered Kong Bo's mouth and said, "Some things can't be asked or said. We are lucky now." Yes, not only did Kong Bo realize this, but Nangong Yi also noticed. At least, the taste of the noodles they ate at noon and evening was different. He had never eaten such noodles before. The young master said so. Kong Bo didn't ask further. But then he said, "Madam Su mentioned earlier that there was water in the pot. Should I go get some?" Nangong Yi thought for a moment. "All right, go get some. But not too much." Kong Bo went to fetch water, planning to help the second young master clean his wound. While they were busy and focused, they didn't notice Su Hong standing at the door of the shelter. Although they spoke softly, a few words drifted over to Su Hong. She realized that the second young master's injury seemed quite serious. "Do you want me to help?" she asked. Su Hong spoke up, startling Nangong Yi and Kong Bo. Kong Bo turned around blankly and saw Su Hong standing there. Nangong Yi suddenly remembered he was shirtless. He felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly tried to put on his clothes, but accidentally pulled at his wound, causing him to take a deep breath. Kong Bo immediately sensed something was wrong with Nangong Yi. When he looked at the wound, it was bleeding again. He quickly reached out to cover Nangong Yi with his clothes. Su Hong found it quite funny. Was it just that he wasn't wearing a shirt? In her past life, during summer, There were men walking around without shirts, and some women preferred to dress lightly and cool.
Madam Su, no need.
I can just apply medicine to the second young master, but I just heard you say there was no medicine left. Awkward. Indeed, they had no medicine. Usually, they only carried a small amount of emergency golden wound ointment, but after the sudden palace upheaval, they had no preparations left. They had been fleeing all the way here. Some items had fallen off along the way, and of course, the golden ointment was completely used up. Without medicine, their only option was to try to bandage the wound tightly, hoping that once secured, the wound would close up and heal. But it seemed that the bandage was applied earlier when they changed clothes this morning. Because the second young master used his internal energy, the wound reopened. Adding to that, his breathing was unstable. Kongbo was worried that if the wound didn't heal properly, it would become even more troublesome. They had also discussed earlier that it was best to avoid fever. If the second young master developed a fever again, recovery would be even harder. Su Hong turned back and entered the shelter. They breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Su Hong opened the shelter door again and came out, carrying a silver box in her hand. I have medicine. I will help you clean the wound. Connor hoped for it, but the second young master was very embarrassed, watching Su Hong walk over. Nangongyi blushed and said, No, it's not necessary. Madam Su, I'm fine. Su Hong understood what they were worried about and spoke seriously. Healing your injury has two benefits. First, once you're better, we can leave sooner. Second, once you're healed, I might not be afraid of trouble on the road. Don't overthink it. In this escape, nothing is more important than life. Also, only you two and I are here. The children are asleep. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, no one will know. Rest assured, I won't use this against you. But Nangongyi looked at Su Hong as she spoke and approached, feeling so anxious he didn't know what to say. Although he had seen many beautiful women before, how could he stand facing someone completely naked? Stop being shy and awkward. I'm just here to treat your injury. I'm a woman and I don't mind. Why are you still so hesitant? Her words made Nangongyi fall silent. Connor also saw the situation and advised, Young master, Madam Su is right. The sooner your injury heals, the more confident we can be on this journey. If those people catch up, what will happen to these children? Hearing Connor, they naturally included their own children in the protection. Su Hong felt more calm inside. Honestly, even though she carried a mysterious space world, no one knew if it would disappear. She didn't understand this world at all. The children didn't know much and were weak. If she and her children were to escape alone, they might suffer a lot. But with these people, it was different. Once the second young master's injury was healed, he would be a skilled bodyguard. Connor treated everyone like family, making him a very useful helper. Su Hong was a bit calculating. As long as she raised that little six to be part of her family, these two would become her best partners for escaping hardship. Su Hong stepped forward confidently, took away the clothes Connor used to cover himself, and revealed Nangongyi completely naked.
Nangongyi blushed deeply.
Su Hong thought that if the lighting had been brighter, she could see that his snow-white skin was probably all pink from embarrassment. She tried not to look into his eyes to avoid making him feel more awkward. She simply crouched down and carefully examined the partially bandaged wound. She noticed some of the wounds looked infected and rotting. Even though she was no longer a doctor, she knew this was not good. If it gets worse, it could be very dangerous. She checked all the wounds. The one on the back was very deep, with the bones visible. The one on the stomach was also serious, with most of the layers exposed, except for the innermost lining. Sejong looked up seriously into Nangongyi's eyes and said, Do you trust me? If you do, I will change your bandages and remove the dead tissue. If not, your wound won't heal. Did I trust you? I trust you, Nangongyi replied, feeling a little awkward at first, but seeing Sejong's serious look, he spoke calmly. His first instinct told him he could trust this woman. Sejong quickly opened a medical box and ordered, It might hurt. I don't know how much painkiller you can take, so you'll have to endure it. I need to cut away the dead tissue before I can treat the wound. She then looked at Konghwa and said, Find a stick for him to bite on. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'm trying to save him. While speaking, she took a package from the box, which was used for surgical procedures, and placed it on the table. After putting on disposable gloves, she calmly took out scissors from the package and cut the cloth bandages that Konghwa had tied earlier. Next, she took a bottle of alcohol and said, "Next, I will clean the wound, but it will be very painful. This is alcohol." She knew that calling it alcohol was enough. She didn't bother explaining where it came from. She simply called it alcohol. Konghwa focused and handed Nangongyi a stick, saying, "Young master, you should bite down on this. I'm afraid you might bite your tongue." She glared at Konghwa but obeyed, biting down as instructed. Sejong didn't hold back. She poured the alcohol directly onto the wound. The liquid flowed down, and Nangongyi almost lost his balance, sweating profusely from the pain. He was trembling. Konghwa quickly stepped forward, half supporting Nangongyi. The small wound was bad enough, but the one on his stomach was very serious. Sejong first treated the larger wound. After washing her hands twice with alcohol, she took some alcohol again and cleaned her hands. Then she took out the same item from her waist and placed it on her head. It's the miner's lamp she used before. Holding the scalpel, she tried to turn on the miner's lamp, but the position wasn't adjusted properly, and the light shone directly into Nangongyi and Konghwa's eyes, causing both of them to flinch. Calmly, Su Hong adjusted the lamp to shine on the wound. However, Konghwa and Nangongyi were very surprised by this kind of light. "Be careful. This will hurt more now. Stay still and don't move, or I might cut into healthy flesh," Su Hong calmly warned. Nangongyi looked down at the bright white light on his body. Under the light, the surgical knife in Su Hong's hand looked even shinier. Nangongyi raised an eyebrow and nodded calmly. Su Hong quickly and skillfully cut, but the effect wasn't perfect. She didn't hurt Nangongyi, but since she wasn't a real doctor, she just did her best with what she knew. She knew that staying calm would help Nangongyi trust her more. Gritting her teeth, she continued to cut carefully. After making a few more cuts, she became more skilled. Although some blood occasionally seeped out, Su Hong quickly wiped it away with some gauze. It took nearly 10 minutes just to clean the wound in front. Nangongyi was in so much pain he almost fainted. Finally, Su Hong put down the scalpel and took some powder from a box, sprinkling it on the wound without asking for any payment. She also gave Konghwa 2 small red pills, asking him to give them to Nangongyi to swallow. After applying the powder, she took out a large bandage designed for big wounds and tightly wrapped the wound. She also applied some medicine to other small cuts nearby and covered them with small bandages. Then she moved to treat the wound behind him. Finally, amid Nangongyi's repeated groans, she finished cleaning the wound and bandaged everything up. She used alcohol to clean around the wound and then wrapped his entire abdomen and back with gauze. Every time she reached out to wrap the bandage, Nangongyi could feel Su Hong's warm breath on his back. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable warm feeling. Konghwa watched Su Hong finish her work. Noticing the sweat on her forehead, she looked tired and nervous. "Madam, thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I think it would be very hard for the young master to recover from this injury." Su Hong adjusted her miner's lamp and asked, "Are there any other injuries?" The light shone on Nangongyi's lower body. Nangongyi quickly pulled his legs back and said, "No, there are no more. Actually, there was another wound on his leg, but it wasn't serious." Still, how could he let Su Hong treat it without taking off his pants? Su Hong clearly saw the bloodstain on his pants, which suggested he was injured. But he refused, and she couldn't force him to remove his clothes. Master Kong also saw this and immediately said, "Madam Su, you must be tired. Please go rest first. I just want to ask for a bit of the medicine you used earlier. Later, I will treat my own arm. My injury isn't as serious as the young master's eye." He meant that he would treat his own injury himself. He didn't really want her to do it, just wanted to get some medicine to treat the injury on his leg later. But unexpectedly, Su Hong immediately said, "Yes, come on, stretch out your arm. I'll bandage your wound." No. I can't let the madam treat me. I can do it myself. Master Kong was truly worried. For someone like him, who saw himself as a servant, the difference between master and servant was clear. Throughout this time, he had regarded Su Hong as the lady of the house, mainly because she had saved his master. He absolutely refused to let her treat his injury. Su Hong looked at him curiously and said, "Why not? I hope your injury heals quickly, so we can go hunting and bring back some game. Then we'll have food. Besides, your injury is on your right arm, and you're only using your left hand. How will you tie it up?" The reasoning made sense, but in Kang's view, it was strange for the lady to be treating his injury. Moreover, she was a woman, and he felt that he was no longer a complete person. To some people, someone like him was considered dirty. But Su Hong said seriously, "You'd better listen to me. If your injury heals quickly, we'll get more help. If it doesn't, who will protect your master and mistress?" Kong hesitated for a moment, then Su Hong moved quickly. She grabbed his hand, rolled up his sleeve, and used a strap to tie his long sleeve to his shoulder. Luckily, the wound was on his upper arm near the elbow, making it easy to bandage. With the previous experience, treating Comer's wound became much easier. Comer was kneeling and crying as he watched Su Hong carefully bandage his injury. Since he entered the palace, especially after the castration, no one, whether the master or other servants, had ever been so kind to him. They didn't care about his status and took good care of his wound. After finishing, Su Hong smiled and said, "Not bad." Comer, tears streaming down his face, bowed 3 times and said, "Thank you, madam. Thank you. I will never forget your kindness." Su Hong took out some gauze, a surgical knife, a bottle of alcohol, and Yunnan Baiyao ointment, then said, "These are the supplies for dressing wounds.
You saw how I wrapped his wound just now.
You must be careful when wrapping his leg. Don't let your hands touch the wound. Dirty hands can cause infection and swelling. Put on these gloves. Use them to bandage your master's leg." He refused to let me do it himself. Su Hong packed up her medical kit. Nan Gongyi still blushed and said, "Thank you." Su Hong didn't reply. She took a few steps and suddenly said, "Anything I give you must not be thrown away. You have to return everything to me at the end." Actually, since she started helping them with wounds, they hadn't paid much attention to the unusual items she used. Hearing her say this, Nan Gongyi realized that the things Su Hong brought out were quite strange. He considered himself knowledgeable, but he had never seen anything like what she used. Meanwhile, Comer was worried about changing his master's medicine. Seeing that Su Hong had gone inside, he pushed the cart over to block the light and carefully cleaned and wrapped the injury on Nan Gongya's leg. All this work took until late at night. Su Hong didn't come out again, and truly slept well. Comer, however, stayed awake all night to watch over the second young master. The next morning, at dawn, the second son, Chung Yuqiang, woke up. He quietly got up to prepare breakfast. When he saw his older brother already awake and ready to start the fire, he also got ready. The siblings were used to working together smoothly. They could only make some pancakes on the stove, but they also cooked some porridge. The second son knew that eating only pancakes like that wouldn't satisfy anyone. The wise older brother told Comer to rest for a while and wake him when the food was ready. Uncle Kong relied on the carriage to take a short nap. After Su Hong woke up, she went straight to gather some things left from last night. When she approached, the second young master also opened his eyes, looked at Su Hong, and blushed again. However, he didn't ask where those things came from. The children didn't know what had happened among the adults last night. Except for Nan Gongyi feeling a bit uneasy, they only noticed that Uncle Kong was much more respectful to Su Hong. During breakfast, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Of course, it was another sunny day. Su Hong told them that she had only been in this world for 2 or 3 days, and being in the sun all the time made her feel uncomfortable. If there was a swimming pool now, she would jump in without hesitation. But now, not only could she not wash, but she also had to be careful when drinking water. Su Hong frowned and looked up at the sky. If this continues, how can people endure it? The green leaves in the mountains still look fresh now, but after a while in the sun, they start to wilt. The 2 children easily found things to play with. Soon, they picked up small suitable stones from the ground. Wu Wu taught Lu Lu how to play with stones. Under the hot sun, and with nothing much to do, after breakfast, everyone just looked at each other silently. Uncle Kong said he wanted to go for a walk. The third child immediately said he wanted to go too, but Uncle Kong refused. Nangong Yi, who had taken medicine last night and now looked a bit more energetic, sat cross-legged and called the third child over. He began teaching him martial arts. The third child was happy and sat beside Nangong Yi. Practicing martial arts, no matter what kind, starts with stabilizing your stance. So, your first step is to make your stance steady. What is a stance? The third child asked seriously. Su Hong, nearby, just rubbed her forehead. Thinking about it, they grew up in the countryside and never seriously practiced martial arts, so they didn't know what a stance was. Nangong Yi paused and explained, "It means your waist and legs. If you stand firm, others can't knock you down, and you can also keep yourself steady." "Oh, you mean standing firm." "I can stand steady, but our fourth brother is a bit unsteady. He's been weak since he was young." Nangong Yi paused again and said, "It's not just about standing firm. You also need to be able to stay steady in any situation with strength. So, first practice a horse stance. Stand up. Stand with your feet slightly wider than shoulder-width apart. Then, make fists with both hands and place them at your sides like this. Next, squat down, making sure only your knees bend, but your hips do not lower. Keep your thighs level." "That won't work. Your hips need to lower when you squat." Old 3 tried, but his hips just dropped straight down. Nangong Yang frowned and said, "Come over and show him how to do a proper horse stance." Nangong Yu, who was happily playing, was called over. He looked at Old 3's stance and laughed, leaning forward and backward. "Are you farting or doing a horse stance?" "A horse stance looks like this." He straightened his small body, made a couple of sounds, and then easily squatted into a proper horse stance. Old 3 didn't feel embarrassed about being laughed at by a kid. Instead, he looked carefully and said, "Okay, I understand now." Then he mimicked the stance, copying the example. "Good, that's it. Today is your first time. Hold the stance for an hour." Not just an hour, Su Hong was counting silently from 1 to 10 on the other side. Before he finished counting, Old 3 shouted, "Master, it's too heavy. I need to stop." Suddenly, a clang sounded, and Nangong Yang appeared with a sword. The tip of the sword pointed at Old 3's backside. "There's a sword here. If you squat down, you'll get stabbed. Think about what to do." Su Hong finally smiled. This method was simple and direct but effective. Old 3 shouted and fussed, saying he couldn't hold on. He moved his foot, and sweat started to appear on his forehead. Little 5 saw this and obediently stepped forward to wipe the sweat from his brother's face. An hour was too long for a beginner. Just as Su Hong was worried that Old 3 might get stabbed in the butt, Nangong Yang withdrew the sword and said seriously, "Good, rest for a while, then try again." "Still want to do it." Old 3 had just relaxed and sat heavily on the ground, hurting his backside. Hearing that he had to do it again, he was stunned. He stood up, looking for a place to mourn himself. But he hadn't taken 2 steps before he fell down again. Standing for so long made his blood flow uneven. He tripped himself. Su Hong ran over, patting Old 3's legs and saying, "Fool, are you numb from standing? You shouldn't sit or lie down. You need to stand up and walk slowly to get better. Relax gently and don't tense up your muscles. Otherwise, you'll be sore tomorrow. You've done very well and are doing great." Old 3rd Chung was calling out softly. He felt his mother's gentle pinches, which caused slight pain but also felt quite comfortable. After a while, his legs felt better, and he stood up, saying, "Mother, I'm fine. I can stand now. By the way, how do you know I'll be sore tomorrow?" Su Hong didn't answer. At that moment, Uncle Kong returned, looking very sweaty, as if he had just walked a long way. He looked at everyone and said, "Maybe I should go back up the mountain to see if I can find another chicken." The eldest also stood up and said, "I'll go into the woods to gather some firewood." They divided their tasks clearly. Some cooked, some hunted, and others managed the endless water supply. It was almost like having a picnic here for the past 2 days. Perhaps the medicine Su Hong gave was very effective. After 2 days, Nangong Yi felt his wound was drying up, which meant it was starting to heal. He also felt very energetic. Every morning, Uncle Kong would go for a walk, and Su Hong didn't ask where he was going. Let's set out again tomorrow. We can't stay here forever, Nan Gongyi suggested. The others agreed, though the eldest looked back at the two shelters with some reluctance. Su Hong said, "All right, since we can't stay here forever." That night, Su Hong took out gauze and iodine to change Nan Gongye's dressing. This time, Nan Gongye refused to take off his clothes and asked Su Hong to do it for him. Uncle Kong helped change the dressing, and the wound looked much better. No more redness, swelling, or bleeding. It seemed it would heal completely in a couple of days. The next morning, everyone woke early. After breakfast, they prepared to leave. Uncle Kong and the eldest pulled the cart, while the two younger ones, feeling energetic, decided to walk ahead for a while. Nan Gongyi said he could walk now and didn't want to ride the cart. Just as they were about to leave the bushes, he suddenly turned back. Uncle Kong asked him why, and Nan Gongyi said he needed to go to the bathroom. Thinking about his injuries, Uncle Kong told Su Hong and the others to go ahead first, and he would catch up later. Su Hong guessed what was happening. They left without saying much and took the children with them. Unexpectedly, they just stepped onto the main road after turning off the path. Soon, the sound of galloping horses came from behind. Before Su Hong could react, their family and cart were surrounded by a group of soldiers on horseback. Seeing the situation, the children were frightened and all gathered around Su Hong for safety. Little Lu even hugged Su Hong and buried his face in her lap, too scared to show his face. The soldiers surrounded them, and two of them went forward to search their cart. Su Hong was very careful. The items on the cart were just some old, broken things they brought from home. Anything she took out from her space had already been put back. After searching, they only found a small bag of coarse flour hidden behind a blanket. It was the same one they had taken from the Zhu family last time. They also found a little bit of water in a bucket. Su Hong had prepared this in advance. She didn't dare to stay longer. Since her people needed food, she quietly took some out when needed. Seeing them about to take the coarse flour and the water, Su Hong hugged her children and called out, "Sir, please leave some for the children. Please leave some for the children." The group had about 20 people, all riding horses. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Where are you from? Where are you headed?" "Sir, we come from Qingjia village in Dingnan County. We got separated from the others on the way. I'm just taking these children and don't know where to go. We've been following the main road. Please, sir, leave us some water." That water is dew water the children collected last night. Afraid they might ask where the water came from, Su Hong spoke first. The leader looked them over. Luckily, when they left in the morning, Su Hong had tidied up the children's hair and faces, so they looked quite disheveled. Especially the two little ones, who clung tightly to Su Hong. Only the third child looked angrily at the person pouring water into their cloth bags. "Mom, we have no water left." The third child was impulsive. The fourth was calmer, holding his older brother, but he started crying. The fourth knew that if they didn't act brave, the soldiers might think they still had water at home. The second child also started crying. The oldest stepped forward and said, "Lord Jun, please leave some for us." Su Hong also picked up little 5, so little 6 was hidden underneath. "Lord Jun, please leave some for us. This child has a rash." "Lord Jun, the child has a fever. He needs to drink more water. Please leave some for us." When they heard the child had a rash, the people around them stepped back a few paces. Then they whispered to each other, and the leader waved his whip and said, "Let's go. Forget about them." The group rode away, and the water carrier even threw the bucket on the ground. All the water in the bucket spilled out. After they left, Old 4 immediately stopped crying, but Old 3 said angrily, "You only know how to cry. Why are you holding me?" "I'll go and get the water back." Old 4 wiped his face and rolled his eyes at Old 3. Little 6 finally got down from Su Hong's lap. Su Hong reached out and hugged little 6, saying, "Don't be afraid. Luckily, your second uncle and the others didn't come out. These people might be looking for you." "Yes, I recognize 2 of them." Su Hong's face darkened and Nan Gongye's voice came from behind. "Thank you." "Thank me? That's not enough. I think more than one group of people came out. Nangong Yi and Uncle Kong looked at each other, then Nangong Yi said, "Take Yuer and go ahead. Just pretend Yuer is your child. My goal is bigger, so I won't follow the cart. We'll stay around you. Don't worry, we'll follow you. We'll meet again tonight." "That's not necessary. I can do makeup. It depends on whether you accept it or not." Uncle Kong immediately said, "How could we not accept it? But just makeup might not be enough. Anything can be done. For example, I can put a beard on you." "Do you think they'll still recognize you?" Kong Bo hesitated. That's true. He had never grown a beard before. If he suddenly had a beard, many people might not recognize him. Su Hong went to the cart. She was feeling around inside and pulled out a bag. Everyone was surprised. She opened the bag, called Uncle Kong over, and took out a strange object. She tore off a piece from it and stuck it on Uncle Kang's upper lip. Then she also stuck pieces on his cheeks and jawline. She asked Uncle Kong to smile and move his mouth to see if it felt uncomfortable. "Huh, my daughter, this is so much fun." Uncle Kong has completely changed. Uncle Kong reached up and touched his face for a long time. He couldn't guess what he looked like now. He just chuckled and said, very good, very good. Second young master, it's really very good." He turned to speak to Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi was also surprised when he saw Uncle Kong now. He didn't expect the beard to look so real. Su Hong patted Uncle Kong's back and said, "Don't always bend your body forward. That makes people suspicious. You should straighten your back. Over the years, even if you're a servant, you've supported yourself with your own efforts. You're no less than others. Standing tall and proud is nothing wrong." Uncle Kong was stunned. No one had ever looked at them this way before. He suddenly turned around, looked at Su Hong, and felt like crying. Although her words were simple, they hurt Uncle Kong deeply. "Yes, thank you, Madam Su." Nangong Yi also looked at Su Hong. Such words might be considered disrespectful in the palace, but hearing them made him happy for Uncle Kong. This woman had many strange qualities, but Nangong Yi couldn't bring himself to ask about them. He was afraid that if he asked, they might lose their friendship. Su Hong was also observing the second young master. If you saw him in modern times, he would definitely be a top celebrity with a lot of fans. He wore white clothes and had black hair. Even in rough, old cloth, he looked handsome and impressive. "Ziluo, how do you think I should do your makeup?" Nangong Yi felt shy when he heard Su Hong seriously call his name. He turned around and said, "I don't understand this either. Just do whatever you think is best." Su Hong also put some white beards on Nangong Yi. She used some other things to smear on his face, even his eyebrows. She took something and squeezed it onto a comb, then gently brushed Nangong Yi's hair, scattering it. She then applied the substance to his hair. After a quick comb, Nangong Yi's black hair turned gray. Next, Su Hong styled his hair into a bun on top of his head and fixed it with a small branch. When finished, he looked like a wise, immortal figure. I don't know where Su Hong got the clothes from, but she took them to the ground and wiped them off, then handed them to Nangong Yi. "Put these on. From now on, you'll be a wandering Taoist priest." Nangong Yi looked at the clothes Su Hong handed him and felt speechless. It was a nice outfit, but she wiped it on the ground twice, so it was dusty now. Although he couldn't see his reflection, looking at his hair and beard, he knew he looked like an old man. Nangong Yi was a bit reluctant. Kongbo smiled and said, "Young master heir, with this, no one can tell what you used to look like. You look like a heavenly master. Then can I stop being called Uncle Heir?" Little Six had been watching Su Hong do makeup on Nangong Yi. Seeing him now dressed as a Taoist priest, he was surprised. Su Hong also smiled and said, "Master Tao, you should choose a Taoist name for yourself. White Eyebrow Taoist." Suddenly, Old Four spoke up. His eyebrows were already white, so calling him White Eyebrow Taoist was fine. Su Hong smiled again and said, Good, good. From now on, your name is White Eyebrow Taoist. Children, remember this. When you see him, call him White Eyebrow Taoist. Now go change your clothes. Don't throw away the old ones. We're leaving soon. The sun's too hot." Nangong Yi was a bit unwilling, but he had no other choice. He followed their instructions and changed his clothes. Unexpectedly, after coming out of the woods, Su Hong handed him a fly whisk. Take this. It's an essential item for a Taoist priest. Worried they might encounter more people ahead, Su Hong even used lipstick to put some reds on Xiao Wu's face, on his neck and arms. This made Xiao Wu look like the sick child of their family, sometimes running around when no one was watching, and sometimes being carried away on a cart. Since Xiao Lu's face was too pale, Su Hong also darkened it a bit. She dressed Xiao Lu in Xiao Wu's clothes and tied his hair into 2 small buns. He looked a bit like a girl but also a boy. She even drew his eyebrows thicker and styled him roughly, making him look like a rough village kid. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them knew how strange they looked now. Once again, moving forward became much easier because during the past 2 days of rest, Comer and Chung Xiangdong reinforced the entire cart together. This time, it no longer squeaked when in use. It was also easier for Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to climb on and pull the cart. Comer still helped pull the cart. This time, with White-Brow Taoist following behind to guard the way, the children no longer needed to watch from the back of the cart. The mountains in this area are not very tall, but the high mountains ahead are visible. Sure enough, when they reached the bend, they saw that the main road led into a mountain stream. At the entrance to the stream, some people were resting in the nearby woods. Seeing their cart approach, one man came over. He didn't get too close and looked at the 2 children on the cart. We have 3, bigger than yours. One of ours can replace 2 of yours? He was speaking to Comer. Comer didn't understand what he meant at first, but Su Hong quickly realized and angrily shouted, "Get lost. We're not that heartless." Comer looked around and suddenly understood what he meant. He also cursed angrily. "Why are you a man? Isn't hunting better? Can you even eat what you catch?" The man looked at them without saying a word but quietly backed away. Su Hong, angry, looked at the group of people nearby, all looking pale and thin, with dull eyes. It seemed that they wouldn't resort to such methods unless they were pushed to the limit. They had encountered this before. On this journey, it seemed that the idea of cannibalism had become a way to survive. Su Hong had originally planned to rest at this point, but seeing this group, she decided to let Lao Si also get on the cart. Then they continued further inside and entered the mountain stream. The stream was much cooler because of the high mountains on both sides and the lush trees. There was no sun shining, and Xiao Lu even wanted to get off the cart and walk. Suddenly, Nan Gongyi, who was walking at the back, spoke. "The group behind is following us." Su Hong frowned and looked back. Sure enough, the man was walking ahead but not too close, just following them. Their tribe members were also coming along. It looked like they hadn't eaten in a long time, almost like zombies. Su Hong whispered, "Let's speed up a little and see what's going on." Chung Xiangdong and Kong Bo walked faster, pulling the cart. The 3rd and 2nd children followed behind, almost jogging. Su Hong also kept close behind them. Nan Gongyi was still walking at the same steady pace as before. They reached a small bend in the road, and after the cart went past it, Nan Gongyi suddenly sped up to catch up. The people behind also quickened their steps, clearly following them. After the bend, most of the mountain stream was visible. The stream was quite long, and from this point, it looked like a narrow strip of sky across the landscape. However, just after the turn, there was a small grove of trees. Su Hong suddenly told Kong Bo to stop. They seemed to be preparing to rest near the trees. The group also stopped, but the man among them kept staring in their direction. Softly, Su Hong said to Kong Bo, "Can you stay here and protect the children? I and the 2nd young master will go up the mountain to hunt." Kong Bo looked at the group behind them, who were mostly ordinary villagers, and nodded. Su Hong then called Nan Gongyi. "Come with me, let's go up the mountain and put on a show." She picked up a wooden bucket from the cart and also took a cloth bag, placing it in Nan Gongyi's hand. Then they headed into the woods. It seemed they were going to find water and food. The others watched and, after some discussion, 3 men, 1 woman, and a boy about the size of a young teenager stepped out of their group and followed them into the forest. The rest of the group sat quietly. Su Hong, what are you planning?" Nan Gongyi didn't understand what Su Hong was about to do. Su Hong looked up at the dense forest and asked, "Did you see a cave?" Nangongyi jumped onto a tree and pointed to the left. "Just a little higher up, there's a cave." "All right, let's go to the cave," Su Hong said. As she climbed the mountain, she also cut the branches of the bushes with a knife, so anyone following would know where they had gone. At the cave, Su Hong told Nangongyi to wait outside. She went inside and took out a bag of food from her space. There must be a storage in her space, as the food was packed in burlap sacks. She didn't have time to do much disguise, so she simply tore open the burlap sack. The rice inside spilled out. Then Su Hong quickly mixed some gravel into it and used a shovel to stir the grains again. Finally, she sprinkled a layer of dry sand on top to make it look like it had been disturbed, but the rice was still visible. She then took out a cloth bag and handed it to Nangongyi, saying, "Let's go down the mountain." On the way down, they met a group of people. They saw Nangongyi carrying a bag. Although they didn't know what was inside, they knew it must be something edible. That's why they hurried to go down the mountain. Two of them stepped forward to stop them, but the young boy bypassed them and climbed further up the mountain. "Leave the bag and you can go," they said. They saw that Su Hong was a woman, and Nangongyi looked like an old man, so they focused on the bags in their hands.
Nangongyi'ye snorted koldu.
He lightly jumped onto a tree and said, "Trying to keep us? You're not good enough." Seeing this, the two men realized he was a skilled flyer and looked scared. They quickly moved aside. Su Hong didn't argue with them. She hurriedly followed Nangongyi down the mountain. Not far down, they heard the young boy shouting from above, "Uncle, come quickly. There's food here." The others, eager, quickly climbed up the mountain. Nangongyi looked back at Su Hong. She said nothing and kept walking down the mountain silently. When they reached the bottom, they put down their things and started walking forward. The group behind wanted to follow, but their people hadn't returned yet. Feeling anxious, they sent someone to check what was happening. Soon, they heard someone shouting, "There's food! There's food here!" They went to gather the food. Naturally, they didn't follow anymore. Su Hong and the others quickly increased the distance from them. It was noon now, and everyone was a bit hungry. Su Hong rummaged through the cart and took out a strange box. Inside, she found several boxes of white rice with various dishes on top, all steaming hot. Su Hong didn't hide anything in front of them. No matter how she tried to hide, some things might have been seen by others. She didn't care who was watching. Everyone just watched her open the boxes and start eating without asking where the food came from. Su Hong didn't need to explain herself. The third sibling occasionally exchanged dishes with a second sister or the fourth sibling to taste more flavors. "Eat some now, and later we'll find a place to have more food." Su Hong knew that a few boxes of rice could probably satisfy herself, the second sibling and the two younger children, but not the third sibling, let alone the grown men. Yes, it tastes good. Nangongyi was quite satisfied with the taste. After the eldest finished eating and went to pull the cart, Uncle Kong started eating. Once he finished, he handed the empty box back to Su Hong. She carefully packed each box into a larger box, then loaded everything onto the cart. Nothing was left. Anyone who tried to look into the cart wouldn't see the big box anymore. Having eaten, they felt stronger. Plus, the mountain stream road wasn't hot, so they could walk faster. As they neared the end of the mountain stream, suddenly, a strong, wild wind blew from the forest on the right. Branches shook violently. "Oh, there's a wild animal." Uncle Kong and Nangongyi quickly moved to block the noisy side. The forest was very loud, and then they heard a tiger roar and a wolf howl. Su Hong's heart sank. What's going on with wolves and tigers together? Third sibling helped the older brother pull the cart. Second sibling helped push. Fourth sibling protect the two little ones so they don't fall off. Su Hong immediately understood and prepared to escape quickly. But before they could move, creatures from the forest appeared. They weren't attacking them but fighting each other. There were two tigers but only one wolf. It seemed the three animals had been fighting for a while. One tiger was covered in blood and looked injured, but the wolf hadn't fared well either. It was dragging one leg, clearly hurt. Nangongyi drew the soft sword from his waist. Uncle Kong held a whip. Both were ready for battle. Su Hong raised her crossbow and arrow, while holding a pistol in her other hand. These creatures probably needed these weapons to be dealt with. The uninjured tiger lunged at the gray wolf, while the other tiger moved behind the gray wolf. The gray wolf let out a mournful cry. Instead of attacking the tiger rushing at it, it turned to fight the injured tiger. "Mom, there's a little dog over there," little Five, with sharp eyes, suddenly pointed at the woods and shouted. Su Hong looked over there. In the woods, there was a small white wolf that was walking unsteadily. It had blood on its body and seemed injured, but it was heading toward a large gray wolf. It seemed the injured big tiger wanted to eat the small white wolf, while the gray wolf was trying to protect it. The gray wolf lunged and bit the tiger's neck. It tore the skin around the tiger's neck, and blood flowed out. The big tiger suddenly fell to the ground. Another tiger rushed over and bit the gray wolf's waist. The gray wolf couldn't move and could only growl while its limbs flailed. The small white wolf cried out and came over. It seemed unaware of the danger, just watching the gray wolf approach. The big tiger threw the gray wolf aside. The gray wolf had already died because its belly was bitten open and its intestines were spilling out. Still, it let out a loud growl, as if warning the small white wolf to run away. The big tiger moved toward the small white wolf to attack it. Bang! The big tiger fell to the ground, unable to get up. Su Hong had shot it in the head. After shooting, she quickly put the gun away. Nangong Yi and Kong Bo both turned to look at Su Hong. Su Hong gave a shy smile. "What was that?" "A gun." Mom, the little white dog went to find its mom." Su Hong didn't explain what a gun was. But now, what should she do about these big creatures? She looked at the small white wolf, which seemed very young. It wobbled over to the gray wolf. The gray wolf, with its last bit of strength, didn't lift its head to look at it. The little one seemed to want milk, so it nudged the gray wolf's belly. But the blood on the belly stained its white fur red again. "Her mother is dead," said little Six. Little Five was about to cry. "Mom can't be dead. My mom died too, but she came back to life. You can't live without a mom." They didn't want the children to see such bloody scenes, but they did. Su Hong looked at the children, and then at the small white wolf. Suddenly, she stepped forward, gently reached out, and stroked the little wolf. The small wolf turned and called out. Su Hong picked up the small white wolf, a tiny creature that hadn't grown wolf teeth yet, looking very pitiful. The gray wolf looked at Su Hong again. Su Hong patted it and said, "I will raise it." Su Hong brought the small white wolf back. Nangong Yi didn't agree. Su Hong believed that the love of the big gray wolf protecting its cubs should not be ignored. She took a piece of cloth and gently wiped the blood off the little wolf. Then she placed the little wolf beside Xiao Wu and said, "We'll raise it." The little white wolf was very gentle, leaning against Xiao Wu, and even sticking out its tongue to lick Xiao Wu's palm. Then it softly rested beside Xiao Wu. "Mom, isn't it hungry too?" "Is it hungry?" Su Hong paused, realizing it must be hungry, but what do wolves eat? It's probably meat, but what about this little wolf? She thought for a moment and started rummaging through the quilt on the cart. She found a bag of milk powder, a bottle, and half a bottle of warm prepared milk. She gently picked up the little white wolf and fed it with the bottle. At first, it refused, but when a drop of milk touched its mouth, it tasted the flavor and started sucking from the bottle. Su Hong then placed it in Xiao Wu's arms and handed the bottle to Xiao Wu, saying, "Take your time feeding it." She looked back at the two dead tigers and the big gray wolf. After thinking for a moment, she took out a dagger and approached. She initially planned to cut open the big tiger's head to find the bullet, but unexpectedly, she was shot through, and the bullet was under some dry leaves on the side. She collected the bullet and turned around, saying, "Let's leave quickly. This place is too bloody. It might attract other animals, and there are people following us." Neither Nangong Yi nor Kong Bo could believe what they saw. Just now, they weren't sure they could kill the big tiger. They felt a bit hopeless. But suddenly, they heard a loud bang. They didn't even see what weapon was used, and the big tiger was taken down by Su Hong. What they didn't know was that Su Hong's legs were trembling. No one would be unafraid in such a scene. If she could run, she probably would have run. But her legs were too weak from fear, and she didn't dare move. If Xiao Wu hadn't cried out, she might not have moved at all. She felt a bit annoyed, noticing that she was showing more and more different sides of herself. Were they thinking differently about her? Should she consider their opinions? Forget it. Some things are better not hidden. Hiding too much only causes trouble for herself. The group continued walking forward, and the second person was so frightened that he almost couldn't walk. After walking for another half-hour and leaving the mountain stream, the view suddenly opened up. It turned out that beyond this mountain range there was a plain. However, due to the drought, the plain had become a wasteland. Looking around, there was only withered grass and cracked earth. It might have once been fertile farmland, but now it was almost like a desert. Let's find a place to rest. If we go further, there won't even be shade from the sun, someone suggested. That was true. Ahead, there were no trees, only dry grass, and the ground was hot. Walking through the mountain stream earlier was completely different from this. At the mouth of the valley after leaving the stream, there was a pile of loose rocks. They went around the rocks, but unexpectedly saw a group of people near the forest ahead. This time, the third person called out first. Wow, it's the people from the Zhu family. The Zhu family? The ones who first tried to kidnap the 3 children to exchange for food? But now they seem to be crying together. Some of them noticed the approaching family and immediately looked angry. However, after being tricked by Su Hong before, they didn't dare to act. The third person looked around and saw that in the crowd, their 4th grandfather was being held in the middle. He was the leader of the group. Now, he was on the ground with a cloth covering his face. It seemed that the 4th grandfather had died. Thinking about how they had tried to kidnap a few of them earlier, the third person snorted. Nangong Yi asked, "Do you recognize any of them?" He wanted to find out clearly so their movements wouldn't reveal their location. "Master, we don't really know them. On the way, their family members kidnapped me, my older brother, and my second sister, trying to exchange us for food from another family," they explained. Nangong Yi looked coldly at the people ahead.
Sukhon Said.
It was a small world, but it was best not to cause trouble. Then Su Hong urged, "Let's go. We'll keep moving forward." The third person moved closer to his mother and said, "The ancestor of their family is dead." Su Hong didn't reply. If he was dead, he was dead. There had been quite a few new graves along the way, and some seemed to have been dug up. Those people just watched Su Hong and her group walk past, but no one dared to stop them. Su Hong looked at the empty plain in front of her. "Ziluo, do you know how big this plain is? What kind of place is ahead if we go further?" I haven't been out much, but according to records, the biggest granary in Qizhou is on a plain like this. I don't know if this is the place. If it is, it might be over 100 miles to get out, but once we do, we'll reach Jingqing. This means that once they leave the wilderness, the city is nearby. There's hope. But looking up at the sky, how about this? It's too hot to walk under the sun, even with an umbrella. Maybe we should find a place to rest now and travel at night. Traveling at night isn't scary because there's moonlight. Okay, I can't walk anymore. Mother, I'm hungry and thirsty again. Knowing that her mother can conjure food, the third child felt increasingly hungry. After glancing around, Uncle Kong used his light skills to scout ahead and said, "Master, I see a clearing near the small woods over there. Let's rest there." Then everyone pulled the cart into the forest, found a spot with some rocks and a large tree with exposed roots. They sat down without caring about their appearance, except Nangong Yi, who didn't sit but looked back at the way they came. After walking all morning, Su Hong was tired. She took out a few bottles of water for everyone and sat under a tree, leaning against it. How long will this go on? When will we reach the end? But we can't survive if we don't leave Qizhou. It's been 2 years of drought there. Last year, some disaster victims moved south to Jiangnan. This summer is almost over, and it looks like there won't be any rain this year either. 2 years of drought turned the land into a wasteland. Crops that used to grow are now dead. Only the dense forests on the mountains still have some trees alive, and some small grasses and bushes are withering. Animals on the mountain are dying too, fighting each other fiercely. Very few survive. Su Hong still hadn't felt the space inside her, but others hadn't had water for days, and some hadn't even urinated. So, easy eating isn't just about the few people they encountered, but has become a way for these fleeing villagers to survive. They agreed to rest here and leave only after nightfall, but it was still half a day before dark. Su Hong realized that fleeing to this world meant escaping hardship. Others had nothing to eat or drink, but she had everything. So, she decided not to treat herself badly. The siblings from the Chung family saw their mother exploring something on the cart and wondered what she was about to take out. Every time they saw her approach the cart, they felt new hope. But after a while, their mother took out a long cloth bag. It looked a bit heavy. She threw the bag onto the ground with a loud bang, kicking up some dust. Then she sliced her hand across the bag, and a black line split into two. The bag was opened. Xiaolu was very curious about how the bag was cut open. He stepped forward and touched it. The surface was covered with jagged edges. Su Hong pulled out colorful bundles from inside. Each bundle had a string around it, and the strings looked bright and pretty. "Come, Uncle Kong, help me. This is called a hammock. You just need to tie it between two trees, and then people can sleep on it. I'll show you how to tie it." Su Hong picked up a bundle, opened it, and saw that inside was a piece of cloth in the middle, with long ropes on each side. Kongbo reached out and felt the ropes. He thought they looked strange. They seemed thick but soft to the touch. Su Hong looked around and chose a tree. She said, "Just like this. There are 3 trees nearby. We can tie the hammocks to these trees, 2 to each tree. First, fix one side about 3 feet above the ground. When tying, press down like this to prevent the rope from slipping. Then tighten it to make a loop and pull tight. That way, it won't slip or loosen, and it's easy to untie." Kongbo carefully watched and learned. In just a few moves, Su Hong tied one hammock. Then she took another one to tie. Seeing how heavy the second one was, the eldest brother kindly ran over to help carry it. He also learned to tie from his mother. Soon, they had tied 7 hammocks, all connected together. "Girl, what is this used for?" Little Five happily hugged the small white wolf and came over. The white wolf was still a bit sleepy, but obediently stayed close to its young owner. "It's for sleeping. Come, Little Five, are you tired? Lie down and rest for a while. I'll wake you up when it's time to eat. After eating, we sleep again. During the day, we sleep, and at night we travel. This way, it won't be so hot." Su Hong tried it herself and said, "Look, this is how you use it." She gently spread the hammock with her hands, fixed it in place, sat in the middle, leaned back, and lifted her legs, lying on the cloth. "Little Five, can you gently push your mother?" Little Five reached out and pushed his mother lightly. "Mom, I can't push it." Little Six ran over and said, "Let me try." He pushed, and Su Hong's hammock swung gently. Lying there like that was very comfortable. Su Hong smiled and said, "See? Isn't it very comfortable to lie like this? Taking a nap in the afternoon feels so relaxing." "Mom, I want to try too, I want to try." The most active, the third child, was very excited. He quickly chose a hammock and tried to climb up. But halfway up, the hammock flipped over, dropping him to the ground and nearly hurting himself. "Ha ha." Su Hong couldn't help but laugh. Little Five and Little Six also started laughing. Su Hong got down from the hammock, helped the third child up, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This thing swings, so you need to keep your balance. Before getting on, hold both sides tightly. Then sit in the middle, and the hammock will be stable. Keep holding the sides, lean back, and lift your legs onto the hammock. That way you won't fall." Even Nangong listened carefully, and Uncle Kong showed interest, saying, "That swinging might make you fall asleep quickly." Su Hong explained while fixing the third child's hammock. "Come on, try again. Don't be afraid of falling." "I'm not afraid," he said confidently, though he rubbed his bottom and then sat down again, following Su Hong's instructions, holding both sides tightly. Then she slowly lay down, lifting her legs. "Mom, this feels quite comfortable." Su Hong gently pushed him and said, "You can give a light push like that. If you push too hard, you'll flip over. If you're tired, you can take a nap. I'll go help the fourth child get up." Su Hong helped each child lie on the hammock, then took out some umbrellas to shade them from the sun or falling leaves and insects. Uncle Kong was very quick to learn and understood the concept of balance easily, mainly because they all practiced martial arts. So he was even better at it. There was another hammock, and Su Hong called out, "Master, do you want to lie on this for a while?" Nangongyi glared at Su Hong but didn't say anything or move. He looked back at the path they came from. Su Hong understood that he was probably keeping watch for everyone. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong went over to the cart. She pretended to touch something, and then pulled out a foldable beach chair. She dragged it in front of Nangongyi and said, "If you're helping us watch, you don't have to stand all the time. You can lie down or sit." Su Hong opened the beach chair and gently adjusted it flat. "That's good." Nangongyi looked at this unfamiliar object and studied Su Hong. She confidently said, "Don't ask me where I got this. I don't know, but if I want something, I get it. I traded my life for it. So from now on, you can use any new and interesting things I bring out, but after using them, you must return them to me. I want to give them back to heaven. Trade your life for it." Nangongyi usually didn't question Su Hong when she pulled out strange things, but now she saw she wasn't hiding anything and brought it up herself. So he asked,
Yes.
"On the way to escape, I couldn't find water and fell to my death. I died for 3 days. During that time, 5 children guarded me day and night, and then I woke up. After waking, the king of hell gave me these. I don't know when I might run out, but sometimes we have to be bold. It's so hot, and we have no home. Can't we make life a little better? Meeting you on the road was an accident, but I trust your kindness, so I don't want to hide anything from you. Don't see me as a monster. I am just an ordinary person. These are blessings from heaven." Su Hong's honest words made Nangongyi nod and say, "I understand. You are human, not a monster. But you need to be careful. Others might want what you have. Many people will do anything to survive in such times." Su Hong nodded and said, "See, I trust you, so I showed you these things for everyone to use. Besides trusting that you won't see me as a monster, I also believe you can help protect these things and us. We can help each other along the way. So don't think too much. Just lie down and rest for a while. Oh, here's a bottle of water. You can open it and drink. When you're done, just screw the cap back on and give the bottle to me." Su Hong turned to look back. The little ones were all sleeping. Uncle Kong lay down, testing the usefulness of this thing, then decided to stand guard so the master could rest. Su Hong softly said, "Just sleep peacefully. He can rest over there too. Only if you rest well can you protect all of us." She looked around and saw even the little white wolf had closed its eyes and was sleeping in Xiao Wu's arms. When it heard Su Hong's footsteps, it slightly opened its eyes, saw Su Hong, and then closed them again, feeling safe. Su Hong also lay down, gently rocking her hammock, then took out an umbrella to shield herself and rest a while. The day was so hot that everyone felt exhausted. Everyone ate some boxed meals, so they didn't feel hungry. The children were asleep, and Su Hong also lay down and fell asleep peacefully, feeling relieved. Suddenly, a sharp cry for help broke the silence. "Help! Help!" Just as she was sleeping soundly, the sharp cry for help suddenly sounded. Nangongyi, who was lying on a beach chair and was a bit drowsy, suddenly sat up. Uncle Kong, alert, also jumped up quickly, holding a whip in his hand. His instinct was to look toward the direction of the cry. But after those 2 calls, the sound stopped. He didn't dare leave the children to see what was happening. Seeing that Uncle Kong was awake, he whispered, "You go check. It's best not to get involved. Just see what's going on." He looked back at the others still lying on their hammocks. No one moved. It seemed this family really had no awareness of danger. Nangongyi walked over to Su Hong. He initially wanted to wake her up, but saw that she was crying with her eyes closed, looking very distressed, yet she was still asleep, curled up on the hammock. Nangongyi thought she was dreaming. Gently tapping her with a feather duster, he called out, "Su Hong, Su Hong." Suddenly, Su Hong woke up. She was dreaming and didn't realize she was on a hammock. Her body, which was curled up, instinctively tried to straighten when she awoke, but she kicked too hard, losing her balance, and the hammock tilted slightly. She felt like she was about to fall out and realized something was wrong. She screamed, Quickly, Nangongyi reached out and caught her around the waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. Leaning on Nangongyi, Su Hong steadied herself and felt a warm sensation. She suddenly felt uncomfortable and struggled to stand properly, her ears turning red. She muttered, "Sorry, I had a bad dream." Nangongyi softly responded with an then took a few steps back and said, "It seems something has happened on the road ahead. Someone is calling for help. Should we pack everything up first?" Su Hong looked around and started calling the children one by one. The two younger ones were carried onto a cart so they could sleep a little longer. However, Xiao Baileng was no longer sleeping and stood beside Xiao Wu. The third child, still sleepy, got up and said, "Mom, didn't we say we'd travel tonight? It's not even dark yet." "I was just dreaming." He blinked sleepily and tried to crawl back onto the hammock. While packing up the hammock, Su Hong said, "Don't sleep anymore. Something's happened over there. Someone is calling for help. We should pack up quickly. We might need to run at any moment." "Huh?" The third child suddenly woke up fully and moved to stand beside his master near the woods. The second child quickly helped his mother pack things. The eldest also tidied up the items on the cart for quick departure. The fourth child stood in front of the cart, watching Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu sleeping. A little wolf came over and rubbed against the fourth child's hand. "Help! Help!" Screams echoed again from that direction, children crying and adults shouting in fear.
Xiong's face darkened.
She quickly gathered all the hammocks and packed them away. When going back to collect the beach chairs, at the turn on the way, a few people, all children and one woman who looked pregnant, ran over stumbling. The woman appeared to be bleeding. Behind them, a man covered in blood was running. Two others chased after him, holding hoes and long sticks, hitting the blood-covered man. It was clear that the bloodied man was protecting the woman and children as they ran. "Master, it's Zhu Quan," the eldest called the fourth person onto the cart, and together with the second, they pushed the cart to the side of the road, ready to leave.
Su Hong asked, "Zhu Quan?"
"Do you mean that boy is from the Zhu family?" "Yes, the second one running is Zhu Quan. When I infiltrated the Zhu family, he was the one who introduced me to them." The children ran closer. Zhu Quan looked up and saw Su Hong's family standing by the woods. He shouted loudly, "Cheng Xiangnan, run! Run! They are killing and eating people. Run!" he shouted, just as the man behind him swung a hoe down. The blood-covered man fell to the ground, and the man with the stick immediately started hitting him wildly. "That's your father." The pregnant woman turned back and saw the man on the ground being beaten. She screamed and tried to go back to help him. The man with the hoe moved closer to her. Su Hong suddenly rushed out, running and shouting, "Stop!" They probably didn't expect anyone to interfere, but seeing Su Hong was just a woman, the man looked over and laughed. "Who's he? There are more children over there." Su Hong held a crossbow arrow in her left hand and a gun in her right, stepping forward sternly. "Back off. Don't hit women. She's pregnant. Ha ha ha, I've eaten all kinds of children on the way. Tigers, babies of all ages, but I've never eaten a fetus. I heard eating fetuses is very nourishing." Su Hong ran to Zhu Quan and asked, "Is that your mother?" Zhu Quan nodded tearfully. "Go help your mother up. You're a man. You can't just stand by and do nothing." But the woman shouted, "Don't come near."
Zhu Quan, run.
"Run, no problem." Here's the corrected and simplified version. Zhu Chu did not listen to his mother and ran back to the place where she had fallen. The man holding the hoe was also walking toward the pregnant woman. Su Hong ran over and said, "Stop. Go back." The man ignored the gun and crossbow in Su Hong's hands. Of course, he could ignore them because he didn't know what they were. He just thought the woman was silly and raised his hands to face her. He planned to take a few more steps forward, then throw his hoe to hit her. That was his idea, and that's what he did. He sneered as he walked closer. The pregnant woman shouted anxiously, "Run, sister. Run. All of you." Su Hong watched the man without blinking. If he took one more step forward, Su Hong wouldn't hold back. She moved her right hand. The man's forehead suddenly burst with blood, and he fell down. The hoe he was holding dropped and even hit his foot, but he was no longer reacting. Su Hong thought, "If I've killed one, I'm not afraid of another." The man with the stick saw the man with the hoe fall and was scared. He hurried to run back. After a few steps, he met Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong slapped him down with one palm. Su Hong pointed to the bloodied man on the ground and asked, "Kong Bo, is he dead? How are things ahead?" Kong Bo bent down, turned the man's body over, and looked at his wife and child. He just moved his mouth and said, "Save them." Then he lowered his head. The pregnant woman who had just been helped up cried and rushed over, ignoring the blood on the man's face. She reached out and hugged him, crying loudly, his father, you're dead." "What am I going to do?" Su Hong looked at them and asked Kong Bo. "What's going on?" Kong Bo sighed and said, "It's those people, the ones following us. They even brought the tiger's body here. When they saw the Zhu family, maybe because they thought the Zhu family had little power, they killed almost everyone. I only managed to save 2 women holding children. The others who ran out are gone." Su Hong's eyes widened and said, "Are they human? I was still on the mountain, leaving some food for them." They saw the tiger's meat, and that should be enough for a day. Behind Kongbor, 2 women slowly approached, each holding a small child. Both women were covered in blood and looked stunned and helpless. Kongbor said again, "It seems that the people fleeing with children are having a hard time. They're starting to eat children. Those without strength probably can't even protect their own kids." Su Hong looked at these women and children. There were 3 younger than Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, including a pregnant woman and 2 children about the same age as Lao Si. What should she do? Not saving them? They would surely die. Maybe later, another group might come and steal their children or harm them. Su Hong couldn't bear to see the pregnant woman harmed, so she stepped in to help. But now, after saving her, she felt a bit regretful. What should she do? She looked up at Kongbor. "Are there any survivors over there? Have all the people from the Zhu family been killed?" Although she had acted impulsively, she really didn't like the Zhu family. When she first set out, they had already tied up 3 children. Based on today's revenge, perhaps they had the same idea, killing her and taking the children to eat. They also wanted to do things secretly, so her children wouldn't see. That's why she didn't act immediately. Otherwise, her family might have been attacked on the way. "I checked. They're all dead. And that group isn't large now. I don't know where the others are. I saw 4 strong men fall over there, probably from that group. Plus these 2, that makes 6. I didn't see anyone else." Su Hong thought for a moment. "They might be behind us. They came first to steal, then maybe to protect their own people. That could be it." Kongbor nodded. "Kongbor, what should we do about these women and children?" Kongbor also frowned and looked at the master standing nearby, with the young master beside him. They were all watching this side. Kongbor couldn't decide. "Maybe we should ask the second young master?" Su Hong sighed, turned around, and found the person's head with the bullet in it. Of course, she had to open his head to get the bullet out. It was a bit troublesome, but with Kongbor here, it was manageable. Their action of breaking into the person's head also scared the Zhu family members. They thought they were going to eat that person's brain. But after just a quick look, they left. That person named Zhu Quan looks similar to the 3rd brother. He helped his mother up. The woman is also quite strong. After running for so long, she still seems fine. Indeed, she is a sturdy farmer woman. But now they really have nothing left. No matter whether they go forward or backward, it's a dead end. So, everyone feels confused and doesn't know what to do. Su Hong and Uncle Kong came back here and washed their blood-stained hands with water. Then they poured the water away. Seeing this, Zhu Quan and the others were stunned. People still have water to wash their hands? Uncle Kong told them what he saw happening earlier and explained, "Sir, you told me not to interfere, and I didn't want to. But over there, the group that was following us killed everyone in Zhu's family. The men from Zhu's family protected the children. The tall man kept shielding his pregnant wife. Even though he was beaten bloody by those 2 people, he still tried to block them." When he said this, Uncle Kong looked at Nangong Ye's expression carefully and said, "I also couldn't stand to see it. So I went out and killed the ones who hurt others. But all the men from Zhu's family are dead now. Only 3 women and some children are left over there. Sir, what should we do with those women and children?" Nangong Ye didn't answer. He looked at Su Hong. The 3 of them rely on Su Hong to survive. Without her, they wouldn't have anything to eat. So, whether to take in these people or not depends on Su Hong's decision. Su Hong didn't say anything, showing she didn't like these people. Nangong Yi naturally couldn't bring it up either. Just then little Six, who understood what was happening, ran over, hugged Su Hong's leg, and said, Red Auntie, they are all children and women. They are citizens of the Great Prosperity Empire. Now, the empire is in trouble, and these citizens are suffering too. But what if someday the heavens are good again, and there are no citizens left? Should we let them stay with us then? Su Hong guessed that this little guy was from the royal family. From the TV shows she watched in her previous life, she didn't have a good impression of royalty. She was moved initially by Uncle Kang's loyalty and also felt sorry for this little one, so she saved them. Later, everyone just helped each other to get by, so they traveled together. Now, hearing this little one say such words, Su Hong was still a bit surprised. At such a young age, knowing the importance of caring for the people, this child must be a good person. Su Hong crouched down and looked at the little one, saying, All right, just for that. Aunt Hong will stay with them, but I don't want to be too close to them. Let them stay with us. But remember, Aunt Hong stayed because of what you just said. Su Hong wanted to save them. She knew that being able to live again was no accident. It was part of a plan. If she saw others in danger and did nothing, maybe the heavens would punish her. Perhaps she might even lose her space. Throughout this journey, Su Hong realized that having a large space filled with resources was because the people in this land lacked such things. So, if she had the ability to save a life, why not do it? When Uncle Kong heard about taking these people in, he frowned and said, Madam, we only have one cart. We also have 2 children, and over there are children and a pregnant woman. The journey might be very slow. Su Hong thought for a moment and said, Kong, they still have a cart and their belongings. If those items weren't stolen, we can gather them again. To them, those are their supplies. Kong nodded and said, That's true. Since they haven't taken their things, I'll go check. Kong, take that boy named Zhu Quan with you. See if you can gather 2 carts. They can carry their own things later, and we won't interfere. Kong looked back at the group standing together, waiting for the decision. If they didn't take them along, they might be doomed. Finally, Kong went over. You're Zhu Quan, right?
Come with me.
We'll gather your things and your carts. Push 2 over so you'll have useful stuff later. Zhu Quan nodded. Having gone through so much, he matured early. He was also a child who had been fleeing and had seen his father killed with his own eyes. When Kong said they would take them in, Zhu Quan wiped his tears with his hands and handed his mother to a girl walking with them, saying, Linga, help me support my mother. I need to gather our things. Without anything, what will we do in the future? The young girl reached out to support Zhu Quaneng, who was about to faint. 2 other women holding small children also came over and leaned together. One woman handed her child to another and said, Luer, watch over Inger. I'll help cover our people's faces and clear the way. Uncle Kong looked back at her, waited a few steps, and once they had finished tending to the children, he took a young woman and Zhu Quaneng back to their original camp. As they passed by Zhu Quaneng's father's body, Zhu Quaneng took off his own coat and covered his father's face. He knelt down and said, Dad, I am unfilial. I can't even give you a proper burial. There's a pit nearby. I can only put you there for now. As long as I am alive, I will come back and bury you properly. Don't worry, I will take good care of Mom and my brother. Near the road where Zhu Quaneng's father died, there was a small pit, possibly formed by rain in previous years. It wasn't very big, and it might have been too short to hold his father fully. Still, it was better than leaving him lying in the open. Zhu Quaneng wrapped his father's head with his clothes and tried to push the body into the pit. But dead bodies are heavy, and he couldn't move it. Uncle Kong stepped in and helped push the body into the pit. He also rolled up the father's legs, making it look like he was sitting in the hole. All right, when you grow up and if you really come back here someday, just find this sitting skeleton, he said. There were some dry branches nearby. Uncle Kong kicked them away to cover the body and prevent it from being exposed to the world. Your dad was a good man, always protecting you and your mother. Uncle Kong remembered how Zhu Quaneng's father had protected them during their escape. Although he eventually died, he had done his best. Zhu Quanning took a deep breath and said nothing. The young woman used pieces of clothing to cover the faces of their people, trying to move them to the side of the road. They couldn't bury them properly, but they couldn't leave them lying in the way for carts and horses to trample. Seeing this, Zhu Quanning also stepped forward to help. They arranged the bodies together and covered them with some cloth. There are 3 carts and 2 small wheelbarrows in their family. The small wheelbarrows are like unicycles, mainly used in the countryside for markets, to carry important items or to help elderly family members go to town. Zhu Quan and a young woman wiped their tears and packed up all their belongings. They kept some good quilts for use and left behind the poorer ones, since they had several children to push on the carts. The other quilts that couldn't be taken were also packed by the young woman, including 2 bed sheets. Your mother is about to give birth, and the baby will need diapers. These can still be used. Of course, they also took some grains and water, along with a few cooking pots and bowls. They knew what was essential to bring, and what could be left behind during their escape. Without strong men, they couldn't carry heavy loads, and their artistic skills wouldn't help push heavy carts. They carefully loaded their belongings onto 2 carts and cleared a small wheelbarrow, which they then pulled along. As they approached, the young woman who was cleaning up suddenly knelt in front of Su Hong with a thud, her voice hoarse. Big sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Our people. But now they have faced their punishment.
Boo.
Thank you for saving us. From now on, the 3 of us women, with these 6 children, even if we have to serve as maids or servants, will follow you. Please have mercy and accept us. She then stood up straight and pointed behind her. Originally, everyone called me Zhu Feng's daughter. Now, call me Alien. My father died down the mountain, and a son also died on the run. Now, I have only this daughter, Zhu Xiying, who is 3 years old. This is my 3rd uncle's young wife, called Ayen. She is holding her son, Zhu Xiong, who is only 2. Their family now only consists of them, mother and son. This is my Lan, Zhu Quan's mother. She is due to give birth next month. On this journey, their family is only the 3 of them. These 2 children are Zhu Xiling, who is 8, and Zhu Lu, also 8. They used to be part of a big family of about 10 people, but now, only 1 from each family remains. Alien spoke with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. Then, trembling, she took out a crumpled piece of paper from her bosom and said, "This is our travel pass. It was issued by the local officials on our side. We got separated on the way. Now we give this to you. From now on, you are our leader. We don't ask for much, just that we can bring these children along and survive." Su Hong hesitated. Was this thing useful to her? She didn't quite understand the things from this time period. Her family also seemed to have something called a travel pass, which they used to get from the village head before fleeing, kind of like an ID card. While Al Yen was explaining, everyone behind her, except my Lan, knelt down, big and small children alike. Actually, even though they knelt, they looked very confused. They didn't know what purpose giving up this travel pass served. All they knew was that listening to the adults was right. As for the future, no, in their minds, there was no future. Not even tomorrow, let alone whether they could get through tonight. Su Hong was a bit overwhelmed by Al Yen's kneeling. She turned to look at Nan Gongyi, who was watching the children with that uncertain expression, lost in thought. Old Uncle Kong softly said, "Madam, take it. If you don't, they won't feel at ease." Kang's words reminded Su Hong. Al Yen was clever. She knew she was selling all her people to this family. If a woman could lead children to escape hardship, she must be quite capable. Su Hong understood that Al Yen was also trying a last resort. They had no other options. She said firmly, "You have 2 carts. You carry your own things, take care of your children, and just follow us. I will do my best to share some food with you." After saying that, as Kong suggested, she wanted to reassure them. She reached out and took their travel passes, then handed them to the eldest to put away. After all this fuss, it was getting late. Everyone decided to set out again. On this journey, Su Hong and her group kept to their original plan. 2 children sat on the carts, and Xiao Seer also sat with them because he didn't trust the people behind. He sat so he could see what was happening behind. The 3 women behind them discussed briefly, then Zhu Quan pushed the small cart, saying that if her mother couldn't walk anymore, She could sit on it for a while. The other two children each sat in their own carts pulled by their mothers. Zhu Quan and his mother walked in front, with a Lian pulling a cart filled with belongings, following behind. Zhu Xiling helped her support the cart. A Yan also pulled some items. Zhu Lu was originally helping her push a small cart, but Zhu Quan, walking ahead, told Zhu Lu to sit in the cart like the others, watching out for any bad people coming, so they could call out early. After walking a while, Cheng Xiangnan ran over, carrying a big bag of things and said, "Here, each of you get one. Adults are not allowed to take from the children. My mother said we need to travel overnight to avoid the heat. If you can't walk anymore, just call out early." While talking, Cheng Xiangnan took out big plain steamed buns, giving one to each person. They had never eaten such fine bread on their escape route, not even at home. It was slightly sweet too. A Lian and the others hesitated. They didn't know if this was real or not, but each person got a big bun. Some hadn't eaten a dry bite in 2 days, and just a sip of water was a blessing. They never expected to see such big buns now. Zhu Lu didn't think much, took his bun and bit into it happily, saying it's really delicious. After giving out the buns, Cheng Xiangnan ran back to his own group. They had now left the mountain area and entered a flat plain. Although the sun was setting in the west, it still shone directly on them. There were no trees to block the shade. The heat rising from the ground made them feel like they were being roasted. As soon as Su Hong stepped out of the woods, she took out an umbrella and also shared the umbrellas from the hammock earlier. Elder brother Cheng Xiangqiong took one. The eldest and the third brothers refused, saying they were men and didn't need to hide under umbrellas. They were used to the sun. The three sitting in carts had umbrellas too. Little White Wolf wasn't foolish and went to lie between the two children. Uncle Kong and Nangong Yi naturally wouldn't hold umbrellas. Men, after all, aren't afraid of the sun. The Zhuang family walking behind saw this and started copying, but they didn't bring umbrellas, so they just used their clothes to cover their heads. The two little ones fell asleep on the cart. The group had been walking for about half an hour when they suddenly heard the sound of hooves. Commander Kong and Nangong Yi prepared to hide and leave, but they thought that if they left now, only women and children would be left. They realized that since they had makeup on, others probably wouldn't recognize them. So, they stayed calm and continued to walk with the group, but slowed down their pace. This way, the Zhuang family behind could catch up a little. Zhu Quan also heard the sound and called back. "Annie, quick, come over here. Move the cart to the side and leave some space for the horses to pass." Zhu Xiling was so scared she cried. Their group had just been robbed, their family members were killed, and now bandits were coming again. As the hooves grew closer, they weren't coming from behind, but from the front. Su Hong looked up and was stunned. It was the same cavalry team they had met before. The leader seemed to recognize Su Hong and, after a closer look, saw that their group was mostly women and children. Some of them, like last time, came up and started searching the cart. Su Hong didn't expect to meet them again. Last time, they had emptied their water supply. Now, if they saw water still in her family's container, they would surely ask where it came from. Su Hong quickly jumped onto the cart, hurriedly put her hand into the bucket, and used her mind to transfer the water back into her space. She also took the 2 large plain buns that hadn't been finished yet. These items were taken from her space, so she could put them back. But things not from her space couldn't be recovered. "Get out of the way." A soldier pushed Su Hong aside, but she turned and rushed toward the 2 children, quickly hugging them. She especially kept Xiaoyu's face hidden so they wouldn't see it. Xiaolu understood and immediately started crying loudly. Following her usual method, she buried her face deep in Auntie Hong's embrace. Cheng Yuqiong also reached out to take Xiao, who was hugging her sister and crying. Little White Wolf was left behind on the cart. It instinctively stood in front of Cheng Yuqiong and whined at the soldiers, but no one paid attention to it. The soldiers didn't find anything on their vehicle, so they turned toward the cart behind. Ayan was so scared, she tightly held her son, and the child cried so hard he couldn't make a sound. He was held too tightly. But Zhu Lu gently turned Xiaoyong's head, and only then did he breathe in some air. Being held by his mother, he stopped crying. However, Chen Lian's daughter hadn't finished eating her large white steamed bun when a soldier saw it. He immediately shouted, "Captain, this family still has fine flour to eat, and this child is still eating a big white bun." Zhu Quan helped his mother off the small cart, then wanted to go help, but his mother held him back. That soldier reached out and snatched the remaining half of the white bun from Chen Lian's daughter. Not only that, he crazily searched their cart to see if there was more food, scattering everything neatly packed when they set out. He even stomped on it a few times. They heard there was a white bun to eat here, so their men gathered around to look at it. The soldiers had never eaten such fine white bread before. They usually ate coarse grains. So, they carefully searched. They found some, but not enough. They also checked Ian's cart, which didn't have any white buns, but it was filled with some coarse grains and a small barrel of water, precious for their team. But the soldiers didn't care. They took the barrel, poured out the water, and asked where it came from. They also took the coarse grains. Ian was so frightened she could only hold her son, unable to speak. When they didn't find any white bread buns, they started bothering Chen Lian. They insisted Chen Lian tell them where the buns came from. Chen Lian was truly scared. The soldiers even tried to take her daughter, Zhu Xiying. Su Hong ran over to block the soldier trying to take the child and said, "Captain, sir, you're also soldiers. Now, we can only escape like this. We've been fleeing all this way, and now only women and children are left. Maybe we're from the same hometown. So, you can take the food, but please don't hurt the children, okay?" The soldier pointed and asked, "Then tell me, where did these white buns come from?" Su Hong pointed to the path her group had taken. "Sir, we came from that direction just half an hour ago. Of course, you all have horses and could have reached there quickly. There was a fight. Some people were trying to escape with others, but they didn't expect that among those they robbed, there were a few who knew martial arts. As a result, both sides suffered injuries, and in the end, only women and children remained. We traveled together afterward. As for this plain bread, there is only one. It was carried by the group that came to rob us. They also had a tiger, but it is now dead. Its body still lies over there. If you don't believe me, you can check with your fast horses. So, we only have this bread. We thought since these two children didn't get anything to eat, we'd split it in half. This boy ate his share, as he needs more food, and this little girl's father was just killed on the road. She's been crying and didn't get a chance to eat, so you see this piece." Su Hong explained everything clearly and plainly. The soldier looked at Su Hong and said, "I recognize you. We've met before." Su Hong replied calmly, "I recognize you too, sir. Your men took the last of our water. Now my children have nothing to drink. You're quite good at talking. But tell me, when did this Taoist priest start traveling with you?" Hearing this, Su Hong's heart skipped a beat. Could he have recognized Nangongyi? But since the soldier was still observing, she guessed he hadn't recognized anyone yet. Nangongyi waved his dust brush and said aloud, "Venerable Lord of Infinite Heaven." The soldier then turned to look at the crying children. He raised his whip and struck a soldier, saying, "All right, you can go. Haha, I see your group is mostly old, weak, sick, and injured. I doubt you can even cross this plain, let alone reach Jing City." After saying that, he turned to Su Hong. "You're right. We have horses. We'll ride to check. If it's true, your whole group will be doomed. Come on, brothers." They took everything they could, and then left. Nangongyi snorted and said, "These traitors. It seems they've been stealing grain from the fleeing villagers along this road." Su Hong helped pack the items into the cart while saying, "They need more than just food. They also want money. I saw 2 bags behind 2 horses. They're probably stolen grain. Since they've been stealing along the way, they must have some food. The extra food can be sold." Alien, frightened, finally regained her senses. She tightly hugged her daughter, almost losing her child to the thieves. On their escape, their family of 15 is now down to just their daughter. Alien put the child aside, then went back to put the items into the cart, and placed the child on the cart as well. Then they continued walking forward. It grew dark. The soldiers who had gone ahead did not return. It seems they truly believed the scene at the front was very frightening, so they trusted the situation. Because of this event, Su Hong made them stay closer together. Cheng Xiangnan occasionally ran to the back to let everyone take turns resting. Sometimes he even helped push the cart a little. Among the group, he was the most energetic. After another hour of walking, Zhu Quan attached the small cart to a larger cart and told his mother to lie down and rest. He then hung the strap of the cart around his neck and helped pull it forward. Seeing him struggle to help his mother rest well, Cheng Xiangnan ran over again to help pull the cart with him. He also told Alien to rest on the back of the cart for a while, taking turns with Ayan. They had been walking for nearly 2 hours. The sky was bright with a big, round moon. Tomorrow, the sun would be high again. Every time they saw this moonlight, it didn't seem very beautiful. After 2 hours, they decided to rest for a while. Uncle Kong went ahead to scout and found an open space in the middle of a field, surrounded by shrubs. Although the shrubs were withered, they made a good barrier. So, they chose this place to rest temporarily. A few children were already asleep on their carts. Su Hong realized that escaping didn't have to be miserable. She had resources and could make her life better, so she wouldn't hesitate to do so. She reached into the cart and took out a few children's crawling mats. As long as they kept some distance from the ground, it would be fine. She also brought out a large umbrella, making a simple tent. Comer and Nangongyi were responsible for safety. They also stepped outside the circle to sit and meditate. The children slept very well, and a few women lay down together. The eldest still stayed near their cart and slept leaning against it. They slept for 2 hours. While the children were still sleeping, the adults got up. They carefully lifted the children onto the cart again so they could sleep a little longer. Even if they moved slowly, it was better to travel a bit further at night when the sun wasn't so strong. Walking in the daytime under the sun was too hard for the children. Cheng Xiangdong led his family's cart at the front. The 2 younger children were still sleeping on it. The 4th child also got up and walked beside the cart. The 3rd child ran around helping push or pull the cart from different sides. Nangongyi and Su Hong stayed close behind their own cart. Comer walked at the very back to ensure safety from behind. Alien and Ayen each pulled a cart. Luckily, this part of the road was flat, with no steep slopes, just a large plain. Su Hong had been traveling for several days, but had only seen one village, the one where Nangongyi and the others were. On both sides of this official road, there were no other villages. Based on her past experience, this area was either very remote or sparsely populated. The land was wide, and people were few. She heard that beyond this plain, there was a city. Su Hong was eager to see what a city from this era looked like. Traveling at night in silence felt a bit eerie. Although Su Hong was a materialist, the dry grass and bushes on the plain sometimes looked like strange shapes in the dim light. Her vivid imagination made it even more mysterious. As she walked, she gradually moved closer to Nangongyi. He turned his head slightly and looked at her, understanding that she might be feeling scared. He slightly curled his lips, but pretended not to notice. After walking a few miles, the 3rd child ran over and said, "Mom, I am a bit thirsty." Su Hong thought for a moment, asked him to bring out a bowl, and then poured some water into a bucket. She told him to carry the bucket and hold the bowl, then one by one, they drank the water. Everyone felt more energetic after drinking a bowl of water. The 3rd child came back after a walk and softly said, "Mom, I still prefer the kind of bottle where I can see the water. It feels more comfortable to drink." Su Hong rolled her eyes and replied, "People behind us might not be trustworthy. We can't do that now. Just giving a little water is good enough. People might wonder where our water comes from. Didn't those soldiers take it earlier? So, we shouldn't draw too much attention. Let's wait and see in a few days." "Oh," Nangongyi said from the side, "they led the way for you, so from now on, they're your people. If you want to make them die, they have no choice. From now on, they're your slaves." Su Hong was stunned. She was still running away from danger, and now she was a slave owner? She looked back and saw several women taking care of their children and struggling to pull 2 carts. Are these really my people? Su Hong quickly thought. Although these people were now her people, accepting them meant she also took on the responsibility to support them. Seeing how pale and thin everyone looked, Su Hong sighed, reached out, and took a basin that already had a bunch of meat buns inside. "3rd child, I'll leave this to you. 2 for each of them. Let them eat first." But tell them, from now on, whatever they eat or drink, they just need to eat and drink. They can't ask where it comes from. Just as the third child was about to say he was hungry, he happily raised the basin in front of the master and said, "Here, master, you eat first." Nangongyi reached out and took two. They were still warm meat buns. As he took a bite, the aroma of meat spread behind him, and Zhu Quan and the others who followed looked over. When the third child handed the meat buns to Zhu Quan and the others, their eyes showed surprise and excitement. By the time they reached Kongbo, there were still 5 buns left. The third child let Kongbo eat 3, and he only took 2 for himself. Kongbo was not polite. He was taller and naturally had a bigger appetite. Although walking at night was not fast, they kept moving without knowing how far they had gone. Now, standing on this big road and looking into the distance, they could no longer see the mountains. It felt like they were on a flat plain, with the entire land stretching out and connecting with the sky. When dawn arrived, they chose a new place to rest for a while. This time, they picked a spot farther from the main road. Su Hong gave some rice to Old Air to cook porridge. After stopping, they woke up the sleeping children. The Chung children quickly and orderly started preparing breakfast. Old Air took down the pots and buckets from the cart. The eldest chose a spot and used a hoe to dig into the ground. Soon, he made a small stove in the earth, placed a pot on it, and it fit perfectly. Zhu Quan and Old San took Old Si and Zhu Xiling, Zhu Lu to gather firewood nearby. Nangongyi, who hadn't rested much, finally leaned against the cart and slept. A Lian and a Yen handed the little children to Mylon to watch. Mylon was pregnant and found it hard to do much, but she was fine watching the 2 kids play in front of her. Old Air looked at his pot and thought it might be too small to cook enough for everyone. So, he asked a Lian and a Yen to dig another earth stove and brought their pots over to cook porridge. The children brought back firewood, and a Lian and a Yen each started a stove to cook. Su Hong prepared some large, white rice, no coarse rice at all. Seeing Old Air washing the rice, a Lian and a Yen were surprised. Where did such good rice come from? Why didn't the soldiers take it? It was white rice. They hadn't eaten such plain rice porridge in a long, long time. During the meal, a Lian wiped tears as she ate. She said her 1-year-old son had starved to death on the road. Before dying, he kept calling out, "Mama, I want to drink porridge, I want to drink porridge." Now, when she served the porridge, she thought of that child, who had died of hunger in her arms. After breakfast, they discussed and decided to take advantage of the cooler weather to walk a bit further before finding another place to rest. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, who had also slept well and eaten, decided to walk on their own. They let their older brother rest for a while, as he had been pulling the cart all along and was very tired. However, the eldest refused to sleep. He told Su Hong and Old Air to rest for a while. "Girl, you and second sister rest for a while. I am a man now, and I am fine." For Su Hong, this was her first time being a mother. Her eldest child's understanding and obedience along the way made her very touched. This child was a bit more honest, not as mischievous as the third, nor as clever as the fourth, but truly genuine. That's good. Children communicate very quickly. Even the 3-year-old and 2-year-old children brought by a Lian and a Yen quickly integrated into the group. Earlier, they hadn't eaten enough, so they were weak and tired. Now, after following Su Hong and her group, they had eaten well and drunk enough water. Their energy showed. When the sun just rose, they started to want to run freely. Especially when they saw Little 5 and Little 6 teasing Little White Wolf to run, these 2 younger ones didn't want to stay on the cart anymore. A Lian and a Yen were worried about delaying their journey, so they wanted to tie the children to themselves and carry them while pulling the cart. Su Hong calmly said, "Let the children down. Although we are fleeing from hardship, these little ones need to learn to walk. Besides, we're not in a hurry. We can walk wherever we get to. When they get tired, we rest. Let them walk a bit, and we'll slow down and watch over them." Little 5 happily ran over to hold Xiaoying's hand. Little 6 didn't move and stood in front, waiting for Little 5. Xiaoying was 3 years old, but due to poor nutrition, she looked small and thin. When she was first let down, she staggered and almost couldn't walk steadily. Little Five carefully held her hand and walked slowly. After a few more steps, she could run freely ahead, though she seemed to have trouble stopping. The even smaller Xiong was only 2 years old. During these months of fleeing, he mostly traveled on his mother's back or on the cart. The Zhuang family probably didn't slow down to wait for a toddler to learn to walk. So he wanted to walk down himself, but he was unsteady. His legs were weak, and he fell after a few steps. Su Hong frowned as she looked at him. In modern times, she knew that even though she had no children herself, children at 2 years old, who went to kindergarten or sang and danced, were doing well. But this 2-year-old still couldn't walk. She sighed and said, "Yen, you take the children for a while. We'll walk slowly so they can learn to walk. Third, go help Auntie Yen pull that cart, and Xiao Lu can help you. Fourth, watch over Little Five and Little Six. We'll walk slowly for a bit." Comer looked at the children playing and walking. This was not fleeing from disaster. It looked more like a family outing. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the second young master, Nangongyi. Nangongyi didn't speak. He simply slowed his pace to match the group. Su Hong happened to turn her head and saw Comer's expression. She approached and said, "By the way, I forgot to ask if you're in a hurry to keep going. I don't mind taking it slow with the children as long as we stay safe." Comer looked up at Nangongyi. We're not in a rush either. Since we're fleeing from disaster, we can walk slowly," Nangongyi replied without turning his head. Since the master said so, Comer had no objections. He simply lowered his head. Su Hong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "That's right. I have no specific destination. We can rest wherever it's dark. The land ahead is dry, and behind is dry too. So, we might as well take our time. You're in a hurry, but you should follow my pace. If there's an urgent matter, why don't you handle it yourselves?" Su Hong didn't want to rush, mainly because she couldn't, and with children along, there was no shortage of food or supplies. The children giggled and chased each other forward. For them, fleeing or escaping was not important. What mattered was being happy every day. As long as they were with their family, that was enough. The sun grew hotter, and the children started sweating. Su Hong called them back to the cart. "Mom, Little White is so clever. And Xiang hid and it found us too." Little Five was very happy. The second child reached out and touched Little Five's back, which was soaked with sweat. He found a dry cloth, wiped the sweat from his little sister, and was about to wipe Little Six when he refused. Su Hong took another cloth and wiped Little Six's face, then placed it on his back. This time, he didn't refuse. Su Hong looked up at the sun, thinking about finding a place to settle down. Suddenly, she heard a cry behind her. Mom, what's wrong?" She turned around and saw Mylan sitting in a small cart, being pushed slowly by her son, clutching her stomach in pain, her face twisted. Water was dripping beneath her. Lien ran over from the cart to support her and asked, "Mylan, are you about to give birth?"
Mylan not dead painfully.
Su Hong immediately told the people in front to stop. "Connor, look around and find a good place for us to stop." Connor nodded and disappeared. Zhu Quan saw his mother in pain and started crying. He didn't know what to do. Lien asked Yen to take out 2 extra bed sheets they had stored away to prepare. Then she told her to watch the 2 little ones. Although little Xiang and little Xiong didn't understand what was happening, they sensed the adults' tension and started crying out of fear. Yen comforted them while calling Xiling to help find the old blankets on the cart. Connor suddenly jumped out from the dry grass and said, "Follow me." The eldest, Cheng Xiangdong, pulled the cart and told Xiao Si to get on. He looked at the 2 little ones. The second ran to the back and helped pull the cart that Lien was holding. Zhu Quan was pushing a small wheelbarrow, while Su Hong and Lien each held onto Mylan. Following Connor, they turned twice and moved through the dry grass of the wasteland. They reached a flat area with little grass and no weeds. Su Hong stood up, looked around, and chose a spot to squat down. She had a bag in her hand. She opened it and called out, "Daoist, come help me." Nangongyi felt a bit speechless, but still came over. He saw Su Hong pulling out some cloth from the bag, but the fabric looked different. There were also some thin iron wires, but no one knew what they were for. Su Hong pulled a cloth and signaled Nangong Yi to help her lay it flat on the ground. She checked the size and then handed him a few ground nails. Drive these into the ground, as deep as possible. Just leave the round part visible. Nail them at the 4 corners we just marked. Then Su Hong tied 2 sets of poles together and threaded them through the tent's support rings. Once both sets were in place, the tent was stretched tight. She connected the 4 corners to the ground nails, fixing the whole tent. Inside, Su Hong laid a small crawling mat for children, then covered it with 2 large packs of adult incontinence pads to prevent blood from leaking onto the tent. Nangong Yi looked at the tent and found it very interesting, like a small house. A few children saw it too and gathered around. Su Hong remembered that the children would need to sleep soon, so she took out a set of tent materials and called out, "Daoist, now you know how to set it up. Take it and assemble it so everyone doesn't have to sit in the sun. Help the person over here. We need to give birth inside this tent." Then she asked the older children and Zhu Quan to find firewood so they could boil some water to wash the children. Lian helped Mai Lan up. Although she had never seen this kind of house before, it was better than giving birth outside. The tent wasn't tall, so they had to bend to go inside. Su Hong told Mai Lan to lie down and explained the purpose of the adult incontinence pad. Then Su Hong raised the tent door halfway, so it was ventilated but still protected Mai Lan's privacy. Nangong Yi chose a flatter spot nearby, thinking about Su Hong's earlier method. First, she fixed the 4 corners, then she figured out how to support the tent with the poles. Watch her for now. I'll go help the children boil some water, so we can wash the baby. Wash the baby? Where would the water come from? Su Hong first filled her own bucket with a large amount of water, then took a big stainless steel pot from her space, which held more water. She placed a large bucket of water inside it. The older children dug a small fire pit nearby to make a stove. Su Hong and the second child carried the bucket and pot to the stove and started a fire to boil water. Kong Bo and Nangong Yi worked together for a while before finally setting up a tent. Su Hong placed a crawling mat inside, then asked the 4th child to bring the little ones into the tent. Ayen also brought the 2 youngest children into the tent, then came over and asked, "Lian, can you deliver babies?" Lian gently shook her head, anxiously looking outside. Unconsciously, she began to rely on Su Hong. Hearing Mai Lan's cry, Su Hong came over and said, "You too, do your best with the delivery.
Tell me if you need anything.
We will find a way to get it." "Madam, can you deliver babies?" "Neither I nor we know how." Su Hong paused and said, "I don't know either." Thinking of herself as a young girl, she had never delivered a baby before. "I spent 3 years serving in the military during university. When I returned to school, I started working in my father's company for my 3rd year, learning to take over management. After graduation, I worked alone for 2 years, and then my father retired and handed the company directly to me. Besides handling company affairs, I also tried to exercise when I had free time. I didn't have time to have children or even to date. No one in my circle has ever talked about having children." For Su Hong, that was a very unfamiliar topic. But, "Madam, you've had so many children. You probably have more experience than us, right?" Lian was right, but Su Hong just realized that those children weren't born by her. Ma Lan's labor pain started again, and she shouted loudly. It was so loud that Su Hong was startled. Lian didn't bother asking about the lady anymore. She could only help remove Ma Lan's lower clothing. They had to wait for Ma Lan to deliver the baby herself. They could only help hold the baby and wash it afterward. They could do all that. Although Su Hong had given birth before, she still didn't know how to assist with delivery. Suddenly, Su Hong sat cross-legged outside the tent and took out a book from her space to look up how to deliver a baby. Listening to Ma Lan's cries, Su Hong felt her scalp go numb outside. Finally, she found a book about the steps of childbirth. First, the pregnant woman needs to lie down properly, which she did. Next, prepare some cloths for absorbing blood. That was ready too. Check how many fingers the cervix has opened. How to tell how many fingers the cervix has opened. Helpers need to focus on disinfecting and cleaning first. Yes, this hadn't been done yet. Su Hong quickly put down the book, grabbed a basin, and filled it with water. Then she took a piece of soap and called out, "Lian, come here quickly to wash and disinfect, and pay attention to hygiene. Lien was helping Ma Lan spread her legs. Hearing this, she wiped her hands behind her back and said, I've washed my hands, no need to waste water. No, quickly wash your hands properly. You're the first to help deliver the baby. Don't let the baby come into the world touching unclean things. I've prepared water for you here. Yian also stepped forward, helping Ma Lan wipe her sweat inside the tent. Yu Qiong, bring me a bowl, Su Hong called out. Yu Qiong was boiling water nearby, and Shi Ling, who was listening, quickly ran to get a bowl and brought it over. A Yen and a Lien were called over by Su Hong to wash their hands. She used a bowl of water to rinse them, and then asked them to apply soap. They didn't feel much after the first wash, but when they looked, they saw the bubbles were black, and the water was dark and muddy. Su Hong smiled and said, Look at that. You said your hands are clean. No, they need to be washed again. After rinsing them again, they stared at their hands in surprise. It had been a long time since they last washed their hands properly. Usually, before eating or doing anything, they just wiped their hands on their waist. They didn't realize their hands were so dirty. Wash them one more time. The second wash made the hands less dirty, but the water still wasn't clear. Lien said repeatedly, This must use a lot of water. 2 washes should be enough, right? But Su Hong told them to wash once more and then go back to assisting with the delivery. Next, pay attention. Don't touch your clothes or anything with your hands. Our clothes haven't been changed for a long time and are dirty. Although they didn't think much of it, the 2 women obediently raised their hands to look at Ma Lan. Su Hong then picked up a book to check the second step. No, she had only washed the helper's hands so far. She also needed to clean and disinfect the pregnant woman. So, she took out a large bottle of saline solution and some gauze, instructing them to use the gauze dipped in saline to clean the pregnant woman and prepare her. Just after wiping, they heard Ma Lan shout loudly. Lien hurriedly called out, I see the head. Sister-in-law, push harder, push harder. We've had children before. Don't be afraid. A Yen looked up and called out, Madam, do you have any water or food? I think sister-in-law needs to eat something to have strength. Su Hong quickly flipped through her book and said, What do you eat during childbirth? Let me see. Su Hong was anxious. There must be something to eat, but she didn't know what to eat during childbirth. Meanwhile, Nangong Yi, who had set up a tent nearby, sat at the entrance of her own tent, watching Su Hong read and guide the delivery. She found it amusing. This was all improvised. Su Hong looked through the pages, but didn't find anything about what to eat during childbirth. Just as she was worried, Kong Bo suddenly said, Madam, when childbirth is difficult, the mother should hold a ginseng slice in her mouth. But we don't have any. Ginseng slices? That's a good idea. With that thought, Su Hong's hand found a ginseng root. She raised this and asked Comer, Is this it? Comer stared blankly at the ginseng. This was a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Even in the palace, he had seen many, but such a large one was the first time. Nangong Yi was even more stunned. Just now, he had watched without blinking, listening to Su Hong recite about the ginseng, and suddenly, he had a big ginseng in his hand. Is this the one? Seeing that Comer didn't speak, Su Hong asked anxiously again. Comer nodded. He was about to say that slicing it would be enough, but Su Hong couldn't wait. She turned around and handed the ginseng to Yen inside the tent, saying, Give this ginseng to her to eat. Comer quickly called out, Madam, you can't eat too much. Just take 2 slices in your mouth and hold your breath. Eating too much isn't good either. Su Hong responded with an "oh," then turned and took the ginseng from Yen. She looked around for a clean knife, then quickly had a surgical knife in her hand. She cut 2 thick slices of ginseng and handed them to Yen. Then she put the ginseng and the knife away and carefully opened a book again. The other children were playing in another tent, led by the 4th child. The 2nd child and Shi Ling were helping to boil water, while Zhu Lu, the 3rd, and the eldest went to gather firewood. Another painful scream sounded, and Su Hong moved back 2 steps in fright. She looked back and asked, How is it? Lien replied, I see the baby's head. Lan, push harder. Su Hong also saw the situation and called out, Alan, now you can see the baby's head. Every time your stomach contracts, push hard, 10 times in a row. Alien, don't help. Don't pull the baby. Only Alan should push to deliver the baby. Nangongyi watched the person reading the book and giving instructions, and couldn't help but smile. Madam, what is a contraction? Mylan, who was in pain and weak, asked. She also wanted to give birth smoothly, so she listened carefully to Su Hong's instructions, but she still didn't understand. Su Hong was explaining according to the book. She didn't know what a contraction was either. She quickly flipped through the book again. There was a line. Each contraction causes pain. Now she understood, contraction means pain. Alan, every time you feel pain, don't be afraid. Just push down hard. The child is also trying very hard to come out, so you need to help her. Alan, first take a deep breath, then close your mouth and push the air down hard. It's like you're trying to go to the bathroom, just like you're trying to push out stool. Su Hong is outside the tent giving instructions, and Nangongyi is listening and smiling again. Looking at Su Hong, it seems she has never had a child before, as if she learned everything from books.
Nangongyi sudan pulse.
No, that can't be. Isn't Su Hong just a simple rural woman who can't read? How can she be reading books? She has 5 children, right? Why does she seem like she has never given birth before? Nangongyi lowers his eyes, realizing he needs to observe this person more carefully.
Ah!
With a sharp cry from Alan, Alien also shouts loudly. The head is coming out. Push harder. Su Hong stands up, checks, and then follows the instructions from the book. Alien, gently support the baby's head with your hand. Don't let the head hang. Also, don't pull the baby. Let Alan try to push him out. Su Hong feels a bit nervous. She has seen a baby come out with her own eyes. There's a small, dark head covered in some sticky stuff. Alien gently wiped the sticky stuff from the baby's nose and mouth, so he can breathe. Be very gentle, don't hurt the baby. Su Hong, watching from nearby, doesn't dare to speak loudly, afraid of startling the baby. After Malan screams again, she sees the baby slide out like on a slide, small body coming out completely, still attached to an umbilical cord. Su Hong quickly checks her book and shouts, "Bring a clean cloth." Wipe the mucus from the baby's nose. While speaking, she hands over a warm, small cloth. Alien follows Su Hong's instructions. Su Hong looks at her book again and says, "Wait a moment. After the baby is born, the head should be lower than the feet. Gently pat him so the mucus in his mouth and nose can flow out and make him cry. Don't cut the umbilical cord yet. Wait until the placenta is expelled before handling it." She looks at her book while speaking, and Alien feels a bit confused. Isn't she supposed to give the baby a slap on the bottom? Then Alien gives the baby a gentle pat, and the baby immediately cries loudly. This surprised the children, and they all came out of their tents to see what was happening. Zhu Quan also stood up and stared blankly, tears running down his face. When the placenta came out, Alien was about to use an old sheet nearby to wrap the baby, but Su Hong called out, "Wait, I have this." She handed in a clean, new baby blanket and said, "Use this." Then she handed over a pair of scissors from the operating room and said, "Cut the umbilical cord with these. Remember, leave about 2 fingers length. Don't cut it too short." She also handed a piece of gauze and said, "Use this to gently wrap the umbilical cord, then stick it onto the baby's belly." Alien followed Su Hong's instructions carefully, wrapping the baby in the small blanket and setting it aside, saying, "Wait a moment, I need to tidy up Alung first, and then wash the baby." Su Hong handed over a bottle of saline solution and said, "Use this to wash her. Also, gently press on her belly to help the uterus contract, so she won't bleed too much. The pad underneath has too much blood, lift her to change it." Alien and Ayen took care of Alung together. After washing her with saline, Su Hong asked the second person to bring some hot water in a basin. Then they used the hot water to clean some parts of Malan's body. Once cleaned, she handed over a bottle of iodine solution and showed them how to spray it on Alung's body. After cleaning, she gave them a pack of adult diapers and showed them how to put them on Alung. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about bleeding again. Finally, they finished cleaning everything. Alien picked up the bloodstained items to throw away, but Su-hong told them to come out first and figure out how to wash the baby. She took the trash bag herself.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Ma-lan turned over and was about to kneel and thank Su-hong, but Su-hong stopped her and said, "Don't rush. Just focus on taking good care of your health." Chung Yu-cheong brought some hot water. Since there was no special basin for the baby, Su-hong told them to use the largest basin to bathe the baby, saying it would be used only for the child in the future. Ma-lan's bag also had items prepared for the baby. Only then did she remember to ask Zhu Quan to bring over the small bundle she had prepared. Su-hong looked at the child in Alien's arms and said to Zhu Quan, "Look, you will have a sister in the future. You must work hard and take good care of your mother and sister." After giving birth and sorting everything out, it was already noon. Su-hong was tired and hot. She looked at the sun, quickly set up a large shade, and asked Nan Gongyi to help hold it up. The children, having a place to play, came out to have fun. Su-hong prepared some rice and vegetables, set them aside, and told her daughter. Then she went into another tent because she was too exhausted and needed to rest for a while. Because it was too hot, Su-hong didn't close the tent door when she slept. She didn't mind, but Nan Gongyi turned to look at her sleeping like that. She didn't care that there were men nearby either. Nan Gongyi gently frowned again. The others didn't pay much attention. The Zhu family went to see the newborn baby, and the children went straight into Ma-lan's tent to avoid the sun. Little Five also wanted to go see, but only looked at the tent entrance before being pulled out by Little Six. Then the two played under the shade of the umbrella, chasing the little white wolf. Chung Yu-cheong and Zhu Xiling, two girls, were preparing lunch for everyone. Su-hong thought everyone was tired today, so she left enough rice to make plain rice. She didn't leave many good vegetables, only a large cabbage. But for those who hadn't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time, it was the most delicious thing. Even if it was just boiled in plain water, it was tasty. Besides the cabbage, Su-hong also left a piece of pig's head meat, ready to be sliced and eaten. Alien and Ian, along with the children, stayed with Ma-lan, chatting. Naturally, they talked about these things. They had never seen them before, and some couldn't understand. They wondered where Su-hong had hidden these items. What surprised them most was that Su-hong believed water wouldn't run out. She showed them how she washed her hands with a full basin of water and used more than half a basin of hot water to wash the children. Now, outside, they seemed to be cooking without running out of water. But where did this water come from? They whispered these questions softly to each other. Alien said, "Things about the master we can't ask or talk about. Remember, we are with the right people. Because of that, even if we walk slowly in the future, we won't be afraid of starving. So, everyone remember, if anyone says anything else, they might never have good days again. Don't forget, that person can easily cause harm with just a wave of their hand. And Taoist, I think he's not simple either, so just live your life peacefully. Besides, without them, we probably wouldn't be alive now." After Alien finished speaking, the two of them kept quiet. People who don't understand the hardships wouldn't know how much they've suffered these days. They knew very well. After preparing the meal, Yu-cheong went to wake her mother. Su-hong really didn't want to get up. Although it was hot sleeping here, it was the most comfortable sleep she had had since coming to this world. She lay down peacefully and fell asleep. When she woke up, her hair was loose. She didn't like her long hair like this. In her past life, she only kept shoulder-length hair at most. After taking over her company's affairs, she even cut her hair short. Now, her long hair was hard to manage and straighten. As a mother, she had to tie her hair up and use hairpins to keep it in place. In the past 2 days, her daughter, who was skilled, had been the one to style her hair. She planned to find a chance to cut some of her hair soon. Chung Yu-cheong helped her mother style her hair. While doing so, she told her mother about the gossip she had overheard. Su-hong softly said, "Don't just blame them. Even you guys are curious. I am too. But it doesn't matter. As long as we still have these gifts, we can survive. When they're gone, we'll find a way." They said nothing, so we'll pretend we don't know. Just ignore it. Since there was no table for eating, the eldest took a bucket as the base and placed a basin upside down on top. The wooden basin was large, round at the bottom, and could hold 2 plates of food comfortably. They didn't have proper plates, just bowls that were enough. So, the sliced pig's head was laid on a piece of oiled paper on the basin, and the cooked cabbage was brought over in a pot and placed in the middle. Everyone served themselves a bowl of rice, and occasionally took some vegetables to eat. The younger children also shared some vegetables into their bowls. Then she found a place for them to sit and eat. The 2 youngest children ate by being fed. Soo-hong finally came over to eat, but she saw everyone only picking the cabbage, with no one taking any meat. She smiled and said, "Are you all vegetarians?" Soo-hong understood their thoughts. She was polite and patient. Even if the 3rd child had 2 eyes about to fall into the meat, she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare to take the first piece. Soo-hong simply picked up her own bowl, scooped some meat into it, and then gave a big spoonful to Mylan inside the tent. She also divided some for the 2 women. Yen and Yen both refused. Soo-hong frowned and said, "You can't refuse to eat. This is for you. Just eat it. Look at us. Most of us are children. None of us adults can fall down. If we do, what will happen to them? So, taking care of ourselves is very important. Everyone should have some of this meat." She continued dividing the meat among everyone, making sure each person got a fair share, including Xiao Xiong, who also received a few pieces. The Zhu family thought that today's meal was even better than their own New Year's dinner from previous years. They couldn't get such plain white rice at home. No matter when they cooked, they always added 2 handfuls of brown rice. The elders said that eating brown rice helps resist hunger. After the meal, Yen and Yen eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. They didn't want Chung Yucheong to be busy anymore. The children who had slept well last night started playing. They didn't want to sleep, but the adults were all tired. Although they rested a bit last night, people are naturally active during the day and rest at night. Last night, they had reversed that pattern, which made their bodies somewhat exhausted. Soo-hong naturally understood this. She told everyone to rest first and asked Nangong Yi and Kong Bo to go into the tent and rest for a while. Then she asked the oldest and 3rd children, along with Zhu Quan, to watch the surroundings. If there were any problems, they would deal with them. She pulled over a cart and told the 2nd child and Zhu Xiling to sleep on it. She also laid down a crawling mat on the ground for Zhu Lu and the 4th child and the 2 little ones to sleep there. If they couldn't sleep, they would just play here for a while. Soo-hong took out a book, sat on the side leaning against the cart, and read. She raised her hand and held a cup of coffee. Xiao Lu, who smelled something very different, came over to look at what Soo-hong was holding. It looked dark and had a slightly bitter smell. "Red Ant, are you feeling unwell? Why are you taking medicine?" "This isn't medicine. It's called coffee. It's something adults drink and children shouldn't drink it." Xiao Wu also thought it was medicine and, with red eyes, said, "Mom, you can't die. If you die, Xiao Wu won't have a mom anymore." Soo-hong laughed loudly and said, "This really isn't medicine. It's something that makes you more energetic, but children shouldn't drink it. So, you can't have it. Go play nicely. Mom will read a book for a while." Since she was sure it wasn't medicine and that her mother wouldn't die, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu went back to play with the little white wolf. Soo-hong was reading books about how to care for women after childbirth and newborn babies. Taking care of them meant she had to be responsible. Seeing a life being born today was very shocking for Soo-hong. Yesterday, the father of this new life had just died. If he had survived just one more day, he could have seen his daughter's birth. Sadly, the world was now full of wounds. They didn't even have the basic ability to survive. But luckily, the baby survived. A new life meant hope for a new beginning. She had the space, and as long as she lived well, she could raise the child properly. But how? How to take good care of the child in this environment? Soo-hong knew she needed to learn more because she had no experience. Soo-hong was reading carefully, forgetting to drink her coffee. She didn't notice Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu playing happily, and they had somehow moved into the shade of a sun umbrella. The 2 children were playing a game of catch with a small stick and the little white wolf. They kept throwing and catching, but eventually, they wandered outside the designated area. The older 3 said they were on guard outside, but they wouldn't just sit together. They were clearing some bushes around them, preparing to cook dinner and boil water later. So, they were both keeping watch and gathering firewood. Zhu Quan was searching and suddenly found Xiao Lu behind a bush. Xiao Lu was hiding there, saw Zhu Quan, and signaled him not to speak. Zhu Quan looked around cautiously. He had been tricked before. Their family had been secretly watched before, and enemies had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing nothing suspicious around, Zhu Quan pulled Xiao Lu over to find the older brother, and asked where little Six was hiding and what she was doing. We're playing hide and seek. Little Five and Little White are hiding. It's my turn to hide now. Little Five and Little White haven't found me yet. I don't know where she went. Hearing this, the eldest was startled and told Zhu Quan to take Little Six back. Then he pulled the third child along to find Little Five. Although there are no tall trees on this plain, there are plenty of dry grass and bushes. It's hard to find a child hiding in these places, and if there are bad people around, it's even harder to find someone hiding there. Zhu Quan was so scared his legs went weak, but he still pulled Little Six to run back. Luckily, their tent wasn't far away. Although Little Six was clever, she was only 4 years old. Thinking about it now, he was also scared and started crying loudly. Zhu Quan trembled and called out, Red Auntie, Red Auntie. Little Five is missing. The two children ran over, one crying and the other calling out. When Su Hong heard the crying, she stood up but didn't see the children and was so frightened she broke out in a cold sweat. Nan Gongyi, who had been lying down for a long time without a good sleep, also got up when he heard the noise. The adults inside the tent heard Zhu Quan's voice and immediately remembered what had happened. They were so scared they hugged their children tightly. Everyone hurried out of the tent. My lawn was so unsteady she almost couldn't stand, but she still carried the children out. Su Hong stood up and told Ching Yuqiong to watch over the people here first. No one was allowed to go outside. Everyone had to stay and wait. She quickly ran out and saw Little Six. Little Six immediately hugged Su Hong and cried desperately. Fortunately, Zhu Quan, trembling, explained what had happened. Just then, Nan Gongyi also came out. Su Hong knew that Little Six's identity was different, so she threw her into Nan Gongyi's arms and said, Hold her tight. Watch over the women and children here. Kongbo, come with me. Let's go find her. Su Hong followed the general direction indicated by Little Six's finger, calling out as she went, Little Five, Yao Yao. Kongbo, who was skilled in lightness kung fu, went ahead to look further away. Su Hong searched everywhere, but couldn't find Little Five. Instead, she found the third child. The third child was also crying from fear. How obedient her little sister was. What if something happened to her? Mom, don't cry. Let's go first. Where is Big Brother? I was looking for him separately. He went that way. Su Hong quickly took out a baseball bat and told the third person, Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. As long as you can hear my voice, you'll be safe. Don't go too far away. Then they started searching again, looking behind each patch of dry grass, but found no one. Yao Yao, Xiaobai, ugh. Woof. Su Hong seemed to hear Xiaobai's voice, then called out again. Yao Yao, Xiaobai. Sure enough, they heard Xiaobai's voice from the right side, but it sounded strange, as if Xiaobai was hurt. Su Hong called the third person to come closer, while moving toward Xiaobai. The third person quickly ran over, following their mother, and finally, they could clearly hear Xiaobai's voice. Behind a patch of grass, they saw Xiaobai, but its snowy white fur was stained with some blood. There was no sign of Xiaowu nearby. Su Hong stepped forward and picked up Xiaobai, only then noticing that Xiaobai's leg was injured and bleeding. Xiaobai, where is Xiaowu? Seeing Xiaobai hurt, the third person started crying. Xiaobai was hurt, and the sister probably didn't know what had happened. Su Hong gently tried to pick up Xiaobai, but Xiaobai turned and ran in the opposite direction. Su Hong guessed Xiaobai knew where Xiaowu was, so she took the third person and followed. The third person kept calling out, Xiaobai, where is Xiaowu? With some experience from her past life, Su Hong quickly signaled the third person to be quiet and followed Xiaobai. Besides following Xiaobai, she also noticed some bloodstains on the ground, probably left by Xiaobai when it ran. Further ahead, the bushes seemed denser. Xiao Bai looked back at Su Hong, then stood there biting her skirt and pulling toward the thicket. Su Hong understood that there must be someone there. She took out her pistol and prepared her crossbow arrow with her left hand. The small crossbow was very useful and had helped her a lot along the way. Su Hong signaled the third person to follow quietly, then lifted Xiao Bai and handed her to him to hold. She slowly moved forward. Suddenly, Su Hong crouched down and pulled the third person down with her. Through the gaps in the bushes, she saw that there were people there. And quite a few, probably 4 or 5 strong men. They were gathering some firewood, apparently to burn something. Suddenly, Su Hong's eyes widened. She saw that next to the pile of firewood, there was Xiao Wu, who had been tied up and thrown on the ground. Were they planning to roast Xiao Wu? Su Hong was panicked. What should she do now? She looked at Lao San and wondered how she and Lao San could defeat these people. Although she was good with a bow and decent with a gun, that was one-on-one. Now there were 4 or 5 grown men. If she couldn't take them all down at once, what if some of them, like Kong Bo, had quick skills? But it was too late to go back and get Kong Bo and the others. They were already starting to light a fire. Su Hong looked at the terrain and decided she had to take a risk. She had to save the child first, no matter what. Even if she didn't have the best weapons, she had to try. She tried to summon a machine gun, but the space didn't respond.
No. Su Hong didn't know why.
She thought this space was a universal space where she could get anything she wanted, but now what she needed wasn't there. So, she could only rely on her pistol. Su Hong was watching to see where she could quickly get past and take down these people.
Who are you?
Let my sister go, she shouted. From the bushes across, the leader appeared. It seemed he had found this place too. The bad guys were surprised at first. When they saw only one kid, they laughed. Didn't expect someone to come right to us. He's a bit older, but still a kid. Not bad. One of them walked over to try to grab the leader. Lao San saw this and shouted urgently, "Big brother, run." His voice drew the others over. Su Hong was anxious. Now, she couldn't hide anymore. She quickly stood up, chose a spot without bushes blocking her, and pointed her left hand at them. "Leader, come here. Don't move. Why did you tie my child? Ha ha ha, looks like luck is on our side today. We're just hungry and want to fill our stomachs. We thought a little kid would be easy, but since you brought him to us, we won't hold back." A man with a full beard said, "Big brother, there's also a woman."
Perfect.
My brothers have been holding it in for too long. She's pretty. It was still usable. Ha ha ha. The few grown men didn't pay much attention to the 3 women. One woman and a boy who looked about half-grown were both thin and weak. One seemed a bit stronger, but still not very big. To them, they weren't worth much. Su Hong shouted sharply, "Big men like you can find food anywhere, but you're not afraid of the gods watching above? Don't you have wives and children at home?" The oldest man among them glared and said, "Don't talk to me about wives and children. My family has been taken by others. But since you're here, why not become my woman? Or, better yet, become one of our brother's women. If you serve us well, I promise you won't go hungry. You won't starve." The other men burst into loud laughter. One man went to gather some firewood while 2 others approached Su Hong and the others. Su Hong kept the older boys, Lao San and Lao San, behind her, watching the small 5-year-old who was thrown on the ground. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. She had been here a long time, but the child hadn't moved or made a sound. Su Hong raised her left hand toward the approaching men, while her right hand reached behind her and handed Lao San a lighter. Lao San knew how to use it. Last time, Lao Si saw Su Hong light a fire, and since then, they had been using this lighter to start fires. But Su Hong had warned them to be careful with fire because it was dry everywhere, so she never let them play with it. "Lao San, light the fire and send the signal." Lao San understood immediately. Sending a signal meant making smoke so their master and others could see. He quickly took a few steps back, luckily finding some dry grass nearby. He casually lit a small fire and then used it to set fire to some nearby bushes that weren't fully dried out. Kids from the countryside knew how to make thick smoke when lighting a fire, usually by adding fresh, green leaves that wouldn't burn easily. But in this rush, Lao San's fire wasn't very big, and the bushes didn't have many leaves, so the smoke wasn't much. The two men saw this and wanted to rush over to stop Lao San from setting the fire. When they reached a safe distance where Su Hong could aim, she suddenly shot 2 arrows with her left hand, while her right hand also moved up.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 shots in a row, as if she had fired a rapid burst. 5 grown men were still confused about what was happening. The first one was shot in the throat and fell immediately. The second was hit in the left shoulder, but did not fall. For Su Hong, she felt a bit annoyed because she didn't hit the man's heart this time. When he was hurt, his first reaction was to rush over and try to pick up Yao Yao from the ground. There were 3 gunshots, but only one hit a vital spot. The shot to that man's head was fatal. The other 2 were wounded in the arm and the stomach. Their boss was the man with the stomach injury. He saw the woman raise her hands, holding something unknown, and suddenly it seemed to take the lives of his 2 brothers. He was furious. When he heard the gunshots, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He reached out and saw his hands covered in blood. "You wicked woman!" He and the man with the arm injury both rushed towards Su Hong again. But they couldn't outrun her gun and arrows. The crossbow was loaded with 10 arrows. As they approached, Su Hong raised her hands again. She fired her gun first, shooting the man trying to hold Yao Yao in the back of the head. He fell down. Then, as the boss rushed forward, Su Hong shot her arrow again. But the boss dodged quickly, and the arrow only hit his arm. He saw the shiny silver object stuck in his arm, something he'd never seen before. But he moved even faster to attack. The other injured man was even quicker. In that brief moment, Su Hong's first priority was to shoot the man trying to hold Yao Yao. When she looked back, both of them had already reached her. Fortunately, her gun responded fast. She shot the injured man in the nose, hitting him in the head. Even though he was shot, his last momentum carried him right in front of Su Hong. Su Hong stepped back. The boss, ignoring his injury, rushed toward her. As she quickly aimed her gun, he swung his fist. Just as Su Hong was about to be hit, he lost his balance and lunged forward. Su Hong jumped back, and he fell to his knees in front of her. It turned out that the 3rd brother had set a fire. When he saw the others rushing toward their mother, he ignored the flames and grabbed a baseball bat to rush over. With a swing, he hit the boss's lower leg. That person was already injured and unsteady on his feet, so he suddenly knelt down. When they rushed over, the eldest brother slowly moved aside. Seeing that they posed no threat to his sister, he immediately ran over and picked her up. But he found that his sister's head was drooping softly. She looked like she wasn't angry at all. The 3rd brother responded quickly. He knocked the man to the ground with his stick, then swung it again to hit him. "I told you not to hurt my sister." Su Hong also didn't hold back and shot an arrow quickly. This time, the arrow hit the top of the eldest brother's head and went into the man's head. At that moment, someone dropped down from the bushes. It's Kong Bo, who saw the smoke and hurried over. Seeing what was happening, he immediately understood what had occurred. Mother, Yao Yao doesn't look good." The eldest brother carried his sister to their mother. Su Hong quickly took the child, squatting down. The child was soft but still breathing. "She's alive, but why isn't she waking up?" Su Hong quickly checked the child's back of the head. Usually, if this happens, it's because of a head injury and the child might be unconscious. But she found the back of her head was fine. After confirming that those people were all dead, Kong Bo came over to check on Yao Yao. He reached out to feel her pulse. "They've pinched her acupoint. She might wake up on her own soon. I can release it, but it's not good to do that twice on a child. Looks like one of them knew martial arts." Hearing Kong Bo say this, Su Hong felt a bit scared. Thinking carefully, she remembered the first person who was killed. He was the one who came to catch her, but he might have underestimated her left hand, which is why he was killed instantly. Once they confirmed these people were no longer a threat, Kong Bo took Xiaowu in his arms. He asked the eldest brother to support Su Hong because after killing those people, she felt a little weak. Mostly, she was scared after seeing the child's condition. When they returned to the tent, Xiao Lu was still being held by Nan Gongyi and was crying. Seeing them carry the child back, it looked like the child was completely unresponsive. They also saw blood on the white wolf in the third brother's arms. Nangongyi asked, "What happened?" "I think I heard the sound of you fighting," Su Hong explained. 5 grown men stole Xiao Wu. When I found them, they were about to set fire to burn the child. Although she managed to rescue the child, Su Hong still felt weak and her eyes turned red when she talked about it. She couldn't imagine if she had arrived a moment later. They would have started the fire and perhaps even thrown the child onto the woodpile. Uncle Kong placed Xiao Wu on a nearby cart so the child could rest for a while. The second child came over to support their mother. Su Hong, still feeling faint, squatted down and choked out, "It's all my fault. I told you to go to sleep and watch the child, but I didn't expect that I would cause trouble for the child. Don't worry, madam. The child was just pinched in a pressure point. He'll wake up soon," someone reassured her. Xiao Lu came over to check on the little wolf in the third child's arms and said, "Xiao Bai is hurt too." Kong took a look, grabbed a piece of cloth, and wrapped the injured leg, saying, "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury." Then Xiao Lu carried Xiao Bai wolf and climbed onto the cart, sitting beside Xiao Wu and softly saying, "Xiao Wu, wake up quickly. We're waiting for you." Nangongyi looked at Su Hong, who was kneeling there feeling guilty. He sighed slightly and then turned to Lian and the others. "Take good care of your children. From now on, children must stay close to adults. Rest for a while. We still have to travel tonight." He then crouched down and whispered, "Su Hong, you did very well. You saved the child. Don't think too much. We need to be more careful in the future. Adults and children must not get separated." The third child said, "Those people are so bad. Their own children were taken and eaten by others, so they steal other people's children to survive." Nangongyi looked at Kong and asked, "Is everything settled?" Kong nodded. "Second girl, help your mother to the tent over there to rest for a while. She's too tired and hasn't rested well. I'll take care of things here. Stay within this shelter. It's hot outside." "Okay." Zhu Quan also helped his mother back into the tent. He could tell she was very scared and weak, so she needed to lie down again. Everyone with nothing to do found a shady spot to sit and rest, lost in their thoughts. Nangongyi called Kongbo and said, "Go around and look for some suitable wooden sticks. I am thinking that Mulan, during her confinement, can't be exposed to the wind. We can set up the 4 corners of this cart with those sticks. Then, we can take a blanket and cover the mother and daughter sitting in the cart to make it easier." Kongbo nodded and went to find the materials, also carefully observing the surroundings to see if anyone was hiding and waiting for a chance. He found 4 similar shrub branches. Nangongyi and Kongbo started decorating Lian's cart, tying the wooden sticks to the 4 corners. Soon, Su Hong was asked to find an old blanket. Su Hong, lying inside the tent, couldn't sleep, but still rested with the second child. Kongbo said the child would wake up in about 2 hours. 2 hours is 4 hours, and by then it would be dusk. In the evening, Xiao Wu finally woke up. When Xiao Wu woke, she looked very sad and was truly frightened. Although before she woke, Su Hong had told everyone not to mention those people, she still remembered being captured and was scared. After dinner, as planned, they would set off overnight. But it wasn't very late yet, and they could still see the sun. Mulan was helped onto the cart by her son and a Lian. The newborn baby was carried out by a Yen. This time, Su Hong also approached and gently teased the little one with her finger. It seemed she was cautious, just smiling lightly and saying, they would start back on the main road at night and then head toward Jingcheng. Su Hong was very quiet. Her emotions from the day hadn't fully passed, and tonight's departure was all arranged by Nangongyi. After setting out, Kongbo volunteered to go last, saying it was better for him to be the rear guard. Su Hong and Nangongyi walked in front, on either side of their carts. Mai Lan took the position of Xiying, and a Lian placed Xiying on a Yan's cart. Chung Quan pushed the old 4 on his unicycle. Su Hong made sure to give everyone some water before they set off, worried about running into that group of soldiers again. If they were searched again, it would be hard to explain. Moreover, before leaving, Su Hong cleaned up the items to make sure they couldn't find any food. After what happened with Yao Yao, they realized that some people were hiding in the dark and not walking along the main road. Everyone became more careful. Fortunately, they had enough food and water in Su-hong's space. After eating and drinking well, they continued their journey, feeling quite energetic. Uncle Kong was a bit tired. He often disappeared for a while, either to scout ahead or to check the surrounding wilderness. The newborn babies were doing fine. They didn't eat much yet. Mai Lan had already given birth to her third child, so she was experienced in caring for children. The group traveled safely for 3 days without meeting anyone else. Finally, they saw mountains in the distance. It looked like they were about to leave this wasteland. That day, they rested at a spot, ate breakfast, and prepared to move on. There were mountains ahead, so they decided to walk to the shade of the trees at the foot of the mountains to rest. Hey, why are those people walking backwards? The third brother, who was helping his older brother pull the cart, saw a few people coming toward them. Thinking about the 2 times they had encountered soldiers on the road, the third brother ran to Su-hong and called out, "Mother, some people are coming from the front." Su-hong looked up. The road ahead was not very straight, but she could faintly see people approaching. Third brother, go to the back and tell your master. Ask Aunt Lon and the others to watch the children. She then called the fourth brother, who was walking slowly behind. Shangxi, come sit on the cart. Second brother, walk on the left side of the cart. Big brother, shift the cart a little to the left to leave space for others to pass. Su-hong gave a series of quick commands. She also hurried to the cart, rummaged around, and took half a bag of coarse rice mixed with sand and stones from a cloth bag. There was a little water in a basin. Su-hong also wiped off the black ash from the bottom of the pot, then rubbed some on her hands, and also applied a bit to the faces of second brother, little 5, and little 6. They hadn't encountered anyone these past 2 days. During a rest, Su-hong quietly washed each of her children. The smell of sweat and dirt was terrible, but she dared not wash their clothes. If someone saw that they were wearing clean clothes, it would reveal they had water. When Nangongyi arrived, he saw Su-hong applying face paint to little 6. Her hands made little 6's face look as dark as a little black doll, and Nangongyi could only smile slightly. Su-hong was not just painting little 6's face, she also covered his neck and shoulders. In the end, she even gently rubbed little 6's head, making him laugh happily. During these days together, little 6 liked this family more and more. He saw Su-hong as a real aunt and felt very close to her. Nangongya's injury is now completely healed. Seeing the people coming from the other side, he frowned and said, "This area in Chizhou is even drier. Why are these people still coming back? They don't look like soldiers from that day, they seem to be refugees." As they moved forward, they met these people. Su-hong had greeted everyone, but they couldn't let others see that their group was in good spirits. When they encountered others, they pretended to be weak and hunched over. The leader was pulling a cart. Su-hong walked on the left side of the cart, which carried little 5, little 6, and the week old 4. Old 3 went to help Zhu Quan pull his mother. Zhu Lu and Zhu Xiling helped support the cart. A Lian was pulling the last cart, with her and a Yan's 2 children sitting on it. Behind them was Kong Bo, walking at the back. The group looked cautiously at the people coming toward them. The others looked at them too, but at about a meter away, they all moved to the right and covered their faces with their hands, as if blocking something. When they passed close, an old man among them said in a deep voice, "Don't go any further if you want to stay alive. There is a plague over there." Ah, a plague.
Su-hong paused.
Yes, how could she forget? Usually big disasters come with big plagues. They were about to reach Jingcheng, but they hadn't seen anyone for 3 days. Now, the few people they met said there was a plague ahead. There were about 10 people in this group, all adults, no children. They were pulling 2 carts and seemed to have quite a bit of supplies. They dared to turn back, probably because they still had enough food or other ways to survive for a few days. Su-hong and her group had food too, but they were less willing to go back. If there was a plague ahead, they had to think carefully. The pedestrians walked quickly, brushing past. After they had gone, Su-hong thought for a moment and ran back to ask, "Old sir, do you know what kind of plague this is?" "No, we don't. We were almost at the foot of that mountain when we saw many people blocking the way. Jingcheng wouldn't let anyone in or pass through. The city gates are closed. I heard that outside the city, many refugees are fleeing, and some have caught the plague. They say it's gotten worse in the past 2 days, especially among children. So we decided to head back north. Su Hong paused, then turned around and told the cart driver to stop. She called Nangong Yi and Kong Bo over. What should we do? Where should we go? Nangong Yi looked serious. He had heard what the old man said. He didn't expect Jingcheng not only to block entry but also to prevent anyone from passing. Refugees coming from Chizhou might all end up stuck outside Jingcheng. Many refugees are hungry, which could easily lead to chaos or even the spread of disease. Although the old man didn't specify what kind of plague it was clearly appearing among the refugees. If they headed north like him, it wouldn't be a good choice. Going north from Chizhou leads to Qingzhou. If Xiao Lu travels through Qingzhou's territory, it might be impossible for him to survive. Qingzhou is controlled by King Yongkong. The king himself led troops under the banner of helping the emperor to attack Jianzhou. It's said that King Yongkong manages Qingzhou well, but his rules are strict. If Xiao Lu goes there, he might not even have a proper pass, and trouble could arise. He had initially thought about going to Jingcheng to get a pass for the three of them, but now it seemed complicated. Looking at the group, most of them were children and women. Nangongyi found it hard to decide. If he only protected Xiao Lu, now that his injury is healed, he and Kong Bo could escort Xiao Lu through Jingcheng. But what about the children and women? While he was still thinking about what to do, Su Hong had already made a decision. Kong Bo, I'd like to trouble you to go ahead and investigate what kind of plague this is. Not all plagues are incurable. Wait a moment, I'll prepare some protective items for you. In a team, there is always a leader who holds the main authority, especially when that person is Su Hong. Kong Bo didn't need to ask Nangong Yi. He simply nodded in agreement. They moved their carts to the side and gathered together, protecting the children in the middle. Su Hong took out a spray bottle of disinfectant from her sleeve pocket and said, "Here, when you go out, spray this on yourself. Just close your eyes and mouth while spraying. When you come back, spray yourself a few times before coming near us. Also, this is called a mask. Many illnesses spread because infected people breathe out germs that we might breathe in. Wearing this mask can block those germs from being inhaled. You won't breathe in their sickness, but you'll breathe in clean air." Su Hong carefully explained to Kong Bo how to use the mask and said seriously, "I know you might think I'm overreacting. You believe you're healthy and won't get sick, but look at our group. Besides you and Ziluo, everyone else is women and children. Especially the children, they might get sick if they touch something contaminated on your clothes. You're fine, but if you get close to your children, they could catch the illness. Do you understand?" Because she was doing this for the master's safety, Kong Bo would definitely take it seriously. After listening carefully to Su Hong, he moved forward. Su Hong then took out 2 more spray bottles and several masks of different sizes. She taught the third old man and Zhu Lu how to use the spray. Spray it on each person first, then spray around them. She told them to be careful not to spray into their eyes or mouths. When spraying, everyone should close their eyes and mouths. She repeated what she told Kong Bo and showed everyone how to wear the masks properly. She handed out masks of all sizes to everyone. Ian looked at the masks and smiled. "Madam, these are so small. They're not as good as our cloth masks." Su Hong replied seriously. "No, these won't do. The cloth we wear gets wet when it rains. It can't hold water, but look, I can use this to hold water. That means the sickness won't get into our bodies through our mouths or noses." Su Hong demonstrated that the best medical masks won't leak water, but they are breathable. She carefully taught everyone how to wear the masks correctly, how to pinch the nose part so that no germs could get in through their noses or mouths. Ian and Alien both felt that this was a bit unnecessary, but after listening to Su Hong's reasoning, they agreed that, for the sake of their children, they couldn't harm them. So, they all put on masks. Even though it was a little hot, they could accept it. Su Hong took out some umbrellas from the cart to provide shade for everyone, but they hadn't decided whether to move forward yet. They would wait for Uncle Kong to return. Su Hong sighed and then found some books in the space, quickly trying to learn more. She carefully examined the situation. After a big disaster, the common infectious diseases are smallpox, cholera, and dysentery. Compared to the others, Dysentery is the mildest. The other two, if contracted, could be deadly in this era. The more Su-hong looked, the more serious her expression became. What should she do? Should they just retreat and stay away from the virus? She checked the books and found that there were some smallpox vaccines in the space. So smallpox could be prevented for now. But if it was cholera, that would be really troublesome. Thinking about it, Su-hong looked up how to get vaccinated. She took out a smallpox vaccine from the space and asked her second brother to help roll up her sleeve. Then she gave herself an injection. Nangongyi had been watching Su-hong closely. He wanted to step forward to see what she was looking at. Those tiny characters on the page looked like writing, but different from usual. It seemed to be a book, but not like any book he had seen before. Just then, he saw Chen Yuqiang helping their mother roll up her sleeve, revealing Su-hong's pale arm. This was the part Su-hong was most satisfied with about her body. Although she was born in the countryside, aside from her face and hard-working hands, her skin was fair and soft. Even after using many skincare products in her past life, she didn't have skin as good as this. After giving herself the shot, Su-hong called her eldest brother, Dong, over. She then injected each of them with the vaccine one by one. For the eldest, her mother said to do as she was told. The only discomfort was a slight pain from the needle. But for the third brother, he wanted to ask questions about everything. He had just finished spraying the medicine and wanted to ask his mother if he could keep the fun spray device to play with later. He saw his mother give a shot to the eldest brother. "Girl, what's this?" the third child asked, and everyone looked over. Su-hong quickly prepared another injection, asked the second child to roll up the third child's sleeve, then clean the area with iodine and injected. The third child flinched a little. The pain was bearable, but he wanted to understand what was happening. "Mom, what are you doing?" "I'm giving you a preventive shot. This is called the smallpox vaccine. After you get it, you won't get smallpox. I think the illness I mentioned earlier is this disease, so I want to protect you." "Smallpox? Can this prevent smallpox?" Nangongyi was very excited when he heard this. He came over to look at the small needle in Su-hong's hand, with a clear tube attached. The needle looked so good, just one prick and no smallpox? Su-hong took out a new needle, drew medicine into it, and signaled Nangongyi to roll up his sleeve. "Come on, I'll give you a shot too." Nangongyi saw Su-hong draw the medicine into the tube and understood that the needle was hollow, and the medicine was inside. "Is there much of this water? If smallpox spreads, it won't be enough. My sister died from smallpox. It's not much. This is just a preventive measure. I don't know exactly how much there is. Roll up your sleeve." Nangongyi felt a bit shy to roll up his sleeve in front of so many people. He's not a child. It's not proper to wear such loose clothes. But Su-hong glared and reached out, saying, "Squat down, turn to the side, roll up your sleeve. Don't be awkward. I've seen you without a shirt before. What's one arm?" Her words made Nangongyi's face turn bright red, and he naturally thought of the night Su-hong helped him with the medicine. The second child and others looked away, pretending they hadn't heard. Su-hong didn't mind and quickly gave Nangongyi the shot. In the end, except for the mother and newborn baby and the fourth child, Cheng Xiangxi, Su-hong gave everyone else a shot. She told them not to touch the injection site, not to get it wet with water, and not to scratch. After 3 or 4 days, if blisters appeared, it meant the shot was effective. While they were here, they saw 2 more groups of people walking back from the main road through the bushes. It seemed the situation ahead was indeed getting difficult. Su-hong was thinking about how to go back. Should she return to the fork in the road before entering the village and choose a different path? But she also had to pass through a long mountain stream and the vast wilderness she had been walking through for several days. Su-hong didn't want to think about how she came here, but just imagining going back made her head hurt. She stood up and looked around. Only near the area close to Jingcheng was there any sign of mountains. Elsewhere, she couldn't even see a mountain shadow, which meant she didn't know how far she still had to walk to leave this wilderness. Feeling a bit annoyed, Su-hong paced back and forth. When she stood up and walked outside on the main road, people saw her. She also saw someone walking toward her. Seeing that person, Su-hong was startled because his face was covered with a cloth. But just as he reached that spot, the cloth fell off his face. Su Hong saw a strange and frightening face. His eyes were bright red, as if he had cried too much, but Su Hong thought he looked sickly red. Besides the redness, his eyes seemed somewhat okay. But the face below his eyes was full of black and red scars. His nose was broken, with one nostril pointing upward. The most terrifying part was that he had no upper lip, revealing bright red gums, and his teeth were a mix of black, red, and white. His mouth corners looked strange. It was no longer a normal mouth. Both corners were so damaged that they stretched all the way to his ears. His mouth looked like a horse opening its jaws. His neck was also patchy with red and black, as if his skin was rotting away. He reached out to cover his face with a black cloth, but Su Hong saw his hand, blackened fingers like ink. His skin was decayed and dark as coal. The more Su Hong looked, the more scared she became. Her eyes widened, and she didn't know what to say. Black, black, she stammered. Hearing her trembling voice and seeing her trembling, Nan Gongyi, who was crouching and talking to Xiao Lu, realized something was wrong. He stood up, turned his head, and saw the man. But he only saw the man covering his face and was about to walk further. Although he staggered unsteadily, he was still heading toward the main road where Su Hong and the others were. Black Death. Su Hong finally managed to say the full words in horror. I saw that person almost fall again. Su Hong raised her hand and took out a bow and arrow, handing it to Nan Gongyi. Shoot him dead. We can't let him go further, or more people will get this disease. Nan Gongyi was surprised. He knew Su Hong was capable of killing, but now she wanted to do it herself. Seeing her face turn pale and her eyes filled with fear, he still took the bow and arrow. He knocked the arrow, drew the bow, and shot in one smooth motion. The arrow hit the person's back. The person looked back, and in his eyes, there seemed to be a sense of relief. Nan Gongyi had shot the person dead. He looked at Su Hong, who was trembling, and asked, Su Hong, what's wrong? Su Hong didn't expect to see the plague here. She had seen it before, but only in movies or during her military training, where the instructor mentioned it. This is the plague. No, we must be careful, she muttered to herself as she took out a book to check. She only knew the name of the disease and how terrible it was. She looked at her team, which mostly consisted of people easy to infect. Do any of you have fleas on your clothes or bedding? She looked at Lian and the others. Their carts didn't have fleas.
No, it's too hot today.
Those things can't survive in this heat, Lian said. Su Hong nodded and said, From now on, remember not to touch things around you randomly. Don't let yourselves be bitten by mosquitoes or fleas. Stay away from mice. Only eat what I bring out. Also, I will try to make you wash your hands and face every day. Our children are not allowed to get off the cart for now. They stay on the cart. When we stop, if I take out the tent, I will put the children inside. Nan Gongyi listened to Su Hong's instructions and frowned. Leaving young children on the cart without letting them down seemed a bit serious. Su Hong, what exactly is this disease? Nan Gongyi asked seriously. The Black Death, also called the plague. Once it spreads, it can really wipe out a country. If someone gets sick, maybe the air around them also carries the disease. If a mosquito bites the sick person and then bites you, it could pass the disease to you. This disease mainly comes from animals like mice, otters, cats, and dogs. These animals can carry the disease, and when people touch them, they can get infected. Once infected, the skin on the person's body will start to decay and turn black. You can watch yourself slowly die from the disease. The person just now covered his face because his face was already decayed. The flesh on both sides of his mouth was gone, and his nose was also rotting away. His nostrils pointed upward, toward the sky. Hearing Su Hong say this, everyone got goosebumps. Lao Er tightly hugged Zhu Xiling, who was standing beside her. Nan Gongyi stood up and looked seriously at Su Hong. He asked, Can it be saved? Can it be cured? It's very difficult. I'm not a doctor. All I can do is help us prevent it better. Nan Gongyi frowned and said, If the soldiers catch it, I wouldn't even blink.
But these are ordinary people.
They are innocent. Just then, Uncle Kong returned. Before he got close, Su Hong shouted, Don't move. Uncle Kong, disinfect yourself first. This disease is very scary. Kang's face looked a bit grim, but not because Su Hong told him not to come closer. It was because of what he had seen. The hell on earth. He took out the disinfectant Su Hong gave him and sprayed it vigorously on himself. He took off his coat and sprayed again. After spraying for a while, Kong didn't come closer. He said, "Young master, madam, at the foot of the mountains on both sides and along the mountain path in the middle, there are people lying or dead everywhere. It's almost all children now. Those sitting or lying down, I don't think they'll last much longer." Su Hong nodded and said, "I understand. This disease is hard to prevent. You need to be extra careful. Spray some disinfectant on your shoes too. Also, Kong, we just passed by several families. I think we shouldn't let them go further. They need to be sure they haven't caught it before moving on. Otherwise, if they leave this wilderness, it could really cause chaos in the world." Kong still looked at Nangongyi. Nangongyi turned to look at Su Hong and said, "Do you mean we should stop those people? Are they not allowed to escape from this side?" "Yes, as long as they carry the disease out, it could spread rapidly, 100 times more. Soon, not just a few states, but entire kingdoms could turn into hellish places." "Hey, young girl, do you know medicine?" As soon as Su Hong finished speaking, someone jumped in front of her. Startled, Su Hong quickly aimed her crossbow. The person vanished instantly, and she heard someone calling, "Young girl, you can fight? I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to ask if you know medicine." The voice was quick. Su Hong looked down and saw the old man who had just jumped across from her. He was now crouched at her feet, watching the arrow she shot, then patted his chest as if relieved and said, "That was so scary. You're really strong, young girl. You almost hurt me." "I mean no harm." Su Hong looked at the old man. His hair was messy and white, probably unwashed and uncombed for a long time. His beard and eyebrows were also white, but the white hair and beard were real. Unlike Nangongyi, whose white hair was dyed, this was genuine. Despite the white hair and beard, Su Hong noticed his skin was tight, healthy-looking and smooth, nothing like an old man. This was similar to Nangongyi, who had some gray makeup on his face, making him look a bit older. The old man saw Su Hong studying him and jumped up from the ground again, saying, "Oh, I knew it. Such a beautiful young girl. Why do you have to carry weapons and fight? It's so scary." "I don't mean any harm. I was just chasing those people passing through here. When I heard what you said, I wanted to ask, have you seen this kind of illness? Do you know how to treat it?" The old man was very direct. Su Hong also observed him carefully and asked, "Are you from that city over there? You also carry the disease aura. Please stay away from me. I have children here, and I don't want them to get infected." She immediately told the children behind her to put on masks and sprayed disinfectant. She stepped back a little, then sternly said to the old man, "Anyone coming from that side should be quarantined and kept separate from those who haven't been there. Do not go near there, because not only are there patients, but the air itself is filled with harmful germs." "Air?" The old man looked confused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to understand. "Oh, I see. The germs are in the air. When one person with a sickness exhales, another person inhales the germs."
So, it's the air?
"I knew it. No one has been eating anything, so it can't be food causing this." Su Hong looked at the old man. It seemed he was studying these illnesses. "Are you a doctor?" "Sort of. I really come from that side. You shouldn't go there now, especially with children. Too many people have died. The coffin shops in the city are raising prices wildly, and even then, the coffins are sold out. The shop owner didn't keep any for himself because he also got sick and was thrown out of the city." Nangongyi didn't speak at first. When he heard this, he frowned and asked, "Are you saying that people in the city are being thrown out when they get sick?" The old man suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Nangongyi, and kept shouting. Then he spun around him twice and laughed loudly. "Wow, I didn't expect to see you here." Now Su Hong was surprised. It turned out Nangongyi knew this person? Nangongyi didn't say anything. He just stood straight and looked at the old man from the side. The old man didn't speak anymore but quickly moved closer to Nangongyi and said, You could have ignored this, but you chose to get involved. Your master predicted this, you'll be." Before he finished, Nangongyi said calmly, "Are you chasing after those who left?" If you don't hurry, they might be miles away by now. Even Su Hong, who didn't understand much, knew Nan Gongyi was changing the subject. Sure enough, the old man became anxious and started jumping and shouting. Yes, yes. I came out to find those people. If I don't bring them back, more will follow. That would be a big problem. The main roads are blocked, so they can't leave that way. But some people have already escaped. I need to go after them now. Kongbo, you, and my master's uncle. Go chase after them. Make sure to bring everyone back. Su Hong stepped forward and handed an orange mask to the old man, saying, Put this on like we do, and you won't breathe in any harmful germs. As she spoke, Su Hong sprayed some disinfectant on the old man. The old man took the mask, tried to put it on, and smiled. This thing is great. Now I can pretend to be a bandit. Then he jumped happily and started walking forward. Kongbo hurried to follow him. Watching them walk away, Su Hong patted her chest and said, That scared me a little. Suddenly, someone appeared right in front of me. Nan Gongyi looked a bit helpless and said, He is very skilled in martial arts. Not only do I think you couldn't hit him with your shot, but even that gun you mentioned might not work. Is he really your uncle? Nan Gongyi seemed to have something he didn't want to say, and thought for a moment before replying. Yes, but he claims himself. He believes he is sworn brothers with my master, but my master often chases him away because he keeps teasing him. Nan Gongyi suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, Su Hong, you know about this illness. You can talk to my uncle.
He's a doctor.
His medical skills are as impressive as his martial arts. Su Hong paused, realizing that his medical skills must be very good, which was possible. Seeing him come out of the crowd of people with good energy confirmed it. Su Hong turned and said, I think we should step back a little and find a safe place to set up camp. That way, the children can rest more peacefully, but the area around was all wilderness. Hiding in the grass was easy, but it was also unsafe from all sides. These people started running along the road, and soon they might be running all over the wilderness. Su Hong climbed onto the cart and looked around, choosing a slightly better spot. She and the others prepared to set up the camp there, leaving only a clear message for Kongbo to understand. This time, Su Hong took out the 2 tents she had packed earlier on the cart, set them up again, and added a sunshade. Their activity area was now temporarily established here. Today, the 3rd child hadn't practiced martial arts. As soon as he rested, he started practicing horse stance. Zhu Quan and Zhu Lu, the 2 children, imitated him and stood on either side. No one cares whether what they do is right or wrong, as long as they stay in front of the adults. After being frightened yesterday, Xiao Wu has been very weak. Xiao Ling has been staying close to Xiao Wu because the little white wolf also hurt its back leg. Xiao Lu wanted to get off the cart to play, but Xiao Wu didn't move. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he chose to stay with Xiao Wu, sometimes standing by the cart talking to him, sometimes climbing onto the cart. After the eldest brother told the 4th brother to watch Xiao Wu, he took the 2nd brother and a Lian to look for dry branches nearby. No matter what, they needed to start a fire and cook. A Yen took care of her and a Lian's children, as well as Mylon. It seemed everyone found something to do. Su Hong felt very anxious. What should she do now? If she just left these people alone, she could still survive, but her conscience wouldn't allow it. But how could she manage to take care of them? This worry is even worse than when her father handed her a heavily in-debt company in her past life. Back then, no matter how much she owed, at least she had people she could rely on. Now, who can she rely on? She still needs to protect them.
But what about now?
Not only is Su Hong anxious, but also Nan Gongyi, who stands straight and tall. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Now, he has 2 choices. Take Xiao Lu away or stay. His life, or rather his and Xiao Lu's, was saved by Su Hong. Without Su Hong and the others, they might have been killed or starved to death. But now, without Su Hong, they would only starve. If he takes Su Hong away, she wouldn't leave her 5 children. Even if he takes them, leaving behind the 3 women, the children, including a newborn, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. But he can't just leave Xiao Lu to die here. Nan Gongye's eyes gradually became clear. When he made a decision, Uncle Kong quickly ran back. This time, he didn't even look at Su Hong and the others. He hurriedly ran to Nangong Yi and whispered something. Su Hong watched from the side, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. In such a dangerous moment, division often occurs. If they discover something new, they might use their light skills. If they take a child and leave, that would be fine. But what about the others, herself and the children? Su Hong couldn't bring herself to leave those women and children behind. However, when she saw Kong Bo and Nangong Yi whispering, her heart sank deeper and deeper. This kind of scene was familiar, just like many TV dramas she had watched before. At this moment, they had found something useful for themselves. Would they quietly leave, or would they use their strength to settle everyone here before leaving? Thinking carefully, she believed she was the one who brought food. They probably wouldn't kill her, but they might. While Su Hong was lost in her thoughts, Nangong Yi approached her with a serious face. His conflicted expression made her feel alert. She slowly stepped back to join Xiao Wu and the others, at least staying near Xiao Lu. As she hesitated, she saw Nangong Yi stop and look at her with a stern face. Su Hong thought for a moment, gathered her courage, and was about to say something. "Stay here and watch over this place. We'll be back soon." Huh.
What?
Wasn't he going to take Xiao Lu away? Or was he just leaving her in charge of watching Xiao Lu? Su Hong swallowed hard but nodded slightly. Nangong Yi seemed to understand her thoughts and suddenly looked at her with a hint of amusement. Sometimes she was brave, sometimes timid, but maybe she was overthinking just now. Nangong Yi and Kong Bo quickly disappeared. They had left. Su Hong gathered the children around her, dividing them into groups. The oldest and the fourth in one, the second and the third in another, Zhu Quan and Zhu Lu in a third, with a Lien leading Zhu Xiling in a fourth group, watching in four directions to avoid blind spots. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu could only stay under the central shelter, exposed to the sun but unable to leave. Su Hong gave each group a baseball bat and a police steel fork. She told them that if they saw anyone approaching, especially someone who looked unwell, they should make noise first and then hit with the sticks. Meanwhile, Su Hong ran between the four groups, doing logistics. They needed to guard the area but couldn't stay too close to the shelter, or her people would have no room to move. So, they hid behind some bushes to block the sun. She also gave each person a bottle of mineral water to ensure they stayed hydrated and a mint candy to refresh their minds. "Mom, someone is coming," it was second calling out. Su Hong quickly ran over and shouted, "Everyone else stay back and watch carefully." The second and third brothers were watching the road ahead. Sure enough, 3 people were walking toward them. Maybe they heard the shout, so they stopped and didn't move. Su Hong ran up, with only her eyes visible, and pointed at the 3 people while scolding. "Don't come any closer. One of you might be sick. Stay away from us, or I won't be polite." The 3 people froze. The young man supporting a middle-aged woman looked at Su Hong, but said nothing. He turned around and helped the woman to leave. On the other side, a young girl about the same age as the second brother also turned to walk a few steps, then suddenly ran back and knelt down with a thud, saying, "Please, save my mother. I'd rather sell myself to be your servant and do any dirty work. I'm not sick. My mother just has a fever, and it's not like their illness. Sister, get up." The man in a long robe turned sharply and scolded the girl sternly. His voice was a bit hoarse, and after shouting, he coughed twice. The woman also knelt before Su Hong, trembling as she said, "Madam, please save my 2 children. Our family used to be wealthy, but now only these 2 are left. The old woman can die, but they cannot. I am sick, I can't go, but I beg you, please save them. Mother, mother." The brother and sister both helped their mother to stand again. Su Hong frowned as she watched. If these people moved forward, they wouldn't be able to pass. The old man with the white beard would block the way. Going back would definitely be a dead end. Su Hong thought for a moment and pointed to a spot, saying, "You all go a little further up from there and stop. I will give you some food. See if you can hold on, but don't come near us." Su Hong couldn't watch anymore. She found a place with the wind at her back and left a sun umbrella there for them. With this weather, Just blocking the sun was enough. They wouldn't get cold. Then she left 3 bottles of water there, along with some medicine and masks nearby. She stood a little distance away and said, "Stay here under this umbrella. You listen carefully to what I say. Remember every word." Su Hong stood to the side and explained to the man, "The bottle contains drinkable water.
Don't waste it.
Just twist the cap to open and drink. Then twist it back to close it. If you turn it upside down, it won't spill. After drinking, put the bottle aside and give it to me to handle." Seeing the water, the young girl picked up a bottle, learned to twist it open, and first handed it to her mother to drink.
Su Hong sekretti preis her.
The woman touched her back, took out a broken small bowl from her bag, and poured some water into it for her daughter to drink. Su Hong then pointed to another item and said, "This is a device to check if someone has a fever. You can use it like this." Su Hong showed the man how to use a thermometer gun, then asked him to measure his mother's temperature by pointing it at her. Sure enough, she had a fever of 39 degrees. The box on the ground contains medicine. Open it now and give your mother a pill. If she wants to sleep, let her rest well. The last item is used like this. Do not spray it into the eyes or mouth. Spray it on everyone in your family, then put on masks. That way, you can protect yourselves from catching the illness from others. The man listened to Su Hong's instructions. Looking at these unfamiliar items, he wasn't sure if they were truly helpful or not.
Su Hong calmly said, "Use what you have now."
Is there anything worse? At least you have some medicine. This medicine helps with fever, and there's water to drink. Even if you go further ahead, it's useless. There are barriers set up ahead that will stop you from passing. The man paused, then bowed deeply to Su Hong. "Thank you, madam, for saving us. I will remember this forever. If there's ever a need for me, I, Xie Ziyuan, am willing to risk my life." Su Hong replied softly, "I don't want you to risk your life. I just want everyone to stay alive and be well.
Stay here for now.
I'll bring you some food soon." Su Hong returned to her camp and told Lian and the others watching in that direction, "Be careful. If they come this way, call out early." As soon as Su Hong arrived, Nangongyi also came back. Before he got close, he sprayed himself and then said from afar, "Su Hong, if we keep these people here, do you have any useful medicine?" Uncle said he doesn't have enough medicine now and needs to go to the mountain to gather some, to see if he can find anything useful.
Su Confronted.
She wasn't really a doctor, just making decisions based on books. The risk was too high. But right now, she had no choice. She just wanted to do her part. She said, "I don't know, but I will try my best." That's the truth. She really didn't know how much medicine she could prepare, but she would try her best. There's a checkpoint over there. Uncle checked some people there. So far, no one has darkened skin. Only 2 people have a fever. Su Hong said, "Tell your uncle to separate those with a fever and anyone who has been near someone with a fever from those who haven't fallen ill. I just took in 3 people over there, a brother and sister. Their mother has a fever. I placed her downwind to observe." Su Hong took out a box of paracetamol tablets and said, "This is a medicine I know can reduce fever, but each person can only take 1 tablet at a time. Give it to a trusted person to keep." She showed him how to use it, then handed a box of medicine to Nangongyi. "Remember, don't take more than 1. Taking more won't help. If after 2 hours the fever hasn't gone down, take another one." Nangongyi wasn't sure if this small amount of medicine would work, but since Su Hong's supplies seemed useful, he listened to her. Just as he was about to leave, Su Hong said, "Wait a moment. Do you recognize the people over there?" Nangongyi nodded and Su Hong said, "Wait a moment." She took out 2 infrared thermometers, then paper and a pen. Using a red watercolor pen, she wrote 38, 39, 40, 41 in a fancy style, matching the display on the thermometers. Then she used a green watercolor pen to write 35, 36, 37. She made 2 copies of each, handed them to Nangongyi, and explained how to use and read them. Then tell him, hand over the 2 trustworthy and helpful people. Tell them that whenever they see these words written in red on the paper, they should give a pill to the person and note down the time. Remember to check on those who took the medicine every hour to see if there are any changes. Su Hong understands that she needs to observe the situation constantly. She thinks for a moment and says, "Look, From here downwards, separate the people, placing them 1 meter apart both horizontally and vertically. Have the good people find a way to weave these weeds into small shelters. Just the roofs are enough to give them some shade from the sun. If we don't separate the healthy people from the sick, more people will get sick. Nangongyi understands what Su Hong means. He takes the items and says, "Watch over the children here. I will handle the escape. You just teach me what to do and I will talk to them." Su Hong doesn't plan to personally care for those people. The children here need her more. Nangongyi runs off for a while and then comes back. On his way back, he is followed by some people, and they start to settle down in a grassy area a little farther from Xie Ziyuan and the others, just as he said. Su Hong also places 2 cardboard boxes on the ground, filled with masks and disposable gloves. This time, she asks Nangongyi to take them and hand them over to trustworthy people who have no selfish motives to manage these supplies. The gloves are for those helping out, and everyone should wear masks. "Mother, there are people over here." Just as she says this, she hears the sound of the eldest's voice. Su Hong quickly runs over. Nangongyi picks up the boxes and is about to leave when he hears 3 gunshots in a row. More seriously ill people are coming. It seems this place is no longer safe. You should find 4 or 5 strong people to come over. Then have them go to the front near the mountain, dig a big hole, and bury all the bodies. Make sure to bury them deep, or they will need to be cremated. The same goes for the items used by these people. Everything must be handled this way. Leaving anything behind could cause the next outbreak. Although Su Hong is not a doctor, she knows the basic rules to prevent the spread of the plague. Burying bodies is risky because it involves direct contact with the sick. Most people probably wouldn't want to do it. Su Hong said, "If we can't bury them, then we have to burn everything. We need to burn all of it, and then bury the remains. Once the fire starts, it might get out of control. The weather is dry now, and even a small fire could become hard to put out." Nangongyi thought for a moment and said, "I'll talk to my master and the others. I'll be back soon. Wait for me here." But Su Hong was more worried. She told the older brother and the 4th brother to be very careful. If they hear any noise, they should shout loudly. Su Hong thought about it and decided she would have to dig the pit herself, since it's hard to bury the bodies properly. The pit is difficult to dig and even harder to cover. Soon, Nangongyi returned with the old man with a white beard and Uncle Kong. Kong went straight to help watch over the older brother and the others. The old man with the white beard looked serious and said, "It seems the road ahead is blocked. The people who aren't fully recovered are coming this way. Little girl, you said this disease spreads through the air, right? What else could it be?" "Rats. No one should hunt or eat rats or any animals, no matter how hungry they are. The disease comes from them. Also, mosquitoes, if they bite a sick person and then bite a healthy person, they can spread the disease." The old man with the white beard looked worried as he looked at the distant mountain path. "I hope we can find some medicinal herbs on the mountain." Su Hong looked back, but it was just a hope. Most herbs are small, and when they dry out, their shallow roots die. "Elder, first we need to separate the sick by severity, light cases and severe cases. And within each group, the patients must be kept apart, not piled together. Otherwise, the healthy ones could catch the disease from the sick. We must be very careful with quarantine. Don't call me elder. I'm not that old. Call me Dr. G." The old man was unhappy when Su Hong called him senior, as he didn't like to admit he's old. Su Hong rolled her eyes, thinking that the main point wasn't about age, but about properly classifying the patients. Seeing her eye roll, the old man pretended not to notice and quickly said, "Your idea of separating them has already been done. It's just that some people need care, and their families must look after them. I don't have time to serve tea and water for them. Among those people, are there anyone with some medical skills? Let them take care of the patients. Put on the gloves and masks I gave you, or come over, and I'll give you protective clothing. As long as they protect themselves, they should do their best to care for the patients." "Yes." Over there, some family members stopped a group of passers-by. They all have medical experience. Right now, they are the best. They haven't shown any signs of fever. Then they will be the ones to help. Tell them that if they agree to help this time, I promise to provide food and drinks for everyone who comes to assist. Old Mr. G looked at Su Hong, then sneered and turned to look at their supplies, saying, "You don't have much, and yet you dare to make such a big demand." It seemed he didn't believe Su Hong could succeed. However, Nangong Yi believed in her. He nodded seriously and said, "All right. I trust you with the food. Now, we need to find a few people to dig the graves." Su Hong, feeling annoyed, said, "Let Uncle Kong stay here to watch the children. You and I will find a place to dig the graves. If the bodies aren't buried quickly, it will be harder to control the situation.
We still don't know what the city is like now.
If we leave Jingcheng and head toward Wuzhou, it might not take long before the Prince of Jinnan's forces lose control of Wuzhou." This time, Dr. Ji didn't argue with Su Hong but nodded seriously. Dr. Ji went to organize the quarantine arrangements. Meanwhile, Nangong Yi told Uncle Kong to keep watch over this area and not let anyone enter, even if they seem uninfected. They warned people to go to the front lines, and anyone who tried to force their way in would be met with resistance. Su Hong and Nangong Yi then headed from the wilderness toward Jingcheng. As they moved forward, they saw more and more people in the grass, often lying on the ground, people who had died from the illness. Looking around, they found that their camp was nearly 2,000 meters away, close to the mountains. Su Hongkai said, "Let's do it here. I'll dig a hole, and you stand around watching. If someone comes out, whether they're sick or not, kill them first." Why, killing bad people or those with serious illnesses, Nangong Yi would never hesitate. But killing those with mild symptoms or who seem healthy, he found it hard to do. Su Hong asked seriously, "Can I trust you?" Nangong Yi also replied sincerely, "Of course, you can trust me." "Good. I can get food and dig the hole with special tools because I am defying the odds. These things have hurt my strength a bit. If others see it and spread the word, I might not be able to do it again. So if anyone finds out, just kill them. To save more people, I trust you." Nangong Yi hadn't yet imagined what Su Hong meant by defying the odds, but when a huge creature suddenly appeared beside him with a loud bang, he was frightened. "What is that?" Nangong Yi looked at the strange thing, taller than a person, with a long pole in front, and something like a bucket on top. Su Hong took a strip of cloth from her body, cut it into 3 pieces with a knife, and told Nangong Yi to tie his sleeves with 2 of them because his clothes made it hard to move. After tying his sleeves, Su Hong didn't care and put on a pair of pants she had brought, then untied her skirt and tied it up. Seeing Su Hong untie her skirt, Nangong Yi blushed and turned away, just then noticing a pair of eyes watching from the bushes. "Come out!" The eyes quickly ran back, and Su Hong recognized it as a middle-aged man. Seeing him run, Nangong Yi jumped forward and drew his sword, stabbing it at his throat. Su Hong looked back and said, "That's another infected person." Then she patted the huge creature and said, "Didn't you ask what this is?" "This is an excavator. It can easily dig soil." Su Hong circled around the machine. Then he climbed up, opened the cabin above, and placed the tied-up skirt aside. Then he opened a window and called down to Nangong Yi, "I'm about to start. You need to watch carefully." Su Hong began operating the excavator. Speaking of operating machinery, she hadn't learned this in the army. She only started after taking over the company. As the company improved and real estate became popular, they began developing new buildings. To build good projects and promote them, she specifically learned how to operate an excavator. As the company's chairwoman, she needed to dig the foundation herself. Other companies use shovels, but Su Hong chose to operate the excavator herself. She even made a promotional video while doing it. It was very successful, and the building she helped develop eventually became very famous. Nangong Yi watched Su Hong inside the small metal shed. He saw her turn her hands and pull on some handles, and the large machine in front of her extended its long arm even further. It looked like a big hand grabbing down. When she let go, a big hole appeared on the ground. Then she turned the arm again, tossing the dirt into another area. Her movements were quick. She kept grabbing and releasing, making the hole bigger and bigger. Nangong Yi thought this machine was amazing. It was really good for digging holes. After a while, Su Hong finished digging a large enough hole. She then made a quick move, and the big machine suddenly started to move. This machine had no legs but two metal belts with rolling wheels inside, looking very sturdy and stable under heavy weight. Nan Gongyi was stunned. Su Hong wanted to finish quickly. She didn't care much about rules. She just needed the hole to be deep and rectangular or square, no matter the shape. In less than 2 hours, she dug out a huge deep hole. If someone else had done this, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 days and many workers. He looked up again at the big machine. Luckily, no one else was around to see. The only 2 people nearby were sick, so Nan Gongyi didn't hesitate to send them away, as they looked so badly injured that death was a relief for them. Su Hong got out of the car and looked at the tunnel. I don't know how many people died at the city gate over there. They probably all need to be brought here for burial. Otherwise, with this weather, more diseases might spread. If that happens, not only the common people but even us who are still alive will have no way out. Nan Gongyi nodded and said, "Thank you. If not, things would be even harder for us. I will talk to Uncle Master. Then, I'll find some people to move the bodies here for burial." Su Hong nodded and said, "Find some people. We've all encountered this situation, so we must solve it. You go find some helpers. I think there are many carts over there where the dead are. Let them use carts to carry the bodies. When you find people, bring them to me. I will give each of them a set of protective clothing. The goal is to prevent them from getting infected. Then what about you?" Nan Gongyi looked at the machine. Su Hong reached out and touched it, and the object disappeared. Nan Gongyi couldn't help but take Su Hong's hand and turn it over to look. With such a big device, where did her hand go? Su Hong withdrew her hand. Nan Gongyi realized he had been rude. He thought about how Su Hong had been grabbing food with that hand all along, exploring the carts. At first, he thought her family's carts were strange. Now he understood, they were just a cover. The real thing was that hand. Su Hong also felt a bit awkward. After pulling her hand back, she started walking back. Nan Gongyi was stunned for a moment before following her. He finally asked, "What's going on with you?" Su Hong looked ahead, expressionless and calm. "The things given by the King of Hell. I died 3 days ago. Haven't you heard what Old Third said?" "Yes, he said you starved to death. Then I came back to life. The King of Hell gave me these things. I can take them, but I must return them. I can use them, but I don't know how much I have. I've always believed that being given a second chance isn't for me to enjoy these things. It's probably for me to do something. Now I understand." When she said this, Su Hong's eyes lit up. Maybe heaven allowed her to be reborn just for this disaster. Back at the camp, everyone looked at Su Hong. Suddenly, Su Hong remembered she hadn't left any food. It was already afternoon, and the children hadn't eaten lunch. They all looked weak and tired. Su Hong quickly called over Little 5 and Little 6, then stayed by the cart. Little 5 and Little 6 each came over one by one, carrying boxes of rice to give to everyone. Finally, Su Hong also took 3 boxes and went to where Xie Ziyuan and the others were. The sun was slanting, and the brother and sister sat down in the shade of the sun, blocking the sunlight from their sleeping mother. Su Hong walked over, placed 3 boxes of food on the ground, and said, "Whether you're full or not isn't certain, but eat first. 1 box per person. Don't hold back, afraid of becoming someone's target. After eating, put the boxes together, and don't throw them away. Otherwise, next time, fewer boxes will be given." Xie Yuhong quickly thanked her and helped her mother up. Xie Ziyuan then used a thermometer to check and showed Su Hong. To their surprise, his mother's temperature had dropped. "That's a good sign." "Great, her temperature is down." "That's good. Let your mother eat something. Only if she's full can she endure. I'll call Dr. Ji Ziming to come and see her later, and we'll decide what medicine to give next."
Yiziming?
Hearing the name Ji Ziming, Xie Ziyuan was shocked and stood up suddenly. His sister's box of rice slipped and fell to the ground. She reached out to catch it, but the rice was hot and a bit burning. Still, the young girl managed to hold it. Xie Ziyuan hurried to help her. Then he looked up and asked, "Benefactor, are you sure this is Dr. Ji Ziming?" An old man with a white beard. He's busy over there stopping some people from leaving." When he comes back for dinner, I'll call him over to take a look. Mother, you're saved. Dr. Ji Ziming is here, and this kind benefactor sister. You're saved. Xie Ziyuan was so excited he started crying. From Xie Ziyuan's expression, it was clear that Dr. Ji's reputation was very strong. A miracle doctor. The three members of the Xie family bowed to Su Hong. She gave a few instructions and then left. Back at her own camp, she saw Nangong Yi waiting for her. Seeing her approach, he hurriedly called out, "Have you eaten? I found 7 people willing to help with the cleanup." "Wait a moment. I'll eat quickly and then go." While Su Hong ate, Little 6 and Little 5 collected the used lunchboxes from everyone. She ate and packed up at the same time. I gave another bucket of water, asking Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to watch over it so everyone can save some for drinking. After eating, Su Hong first put on protective clothing. Then she gave a set to Nangong Yi and showed him how to wear it. When she mentioned he needed to wear a diaper, Nangong Yi felt very embarrassed. "No way. I can't be in a diaper." But Su Hong said seriously, "People working in those places have to wear this all day. If they take it off, the clothes are wasted. There aren't many of these. They can't finish cleaning in a day. Not only that, they must wear at least 3 layers of gloves. If any part gets cut, they must change it immediately. Before changing, they need to disinfect." Knowing that Su Hong was telling the truth, Nangong Yi endured his embarrassment, learned how to wear the gear, so he could teach others later. Especially for such awkward things, Nangong Yi suddenly felt he didn't want Su Hong to teach them. Just as Nangong Yi finished dressing, Dr. Ji happened to come over. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground and looked at Su Hong and Nangong Yi's clothes with curiosity. What are you wearing?" Nangong Yi explained about the task of collecting the bodies. Dr. Ji quickly stood up and said, "Yes, it's necessary to collect them, but we need to dig a big hole. Actually, it's best to burn the bodies. But we can't do that now because of the weather. Burning would cause many deaths. I'll go with you to see the bodies. The arrangements are finally in place. Now we just have to see if the survivors can keep going. Dr. Ji, I have a patient here. He had a fever when he arrived, but after taking the medicine I gave him, the fever went down. Do you want to check on him?" "Who? Someone's fever is going down?" Hearing that someone was recovering was good news. Dr. Ji naturally wanted to check. Nangong Yi carried the protective gear and the diaper supplies Su Hong gave him, heading toward the waiting people. But then he heard Su Hong say, "I saved 3 people. One of them is named Xie Ziyuan." Nangong Yi immediately turned back and said, "Su Hong, you say you saved Xie Ziyuan?" "Yeah, he's fine. It's his mother who had a fever, and his sister too. All 3 of them." Nangong Yi wanted to see Xie Ziyuan, but as soon as he moved, his clothing reminded him of something. He then said, "Xie Ziyuan, the youngest top scholar in the court, 16-year-old Zhuang Yuan, Su Hong, must be saved. I will go see them first, then come back to check on them." Dr. Ji didn't care whether he was a top scholar or not. What interested him was that this person had a high fever, but now the fever had subsided. His courage was improving, and he wanted to check on him. Su Hong took Dr. Ji to where Xie Ziyuan and the others were. When Xie Ziyuan saw the old man with white hair brought by Su Hong, he didn't recognize him but guessed he was Dr. Ji. He respectfully stood up and bowed. Dr. Ji checked Lady Xie's pulse and said after a while, "We need to check again tonight to see if she develops a fever. Her pulse is a little steadier than others I've examined. That means you found her early, which is good news. There is hope." Hearing the word, hope, Xie Ziyuan immediately knelt and bowed. He was willing to follow for life if his mother could be saved. Dr. Ji was startled by his kneeling and quickly stepped back, saying, "Don't kneel to me, and don't follow me. I dislike people following me, especially for life. That sounds like you're waiting for me to die. Besides, it's her who is saving you, not me. I need to go help move the bodies." Su Hong watched Dr. Ji disappear quickly, feeling a bit headache. The old man was a little strange, but still a kind and helpful person. "Rest first, everyone. I need to check on others too." Su Hong turned and left. "Brother, that Aunt Sue's clothes look so strange. I've never seen anyone wear like that. She can only see her eyes now. Does wearing this mean she won't catch the disease? Huh, Xie Yuhong was very interested in Su Hong's outfit. Maybe. Little sister, did Dr. G say he was going to move the bodies? Yes. Little sister, stay here with mother. I will follow them to see dad. Xie Ziyuan spoke softly, but his mother lying on the ground heard him. Lady Xie suddenly sat up and reached out to hold her son, saying, Zuan, don't go. Mother will go. Sister, I leave her to you. From now on, you and your brother must take care of each other. Mother can't let your father's body be left outside in the wild. He is a learned and respectful man, disciplined and self-controlled. They simply died there and we didn't care. Later, in the underworld, I felt ashamed to face him. Mother, don't say that. It was father who told us to leave. He didn't blame you and he wouldn't blame us. Xie Yuhong was naturally sad, but she also wanted to comfort her mother, who was choking on her tears. Xie Ziyuan said, Mother, you can't move father by yourself. Where can I go? I will go with them. Now that Dr. G is here, there's no need to be afraid. I will find Dr. G first, then go with them. You can rest assured. I will come back safely. I still need to take care of you and my sister. Xie Yuhong also said, Mother, let brother go. Your health isn't good. If you go, won't we just cause more trouble? Under the siblings' persuasion, Madame Xie finally agreed to let Xie Ziyuan go. He quickly ran toward the place where Su Hong had just gone. After running a short distance, he heard someone call out, Stop. Don't come any closer. It was All Yen who called out. She and others were guarding this side. Seeing Xie Ziyuan run over, she stopped him. He hurriedly said, I'm here to find Sister Su. Wait a moment. Soon, Su Hong was called over. Seeing Xie Ziyuan, she asked, Young Master Xie, what are you doing here? Xie Ziyuan bowed deeply and said, I just heard that your people are moving the bodies. I want to go too. My father is over there, and I can't let him be left outside. I'm afraid if I don't go, no one will recognize him. Moving bodies is risky. You want to go? And once you go, it won't just be your family. There are many who have no family to help them and they need assistance, Su Hong said seriously. In times like this, some people have to do certain things. Helping others is also helping yourself. So, young Master Xie, have you thought it through? Xie Ziyuan looked up at Su Hong and listened carefully to her words. Helping others is also helping oneself. All right, I will go. But I request that I give my father a separate grave. Su Hong looked back at the vast wilderness and nodded. Let's go. I will take you there. Originally, Nangongyi explained for a long time before they accepted the idea of wearing paper diapers. Only then did they start dressing and putting on the diapers. While they were putting them on, they saw Su Hong approaching through the bushes. Everyone hurriedly crouched down, causing a bit of chaos. Nangongyi quickly jumped up and stood in front of Su Hong. Su Hong hadn't noticed the situation, so she didn't think anything was wrong. But Nangongyi, feeling shy, blushed and said, What are you here for?
Didn't you say I
was teaching them? Su Hong looked at Nangongyi with some surprise and said, I just brought him over. This is Xie Ziyuan, whom I rescued. He said he wants to go with you. I also prepared a set of clothes for him. You can teach him how to wear them. From the rustling sounds coming from the bushes, Su Hong knew what they had been doing earlier. She didn't say much, explained the situation briefly, and then left. Xie Ziyuan found it quite strange. The white-haired, white-bearded man looked very young, not at all old, which was similar to Dr. G. But he blushed and spoke to Su Hong in a strange way, which seemed a bit odd. Su Hong turned to leave. Xie Ziyuan followed Nangongyi behind the bushes and understood why he was blushing. Nangongyi knew Xie Ziyuan had never seen this before, so he explained how to put on the clothes. Just listening to this made Xie Ziyuan blush. He really didn't expect to have to urinate on himself. How could that be? But Nangongyi said seriously that if he didn't wear it, he couldn't go with them. Xie Ziyuan took the paper diaper, found a spot behind the bushes, and put it on. Then he put on the protective outer clothes. Everyone helped each other put on gloves. Nangongyi also repeated the instructions Su Hong had given them. Then he led the way, taking them outside the city. Along the way, they encountered some people who were sick and still alive. These people were moving outward, but they were mostly unable to stand up straight. They were weak and sick, struggling to survive. Nangongyi originally wanted to help them quickly, but when he saw just one person, he was ready to do so. Seeing a whole group of such people, he found it hard to act. It felt like he was a cruel monster, because the others watched helplessly as the first person was killed. Nangongyi hesitated for a moment, but decided to take these people first to deal with those who had already died. As a scholar, seeing such terrible scenes, Xie Ziyuan felt useless. He had read countless books and once had great ambitions, believing that with his knowledge, he could help the ruler govern the country. But since the autumn when he became top scholar, the entire empire fell into a time of war and natural disasters. Even his family, who had a small harvest, had to flee from starvation. The refugees he met along the way made him feel that his knowledge was useless. When the plague broke out here, he felt even more powerless. He couldn't help others, and even his own family's backbone, his father, was injured when trying to find food and was robbed by unruly people. Soon after, he discovered his father was also infected. His father forced his mother to swear and told them to leave. They knew they shouldn't go, but had no choice. Staying meant only death among the sick. When his mother also started to have a fever, Xie Ziyuan finally agreed with his father to leave with his mother and sister. When they left, his father was still alive, but after these 2 days, he feared his father might have already died. Now, seeing the sick and dead along the way, Xie Ziyuan felt his steps falter. A patient was lying by the roadside. When Nangongyi passed by, he thought the person was already dead. But unexpectedly, the person reached out and grabbed the last person walking, Xie Ziyuan. Because Nangongyi had instructed that their clothes must not be torn. If torn, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Xie Ziyuan knelt down and gently reached out to try to loosen the person's grip, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Those hands were no longer really hands, more like claws. The skin was almost gone, covered with maggots, and bones were clearly visible. The person held onto Xie Ziyuan's ankle, gasping and struggling to speak. Please.
Please.
Seeing something was wrong, Nangongyi turned back and raised his hand to strike the person dead because he believed the person couldn't survive anymore. But Xie Ziyuan softly asked, Do you have something to tell us? The person nodded her head on the ground. With her other hand, she struggled to reach into her clothes, trying to take out something. But she was lying face down and couldn't turn over. It took a long time before she managed to get it out. Xie Ziyuan reached out to help him, but the person turned over, revealing a bandage wrapped around his abdomen. Hand it over to Lord Luo. Lord Luo, the person on the ground, said nothing more. His last breath had faded. Xie Ziyuan held the bundle, but he didn't know where Lord Luo was now, nor whether the contents were urgent or not. Nangongyi reached out his hand, intending to take it, but then hesitated, considering his current status. Instead, he took out a spray from his hand and said, Spray this on what he carried. Someone else asked, Should we open it and look? But Xie Ziyuan replied seriously, No, peeking is not a gentleman's behavior. After Nangongyi sprayed the bundle, Xie Ziyuan tied it to himself and gently adjusted the person's body, saying, I will not fail your trust. I will deliver it to Lord Luo. Nangongyi stood up and addressed a few people. On our way, we might encounter more such people. If they have something entrusted to them, and we can remember it, we will record it. After the danger is over, we can help fulfill their wishes. But we must not harm anyone just for the money on a dying person. People do their part, and heaven watches over us. Do you understand? Everyone who wanted to help with the body felt a sense of kindness in their hearts. They all nodded in agreement. But when they actually reached about 2 miles outside the city, they were stunned. The ground was covered with corpses, many in various states of dismemberment. Hardly any were intact. Even with 2 layers of so-called masks, they couldn't block the stench of decay. Some bodies were unrecognizable, others were mostly just bones. The black, foul-smelling blood had seeped into the ground. Nangongyi knew trouble was coming, but he had to organize. Start here. Clear the carts by the roadside, pile the belongings aside, then begin cleaning up. 2 of them hesitated and wanted to back out. Xie Ziyuan, walking at the back, stopped them and said, There may not be your loved ones here, but you must understand, what we are doing is a great act of kindness. Helping them find peace in death is also helping us get through this difficult time. Otherwise, our loved ones will never pass through Jingqing. It is also possible that the disease was spread by those who are infected. Since we are all here, we cannot leave now. Your feet are already covered in contaminated mud. The two men pointed inside and said, "There are so many here, we don't know what it's like inside. As soon as we start, we can clean some each day. Eventually, it will all be cleaned. If we don't start now, they will just stay here. When the wind blows, the disease could spread everywhere. Can you guarantee you won't be affected by the wind?" The two men fell silent. That made sense. They couldn't argue with the top scholar. Xie Ziyuan came here to find his father. Seeing the two men hesitate, he stepped forward to discuss with Nan Gongyi. "Master, I have a suggestion." "Go ahead." "I think that touching more might increase the risk of getting sick. So we can have just 2 people move the bodies. I can be one of them. The others will only handle transportation." Xie Ziyuan pointed to the carts. "We can move 1 cart at a time. One person pushes it to the designated spot, then pushes it back. When they return, they will meet the second person, who will take the cart from them. Then the second person pushes the cart with the bodies to the next spot and hands it over to the next person. This way, each person only moves the cart a short distance. It might be faster this way." Nangongyi nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, you are a top scholar. Your idea is very good. Let's do it that way." Nangongyi looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Xie Ziyuan, the young scholar who made a name for himself 2 years ago. Now he is willing to stay and help clean the bodies. Is there anyone else willing to work with him?" Some of the people couldn't believe it. This skinny young boy was actually the famous young scholar. One strong-looking man stepped forward quietly and said, "I will." Nangongyi looked at him and nodded. "Good. We'll start cleaning now. 2 more, please. After I point out the area, I will come back to help." 2 others also stepped forward, willing to help with the cleaning. The rest went to gather the carts. Each person took a cart, pushed it over, and could clean 3 to 4 bodies on each cart. I was worried about falling on the way. Someone had an idea. They took the quilt left on the cart, took out the cotton filling, and spread it on the cart. Then they used a bedsheet to make a rope and tied it on both sides. After placing the body on it, they tightened the rope so it wouldn't fall. Others did the same. Soon they finished preparing 2 carts. Nangongyi led the way, walking ahead and telling them to follow him. He also marked the carts with cloth strips at certain points, which served as reference markers. When Nangongyi and his team brought the first cart with the body to the edge of the pit, they saw Su Hong standing there in protective clothing, with 2 others also dressed in protective gear. Nangongyi didn't recognize who they were. Su Hong instructed the cart pushers to move the carts along the wooden plank path down into the pit. Once inside, the 2 helpers carefully lifted each body from the cart and placed them neatly along the edge, close together. Then they pushed the second cart down. "Su Hong, I'll leave this part to you. I need to check along the way. More people might come to help. Over there it's too many, and I worry the pit might not hold them all." Su Hong nodded. If they couldn't fit everyone, they would have to dig more. The team kept bringing bodies steadily. After filling half the space, Su Hong ordered some lime to be spread over the bodies, then covered them with soil, as they planned to layer again later. There was no other way. This was the only solution. As night fell, Dr. G came to check again. He then went to bring 20 more people. They needed to take turns resting, and this was hard physical work. No one could do it for long. Su Hong decided to set up a tent nearby, placing supplies, protective clothing, and water inside. He called the leader over to help. The leader didn't need to do heavy work. He just watched over the supplies in the tent. In front of the tent, Su Hong set up a table. He took some buns and steamed bread from a storage space. For those working hard, their main need was to eat enough, not fancy food. Dr. G called the 20 people over. Let them eat first, then go back to work. When they saw the buns, steamed bread, and bottles of water, their eyes lit up. It had been a long time since they had such simple, plain food. Chung Xiongdong handed out 2 buns and 1 steamed bread to each person, along with a bottle of water, and told them to eat here. After eating, he put the bottles away. Then he handed each person protective clothing. The task of putting it on was left to Nan Gongyi. Nan Gongyi took these 20 people to replace the previous ones. But Xie Ziyuan refused to leave. Su Hong had told Nan Gongyi that Xie Ziyuan wanted to find his father. So Nan Gongyi let him go inside to find his father first, then he could bring him out himself. Su Hong agreed to give his father a separate grave. When she saw him carrying a covered person over, she led him to the other side. Near the foot of the mountain, she said, "Do you think this place is good? I can't read the land well, but I feel the spot, with the mountain behind and flat land in front, is a good place. So I dug this grave here. Also, there's a big stone nearby, which can be a marker. When you come to pay respects later, you can find it easily." Xie Ziyuan knelt down with a thud. "Thank you, Madam Su. Your kindness is great. My family has no way to repay you. My mother said that from now on, our family will follow you. If there's anything we can do to help, just tell us. Get up, get up. You are a top scholar, with a bright future ahead. I don't want anything in return. I don't know who those people were, so I can't ask for anything from them. It's just what we should do as humans during a disaster." Su Hong handed Xie Ziyuan a shovel and said, "First, bury your father. I need to dig another grave here. The monk said there are too many bodies over there and 1 grave isn't enough." "Yes, I'll help right away." Xie Ziyuan took the shovel, wrapped his father in a torn blanket, and placed him in the grave. Then he sprinkled the white ash Su Hong mentioned and filled the grave with soil. Before he finished, he heard 2 loud rumbling sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw a huge machine. The huge machine was the excavator that Su Hong had called out again. Half of the graves over there had already been used. If they didn't dig a bigger one soon, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed of moving the bodies. "Stand back a little. I'll help you fill the grave faster," Su Hong said, sticking her head out of the excavator, speaking to the standing Xie Ziyuan. Xie Ziyuan didn't know what it was. Hearing Su Hong, he instinctively took a step back. Su Hong operated the excavator, quickly filling in Xie Fu's grave. She pressed down firmly with the arm, then dug out 2 shovels of dirt, creating a mound, and pressed around it to secure it. Su Hong then got off the excavator and said to Xie Ziyuan, "Go over there first. I've left you some food. Rest for a while. If you still have energy tomorrow, you and your team can take turns moving the bodies. We hope to bury everyone in 2 days." Xie Ziyuan looked at the excavator and asked, "What is this?" "It's called an excavator. I use it to dig holes. The hole over there. Yes, I dug that one with this. You should go back and rest. You're tired. But don't go to your mother's place for now. Since you've been around dead people, it might not be good for your mother and sister. We've arranged a safe place for everyone to rest." Xie Ziyuan circled around the excavator, reached out, and touched it. It was cold and hard, made of metal. "Do you want me to help?" "No need. I plan to dig a bigger hole about 2 meters away from your father's grave. When you go back, tell the monk. I'll be digging here, and he can check on the children." Xie Ziyuan nodded but didn't move. Su Hong ignored him and climbed onto the excavator, starting it up. Luckily, the moonlight was still bright. She didn't turn on the headlights and began digging directly. Xie Ziyuan and Nan Gongyi watched Su Hong dig the hole, both stunned. Sometimes, Su Hong turned around and saw Xie Ziyuan staring blankly. It reminded her of what she had heard before. Men, whether old or young, are often attracted to powerful things because they show strength. Xie Ziyuan didn't go back. Instead, Nan Gongyi came over. He and Chung Xiongdong, the boss, arranged food and drinks for those taking a break and put their protective clothing into the grave to bury it. Then they let everyone rest under 2 large umbrellas. Later, Nan Gongyi realized he hadn't seen Xie Ziyuan or Su Hong for a long time. He knew Su Hong was probably helping Xie Ziyuan bury his father. But since they hadn't come back yet, he started to feel worried. From a distance, I went ahead to confirm with Uncle Kong, and I learned that the children are all fine and asleep. Then he came to find Su Hong. When he arrived, he saw Su Hong digging a hole again, while Xie Ziyuan stood nearby, watching blankly. Su Hong also saw Nangong Yi, stuck his head out and called, "Take him back. Everyone is staring. Let him rest for a while." However, Nangong Yi suddenly jumped outside the driver's cabin and stood there, looking inside at Su Hong. He asked, "Can I help?" Su Hong smiled and replied, "No need. I can handle it alone. But you still need to watch over the bodies being moved, mainly around the hole and during transportation, so no one gets infected again." Dr. Ji had already started treating those with mild symptoms. They mainly used the medicine Su Hong brought out to reduce fever. Although they didn't understand how the medicine was made, they followed Su Hong's instructions, and some people started to see improvement. That's a good sign. It took nearly 2 hours for Su Hong to finish digging the entire hole. Nangong Yi came twice to check, and finally, he saw Su Hong preparing to leave the machine. "Su Hong, are you done?" Su Hong looked at the tunnel behind the machine and asked, "Is it enough?" Nangong Yi saw a hole that was half as big again as the previous one and nodded. "Probably enough. But I don't know if there are any dead people in the city. If there are, we might need to dig more holes." Su Hong was a bit tired and said exhausted, "Let's leave it for now. If we need to use it again, we'll dig more." Su Hong patted the machine, and then the excavator disappeared. "Have you checked on the children?" "I told Uncle Kong not to leave. He can stay here and watch over us." Su Hong nodded and said, "Later, ask Uncle Kong to bring out some buckets. I'll give them some more water. I already left enough food for them for tonight and tomorrow." Nangong Yi sighed and said, "I suddenly feel so useless. I can't help you at all." Su Hong smiled and replied, "I'm not tired. I just took out some supplies to use. But I don't know when I won't be able to get more. If that happens, we're truly doomed." Nangong Yi turned to look toward Jingcheng and said, "So, we need to cross Jingcheng quickly. I hope we can find a safe place to live in Wuzhou." Su Hong didn't ask much. She thought that although they were nobles, their current situation must be worse than just fleeing from hardship. Back at the camp, Cheng Xiangdong, who was resting at the table, woke up and saw his mother returning. He felt like crying. He had never been given such a big responsibility before. He had also never seen so many people die. He had seen dead bodies along the way, but compared to those strange deaths, it was easier to accept. "Mother," he called out, choking on his words. "Xiangdong, you've worked hard, but you're 14 now. When you're at home, you can take on the role of the older brother, look after your younger siblings, and help mother. Today, things are different. As a man, you should do your best to help. So, mother wants you to come and help take care of them. Look at them, some are only 2 or 3 years older than you. But they also helped carry the bodies." Xiangdong sniffed and said quietly, "Mother, I'm not afraid of being tired. It's not that. I just feel scared being here alone. I haven't seen you and my younger siblings, and I feel afraid. Seeing those people in the pits, I'm scared." Su Hong understood. She reached out and patted her son gently. Usually, he didn't talk much, but now he was the pillar of the family. "Rest for a while. I'll check on your siblings and come back." Su Hong then returned to her family's area. From a distance, she saw Uncle Kong. "Kong, bring out the bucket and put it here. I'll prepare some water for everyone. Also, bring the basin." Kong silently took the bucket and basin. Su Hong prepared water and a basket of plain steamed bread for them. She told Kong to take it back and get ready to feed everyone tomorrow. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard someone shouting from the main road. "Stop him! Stop him!" Kong immediately returned to the camp. His first task was to protect the children. Su Hong stood there and looked around. Although there was moonlight, the tall grass still blocked some of her view. Su Hong took out a bright flashlight and shined it quickly, just in time to spot a sick person rushing toward their camp. Su Hong's flashlight illuminated him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block the bright light. Seeing this, Su Hong loudly shouted, "Go back. Return to the sick area. If you go any further, don't blame me for being harsh." The man looked back at Su Hong and, seeing the flashlight, hoarsely called out, "Give me food, give me food. I know you have some. Why won't you give me any? I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Su Hong slowly approached him. Kong Bo also stood nearby, ready to act at any moment. If you want food, go back. Stay where you're supposed to be. I'll send someone to bring it to you. But if you come any closer, I'll make sure you never get to eat again. Su Hong spoke firmly and loudly. Go back. I'll count to 3. If you don't move, I'll take action. Before the man moved, someone behind him shouted, Please don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. I'll take him back. I'll bring him home. A crying woman, probably in her 20s or 30s, ran over. She looked dirty, but seemed healthy and not infected. Without hesitation, she ran forward and hugged the man, crying, Zhuanzi's father, let's go back. We're going back to that side. You didn't eat enough. I'll give you more. I have a plain bread bun I didn't eat. I'll give it to you. The man, held tightly, paused for a moment and then shouted, Let me go. Let me go. You go take care of the kids, don't bother about me. 1. Su Hong started counting. She couldn't allow this person to keep going forward. If he did, it would seriously affect the children here. She wondered how they had agreed to divide the 6 zones. It was said that severely ill people shouldn't move around and should stay put. Although Su Hong hadn't gone into the severely ill area, she had heard from Dr. Ji that on the other side of the main road, about 2 or 3 miles away, people had come here. How did they get here, knowing there was food? Su Hong was very angry. If she had brought out supplies to help them, and they turned around to hurt her children, she felt like she was fighting wolves. 2. Hurry up, his father. What will we do without you? You should go back first. A doctor is here to treat the sick. Don't be afraid anymore. I need to get some food for the patient. The patient has no food, and you have none either. What should we do? The man was still worried about his wife and children, but his actions were wrong. Especially when he was struggling, he saw the large white steamed buns that Kong Bo had brought back, which ignited his last bit of madness. He completely ignored Su Hong, who was pointing a gun at him. Of course, he didn't know what the gun was for. He thought it was just like the flashlight Su Hong was holding, something to light the way. He didn't care about Su Hong counting to 3. When he saw the white buns, he reached out and pulled away his wife's hands from behind him, then tried to rush forward. Su Hong didn't wait for him to count to 3. She pulled the trigger and shot him in the head. Immediately, she took out a body bag and moved to put the body inside. The woman screamed and lunged forward. Dad. Dad. She tried to pick him up. Just then, Dr. Ji arrived. Su Hong angrily said, Senior Ji, didn't you say to watch the seriously ill carefully? How did this person get here? I told you, sick and healthy people should be separated. His wife isn't sick, so why is she with him? And she's trying to come into my house. Old Dr. Ji didn't mind Su Hong scolding him. He raised his hand and pressed a pressure point on the woman, causing her to faint. Su Hong stepped forward, put the dead man into the body bag, then took out a spray to disinfect the area thoroughly. Senior Ji, this woman can't go back to where she was. She needs to be isolated. She just held that man. They've been chasing after each other. We don't know when they came into contact. Also, they seem to have a child. We must keep them apart and watch for 3 days to see if she develops a fever. If she gets sick, everyone around her will be in trouble. Every new patient is one more problem for you. For me, it means digging more graves and burying more bodies. The gunshot echoed clearly in the quiet night. Others didn't know what the sound was, but Nangong Yi understood immediately. He quickly followed the sound and heard Su Hong's words, then saw the large bag on the ground. He was also worried. Uncle Ji, no more sick people should come near here. You know, Yuer is here. His voice lowered significantly. Dr. Ji also heard him. Dr. Ji sighed and said, Don't be angry, everyone. I really can't do much by myself. Over there, I told them to watch and guard, but they're afraid of catching it, so they stay far away. Look at all these bushes. Who knows where the person hiding or running out from? Surround them. Make sure to enclose the area. Use those bushes to block off the part where the patients who can still move are. Also, do the same for the mild cases here. Let them move around themselves. Tell them that from now on, those who don't do any work will only get 1 steamed bun a day, while those who work will get 2 buns and a bowl of water. Su Hong knows that right now everyone needs food. If they are given something to eat, they will have energy. They need to realize that saving others is also saving themselves. Uncle G, as for the Yu family members, just give orders. If anyone refuses to move, just deal with them directly, Nangongyi said. Who are the Yu family members? Su Hong asked. Nangongyi looked at the area where people were stopped and tied up, where there was a flickering light, and said, "They are from a family that was once a big clan. They usually work together closely, but are also very closed off. They refuse to help others," Su Hong said firmly. People who shut themselves off at such a time are fools. Families like that will no longer be supplied with steamed buns or food. She then turned to Kong Bo and called out, "Call All Yen out. I have something for her to do." Su Hong plans to have All Yen specifically handle distributing the buns. The best and most suitable food they can provide now is buns and water. She said, "Senior G, from now on, All Yen will stay with you. But she's only responsible for distributing food. She doesn't need to do anything else." All Yen hesitated a little, but came over. The children were entrusted to Ah Yen. "All Yen, don't be afraid. I will give you a protective suit. From now on, you will be in charge of giving out food to the people over there. If you need more buns, come find me. I only recognize you. If anyone else comes to take, I won't give them anything." Su Hong was teaching All Yen how to wear the protective suit and also giving her some tips on how to handle things. After all, she was just a rural wife and hadn't seen much of the world. Watching Su Hong's back, Nangongyi felt a strange sense of worry. If I remember correctly, Su Hong said she didn't know how much she could produce. If she can't produce anything, will it harm her health? Or if she produces too much, will it be bad for her? Dr. G was a bit annoyed. He found 2 long, dry stalks of grass, tied the woman up, and then quickly disappeared, carrying her limbs. Su Hong gave All Yen some more instructions. "Remember, once you go to that family's place, don't come back to us for now. Keep some distance when you look after the children. Don't worry, Kong Bo and the others will take good care of them. And I will make sure the children here have enough food. Okay?" All Yen looked at their place. Su Hong then handed her over to Nangongyi, telling him to take her to arrange things over there. She repeatedly emphasized that they must separate the seriously ill from the mildly ill, and those without any illness. Even if someone is sick, they shouldn't be mixed together. Unless the thermometer shows no fever for 3 days straight, then they can be placed together. But they still need to check daily. After arranging everything over there, Su Hong felt exhausted and barely managed to walk back to the pit. She still had to watch over the burial site. If not handled properly, it could cause future problems. Su Hong's nature was like that. If she was going to do something, she would do it well. If not, she wouldn't do it at all. But she didn't expect to see when she returned that, besides her eldest son Cheng Xiangdong resting on the table, Xie Ziyuan was standing near the pit, instructing the group on how to bury the bodies. On each side of the pit, there was a pole with a bright flashlight hanging from it. Near the edge of the pit, there was a stone with a piece of paper on it, drawn with lines. Each line represented a dead person. Su Hong crouched down and counted. More than 200 people had been buried. She looked into the pit. If they lowered this cart, it would fill this layer. Don't bury here anymore. There's another pit on the other side. After placing this cart, pour all the lime in and cover all the areas of the pit. Madam, they're still about 5 or 6 feet from the top of the pit. It is still okay to bury it in 2 layers, Xie Ziyuan said. Su Hong shook her head and said, "No, you don't understand how dangerous this virus is. If it's buried too shallow, what if a wild dog digs it up later? Besides, it's dry now, but if it rains heavily in the future and the virus is too close to the surface, the water could bring it back out. The damage caused by this is unpredictable, so let's stop here. I will come back later to fill the hole." Xie Ziyuan's ears turned red inside his protective suit. He realized he hadn't thought carefully enough. He bowed deeply to Su Hong and said, "Thank you for your advice." Su Hong stood up, but suddenly swayed a little. Xie Ziyuan reached out to steady her. "Madam, are you okay?" Nangongyi, who was arranging to bring All Yen over, saw Xie Ziyuan support Su Hong and asked anxiously, "Su Hong, are you all right?" Su Hong shook her head and waved her hand. "I might be a little tired. I'll sit for a while. Xie Ziyuan, you keep watch here. Make sure they finish filling this layer with lime." I've already left enough lime over there. Daoist, you're responsible for guiding them to the pit where they will bury the bodies. You can take the lantern over there. These two are spare, and it's easy to turn on. When the current one goes out, just replace it, but remember to return the 2 used ones to me. Okay. You rest for a bit. I'll keep watch. As she spoke, Su Hong also taught Nangongyi how to do it. Then she added, you all need to take turns resting. No one can work non-stop. While saying this, she handed out 2 boxes of pure milk to them. This is good for your health. Eat it. Nangongyi and Xie Ziyuan opened the boxes and took a sip, but both frowned at the taste. Su Hong looked around, and both Nangongyi and Xie Ziyuan looked at each other uncertainly, but they clenched their teeth and finished the boxes. After all, Su Hong said it was good for them. Now they trusted her completely. Even if she had given them poison, they would still swallow it without hesitation. Su Hong looked at her son sleeping in that position and knew he wasn't feeling well. She casually adjusted the chair she had used before for Nangongyi, pulled it open, and sat down to lie back. Thank you for sharing your story. Here is the improved and simplified version. Ji Yuan and Nangongyi looked at this carefree woman. She was lying there openly in front of so many people, alive, dead, awake, sleeping. She just lay there without worry. They saw her casually cover herself with a small blanket. Nangongyi stepped forward to help her pull the blanket up and cover her properly. Su Hong smiled at Nangongyi and then closed her eyes to sleep, knowing rest was needed for better fighting later. Nangongyi and Ji Yuan watched as people finished filling the area with dirt. They left one person to help Ji Yuan spread lime. That part was temporarily done. Then Nangongyi went to organize the others. He started a new path to move the bodies to another place and bury them in a big pit. The people cleaning the bodies worked all night without stopping. By morning, they had finished outside the city at a small square. But there were still living people at that small square. They saw someone cleaning the bodies. Some of them saw hope and started to come closer. Nangongyi noticed some were still alive. He guided them out, knowing they might be infected. He decided to keep them separated for a few days and see what happens. Su Hong was woken up by her eldest son. She was having a sweet dream when he pushed her shoulder and called, "Mom, Mom, wake up." Many people have woken up. When Su Hong opened her eyes, she saw some people nearby, all looking at the pit. Last night, when they buried the bodies, she hadn't noticed. Now, looking at the big hole filled with those who had died from illness, everyone felt sad. When Xie Guangyuan saw them wake up, he told them to pick up shovels and fill in the surrounding dirt. As Su Hong got up, a Lien came over with 2 women who looked strong enough to help. Su Hong frowned and asked, "Why did you bring people here? What is this place?" A Lien hurriedly explained, "Madam, I can't move them alone. These 2 women are from Dr. Ji. He told me to bring them. They will help me share the work." Su Hong took a moment to calm down. She used a thermometer to check her temperature and then took out 2 sets of protective clothing. She told a Lien to go change first before coming over. Alien handed a list to Swang and said, "I counted the people and asked a young man to write it down for me. I can't read or write, so I don't know if it's correct. Over there, 70 people are seriously ill, 140 are mildly ill, and 247 are healthy. Including the people from the Yu family, there are 31 more. Dr. G and I make a total of 490 people." Dr. G said each person only eats 2 meals a day.
We don't have enough food for that now.
"So, I will come in the morning to get 1 meal and in the afternoon for another." Dr. G said there's no need to give extra rewards. From now on, those who don't work will have their 2 daily steamed buns taken away. Swang thought for a moment and agreed. Giving too much might make these people less careful about their food. If they are kept hungry, they will realize how hard it is to get food. Has Yu's family started helping yet? Everyone had heard that this family had become withdrawn, so they asked. A woman behind Alien said angrily, "That family wears long robes, but doesn't care about us. When we asked them to help record the numbers, they refused. It's obvious they are scholars." Swang replied calmly, "Scholars are not better than us. When illness strikes, just because they are scholars doesn't mean they won't get sick. Many people in long robes have fallen ill. So, alien, I won't include you's 31 people. When you go back, don't worry about them. Let them find their own way. If anyone is unhappy, they can come to me. Yes, the two women responded loudly and in unison. Alien took them to change clothes behind the grass shelter. Swam went into the tent where supplies were stored, and after a while, she came out carrying a bucket of clean water and 2 baskets filled with white steamed buns. As soon as the buns appeared, their aroma spread out. The workers filling the pit looked over. Swang smiled and said, "Go ahead and do your work. This is for those still alive over there." Soon Alien and the 2 women came over. When they saw the full baskets of white buns, they knelt down suddenly, choking with emotion. "Madam, you are truly a compassionate savior. All right, take them quickly. Help Alien with her work. I won't let you down. Here's some candies. Take them home for your children." As she spoke, she handed each of them a few candies. She then sent them away. Su Hong looked at the people filling the holes and said, "Once you fill this place, go in this direction. There's food nearby." After eating, swap places with the team that's moving the bodies, Su Hong headed toward the new pit. Near it, she took out a sun umbrella for large baskets, 2 with plain bread and 2 with buns, and a water dispenser. It didn't have electricity, so no hot water, but cold water was fine. She also placed a few disposable cups nearby. The people quickly finished filling the holes and rushed over. When they saw there was food, it was as if they had lost 2 legs from eagerness. After they arrived, Su Hong told them to line up in order of arrival to get food. Each person could have 2 buns and 2 pieces of bread. This was the best meal these strong men could get. They could also take a cup to drink water. After about 20 people finished, there was still some bread and buns left. Su Hong asked Xie Ziyuan to lead this group to swap with Nangong Ye's team. Once they left, Su Hong filled the baskets again and waited for the next group to come for food. After eating, she told these men to rest in the tent where Cheng Xiangdong was. Later, she would exchange them again. The men ate well and became energetic. One man hid a bun in his sleeve, saying he wanted to take it home for his son. Su Hong saw this and told him directly, "If you don't finish eating, either eat it all or throw it into the pit over there. Have you thought about it? The clothes you're wearing are contaminated with those illnesses. If you take them home to your son, you're harming him. Don't worry, no one over there has died, especially no one will starve. Although there are no meat buns, I gave everyone 2 plain bread. So, rest assured and focus on your work. After finishing, you'll need to stay separated from them for a few days to make sure you're not sick before meeting your family. That's the best for everyone." "That's right," others agreed, encouraging the man. He nodded, voice choked, and took a big bite of the bun, eating it quickly. After working through the night, they returned to the tent, lay down side by side, and fell asleep. Su Hong finished cleaning up here, then brought out a lounge chair and called Xie Ziyuan over. "Rest for a while first. Once you're rested, you'll be ready for the tasks ahead. There will be many things for you to do soon." Then she spoke to Nan Gongyi, who was eating a bun. "I'll leave this side to you. I'll go over there and dig out some more dirt to fill the holes." Back at the hole on this side, the others were sleeping. Cheng Xiangdong sat there feeling bored. Su Hong told him to lie down again, but she quickly started the excavator herself. She operated it to pack the soil more firmly, then dug some more dirt from one side and piled it into a large mound. After Su Hong finished filling the hole and parked the excavator, Cheng Xiangdong hurriedly ran around the mound and whispered, Mom, I saw Uncle and the others just now." "Who?" "The head of the Cheng family village and the village chief."
"But there are fewer of them now."
"They're leaving. Cheng family village? Aren't they the people who left their mother and children a few days ago? Did they also come to Jingcheng? And isn't that place busy cleaning up bodies? Are there still living people coming over? You didn't invite them, did you?" "No, I didn't say anything. I was urinating behind the bushes and saw them coming from Jingcheng along the main road. There were about 10 people. It seems some of them have scattered along the way. Then ignore them. When they get further ahead, Grandpa Ji will stop them and take them in. You stay here and watch this area. The younger brothers and sisters over there can't go out freely either. We don't need to worry about them." Cheng Xiangdong nodded. Although his family now had enough food because his mother was not lacking, he remembered that during the 3 days after his mother died, no one asked if his siblings, and he wanted to keep some food for themselves. After 2 days of continuous cleanup, they finally buried the dead outside Jingqing city gates. Only after finishing the body cleanup did they see how messy the area outside the city was. The blood had soaked into the ground. There was no other way but to disinfect the area. Su Hong had no other options, so she had the people spray the disinfectant using a sprayer similar to those used for pesticides, giving it away for free. They sprayed twice a day, morning and evening. After spraying at night, they also spread a layer of lime. The next day, they repeated the spraying and spreading. The people who moved the bodies for 2 days are now obediently staying in the tents prepared for quarantine. For them, these days are quite comfortable. Meals are provided, and they don't need to worry about anything. The cleanup of the bodies here is finished, so technically the city of Jingqing could be reopened. However, both Nangong Yi and Su Hong find this strange. Previously, because there were so many dead outside the city, the gates were kept closed to prevent disease. But now, the sick outside are gone, and the bodies are gone too, yet the gates remain closed. That night, when Su Hong was able to return to her territory to check on the children, Nangong Yi and Uncle Kong used light skills to climb onto the city wall. From the high wall, it was easy to see why the gates hadn't opened. It seemed there were hardly any living people left in the city. Standing on the wall, they saw a few soldiers who had died on the city wall. Below, behind the city gates, the place was full of corpses. Standing there, they could smell the strong stench of decay from the entire city. Earlier, no one noticed the smell because the bodies outside the city had the same odor. Now, the smell outside was fading, but standing here under the moonlight, they could feel that the city had become a dead city. Looking at the tightly closed city gates and the crowd of dead people gathered at the entrance, Nangong Yi suddenly had an idea. He remembered Su Hong's advice to protect himself and to disinfect regularly. So, he took out the disinfectant spray Su Hong had prepared and sprayed some on Uncle Kong and himself. Let's go see if there are any survivors. I remember Jingqing only has 2 gates. This is the west gate. Let's check what the east gate looks like. Kong nodded, and the 2 of them didn't step down to the ground. Instead, they moved along the rooftops of the city, silently. There were no sounds, no lights, not even dogs barking. When they reached the east gate, they saw a scene similar to the west gate. The difference was on the city wall at the east gate, they saw a few living people. However, these people were all infected. When they saw the 2 people in white descending from the sky, they thought they were divine beings. One of them, with a rotten hand, sat up and opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. Nangong Yi recognized his clothing. He was an official from the city, likely wearing the official's uniform. His face is still okay, but both his hands are badly damaged, possibly from long-term starvation, so he has no strength. Nangong Yi took out a bottle of water, turned the person over gently, and carefully fed him a little water. The man drank eagerly. Are you sent by heaven? I am helpless. The whole city is suffering from the plague. Heaven is about to destroy us. After saying a few words, he seemed tired. Nangong Yi fed him a little more water. The man took a sip, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. I can't survive. I've locked the city gates. I can't let them go out. No one in the city has escaped. I promise. I am sorry for them. After saying this, he coughed loudly and Kongwa suddenly pulled Nangong Yi away. The man spat out a large amount of dirty blood, with blood clots, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he closed his eyes. Nangong Yi choked with emotion. He didn't know this man's name, but he understood his heart. He didn't want the plague to spread outside, so he simply closed the city gates. Whether the people inside or outsiders, everyone who entered was trapped inside. Those who wanted to leave crowded at the gates, but then, overwhelmed with despair and illness, they all died there. Not far from this man, there were 2 armored soldiers. Seeing their leader die, they couldn't hold on either. They moved slightly, and Nangong Yi quickly went over to give them some water. One drank a little and looked dazed. The other soldier supported himself and said, I am Zheng Deong. The other is Mu Liangyu, the city official. We agreed that we must not let the plague spread outside, even if we die. Our families are also inside the city. We are sorry for them. Nangongyi thought he still had some strength in his words. His face and hands looked fine. Have you caught the disease? No, I haven't. But I can't leave them. I am here, and the city is here. Nangongyi searched his belongings and found a plain white bun. He took off a glove, tore the bun into small pieces, and fed them to General Zheng. Then he gave him some water. Eat this. If you live, you can save more people. I believe there are still survivors in the city. If we save the people outside the West City, Dr. G is there. Some seriously ill people have survived. The name Dr. G is very effective here. As soon as they hear Dr. G has arrived, General Zheng's eyes lit up. Has Dr. G really arrived? Yes. He's alive, and we must find a way to save him. You and Lord Mu did well, closing the city gates to prevent the spread. But inside the city, there's a shortage of doctors and food. We can't do anything now. We sent messages to King Mingda and Prince Jinan, but we haven't heard back. They have abandoned us. Lord Mu and I are waiting here for a reply, but no news has come. For General Zheng, now that those two kings are here, it would be more helpful if Dr. G arrived. After eating a steamed bun and drinking some water, General Zheng's strength hadn't fully returned. He supported himself and took a few slow steps, but he still staggered a little. Nangongyi checked around and saw that everyone on the city tower was dead. When he was about to go downstairs, he looked at the stairs and saw all the dead bodies. He said, General Zheng, let's go down and see if there are any survivors in the city. Kong Bo carried Zheng and jumped down from the tower. Nangongyi also leapt down. A faint moonlight shone in the middle of the street, but the sides were in shadow. Standing in the street, you could feel the ghostly atmosphere of the city. The breeze that brushed past seemed cold and eerie. Suddenly, Kong Bo said, Sir, why don't we first take General Zheng to Dr. G? Then, we can get her megaphone from Madame Su and call out from inside. If there are any survivors, maybe they will come out. It would be best to bring more people, or else, just the two of us might take many days to search the whole city. Nangongyi thought for a moment and nodded. The two of them carried Zheng again and left through the West City gate. Outside the gate, Zheng saw a field of white ash. What is this? Disinfection. This area was also full of dead people. We cleared and buried them. They took Zheng to the treatment area nearby. Zheng saw on this barren land several makeshift huts woven from dried grass and vines, and small rooms separated like compartments. Inside each, there were people lying on the ground covered with dry grass. Although conditions were poor, it was clear that these people were living in a well-organized environment. There were no screams or cries, just quiet, peaceful. A calm atmosphere filled the place. Uncle, this is General Zheng, whom we brought out from the city. Jing City has become a dead city. When we entered, we saw that General Zheng and Lord Mu were still alive, but now Lord Mu has also left. Please check on General Zheng and find him a place to stay so he can rest. Then we will search the city again to see if there are still any survivors. General Zheng, this is Dr. G. General Zheng looked at Elder G and knelt down, crying loudly. Oh, great doctor. Please save the people. Jing City is gone. If I had known you were coming, we wouldn't have closed the city. Dr. G looked up at Nangongyi in surprise. Nangongyi said bitterly, to prevent the virus from spreading, General Zheng and Lord Mu sealed Jing City. It said the first cases appeared there. Since they discovered the illness, they closed the city gates. So, outsiders can't enter, and people inside can't leave. Maybe there are no survivors left inside. But we still need to look around. Dr. G's face darkened. He has lived for nearly 90 years. Over the years, he has seen many big plagues, but this is the first time such a decision was made by these two leaders. It's not that they wanted to kill the city's people, but they did it to save the common people. Most people were fleeing, leaving Jing City, and they could have gone anywhere. But if infected people left, they would spread the disease further. When did you find out about the illness? When was the city sealed? Did anyone leave through the East Gate? General Zheng smiled bitterly. Some things are really fate. Since last year, people have been fleeing to Jing City. At that time, the city still had some food, and some people went inside to do various jobs. Few left the city. At the end of March this year, King Mingda conscripted soldiers in Jing City. To prevent people from Qizhou from going to other states and becoming their soldiers, King Mingda ordered that only those with a travel permit could leave the city. Nan Gongyi clenched his fist when he heard this. King Mingda was forcing the strong men to stay and serve as soldiers. So, from the end of March, the east gate of Jing City was only half open. Only people from Luzhuang and Fuzhuang outside the city could come and go freely. By early summer, the population inside Jing City had increased a lot because more refugees from the northwest arrived and there was more trouble inside the city. Master Mu knew that Jingqing could no longer hold so many people, but they couldn't be let out. So, at the beginning of May, the west gate was closed and even guides couldn't enter the city. At that time, people in the city started falling ill. Initially, no one paid attention. After 2 sick people died, their families also caught the illness, and even the medical clinic had patients. It became clear that the disease couldn't be cured and was spreading to others. Within 10 days, there were patients everywhere in the city. Beggars began dying on the streets. After discussing with Master Mu, we decided to close all the city gates. By early June, no one was allowed to leave. All food and medicine were used up, and everyone gradually died. Earlier, King Mingda had said he would send soldiers to conscript. We sent him a message about the situation, but he didn't reply or send anyone to discuss the draft. Master Mu and I stayed on the city wall, not wanting outsiders to come in. We also waited for replies from King Mingda and Prince Anon, hoping they would send doctors, herbs, or at least some grain. We wanted the survivors to hold on a little longer, but we received no response. General Zheng, a grown man, suddenly broke down and cried loudly. Nan Gongyi looked up at the sky, which was covered by clouds hiding the moon. He bit his lip and said, "General Zheng, stay here for now. We'll go into the city to check." Nan Gongyi and Kongbo went to see Su Hong. She was on duty, and the others were asleep. Nan Gongyi told her what they found in the city. Su Hong was very shocked. Although the actions of the city officials and generals were a bit extreme, they didn't have proper quarantine or protection. The decision to close the city gates actually saved many lives. "Madam Su, don't you have that loudspeaker? Can you lend it to us? We want to call out and see if anyone is still alive." "Yes, I can do that." Su Hong took out a portable loudspeaker and recorded. "People of Jingcheng, if you can still move, please open your doors and come out. Dr. G is here." She pressed play, and the recorded message kept repeating. After learning how to use it, Su Hong took out 2 more devices, recorded sounds, and handed them to the others. "You can open these and hang them in some high places so that everyone around can hear." "Just what will you do about the tens of thousands of dead people in the city?" Su Hong was worried about this point. Nan Gongyi paused for a moment and said, "First, we go in and see if there are any survivors and rescue them. There are more dead in the city than outside the West Gate. If, and I say if, it doesn't work, I suggest we burn Jing City. First, it would give them a proper burial. Second, it would also eliminate those diseases." Su Hong's eyes widened. She didn't know how big a city was, but burning one would cause a huge loss. "Don't rush to burn it yet. I suggest we first find the living people. We need to check every household carefully. Some homes might have secret rooms or basements, so be careful. It's best if you bring more people with you." Thinking about the terrible scene in the city, Nan Gongyi sighed and said, "Brother Kong and I will go in first to see what's happening." Nan Gongyi felt very heavy-hearted. The people in that city, if left unchecked, might all die. But for the whole world, even more people would die. However, those far away might not know that someone is helping them bear the pain and blocking disaster. Brother Kong had 4 loudspeakers hanging on his arm. He also carried a large bundle on his back, filled with plain steamed buns. Nan Gongyi carried 2 buckets of water on his shoulders. The 2 quickly climbed onto the city wall. It was dawn now, and the morning glow from the distant horizon cast a faint light on the wall. But the deathly atmosphere in the city, even under the sun, still felt cold and gloomy. They reached the highest point in the city center, which was a drum tower. Sir, this city is square-shaped. Let's hang one of these devices at each corner. Nangongyi nodded and said, let's start from the east. They arrived at an intersection near the east gate, where there was a tea house, a small two-story building with a curved eave. Nangongyi hung one of the loudspeakers there. Then, they moved a table from inside the tea house and placed it in the middle of the intersection. Brother Kong neatly stacked some buns on the table, and Nangongyi took some disposable cups given by Su Hong, filling each with half a cup of water, and placed them on the table. The loudspeaker started calling repeatedly, "People of Jingqing, listen up. Dr. G has arrived in Jingqing. The food and water are ready here. If you can walk, come out now." Uncle Kong also shouted loudly, "Everyone, come out quickly. Dr. G is here, and he can cure your illnesses. Don't worry, come out now." Kong took a large gong from the tea house. This gong was used by storytellers in the tea house to signal everyone to be quiet before starting their story. He carried the gong and walked along, holding a loudspeaker. They walked around the 4 main streets, east, west, south, and north, leaving water and bread at each corner. They kept calling out through the loudspeaker as they went. While walking and ringing the gong, Uncle Kong sometimes shouted loudly to gather attention. Finally, when they finished their circle and returned, they saw a messy-haired, dirty little child standing in the middle of North Street. The child looked frightened when he saw them in their protective clothes. His eyes widened. He opened his mouth to speak but said nothing, and then fainted. Kong quickly stepped forward and caught the child to prevent him from falling. He checked and saw the child was just unconscious. "Grandpa." Nangongyi reached out and took the child. "I'll carry him out to the master. You look around. There might be some families who have protected their children at home." Nangongyi picked up the child and flew out of Jingqing. Not far outside the city, he saw Su Hong standing by the roadside. On the other side, 2 tents had been set up, with mats on the ground that looked like crawling mats Su Hong mentioned. There were also 2 women and 2 men nearby. Su Hong asked, "What happened to this child?" Nangongyi gently placed the child down. "He might be scared or hungry. He fainted. I sprayed some disinfectant on him." "Good. Leave him here. It seems there are still people inside. I found someone with a cart. Next time you see someone, just send them out with a cart. They will wait under the city wall." "Okay. But what about the children here?" "Don't worry. Dr. G is watching over there. I've arranged everything here. Xie Zhuangyuan will come to look after this place. He's gone to get people to organize the carts. Well, I will go back inside to look again." Xie Ziyuan and 5 or 6 others pushed carts over. "Madam, we only found 6 usable carts. That's enough. The empty ones can wait outside the city wall. Someone will bring them out." Su Hong made some arrangements for the matters to watch out for and organize, then also left some food and water with him. She then looked back at her children. Nangongyi and Commander Kong first rang bells throughout the streets, so everyone who could hear probably did. Then they searched each house one by one, not missing even the dry wells in the yards. This Jingqing is a fairly large town. After all, a local government office is stationed here. They worked all day and found more than 30 people still alive. As Nangongyi guessed, most families protected their children and hid the last of their food, drink, and water, along with the children themselves. When they searched the houses, they also saw some children who, although hidden, had fallen ill and died in secret rooms. Fortunately, they found Mu Daren's youngest daughter still alive. However, General Zheng's child had died in a secret room. Nangongyi specifically handed Mu Daren's child over to Xie Ziyuan. This child must be protected at all costs. When the little girl from the Mu family was brought out, she was unconscious and slightly feverish. Just then, Dr. Ji arrived and took her away. It took 3 days to search all of Jingqing, and they found over 110 survivors. Some of them had fallen ill, but they were still alive. Everyone who was alive was rescued. Now, the empty city is truly a dead city. The city is different from the open space outside. Outside, they can scatter ashes or spray disinfectant. But inside the city, the houses, backyards, dark rooms, and dry wells require careful disinfection, which is difficult to do. Moreover, there are over 10,000 corpses inside. Nangong Yi and Commander Kong insisted on rechecking inside to make sure no one was left alive. Dr. Ji, Su Hong, and the scholar Xie are now the backbone in the eyes of those still alive. Everyone knows that without Madame Su's food, Dr. Ji's treatment, or Xie's help, they wouldn't have survived. Nangong Yi and Kong Bo originally did not want people to remember them, so others only knew there was a Taoist priest and a steward for Madame Su. They were also trying their best to save people. Not many survived, probably fewer than 500, including those with minor injuries, men, women, and children. As the backbone of these survivors, they needed to discuss how to get through this crisis in Jing City and how to handle the bodies. Initially, Su Hong suggested burning the city, but after learning about Lord Mu and General Zheng's choices and seeing the tall, strong city walls, he said, "Everyone who died here was a hero. We should bury them properly. So, I suggest we clear out the city. We have a team to move bodies and over 200 healthy people who haven't fallen ill. Men can carry heavy loads, women lighter ones. If we work together, we can let the deceased rest peacefully. However, I think we need to organize this carefully and do it in order. We can't be chaotic. Personally, I believe we should also be cautious because the city still has valuables, property, and treasures. We shouldn't be blinded by greed and cause trouble later." General Zheng and the others looked at each other and then spoke seriously. There are indeed treasure vaults, besides the city hall's vault. Some wealthy families also have their own. And some ordinary merchants have valuables too. Maybe we should gather all these together first. After saying this, Zheng looked at Dr. Ji. Dr. Ji looked as if he didn't care and just glanced at Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's gather these valuables first. But we need to distinguish whose they are. Some belong to families with surviving children or relatives." General Zheng nodded. At such times, stealing from others was truly heartless. Su Hong added, "For a city this big, important items include rare artifacts and documents. The city hall has many of these, and so do some scholars' homes. These should also be protected." Nangong Yi thought for a moment and said, "Here's the plan. We will go to the city with a few of us and gather all the valuable things from each family. Each family will take a cloth bag or box to pack their belongings. Then, we will use carts to carry everything to the government office for safekeeping. After that, we will deal with these items." Su Hong had no objections. Everyone agreed. Those who knew martial arts would go into the city to gather the items, while Su Hong and Xie Ziyuan would start organizing those who were not infected. However, many people were frightened by the disease. Few agreed voluntarily. Looking at those who hesitated or looked away, some even quietly stepped back. Even Xie Ziyuan's sister, Xie Zhiqiu, stepped forward and said she was willing to go. "Madame Su, older brother, I want to go. Mother no longer has a fever, and she can take care of herself now. Mother said I can do my part." Su Hong patted the girl on the shoulder and said, "Good, you're brave. I have a task for you. You will be responsible for distributing some supplies and helping me." The girl's eyes lit up with excitement at being given an important role. She turned to look at her brother, her eyes full of pride. Xie Ziyuan looked at his sister and smiled softly. "Don't forget to thank the lady." "Thank you, madam. No need to thank me. You are a brave girl and a kind-hearted one." Su Hong then looked at the few young men who had come forward and smiled. "Where are your family members?" They each went to their families, bringing them to stand in front of Su Hong. Some had only their wives and children. Others also had elderly relatives, but everyone was supporting each other. Su Hong nodded and directly said to Xie Yuhong, "You're in charge now. Arrange for these people and your mother to stay together in one place so they can rest close by. Later, we will distribute supplies to them." Xie Yuhong was happy to have her own task so quickly. She accepted eagerly and went to help support an elderly woman with a leg injury. Su Hong then turned to Xie Ziyuan and said, "Your sister is very brave." Looking at the few people who volunteered to stay, she said, "From today until we can start over, I will cover the food and water for you and your families." Then she turned to the others with a calm smile and said, "We have helped the sick people here. We have provided food and water for these days. From now on, we will no longer supply free food and water. Why not? Everyone in Jingcheng can eat the grain. You're not officials. Why are you taking Jingqing's grain? Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke loudly. Su Hong looked over in surprise. It was a person wearing a long robe. She immediately thought of the Yu family. Su Hong didn't understand why Nangong Yi valued the Yu family. But since they started helping the sick people, she hadn't seen anyone from the Yu family come to assist. She remembered Dr. Ji said twice that the Yu family didn't help. Nangong Yi was busy, and she was busy with cleaning up the dead and disinfecting. They only provided some food, managed by Dr. Ji. Now, hearing this person say such things, Su Hong understood. They thought the food given to them every day was brought from Jingqing. Why not? Because those grains are meant to save lives. The people of Jingqing are locked inside to prevent the disease from spreading. If they eat their grain, shouldn't we bury their bodies? Who are you? Is your family's way of doing things that you only take advantage of others without giving back? But you have the nerve to think your face is enough. Su Hong raised her voice in reply. She was never polite to people like this.
How dare you?
The Yu family in Qizhou is not something a little woman like you can judge. A middle-aged woman scolded Su Hong sharply. Su Hong looked coldly and said, I don't know what kind of family the Yu family in Qizhou is, but you are no different from the refugees beside you. The Yu family in Qizhou is so powerful, yet the drought hasn't spared you? That shows you are no different from us. No, there is a difference. You eat the grain and know to repay kindness. You, the Yu family in Qizhou, only take without giving back. That's the difference between you and me. Well said. Su Hong's words made Xie Ziyuan cheer from the side. But the so-called Yu family member from Qizhou was so angry that he immediately retorted to Xie Ziyuan. What are you? The Yu family in Qizhou is not something you can judge. Thank you for sharing the text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xie Ziyuan looked at the young man speaking and laughed loudly. Yu Yuanji, the ancestors of the Yu family, were some wise people, but now I won't talk about others. I can say a few words about your family. He then took off his protective hood and mask, revealing his face, and said, I don't change my name or my family name. I am Xie Ziyuan from Feng County, Qizhou. This time, I came here with my family to escape danger. Luckily, Madame Su and Dr. Ji helped us and saved my mother. Yu Yuanji, I am talking to you, do you understand? Yu Yuanji was a rising star in the Yu family. 2 years ago, he took an exam in Jinzhou at the same time as Xie Ziyuan. Xie Ziyuan, who was 16, became a famous top scorer, while Yu Yuanji was praised by many high officials when he went to the capital, but in the end, he only became a fellow candidate. So, Xie Ziyuan's name was well known across several major regions of the empire. After Xie Ziyuan revealed his identity, Yu Yuanji could only stay silent. The common people started talking, so it's Xie, the top scorer. A young top scorer is really impressive. He's been helping carry the bodies, and he's the one carrying the coffin, so that's how the Yu family is. When my elders were alive, they always learned from Yu family members. Forget it, from now on, my children can't learn from Yu family people. Exactly. Hey, I'll sign up too. I want to help. Top scorer Xie, can I sign up now? Our family can send 2 workers. We can do it too. We'll sign up for 2. My mother and kids are young. Can our family send 1 person? Su Hong smiled and whispered. Looks like top scorer Xie is very popular. If I had known earlier, I would have let you go out and show off. What does showing off mean? With some Yu family members causing a fuss, those who had originally decided not to join the cleanup team now started signing up. Those who could send 2 workers did so. Of course, Su Hong knew that most of their motivation was because of her side providing food. After Xie Ziyuan counted the people going, there were about 100. That was quite a lot. While Xie Ziyuan was doing the count, Xie Yuhong was busy helping the families of these people move closer to the area around Xie's mother. This way, the people who want to go and those who don't go quickly divided into 2 clear sides. Some people who didn't want to go gathered around the Yu family. It seemed that the Yu family still held some importance in their minds. However, Su Hong pursed her lips and looked coldly at the others. Because Nangong Yi and the others needed to clear the city first. After removing the gold and silver, they would open the city gates. Only then could these people start clearing the bodies inside. The carts used by the body removal team were originally meant to be stacked and burned later, but now they could be used again. Besides the carts, Su Hong also needed to find a way to dig the biggest pit. Su Hong went to look at the mountain outside the city gates. That area was not easy to dig. The mountain had many rocks, and the soil under the trees was shallow and mostly stone. So, the pit had to be dug in this wasteland. Su Hong found a place and summoned an excavator. This time, she dug a bigger and deeper pit. She decided not to dig just one but two. By nightfall, she had finished one and planned to dig the other at night. Meanwhile, the people inside the city had sealed away everything they thought could be stored safely. Nangongyi came out and told Su Hong, "We checked the city gate. It can't be opened. The dragon-breaking stone is in place."
Su Hong looked puzzled.
What was the dragon-breaking stone? Seeing her expression, Nangongyi knew she didn't understand. The dragon-breaking stone is a very large, heavy stone. When building the city wall, it gets stuck on the gate. Usually, it's used as a last defense against enemies. Once it drops, the gate is blocked. No matter if fire, water, or anything else is used, it won't open.
Su Hong understood.
This dragon-breaking stone was probably the last barrier of the city. But if the gate can't be opened, they rely on their light-footed people to carry the dead out from the top of the city tower. That definitely won't work. Su Hong thought for a moment and said, "Can you take me to see if it's possible?"
Sure.
Nangongyi believed Su Hong must have a plan. When she said she wanted to see, she must be confident. Just as Nangongyi turned to lead Su Hong away, he suddenly saw smoke rising from the area where people lived behind them. Oh, the water is coming. Su Hong also looked back. Nangongyi quickly leapt into the air. Su Hong shouted, "Take me with you." Nangongyi surprisingly heard the sounds and quickly returned with Su Hong to the place where black smoke was rising. Before reaching the smoke, they heard crying and hurried footsteps. The smoky area was where Su Hong had arranged for Xie Yuhong and Alian to take care of the families of those who had registered. That day was very dry, and the whole wasteland was covered with dead grass. These materials caught fire easily. When Nangongyi and Su Hong arrived, they saw several women holding children and pulling along bigger kids. Some were trying to grab their blankets and belongings, panicking and running in all directions away from the smoke. The sounds of frightened children crying and adults shouting for their children filled the air. Both Su Hong and Nangongyi felt their hearts sink. They didn't have time to check on their own children, but luckily, their homes were a bit farther away. Su Hong hurriedly told Nangongyi to directly put her near the fire. The flames there were very strong, and the dry grass burned quickly. Some bushes crackled loudly as they burned. Nangongyi refused to let Su Hong get closer to the fire. "Run quickly, I'll check it out." "You can't save it. You have nothing." Su Hong knew that the best tools for putting out fires, whether water or others, weren't available to Nangongyi right now. "No, you go and take the children away. Xiao Lu is your responsibility. I'll handle it," Nangongyi shouted as he pulled out some unburned bushes nearby, preparing to use them to fight the fire. Su Hong grabbed him and shouted, "Are you crazy? This could set you on fire." Then she quickly brought out 2 fire extinguishers. "Watch how I do it." Nangongyi took the red object, which was quite heavy. "Hold the handle, shake it a few times to loosen the contents, then pull out this ring. Hold the nozzle firmly, aim at the fire, and press down to spray the dry powder. Keep a distance of about 4 or 5 feet. Watch me." Su Hong explained quickly while holding her own extinguisher and starting to spray. Nangongyi was quick to learn, especially with Su Hong's on-the-spot teaching. He managed to open the extinguisher and, together with Su Hong, they worked to control the fire and prevent it from spreading toward the crowd. Although it was dry, there weren't many flammable materials left, just some dead grass in the field. Fortunately, when building the quarantine room last time, some of the tougher, longer dead grass was cut and used to make a shelter. So, there isn't much grass around now. Luckily, the fire was a bit away from the people. When everyone saw the fire start and there was no water to put it out, they panicked. Nangongyi and Su Hong acted quickly. They managed to control the fire in a short time, and thick smoke billowed out. Su Hong was still worried, so she took out a fire extinguisher again. Then, she checked the hot spots, using a stick to remove ashes from areas that might reignite. Both of them were covered in white protective suits, now blackened with soot. Inside, they were sweating heavily. After the fire was put out, Xie Ziyuan and his sister ran over first. Seeing people approaching, Su Hong quickly put away the fire extinguisher. Xie Yuhong started crying. "Madam, we didn't set the fire. We don't know how it started." Xie Ziyuan also looked worried and said, "It wasn't lightning. Someone must have started the fire on purpose." The smoke first appeared from that side. Nangongyi frowned and went to check with Xie Ziyuan. Sure enough, they found a flint among the ashes from that area, and it was very smooth, indicating it had been used repeatedly. Nangongyi's face darkened. Now, with everything already chaotic, someone was deliberately causing trouble? Who could it be? Xie Ziyuan looked in another direction, where the Yu family members and their followers still stayed. He said, "It might be them. When my younger sister and the others gave out food tonight, those people came to ask for some. They didn't get any. Some of them even cursed. Then the fire started." Nangongyi turned to look at those people. They were also watching the fire on this side. He took the flint and walked straight toward them. He slightly lowered his head, seeming to want to reduce his presence. However, Xie Ziyuan paid no attention to him. He had seen Nangongyi without his hood and mask before, and thought this elderly, white-haired Taoist was quite unique. But since he knew Nangongyi was an outsider who had been very helpful to everyone, just like Dr. Ji, he respected him. He stepped a little behind Nangongyi. Nangongyi approached the crowd and raised his hand with a flint. "Can anyone tell me who lit the fire?" The middle-aged man from the Yu family, standing at the front, was angry and embarrassed as he said, "Don't accuse us. Who set your fire?" Nangongyi looked at him calmly through his protective glasses and said softly, "This kind of flint is usually carried by people who often start fires. Also, the stone has been polished very smooth. If you say you didn't use it, then show your hand." Everyone knows that the person who uses this kind of flint probably only used it once, leaving a layer of gray ash that can't be washed away. As he spoke, Nangongyi waved the flint in his hand. Everyone in the imperial court recognized this kind of flint, but it wasn't used by ordinary families because it was somewhat expensive. Only middle-class families could afford it. It was a bit costly but very effective. "Master Yu, can you guarantee that this isn't from your Yu family or from anyone standing with you? If I find out, what will you say? Do you recognize me?" The middle-aged man paused, carefully trying to see who this well-covered person was. But Nangongyi smiled and said, "Many people might know me. Master Yu, you can ask first. I only want to find the person who started the fire." "I won't hurt innocent people." Master Yu was angry. "Are you sure it was our group who set the fire? Although your methods are unfair, you took food from Jingcheng but refused to share with us. How is that different from bandits? We scholars wouldn't do such wicked things." Nangongyi chuckled softly. "Scholars do many wicked things too. It's just that because we can read a couple of books, we get a different cover." "Master Yu, you don't believe it was your people? Then I won't hold back. I'll check one by one. You dare." A voice sounded behind the head of the Yu family. It was Madame Fu, the wife of the Yu family. Madame Fu was used to being the one in charge inside the family. After the old lady Yu passed away, she took control of the household. She often felt that holding power over others made her feel very important and proud. "Ha ha ha, honestly, I haven't been afraid to do anything. Your Yu family always acts proud and aloof, eating our fill and drinking water for so many days, and now you just stand here doing nothing. That's really shameless. For people like you, I have nothing I wouldn't dare to do." Nangongyi looked at the Yu family with a different expression. Even Xie Ziyuan, who was nearby, could tell that the monk seemed to have some feelings about the Yu family. Nangongyi turned to Xie Ziyuan and asked, "Xie Yuan, I know you have a good memory. Who were those people arguing when the steamed buns were being divided earlier?" Seeing the look in Xie Ziyuan's eyes, several people couldn't help but lower their heads or turn away. Seeing how obvious they were about hiding something, Xie Ziyuan smirked and said, "Those who looked away and dared not meet my eyes are them." As soon as Xie Ziyuan finished speaking, he felt a slight breeze around him. Soon after, there were screams of pain. a group of people from the Yu family was suddenly thrown out. Confirm, are these the ones? Is there anyone we missed? Nangongyi. Nangongyi used light skills to quickly toss these people out from the crowd, then calmly stepped away from the Yu family head and let Xie Ziyuan identify them. Xie Ziyuan looked up at the crowd and saw two people turn around and run away. Seeing Xie Ziyuan look over, Nangongyi also turned his head and saw the two people running. Nangongyi, like a big bird, flew over the crowd and caught the two people. He then carried them lightly and dropped them in front of the Yu family head. The Yu family head looked at these two people who were dressed in Yu family clothes. One was a servant's outfit, and the other was his young son Yuhan. Zhao family head was about to speak, but Nangongyi moved his hand, and the two people's hands were grabbed. Sure enough, both of their hands had faint grayish-blue sparks, like those used with fire-starting stones. Master Yu, this is your young Master Yuhan, and this is your second young master's personal servant, isn't it? The head of the Yu family looked at the person in surprise. Many people knew him. After all, the Yu family's academy had welcomed many scholars. Some people might also recognize the young master. As a legitimate descendant of the Yu family, he was somewhat famous. But this person even recognized the second young master's servant. That could only mean he had some connection to their family. Yet he couldn't tell who he was. How so? Are you refusing to admit it? Yu family head? I've found this person. What else is there to say? The young Master Yu turned red with anger and shouted, "Let go of me. Why are you grabbing me? The grain in Jingcheng belongs to everyone. You're seizing it without giving us any, and we are also citizens of Daxing. You are rebelling. Burning you all is well-deserved. You family, such good manners. But it's a pity you've fallen into my hands. I've said before, I won't forgive arsonists. You family head, it's better for you to leave with your people now. Next time, I won't just take one or two. Let him go. Who do you think you are? How dare you arrest him? Do you even know what kind of family the Yu family is?" Seeing her son being taken, Yu family's matron rushed over to pull him back. According to Daxing law, murder and arson are punishable by death. If you family members refuse to help, please leave here early. Nangongyi didn't want to argue with them. He held one person in each hand and turned to leave. Yu family's matron lunged forward, reaching out to grab her son, but Nangongyi turned lightly, missing her grasp. She almost fell to the ground, staggering. The head of the Yu family also stepped forward to block and said, "Sir, what should I call you?" Although this mark is on the boy's hand, it doesn't necessarily mean he did it. Nangongyi sneered. "Really? Young Master Yu-san, what do you think? Did he do it? If I did, so what? Who do you think you are? Let me go. Do you know who I am? My cousin is Lord Luo," young Master Yu-san shouted proudly, showing his confidence and arrogance. Xie Ziyuan heard him say this, and let out a soft snort. To him, having such a relative of Lord Luo was a disgrace to Lord Luo. Laughing, he said, "How? Are you not afraid of Lord Luo?" Xie Ziyuan replied calmly, "It's not fear. I respect Lord Luo, but I suddenly think that if Lord Luo knew he had such relatives, he would be ashamed. However, this third young master from a Yu family takes shame as pride. Ha ha. Well said. Lord Luo truly is ashamed of having such relatives. Who are you? How dare you speak like that about Lord Luo?" Lord Luo, the head of the Yu family, also became angry. Of course, he couldn't fight. He was not skilled in martial arts, but this person not only captured his young son but also looked down on Lord Luo with words. Lord Luo is the backbone of the Yu family. His mother is the younger sister of the Yu family head. Back then, when the Yu daughter entered the palace, it was a grand occasion. It was because the Yu daughter was talented and beautiful. She didn't go to the palace because she wanted to. The emperor sought her out. She was made a noble consort and was personally favored. The Yu daughter was also very talented in literature, which made the emperor like and value her. As a result, Lord Luo, her son, was also favored by the emperor. However, wisdom can be easily lost, and deep feelings don't last. The Yu noble consort died from a cold, leaving only her 5-year-old son. The emperor took the child in and raised him, but he was not to become crown prince or heir. From a young age, Lord Luo received direct guidance from the emperor but was clear about his role, to be a prince assisting his older brother. After the Yu noble consort died, the Yu family did not fall apart. Instead, with the emperor's occasional concern, they grew from a small scholarly family into a prominent family. But as the emperor aged, the Yu family's arrogance grew even more. Relying on their reputation and the emperor's favor, they established many academies, originally a good thing to promote poetry, books, and etiquette. However, they used their relationships with students to influence officials once they entered government service. Their hands began reaching into the court. The emperor grew old. After 2 warnings, they set their sights on Lord Luo, hoping to support him. But Lord Luo publicly declared before the emperor, ministers, and crown prince that he would no longer interfere in court affairs and would remain an ordinary royal family member. From then on, Lord Luo traveled the world freely. He only returned for the emperor's birthday, the empress's birthday, and the anniversary of the noble consort Yu. Even for the crown prince's birthday, wedding, or the birth of his son, he would send simple gifts through courier stations from various places. Without Lord Luo, the Yu family became much quieter. But for the next generation of the Yu family, Lord Luo was like a legend. They eagerly used his reputation. Nangongyi sneered as he looked at young Master Yu, who was holding something in his hand. Don't say Lord Luo is your cousin. Even if he is here now, so what? He's a prince, but right now he's hungry and suffering. What can he do? Brave man, put down the child first. This is not the time for words or actions. Kids do things without knowing the consequences. I will punish him severely. The fire shouldn't have been started, but luckily no one was hurt, right? The head of the Yu family saw that they wouldn't let Lord Luo go, so he had no choice but to mention young Master Yu's young age. Young? Ha ha, head of the Yu family, how far have your family's rules and education gone? A 14 or 15-year-old young Master Yu is still considered young. When Xie Zhuangyuan was 14, he was already a top scholar. While speaking, Nangongyi saw Su Hong waving at him from the ashes.
He said, "Go now."
I told you, I won't forgive the person who started the fire. I'll use the ashes as a line. Anyone crossing over, I will forcibly take to move the bodies. You probably haven't seen it. Here in Jingcheng, the bodies are rotting. Many are just bones now. After speaking, he grabbed one person and flew away directly. Naturally, Xie Zhuangyuan followed. The matriarch of the Yu family cried out loudly and sat down, overwhelmed. Her youngest son had been taken, and she felt helpless. The head of the Yu family wanted to chase after him, but he couldn't compare to the martial Nangongyi. The others also wanted to step forward, but each family's children were gently pulled back by their parents. Only the Yu family had tried to chase. Yu Yuan was furious and ran after them, shouting loudly, "Let go of my brother. If you have the courage, come at me." I told them to set the fire. I've had enough of you taking Jingcheng's food. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, Nangongyi turned back to look at him. The Yu family head felt something was wrong. He stepped forward, reached out to grab his second son, and tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Nangongyi dropped the 2 people he was holding and charged forward like an arrow. Yu's master thought he was trying to take them away, but he didn't. Instead, he slapped them twice. Yu Yuanji was knocked out instantly, losing all his teeth and getting kicked in both legs. He knelt down and couldn't stand up again because his knees were shattered. Nangongyi's fierce anger surprised Yu's family and was the first time Su Hong saw his temper. Su Hong had been guessing about the relationship between Yu's family and Nangongyi. She felt they must be connected. Seeing how harsh Nangongyi was and how he didn't hold back from Yu's family, she knew Nangongyi hated Yu's family. The people here are arranged. I told them to clear the grass and bushes around the place to make a fire break. Then, a team of 10 people will guard in shifts, 5 on duty, 2 hours each. There are also children's teams, 6 kids in each, surrounding the area. Su Hong briefly explained her plan for the remaining people. In daily life, Xia Yuhong and A Lian are responsible. She only provides food and water, and they take care of themselves. Now, let's go see how to open the city gate. Nangongyi followed Su Hong, still holding the 2 people. He also told the guards that anyone crossing the ashes from the other side would be considered part of the corpse removal team. They should be tied up, no matter who they are. Looking at the heavy ironclad city gate, behind it was broken dragon stone. Behind that, there were at least 300 or 400 bodies. The entire gate was blocked by them. It's easier to say than to do. Nangong Yi threw the 2 people under the city wall. They stood there, scared and trembling, because right here, they could smell the strong stench of death. After checking around the city inside and outside, Su Hong decided on a plan. Everyone else, leave for now. She examined the area and decided not to open the city gate. Instead, she planned to break through a side wall at a corner where the city wall was thinner, near the mountain. When they built the city wall, they used the mountain's natural shape. On the mountain, some defensive measures were taken. Su Hong made a hole in the city wall and placed a pack of explosives inside. When she pulled it out, she knew it was the kind used at construction sites. Fortunately, she had learned how to handle this kind of device. Before lighting it, she asked Nangong Yi to make sure no one was within 10 yards. Nangong Yi didn't know what it was, but Su Hong said it could break down this part of the wall. Believing that the impossible could become possible, Nangong Yi trusted Su Hong. He checked around and confirmed no one was nearby. Su Hong extended the fuse. Stand behind me. When I say go, you must carry me out 10 yards. Nangong Yi nodded. Su Hong lit the fuse, and when she said, go, Nangong Yi reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist, and they quickly stepped back. They hadn't moved 10 yards when a loud explosion occurred, sending rocks flying everywhere. Nangong Yi instinctively pulled Su Hong close to shield her from the flying debris and dust. After the explosion, Su Hong calmly said, "It's okay now." They stood still and looked back. The explosion site was still billowing dust. Luckily, both were wearing masks and protective gear. As they got closer, they saw dust settling on their masks. Gradually, the dust settled, and the large hole in the wall left Nangong Yi stunned. The wall was built in multiple layers, with a trapezoidal shape. The lower part was thicker and the upper parts thinner, but even at the top, the wall was thicker than most houses. Su Hong's explosion only created a hole at the bottom of the wall, not a complete breach. Looking at the side structure, Nangong Yi said, "There are still 2 layers inside, one of rammed earth and one of bricks. Should we blow it up again?" After the second explosion, the hole was fully open, revealing a family's backyard inside. Su Hong looked back and asked Nangong Yi to check the top of the damaged wall to see if it might collapse. Nangong Yi flew up to inspect and reported, "No, it's sturdy. We just need to level it a bit. A cart can go through easily. Making the cart move smoothly depends on having a flat surface." 2 people simply brought over some door panels and laid them on the ground to level the uneven surface. "From now on, I leave the rest to you. I'll try to dig a hole, but let's stick to the original plan. Divide people into 2 teams. One team works while the other rests." Nangong Yi nodded. Su Hong was reluctant to stand in front of many people. He and Xie Ziyuan became Su Hong's shields. But before they did anything, they always discussed with Su Hong, and many decisions depended on him. Xie Ziyuan's reputation was very useful now. Nangong Yi couldn't reveal his true identity, so he only showed his strong fighting skills in front of these people. With a combination of strength and skill, they managed the refugees well. The refugees didn't know where the food was coming from, but as long as there was some, that was enough. Xie Ziyuan was now training those who stayed behind to help move the bodies. First, he taught them how to put on protective clothing. About 10 women were assigned to his sister, Xie Yuhong, to teach. Then, based on his previous experience and the people who had moved bodies before, Xie Ziyuan divided them into pairs. One experienced person with one newcomer. There were more people this time, but not enough carts, so they planned to load more bodies onto each cart. One person would pull, and the other would push. He emphasized important safety rules again and again, because it was a matter of life and death. Everyone listened carefully. When Nangong Yi came over, he reiterated that everyone's clothing was sealed. If anyone tried to hide things or got sick from doing so, they would be buried alive. Nangong Yi's words made everyone feel cold inside. But they saw that Cheng Xiongdong was bringing bread buns and water on a cart. Among these people, only the experienced ones had been eating well every day. The others ate 2 meals a day, 1 bread roll each time, which was enough to keep from starving but not enough to be full. Now, they could finally eat enough. Nangongyi pointed to the food on the cart and said, "From now on, everyone must line up to get food. No grabbing or fighting. Don't worry, everyone will get some. If you hide your share, it will spoil. Every day, fresh food will be delivered. Eat well so you have the strength to work. Your families also have the same food, so everyone can rest assured. All right, let's start here. Follow me to get your food. Once you've received it, line up over there to eat. When you're finished, please return these cups here. Then, put on your masks and gloves." Nangongyi stood guard, watching them line up to receive food, observing their protective measures. He then took half of the people with him, while the rest used the grass mats they had prepared to make a shelter. He arranged for them to rest there and wait for their turn. The first group of people entering the city had only a few carts. They needed to find more carts inside the city, where most shops had carts in their yards. This time, the carts were requisitioned. Nangongyi told them to find some carts in the city and then attach wooden boards to the sides, turning them into simple large boxes that could hold more bodies. Once inside the city, they realized Nangongyi was right. The city was full of dead bodies. The streets were lined with corpses, and every house had its door open, with bodies inside and outside. They also saw hundreds of bodies behind the city gates, impossible to tell who was who. Many of them felt like vomiting on the spot. It was terrifying. The entire city was dead. Now they understood what Nangongyi meant about respecting the dead. Everyone, under Nangongyi's supervision, prepared carefully. There were over 50 people, nearly 30 carts, with 10 people in each small group. Each group had 2 people to clean and prepare the bodies, and 8 people to pull 4 carts. On the way, there would be 4 checkpoints, with 2 people responsible for each segment.
8 others stayed by the pit.
Xie Ziyuan was there, teaching them how to carefully dress and position each corpse before placing it into the pit, sprinkling disinfectant lime afterward. Prince Yu San and the servant from the Yu family were assigned to the final step, lifting the bodies from the carts, tidying them up, and placing them properly. According to Scholar Xie's instructions, the dead must be treated with respect, and proper disinfection procedures must be followed. While the cleanup was starting here, Su Hong was secretly digging a pit on the other side during the night. She estimated she would need to dig 2 more large pits of the same size. After working all night, Nangongyi came to find Su Hong, who was asleep inside the excavator. He sighed softly, but had to wake her up. "The first pit over there needs to be finished. We are about to start on the second task. You can put this away now." "Are these 2 enough?" "They should be enough." Last night, both teams exchanged places and cleared out Shimin and Shida Street. They also found a small child, who was still alive. Now, the child has been handed over to Uncle Ji. There might still be survivors later. Everyone should be more careful. Su Hong put away the excavator and prepared to give them some food. "You should go back and rest for a while. Since we're not with the children, they might worry. Let Uncle Kong come out to replace Xie Yuan, as his health isn't as good as Uncle Kang's."
Su Hong nodded.
Over the past few days, Xie Yuan hadn't rested much. First, Su Hong checked the supplies managed by the eldest. In 2 nearby thatched shelters, the people who had been rotated out were sleeping. Cheng Xiongdong was also lying on a table, asleep. Su Hong went over to check and woke Cheng Xiongdong. She filled a basin on a food cart with steamed buns and buns. She's become more skilled at doing these tasks now. She found that the things she prepared would automatically be replenished in the space afterward. So, for her, that meant endless supplies. Even so, Su Hong believed that useful supplies should be used wisely. Just because there's plenty doesn't mean she should waste it without a plan or a limit. She still doesn't fully understand how this space works. What if one day it suddenly disappears? Right now, she's managed their food supplies. But she still feels uncertain. The current level of support isn't enough. She doesn't want to spoil some people. The recent arrangement for the corpse removal team shows this. Many people are just there to eat and do nothing else. She looked at the sleeping people inside and decided to give each of them a sausage. Some meat is better than none. After waking the eldest and giving him instructions, Su Hong returned to her own home. When she arrived, it was just dawn. The little ones were still sleeping. Ian and Uncle Kong had already gotten up and were busy. Now, there's no need to guard against attacks from outside, but she still needs to watch over the children. Su Hong's rule for the children is that they must not leave the area where they live. With the lessons learned from the previous incident involving Xiao Wu, everyone became very cautious. Even though more people had moved into the area and some children came over to play, Chung Yuqiong didn't allow Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to leave. They even tied a rope to Little White to limit its movement. When Su Hong returned, Little White ran over and circled around her legs, softly whining. Su Hong crouched down and gave it a big piece of ham, then gently stroked its fur. Do you feel sad? But I can't let you run free. Over there in the city, all the cats, dogs, horses, and pigs are gone. They are all dead. It seemed Little White understood and rubbed against Su Hong's leg, then obediently lay down and started eating the ham. Su Hong called Yuqiong over and took her behind their tent. She laid out a simple plastic cloth and used some bushes to create a small enclosure on the ground. She then asked her daughter to watch over it. Inside the tent, Su Hong took off her protective suit, which was soaked with sweat. She quickly washed herself with some water, feeling much better afterward. When she came out, she changed into a simple Tai Chi outfit. Although it looked a bit odd compared to their usual clothes, it was the most modest option compared to modern revealing outfits. After washing up, she quietly asked her daughter if she wanted a bath, saying she had left a bucket of water for her. Yuqiong was so surprised, she almost shouted with joy. She happily went to wash and came out, still smelling a bit sour from the water, but feeling much more comfortable. Back at their shelter, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu had woken up. Xiao Wu had just climbed down from the cart when he saw his mother and sister walking over from behind the tent. Mom, I haven't seen you in a long time. Xiao Wu hurried over on his short legs and hugged Su Hong's leg. At first, Su Hong wasn't used to such affection from the children, but now she had fully accepted it. Not only Xiao Wu, she also squatted down and gestured for Xiao Lu to come over. She then gently held both children, one in each arm, and asked, "Have you been good these days?" Xiao Lu felt a bit awkward. Although he was only 4 and had received good education, his longing for maternal love made him quickly accept Su Hong. Although Su Hong does not manage her affairs as carefully as her mother or as attentively as her nursemaid, her way of giving herself and Xiao Wu freedom to play has made Xiao Lu feel happy. Mother, Xiao Lu and I are both very obedient. Don't believe me? Ask Uncle Kong. Xiao Wu rests her small head on Su Hong's shoulder. Uncle Kong smiles and says, "Yes, Miss Wu is very obedient. When other children come to play, she doesn't go. She only plays here with 6th young master and the others." After exchanging a few words with the children, Su Hong puts them down and prepares some food for them. She asks Uncle Kong to watch them eat while she goes over to prepare the food supplies for Xia Yuhong and the others. A Lien sees Su Hong arriving and quickly welcomes her into their temporary shelter, a simple tent made of 3 grass mats. "Madam, you're just in time. Now look at our side. No one is causing trouble anymore. The people who used to steal and fight over things have been dealt with. Miss Xia can write, so she keeps track of everything family by family. She said that if someone doesn't behave well, they get marked with a circle. Each circle means they get 1 less steamed bun. Those people have become more obedient." Su Hong smiles and says, "Knowing how to read is definitely helpful." She asks a Lien to call Xia Yuhong over. After a Lien leaves, Su Hong prepares the bowls and buckets for the food distribution, making sure to add a small piece of ham sausage to each person's portion. When a Lien brings Xia Yuhong back, she sees the prepared food and smiles. Xia Yuhong steps forward and bows. Miss Yuhong greets Madam Su. "I just checked on a child over there who had a slight fever. I was worried it might be an illness, so I measured, but there was no fever. Oh, it's important to notice these things early. Please go and bring the child and the accompanying adult here, then take them to see Dr. Ji to check their condition." "Yes, I will." Su Hong stands up and walks out of the tent. There, A woman is holding a child, looking a bit anxious. When she sees Su Hong, she exclaims in surprise, "Su Hong, aren't you dead?" Everyone's food was provided by Madame Su. She had also quietly asked her brother why Madame Su never lacked water and had so much food. Xie Ziyuan had warned her seriously and told her not to ask or mention it to others. Just focus on doing her own work. Now, seeing this woman speak like that, Xie Yuhong felt angry but also worried that Su Hong might get upset. She carefully looked at Su Hong. Su Hong looked coldly at the woman. She didn't seem to remember her at first, but suddenly recalled what her son had mentioned that day. He said that among those who left Jingcheng, there were people from Qingjia village. So, is this woman from Qingjia village? Yes. Earlier, when Su Hong came to help or to mobilize them to join the corpse-moving team, she was wearing protective clothing, with her face and head covered. Now that she had taken a shower and was living in this area, she wasn't wearing that clothing anymore. It seemed she recognized herself. Su Hong simply glanced at her and then looked away, turning to Xie Yuhong and said, "If the child has a fever, let his mother take him to see Dr. Ji. They should be quarantined together, so someone can take care of her child." Xie Yuhong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Madame Su was not angry. Su Hong ignored the woman and turned into the shelter. She wanted to check the food she had just prepared. It was almost ready. Although the woman called Su Hong, she seemed uncertain. It looked like this was Su Hong, but she seemed different from the original Su Hong. The original Su Hong wouldn't stand so straight. She usually hunched over, with a pale, tired face. But now, Su Hong was standing there, and even Miss Xie seemed to respect her. The woman was unsure again, so she didn't dare to call out. She only listened as Miss Xie said she should carry the child to the mild illness area, saying that she and her daughter would live there from now on. This made her unhappy. "No, you said we would have food here. My husband went to move the corpses. But now you say we can't stay." The woman became excited. Everyone had understood these days that being associated with that illness meant some scars, even if they didn't die. Those in the mild illness area had come from severe cases, but some had lost fingers or had their faces badly damaged. Although Dr. Ji had treated them and they could survive, they were not quite whole anymore. She wouldn't go there, and she definitely wouldn't let her son go there either. Since she was a naive woman, her only thought was that she couldn't go near the mild cases. She didn't know what mild or severe cases were, but she knew that those with illnesses were sick people. So she picked up her child and ran away. This time, she didn't run toward her old home but in the opposite direction, straight toward where Su Hong and her family lived. "Hey, why are you running? Come back quickly." Xie Yuhong saw her run away with the child and became anxious. She chased after her. Xie Yuhong's shout also alerted Su Hong inside the shelter. Su Hong turned around and saw the woman's fleeing figure, thinking to herself that this was bad. She immediately ran after her. Recently, the woman had been well fed and had gained strength. She ran fast while holding her child. Although Xie Yuhong was from a wealthy family and had been fleeing recently, she didn't have the same stamina as this woman. Su Hong called out, chasing after her. "Yuhong, step back. Quickly go and ask Dr. Ji for help." Xie Yuhong was panting heavily after running. She paused to catch her breath. As she stood there, Su Hong ran past her. "Stop. If you don't stop, I will shoot." Everyone nearby came out to watch. The woman, running and crying, shouted, "My child isn't sick. We haven't got sick. You can't let us go to the place with sick people." Seeing her run with the child and hearing her cry, everyone backed away a little, afraid she might be infected. But since they didn't recognize the person chasing her, they had never seen Su Hong's true appearance, they decided it was better to stay out of the way.
Su Confronted.
If she kept chasing, she would reach her home. She raised her left hand and pointed at the woman's leg. She didn't want to kill her, just to prevent her from harming others. What if her child was a hidden case? Whoosh! Su Hong's arrow hit the woman's left calf. The woman fell to the ground but still clung to her child. The child was so frightened that he started crying loudly. Su Hong approached her, putting on her mask and gloves, then sprayed some disinfectant on herself. Pretending to take out a set of protective clothing from her bosom, she went to the nearby bushes to put it on before approaching. "Didn't I tell you not to run? You insisted on running. I only asked you to take the child to see Dr. G. Why did you run?"
No, I don't want to."
"You liars. You told the men to move the body, saying it was for our food, and then locked us up."
"I don't want to."
"My son isn't sick." The woman cried out, her leg injury hurting her more, making her even more upset. People around started to talk quietly. Su Hong said firmly, "Stop causing trouble. Every day, everyone is checked for a fever. Today, we found your son has a slight fever. If it's just a cold, it's fine. But if it's an illness, it could affect all of us. That's why we had you bring the child to Dr. G to see if he's sick or just has a cold. Why did you run? Are we wrong to give you medicine and care?" Hearing this, everyone realized that the fever was found during daily checks. They felt reassured about these routine checks. Some people who had supported the woman before stepped back a few paces. Just then, Dr. G arrived after hearing the news. Su Hong explained the situation briefly. Dr. G immediately checked the child's pulse and said, "The child just has indigestion, which caused the fever." "How much did you feed him? Look at his little belly, it's so swollen. Didn't you smell the bad odor from his breath?" Dr. G said sternly. The woman saw Dr. G and, ignoring her leg injury, sat up holding her child. I just thought the child hadn't had meat buns in a long time. Yesterday, I even gave him a meat bun." Everyone nearby fell silent. It wasn't just her. Many families had been saving their good food to give to their children. But the little one was very young and probably couldn't handle eating 2 big meat buns at once. The woman cried, "I just wanted my child to have some meat after so long." Somehow, Dr. G touched something on the child's body, and suddenly, there was a loud fart, very smelly. Even through her mask, Su Hong felt the strong odor. The child's issue was resolved, and there was no problem. They could return to their place. "Dr. G, please bandage her leg wound." Su Hong stepped forward without hesitation and pulled out her arrow. The woman screamed again. Su Hong walked away expressionlessly, and Xie Yuhong and a Lien came over to help the person away. Su Hong returned to her family's place and called Chung Yuqiong over. "Yuqiong, among the people from Qingjia village, which child is only about 1 year old?" Yuqiong paused for a moment, thought, and said, "It's Annie Hohat, the village chief's sister-in-law. Her child is about 1 year old. On the way here, she kept thinking her son was precious, couldn't let him go hungry or thirsty. She treats him like the ancestor of the whole clan. Many women don't like it, but they dare not offend the village chief." Yuqiong looked a bit annoyed when talking about that family. "I saw her just now, but I can't remember some things from before, so when she recognized me, I didn't recognize her. I also don't want them to know we're alive and doing well, because they abandoned you all back then." This made Su Hong very angry. At that time, her previous self had died. Their clan couldn't even take a few children with them, and these children were very sensible, able to take care of themselves in most things, only needing to stay with the main group for safety. But they didn't bring the children. The eldest said they needed to guard themselves for 3 days, but in that situation, both the clan leader and the village chief should understand the consequences of leaving the children behind. If they hadn't encountered them, it would be fine. But now they had, and Su Hong snorted coldly. "Remember to tell your brothers, if anyone asks, just say that a divine healer saved your mother. Also, we don't want to have much contact with them in the future." Yuqiong nodded and turned to tell the 3rd and 4th brothers. Some things are better left unsaid. The 3rd brother ran over and asked Su Hong, "Mother, did you see them?" Looking into his eyes, Su Hong blinked and said, "You saw them earlier?" The 3rd brother hesitated, then nodded. "A few days ago, I helped a Lien push the steamed bun cart. I saw the village chief and the others, but they didn't see me because I was wearing a mask. I pushed the cart and then came back." "Oh, how many people did you see?" Old 3rd hesitated for a moment, then reached out and started counting on his fingers. "I only saw Uncle Village Chief, Uncle Fulu, and Brother Ganshan from the village chief's family. But I think if they are all here, then their family members are probably here too." Su Hong nodded and said, "Yes, you should watch over your younger brothers and sisters. Don't let them leave this shelter, and don't let others come in. There is still a virus, so everyone should wear masks properly. Also, did second sister talk to you just now? Su Hong asked. Yes, she said not to pay attention to them. Good, don't pay attention to them, and don't say that mother can give food. Mother is a bit tired now. I will rest in the tent for a while. You need to watch over your brothers and sisters. Su Hong went to a tent to rest. She had been very tired these days. Lying down, she sighed. When faced with this kind of plague, you feel you have to do something. There are so many patients and so many dead bodies around. It makes you want to help. Su Hong didn't want to take credit, but if she and Nangong Yi weren't here, these people might have died from the illness elsewhere. Maybe to the whole world. These hundreds of people are just a small number, but to her, they are like a spark of hope. This so-called Daxing dynasty isn't any of the known historical dynasties. She came here, did what she could, and that was her best effort. Just as Su Hong was sleeping peacefully, Xiao Seer ran over and called, "Mother, mother, wake up. Someone is here shouting at us." Su Hong had been sleeping comfortably these days, feeling like she was still in a dream when she was suddenly called. She was a bit confused, realizing she was now a mother. What did you say?" She paused for a moment, then remembered it was Xiao Seer. "Mother, Uncle Village Chief came to scold us." Su Hong quickly stood up, tidied her clothes, put on her mask, and came out. Sure enough, Old Third was standing there, pointing at the cloth strips they used as a barrier, shouting at 3 people on the other side. "Step back. Don't cross this barrier." This barrier was made by Su Hong. They had tied some bells to it. At first, it was to prevent infected people from rushing over, especially to alert the children if they didn't see. "Hey, Chengdashi, you are quite brave. Look at who this is. This is Uncle Village Chief. You still dare to make Uncle Village Chief step back." Behind the village chief stands a young man in his 20s. He is not tall but thin. Xiao Seer softly whispers to Su Hong, "Mom, that's Uncle Clan Leader's son, Cheng Xiangqian." Su Hong nods gently, just as the third child loudly says, "Yes, I want him to step back. My mother said that no matter if someone is sick or not, they shouldn't stand close when talking. If you want to say something, step back and stay away. Don't come closer." Your mother, isn't she dead?" "I saw her then." She was already out of breath. A woman next to the village chief glares at the third child and shouts, "Mom, that's Aunt from the village chief's family." Xiao Seer knows that his mother has recently forgotten these people because, during the 3 days she was injured, her mind was a bit confused and she can't remember some things. "Just because I died, you all ignore our children now, is that it?" As he speaks, Su Hong walks forward directly. She pulls back the third child, protecting all the kids behind her, then looks straight at the 3 villagers across. The village chief's wife stares wide-eyed at Su Hong. Her voice sounds familiar, but seeing Su Hong standing there in an awkward position, she suddenly feels a strong pressure. The village chief's wife pauses for a moment and then says, "No, I saw her myself. She was already out of breath. Before leaving, I even touched her. She was cold." She looks at Su Hong with some doubt. Su Hong takes off her mask and shows her carefully. She knows that Ho Hot will definitely tell others she saw her, and that she hurt her. "Why didn't you wait one more day? If you had waited, you would have known that Dr. G passed by and saved me. I just fainted from hunger." Old Chung, standing nearby, turns to look at his mother, knowing it wasn't Dr. G who saved her, but he doesn't say anything. Old Seer calmly watches the people across. Since they heard Dr. G saved her, they understand now. They've heard that Dr. G can cure bones and flesh, bring the dead back to life. It seems to be true. "I just want to ask why you hurt Ho Hot. She still calls you Aunt, and you could have stopped." "She was holding a child," Su Hong coldly replied. "She called me Su Hong, but she didn't call me Auntie. I don't remember her. The doctor said that someone dropped me when I fainted and hurt my head, so I can't remember many people." "Who are you?" "I don't recognize you." "How dare you say you don't recognize me? Think about it. During this escape, what did you and the children eat and drink? Without us, you would have died long ago." Mrs. N angrily scolded, acting as if her family was still alive thanks to her efforts. When Su Hong first woke up and felt her head hurt, the children talked about how she was hurt. They said she slipped and fell, fainted, and when the relatives carried her back, they just left her there near some stones. They didn't care or pay attention because they believed she was dead. Carrying a dead person felt unclean to them, and they didn't think about whether the body was comfortable or not. The children didn't say who left her there, but Su Hong guessed it was probably this woman because she said she touched her and was sure she was dead at the time. Sure enough, after Su Hong spoke, Mrs. N looked around nervously but said, "It wasn't us who caused your fall. You didn't get water in time and you twisted your ankle, fell, and hit your head. You probably went crazy from the fall and don't even recognize anyone now." While speaking, Mrs. N sneered slightly, clearly looking down on her fellow villager. Although Su Hong seemed different now, Mrs. N still saw her as just a woman without a man. She thought it was hard for Su Hong to support a family. She wondered when Su Hong would start selling her children. In Mrs. N's view, the only thing Su Hong gained during this escape was more children. She didn't understand why the thin woman kept having babies, every 2 years, another one. Even lightning didn't stop her. When her husband was taken away, she was pregnant again. Their family was so poor they couldn't buy meat for New Year, but none of the children had died. Mrs. N then thought about herself. She had 3 children, but now only 2 were alive. The youngest had just been born and died after a month. She didn't even know what illness caused it. So, the N family is now very caring towards their grandson, while the daughter-in-law only took the child out for a short trip. But surprisingly, everyone is alive and standing here. Looking at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sons standing behind Su Hong, along with a little boy they are holding, only the eldest son is missing. The village chief is also watching these children. But when Su Hong looks at him, her expression turns cold because his gaze seems to judge the worth of the meat on a chopping board. He examines them and asks, "Su Hong, where is your eldest son? Did he run away and leave you all behind?" Su Hong glares at him and replies, "My son is very well behaved. He wouldn't abandon us. He's gone to collect the bodies." The N family also wants to emphasize that they have a team that handles bodies. They quickly say, "Our son also went. Originally, it was your village chief's older brother who was supposed to go. My son is obedient and said everyone needs a leader, so he went, leaving your village chief's older brother behind." Hearing this, the man behind them looks unhappy and quickly says, "Annie 4, I also said I went because of my father.
My father cares about me.
I don't have a son yet, so my father told me to stay and carry on the family line." Su Hong twitches her mouth in frustration. What are you all here for? She looks at these people in front of her, not wanting to compete over who has more compassion. She asks directly what they want. "Come to ask why you hurt my daughter-in-law? You're just saying you don't know her and trying to dodge the blame." The village chief's face flickers with uncertainty as he looks back and forth at them. Auntie 4 starts shouting. Su Hong calmly says, "I really don't know her. She was holding a feverish child and trying to run away. We told her to let Dr. G check her, but she refused.
We thought she might be sick.
For sick people, we can't just let them go. But even if I hurt her, didn't Dr. G treat her wounds? He also treated your child's overeating. What more do you want? You're talking so easily." Before Auntie 4 can finish, the village chief presses her down. The village chief looked at Su Hong's back and saw a different kind of shelter. It seemed to be made of cloth. Since Su Hong was saved by a divine doctor, it seemed she had become the doctor's servant. Several children in their group also didn't seem to belong to any particular family. Now, children manage money. As they traveled, they heard some families hadn't eaten meat in months and were too weak to walk. Since money couldn't buy food, they could only buy children. Eating other people's children didn't seem to bother them. The village chief looked around and said, "I said it was a misunderstanding, so let's forget about it. The divine doctor has healed my grandson, and the children are no longer crying. Su Hong, if you meet them again, your family should go back to the village and stay with everyone. These children are yours, but what about the others?" Su Hong could tell from the village chief's eyes and expression that he had other plans. She snorted coldly and said, "No need for that. Our family is doing well with Dr. G. We have enough to eat and drink, and we don't have to fear others harming us. As the village chief reached out to take the children, he turned around and said firmly, "Look at you, with your narrow mind. Every one of these children is from our Chung family. If you want to take your children and leave with others, what does that mean? These are Chung family children. If you can't protect them and want to leave, we will take the children," Su Hong sneered. She knew what he was up to. Everyone could see his true intentions. She reached out and pulled the third child, who was about to be taken, to her side and said, "My son and daughter, I will take care of them myself. You don't need to worry so much. If you think these children are Chung family children, then you shouldn't have said I was dead and abandoned them. Now you're pretending to recognize them as Chung family children. First, my child's father has no blood relation to you. At most, we all share the surname Chung. Does that mean everyone with the surname Chung is from your family? You're overthinking. Second, if you think selling children for a good price is a good idea, you're mistaken. I, Su Hong, am here, and it wouldn't be hard for me to make the people of Chung Village suffer. So, if you want to survive, don't come after me. This time, I'll let it go because we share the same surname. But next time, it will be different. Try me if you don't believe." Wow, such big words. Su Hong, don't forget, your husband was taken away. If the village chief and the clan leader hadn't felt sorry for you and your children, you wouldn't have survived until now. Annan glared with a mean look, stretching her neck, one hand on her hip, pointing at Su Hong and scolding her. Su Hong looked at her coldly, but she gently pushed her children back on each side. The older one, Chung Yucheong, reached out to pull little 5 and little 6 back a bit. The third child, however, was confused and turned to call, "Fourth, step back. I'll stay with Mom." Fourth glared at her and then moved to the other side of their mother, saying bitterly, "Don't think we don't know. When our dad was taken, it was also because of you and those people you pointed out. Just because we have a few brothers, they took our dad. Our family isn't finished yet." Su Hong was surprised and turned to look at Fourth. Fourth said, "One time, I went to play with Juzi. I passed by their house and overheard the village chief talking to his wife. I didn't say anything because I was worried Mom would get sick, especially since my little sister had just been born. Aunt Lianhua told me not to make Mom angry during her confinement. I went home and cried only once, then I had a fever. Second sister took care of me. When I got better, I knew I couldn't cause trouble for the family, so I didn't say anything." Su Hong didn't remember much about that, as it was from her previous life, years ago. But she suddenly felt very touched. This small boy, sickly and frail, was carrying such heavy emotional pressure for his family. No wonder he always seemed so serious and old beyond his years. Su Hong crouched down, her voice trembling a little. "Thank you, my son. From now on, your mother will protect you all. No one needs to be afraid. We're not afraid of anyone." Hearing this, Chung Xiangxi felt warm inside, though a little embarrassed. He was already 10 years old, yet his mother was still holding him. But this feeling was simply wonderful. Chung Xiangnan was stunned by Fourth's words. His mind spun trying to understand what Fourth had done. Then he shouted loudly, "Fourth, why are you only telling us now?" He turned around inside the shed, searching for where he had hidden his baseball bat, forgetting where he had put it. Su Hong stood up and looked coldly at the village chief and others. Although she had no memories of her previous life, she knew how much this incident had hurt her family and these children. Over the years, if only there had been a father, these children wouldn't have had such a hard life. She remembered that after she woke up and gave them plain steamed buns, the eldest child muttered, "Since Dad left, we've never had white flour buns again." Is what little Fourth said true? The village chief and Mrs. N looked away, afraid to meet Su Hong's gaze. Behind them, Chung Xiangqian was shouting, "Su Hong, stop rambling. It's been so many years, only you don't know. Everyone in the village knows. Oh, and I saw you still have some buns." But seeing the buns, he thought he could take a few. Chung Xiangqian, relying on his strength, reached out to grab the buns. Suddenly, a stick appeared out of nowhere and struck his arm. "Ah, why are you hitting people?" His arm hurt from the blow. The person who hit him was the third brother, who had just found the stick. The third brother was furious and turned around, seeing Cheng Xiangqian reaching for the buns. Thinking about how they had bullied his family during their escape, claiming that their family was small and deserved less, he remembered how they only took what little they had, water and food, while his family had almost nothing. Back then, they dared not resist, and their mother always told them to endure. But now, his mother had said she would never let others bully them again. He believed she could do it, and they still had their master. The third brother was fearless now. He first hit the arm, then kicked the leg. "I tell you, don't bully my family. Don't let anyone take my father away," he shouted and cursed loudly as he fought. Although Cheng Xiangqian was much taller than the third brother, under the stick, he could only run away. At this moment, Dr. Ji came to ask Su Hong for some masks, and he was startled by the sudden outburst of Lao San. "What's going on?" The old man gently reached out, stopping Cheng Xiangqian from moving. In the old man's view, anything that makes this family's children angry must be caused by someone else. Anyway, he liked this family very much during their recent interactions. Lao San, seeing Cheng Xiangqian being held still by the old man, he was worried that if Lao San swung his stick, it might cause trouble. Su Hong wasn't afraid of hurting anyone. She just didn't want such a young child to do harm. She's not a saint, but she has her own ways of punishing. So, she called out to stop Lao San. Lao San was a bit impatient, but he listened. He didn't swing his stick. Instead, he turned to look at his mother, looking upset. Su Hong went over, hugged her son, and said to Dr. Ji, "Dr. Ji, please help me. Take this person and that man over there to the city to move the bodies." "No, I won't go. My dad went." "I won't go." When Cheng Xiangqian heard he was supposed to help move the bodies, he was so scared he almost peed himself. He's afraid of dying. Similarly, the village chief on the other side turned pale when he heard. He quickly ran to another place, but he couldn't outrun Dr. Ji. Dr. Ji suddenly appeared, grabbing him by the belt and bringing him back. Indeed, a grown man refusing to help move the bodies and just eating free food. That's not right. Dr. Ji grabbed one person in each hand, threw them forward, then ran over himself, tossing the two like bags of sand, one after another. He's skilled, controlling his strength well. He might hurt you if he drops you, but he won't cause serious injury. Eventually, he tired out Cheng village chief and Cheng Xiangqian, who then begged to go help move the bodies themselves. Mrs. N watched Dr. Ji's actions, trembling with fear. She wanted to run back to her home, but couldn't move. She collapsed and couldn't crawl away. Su Hong coldly asked, "How many people are still in Cheng village?" Mrs. N looked at Su Hong in terror, unsure why Su Hong could command Dr. Ji to do things and why he seemed to listen to her. Just the fact that Dr. Ji could fly high and move freely made Mrs. N feel very uneasy. She was just an ordinary rural woman, usually relying on her husband, the village chief, to dominate in Cheng village. But now she realized that this village chief was no longer effective. Su Hong looked at him and sneered slightly, then ordered, "Second, watch over your younger siblings. Third, help your sister keep an eye out. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, just hit them first. Fourth, come with mother. We're going to check Qingjia village to see how many people are still here." Although third was strong, fourth was clever. Su Hong took fourth and walked over there, and staggered a few steps, crying out, "Su Hong, you wicked woman. You let them bring back Gengshan's father." Su Hong ignored her and, as she walked with fourth, said, "Mother, you don't remember clearly who in the village is kind to us and who isn't, do you?" Fourth nodded calmly. Su Hong didn't say anything more, but fourth felt very excited inside. Since he was young, he had been bullied. Whenever third and big brother weren't around, the children in the village would pick on him. Even though he and third were twins, he was half a head shorter. For a long time, he wished their father was here to help him. But over the years, each disappointment made him forget what his father looked like. Mother always told them to be patient and endure. When they separated from their relatives before, he was happy for a moment, thinking he wouldn't be bullied anymore. But now, walking this path, his mother made him stand tall. As they walked, Forth shyly looked at his mother and smiled faintly. They reached the place where the Chung family lived. From afar, they saw a few children playing outside a grass hut, and inside the hut sat several women. One small child, with sharp eyes, saw Chung Xiangxi. Wow, little Four is here. Didn't expect them to still be alive. Everyone looked up. The women inside the hut also stood up and came out. Su Hong looked at these women, wearing ragged clothes, their hair messy, as if they hadn't been combed in days. Although the women looked surprised to see Su Hong, in their memory, Su Hong was dead. Now seeing the living Su Hong, a different version of her, only one woman stepped forward with some excitement and carefully called out, "Su Hong? Is that really you? This is Aunt Lianhua, daughter. When you were born, second sister asked several women to help, but only Aunt Lianhua came. She also took care of your postpartum period." Fourth brother whispered nearby. So, it seems the original person received kindness from her. Su Hong didn't feel much, but she still politely nodded with a small smile. Lianhua's eyes welled up with tears and said, "I'm so glad you're alive. Otherwise, the children would be left without parents." Where are the children? Why is only fourth brother here? When she mentioned the children, she remembered that Su Hong's family had 5 children, but now only saw fourth brother. You sold the children. Lianhua looked back anxiously, imagining that Su Hong had no choice but to sell all the children, and perhaps fourth brother, because he was unwell, was not sold. Su Hong understood her misunderstanding and smiled gently. "The children are well. I wouldn't sell my children." Lianhua visibly relaxed and said, "Come here quickly, call the children over. If the village chief and clan leader knew you were safe, they'd be so happy. This way, our clan has found a few more people." Lianhua thought that finding members of the clan would help everyone take care of each other, which was very good. "Su Hong, you wicked woman, quickly let them free the village chief. Bring him back." And Sure, frightened, hurried back to her place. She was so scared that her main thought was to get Su Hong to release the person. Seeing in Shure's state, a few others went over to help support her. Big sister-in-law, what happened to them, and Shure was the village chief's wife. They had been trying to please her all along. Now, seeing her like this and recalling that Ensure and the village chief had gone to find the person who heard Ho-Hot, they looked at Ensure and Su Hong. Su Hong, with a cold face, said, "It seems your spirit is good. They are moving the bodies over there, and some women are needed to carry the female corpses. Your strength and stamina are quite good." And Shure, who was about to cry out and curse, suddenly closed her mouth, choking on a lump in her throat, making a gurgling sound. She dared not speak. She was afraid Su Hong would call Ji the healer again and take her away. So, she kept silent. But the hatred for Su Hong is like a rushing river, overwhelming and unstoppable. Some women helped her up, pointing at Su Hong, their hands trembling. The others didn't know what had happened. To please the village chief's wife, one woman spoke. "Su Hong, what have you done? Look at how angry Sister and Dai is. Can you be a bit more brave? If you keep acting like this, your family won't be able to stay in the clan. Just wait and see who will take care of you then." Su Hong sneered and said, "Does the clan take care of us? When you left me and my 5 children, did you leave us any coarse rice or rough flour? Or even half a bowl of water? Of course, I should thank you for not taking away our torn quilts and such. As for returning to the clan, that's your clan, not mine. My children, and I don't need your care. I came here just to tell you, don't come to trouble my family. I have died once before, and I've forgotten all of you. I don't remember anyone. To me, you're just like everyone else here, but she and your village chief came to trouble me. So I must let you all know that I am still alive, and my 5 children are doing well." Then Alian, who had come with Su Hong, realized that these people claiming to be from Qingjia village were actually Su Fu Ren's former clan members, the ones who had abandoned her and her children. Even Alian stood to the side, sneering. These people still wanted to threaten Su Fu Ren. Seeing Alian standing apart, Su Hong called out, "Alian, are there any men from the Chung family here?" Alian thought for a moment and replied, "There are 21 people from the Chung family. 4 of them went to the corpse removal team, each family sending one person. There are some men here, but they are elders who also went to the corpse removal team. So, the younger generation hasn't gone. Oh, note this down. 2 more just left. One is the village head Chung and the other is the son of the clan leader Chung. Their meals don't need to be shared anymore. It seems they still have extra labor, but they want us to feed these people for free. Therefore, you clear out the Chung family members. Anyone who went to the corpse removal team, remember, each household will get food. Each household gets 2 steamed buns and a bowl of water per day. Others, each person gets 2 steamed buns and a bowl of water daily. Understand? Yes, Madam Sue. Eileen's respectful attitude surprised the other women. Was this still the same Sue Hong, who was used to being bullied? A young woman, who often talked more with Aileen, gently asked, "Why do you listen to her?" Aileen looked at her in surprise. "She is my mistress. Why wouldn't I listen to her? Besides, these foods are managed by Dr. G and others, and Madam Sue is in charge of them. How much is given depends on her orders. Why wouldn't I listen to her?" When the villagers of Qingjia village heard that village chief Chung and his son, Qing Xiangqian, had been taken away to work with the corpse removal team, they were all stunned. Those 2 men were the backbone of their community and the decision-makers of the village. In a nearby tent, a middle-aged woman suddenly cried out loud and rushed forward to hit Su Hong. "Ugh! You wicked woman! Why did you send my son to the corpse removal team? Didn't you say 1 family per person? His father has already gone, so why are you sending my son too?" Su Hong didn't remember who this woman was, but as soon as she cursed, Su Hong knew. She must be the clan leader's wife, Mrs. Huang. Xiao Si gently pulled Su Hong back, and she took 2 steps away, looking pale. Clearly, the child was genuinely afraid of her. Then she whispered, "Mother, she used to bully us and even hit second sister and you. She wanted to sell second sister to a rich family as a maid because she was diligent. You didn't agree, and she took money from others. In the end, Uncle Li, the village head, scolded her." Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes widened. She didn't expect that this woman, relying on being the clan leader's wife, thought she was the head of the family and could sell any girl from any household. Seeing her struggle to break free from Lotus Flower and rush forward again, Su Hong raised her left hand and pointed at her. "Sending your son away was because he stole food. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." The village chief's wife, and sure, shouted. Sister-in-law, Xiang Qian only wanted to take a bun from her family, and she had someone take Xiang Qian away. Hearing this, Mrs. Huang was furious. She cried and cursed as she rushed forward. "You wicked woman! You think you can eat a bun? My son only took 1 bun from you. Your children are all wasting food. I will cook all your children and eat them." Su Hong's eyes turned cold, and a slight movement of her mouth. She shot her small crossbow with her left hand, and the arrow hit Huang's palm. Since they were close, the arrow pierced straight through Huang's palm. For a moment, everyone could see the frightened face of the person on the other side through the hole. The hole was quickly filled with blood spilling out. For these women, shouting insults, pulling hair, tearing clothes, and hitting people were acceptable and familiar. But when it came to stabbing or shooting with weapons, especially causing penetrating injuries, they immediately froze in fear. Even Sister Lianhua, who was helping to hold Huang, was so scared she let go and stared blankly at Huang, who had sat down heavily on the ground. Huang paused for a moment before coming to her senses. She saw the blood bubbling from her right palm. Stunned, she screamed, "Someone's been hurt. Help!" Hearing her scream, some people nearby came to look, but most saw Alian standing there and knew they should just watch quietly. Most of these people had never seen Su Hong without her protective clothing. When they saw her, she was usually dressed in armor. But they had seen Alian and the others, who were the ones bringing food. To them, these people were like family. So, since Alian didn't move or interfere, they decided they didn't need to get involved. Besides, during a time of fleeing, it was better to mind their own business. Su Hong ignored everyone else. She quietly walked over, picked up the arrow she had shot, and wiped the blood off Huang's hand with her sleeve. She said softly, I told you, don't think I'm as easy to bully as before. And don't think you can treat my children like commodities. This is just a warning. If anyone from Qingjia village dares to bully my family or cause trouble for me, that arrow won't just hit your palm, it will hit your forehead, Su Hong snorted, reloading her crossbow. Then she placed her hand on Lao Si's shoulder, and mother and son left gracefully. The people from Qingjia village didn't even dare to make a sound. Sister Lianhua withdrew her hand, which was about to help Huang up, and quietly returned to her small shelter with her child. Su Hong's transformation was too great. It seemed that someone who had died once was different, fearless, daring to provoke even the village chief and the head of the clan. The next day, when distributing food, All Yen finished giving to everyone else before giving to Qingjia village. According to Su Hong's request, each household in Qingjia village was only allowed 2 steamed buns and a bowl of water. The villagers of Qingjia naturally refused. People from other villages also had to send at least one person to carry the bodies. If no one could go, it meant there was no labor force, and this had to be verified before approval. But those people were counted per person, regardless of age or gender. Each person received 2 large plain buns and a bowl of water daily. Sometimes, children under 12 were also given a meat bun. Of course, how each family divided these supplies at home was their own matter. But now, each household in Qingjia only got 2 buns a day. For families with 4 or 5 members, that was definitely not enough. They gathered around All Yen, arguing. All Yen remained expressionless and said, Madame Su said that the people of Qingjia have plenty of labor but refuse to serve everyone or help carry the bodies. So, this is the current rule. However, if any family sends an extra person to carry a body, that family will get 2 more buns and a bowl of water each day. Of course, this does not apply to the clan leader's family or the village head's family. They are expected to work harder because they are leaders. Actually, after yesterday's chaos, everyone understood clearly this was Su Hong's way of revenge. They thought Su Hong had died, and the whole clan abandoned her and her son. Now, no one knew why Su Hong had managed to turn things around and become Madame Su, but she clearly remembered the grudge. Who dared to cause trouble again? It was obvious that yesterday, the village head and Cheng Xiangqian were caught because they went to trouble Su Hong. Everyone saw that. Su Hong also explained that Huang's arrow was just a warning. Seeing Huang lying in that grass hut, unable to get up, no one dared to try again.
Sister Lianhua didn't speak.
She simply went forward to take her family's 2 plain buns and a bowl of water. But All Yen gave her 3. Madame Su said that Sister Lianhua helped take care of her in the past. If you have any trouble, you can go to Madame Su. These buns are for your children. Lianhua was surprised but took them quietly and whispered, Thank you. Thank you very much. At this moment, having a little food was already good. Lianhua's husband also went to carry a body. Now, she was alone with her 2 children. Originally, she had 3, but one had fallen ill and died on the way during their escape. Now, she only had 2 children. A mother and her 2 children had only 3 steamed buns and 2 bowls of water, but they managed to get by. They wouldn't starve, at least. The other members of the Cheng family saw that Lianhua had 1 more person with her and became jealous. All Yen, with a calm face, said, Madame Su said that if anyone bullies Sister Lianhua's family, they will lose 1 steamed bun every day. The others paused, clenched their teeth, and put away their mischievous thoughts. Of course, they didn't know that All Yen made up this statement whenever she saw their suspicious looks. She used Madame Su's name to suppress their evil intentions. Madame Su said became All Yen's catchphrase. Soon everyone knew about Madame Su. It was said that Madame Su was very beautiful, like a fairy. It was also said that Madame Su was fierce, and a single breath could kill someone. People said they couldn't offend her because she controlled all the grain in Jingcheng. For a while, Madame Su became a legend in the entire living area. But few actually knew her well, because there was a rule here: don't wander around without a reason. Each village's people could only move within their own area. Those without a village, the scattered individuals, were grouped together and could only stay within their designated zones. Anyone caught wandering outside their area would have their grain deducted. Even children weren't allowed to roam freely. Although they could hear each other, they couldn't visit each other's homes because Jishini said there might be viruses on others and visiting could make them sick. Now, everyone was terrified of this virus. They were all waiting for the people who moved the bodies to return. Only when they returned could everyone be free again. Su Hong didn't expect that her impulsive visit to Qingjia village that day would have such a good effect. Now the whole living area was very peaceful. Adding to this, Old Ji was also a funny person. After hearing about the Chung family's affairs from Alian, he intentionally showed off a little in the living area, making sure everyone knew that if anyone had strange thoughts, he was watching them closely. This calmness helped prevent the spread of the illness and played a good role in maintaining order. Some mild cases over there have been confirmed by Dr. G, and they can go home. Although they lost part of their fingers, at least they are alive. Although visits are not allowed, news spread in the living area that 2 people had been cured and could return home. Everyone believed more in Madame Su and Dr. G. Alien is thoughtful. When she delivers food, she often mentions Madame Su's kindness and Dr. G's hard work. Some families even placed offerings for Su Hong and Dr. G in their sheds to show respect. Things are stable here, but some people are uneasy. Those are the Yu family. The Yu family has been quiet for a few days. They are not causing trouble, but are doing their best to save Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan was hit in the mouth by Nangong Yi, losing a tooth, and his kneecap was broken. Some members of the Yu family know medicine, and their luggage contains enough herbs. They prepared well before fleeing. Their escape was different from others. They had enough food, but Qizhou was mostly empty, and those who didn't escape would be attacked by wandering refugees. So, the head of the Yu family made thorough preparations before fleeing. They endured some hardship walking under the sun, but they didn't lack food. When they arrived here, they quickly noticed the plague, so they were among the first to return. But they didn't expect Dr. G to stop them. Because of Dr. G's reputation, the Yu family had decided to stay and see what was happening. If it seemed bad, they would leave immediately. Unexpectedly, some people still offered food to them. In this situation, the Yu family decided to eat a few more days for free and wait to see what happens. They initially thought they could enter the city after cleaning up the corpses outside. But it turned out the city was dead. When the Yu family had heard this, he decided to turn back. He took out the sealed underground grain storage and planned to dig the well deeper if needed. He believed they could survive. However, the leaders wanted everyone to stay and help with the cleanup, which was not something the Yu family would do. The proud Yu family would never become corpse movers. But after Xie Zhuangyuan mocked them, the 3rd son couldn't hold back and set fire. In the Yu family's view, lighting a fire was no big deal. No one was hurt or killed. However, the person over there was unknown, and even though the Yu family had called on Lord Luo, he still didn't let it go. They even took the 3rd son away. The head of the Yu family looked at Yu Yuanji, who had been saved by their own doctor for 2 days. His lips were swollen, making it hard to eat, and he couldn't even touch his legs. Medicine didn't help. The matriarch of the Yu family was worried about the 3rd son and the 2nd son. She had been crying so much that her eyes were swollen. "Sir, we should ask that famous Dr. G to come. Let him check on the 2nd son. He has a fever again and is talking nonsense." "Sir, it looks like we can't save the 3rd son, but we must save the 2nd son." The Yu family believed that among the younger generation, the 2nd son was the most talented and likely to bring honor to the family. He was the most promising to carry on their legacy. The head of the Yu family looked grim. The youngest, the 3rd son, was spoiled by the main wife and had become a spoiled brat. But the 2nd son must be saved. Not only that, they needed to find out who had hurt him. This grudge was now certain. After some thought, they decided they had no choice but to ask Dr. G. Everyone knew his temper. He was unpredictable. When he was happy, he would eagerly help, even if he wasn't asked. But when he was upset, he ignored everyone. Knowing this, the Yu family had realized he couldn't send anyone else to ask him. He had to do it himself. On the 3rd day, Yu Yuanji's fever was so high he fainted. The family had to go see Dr. G. But as they approached the ashes of the fire, a group of children ran out and shouted at them. Stop. Our Madame Sue said no one from your side can cross this ash. If anyone does, we'll catch them and move their body. These children, about 10 years old, were part of a patrol team arranged by Su Hong. There were 15 children in total, 5 in each group. Their job was to play here but not cross the ashes or let anyone from the other side come over. The Yu family head's face darkened with anger. He had never been scolded by such small children before. Even the Prince of Chizhou treated him with more respect. Which little brat dares speak to me like that? I only want to see Dr. G. Go and tell him.
Tell him I am the head of the Yu family.
The Yu family head felt a heavy weight in his chest. These children were scolded, but I really didn't dare step over the ashes even a little. For these kids, whether they cross the family boundary or not, who is better than Madame Sue? Anyway, everyone says the people on the other side are bad, so be careful. No one knows who the head of the family is. I don't care which pig you are from. No pig is allowed to come here. Grandpa G is too busy to see pigs. Get lost. A foolish remark from the children almost made the Yu family head burst with anger. He looked grim at these uneducated kids, knowing that getting angry at them was useless. Go call a grown-up, but none of the children paid attention to him. Seeing him just standing by the ashes and not crossing over, they ignored him and started playing on their own. The proud Yu family had never been treated so coldly by a bunch of toothless children. Angered, the family head suddenly felt like a Buddha emerging from meditation, then ascending to heaven. In a rush of impulse, he hurriedly went toward the light illness area, knowing where to find Dr. G. But as he stepped over the ashes, the children took out a gong and started to strike it loudly. While they struck the gong, someone responded from the other side. Before the family head could walk a few steps, he was blocked by people rushing toward him. They weren't just grabbing him with their hands. Each held a long spear made of wood. In an instant, 7 or 8 spears pierced into the family head's body. He turned red with anger.
You.
The spears trapped him, preventing him from moving forward or even retreating. The people didn't speak. They all wore masks, so only their eyes, filled with some hatred, could be seen glaring at him. Let me go. Let me go. I will make you regret this. The family head shouted furiously. Who do you think you are to make anyone regret this? Came a deep voice. The family head looked over and didn't recognize the speaker. He had never seen this person here before. The visitor was General Zheng. When General Zheng was rescued, it was found that he was not infected with any disease. He was just exhausted from not eating and living in such harsh conditions, so physically and mentally, he was very weak. He has been rescued for a few days now. His body has improved a lot with rest. He received news that none of his family members survived, except for Lord Mu's child and a little girl who are still alive. So, in the past 2 days, General Zheng has been busy burying his family and helping to care for the children who were rescued last. Most of the survivors are children. Some didn't get sick, and others only had mild symptoms. He knows about the terrible scene in the city, even without going inside. Nangongyi also doesn't allow him to go in again. He only manages the safe area where people live. Most of his time is spent in the mild illness zone, helping Dr. G change bandages for those injured or disabled by the disease. This helps him feel a little calmer. Now, hearing the sound of a gong, which signals an invasion, he quickly heads toward the direction of the noise. He doesn't recognize the head of the Yu family, but he knows who he is. Besides knowing he comes from a scholarly family and is respected in the Mu family estate, he also learned that the Yu family keeps to themselves and doesn't help outsiders. So, when he hears that the person captured is the head of the Yu family, General Zheng feels confident. Seeing someone who can make decisions, even though he doesn't know who it is, the Yu family head hurriedly calls out. Let me go. I need to see Dr. G. I have some connections with him. I am the head of the Yu family from Chizhou. General Zheng walks up to him, but doesn't order the guards to loosen the spears. He just stands there coldly and says, I've heard of you.
So, you are the head of the Yu family.
Humph.
Who are you?
Let me go. I need to see Dr. G. The spears aren't smooth. Some have broken branches attached. They poke hard, and some small branches hurt the Yu family head. He struggles a bit but can't break free, and the spears get tighter. He just wants to be released quickly. But the Yu family head, used to being in charge, still doesn't see the situation clearly and speaks as if giving orders. General Zheng sneers coldly. Isn't the Yu family head supposed to stay within your territory? Why are you crossing the line? Thinking that because your family name is Yu, you can do as you please? That's not acceptable. We still need to follow some rules.
Rude.
Who are you? Let me go. The Yu family doesn't allow anyone to mock us. Did the Yu family produce several top officials, or just grant titles of nobility?
You.
General Zheng was not polite to the head of the Yu family. The disaster in Jingcheng was not only a natural calamity and war, but mainly a plague. After this plague and the decision made by Lord Mu, and now seeing the results, General Zheng has seen through some things. A month ago, when he was introduced to the Yu family head, he might have eagerly wanted to meet him, hoping his son could also study at the Yu family academy. But after this experience and observing the Yu family's actions, General Zheng has no good feelings toward them at all. Our Yu family's academy has trained many talented students. About 1/3 of the officials in the court come from our academy. The Yu family head proudly said this. But General Zheng coldly replied, "Too bad. None of them have the Yu surname." This one sentence silenced the Yu family head. His face turned red with anger, and he shouted, "What are you? Let go of me." General Zheng gently brushed off the dust on his clothes and said calmly, "I'm nothing special, but you, a person without rank or official position, cannot order me around." Originally, only the Yu family head came here, but now it seemed he was trapped and couldn't go in or out. The others from the Yu family arrived. General Zheng gave a cold look. "Anyone covered in ashes, tie them up." "Yes, General." Someone then brought over a rope. It was made from dried grass, temporarily woven, not long enough to tie elsewhere. The clever young man quickly made a loop, placing it around the Yu family head's neck. A grass rope around the neck. What kind of animal do you think this resembles? The Yu family head was so angry he shouted and fainted. The young man said, "Hey, don't fall over. If you do, I'll have to lead you around." This sentence was the last straw for the Yu family head. He really fainted. When he fell, the loop tightened suddenly, almost choking him to death. The young man squatted down to loosen the rope a little and called to the patrol kids, "Zhuzi, go get some more grass and weave a longer rope. Looks like a few more are coming. We'll tie them up and send them to the morgue."
All right.
A few young men ran away at the command, while those holding tree forks aimed to come over and ask the head of the Yu family for help. When they heard about using ropes to catch them and move the bodies, they quickly retreated. The people here really didn't like the Yu family. They had never been friendly. Before, when everyone helped each other, the Yu family only took food and never came out to help anyone. Later, they even set fire to the place. It said that 2 of their men were caught and forced to move bodies, then placed in a special grave for each corpse. Now they want to cause trouble again. The Yu family really thinks they are invincible. The Yu family members felt embarrassed. The head of the Yu family was tied with a rough rope. They had to do nothing, but if they stepped over the ashes, they would be caught by a certain general. Although the court was chaotic, with kings and officials fighting for power, this was still a general. To ordinary people, that meant one thing: an official. Could they provoke him?
No.
But the family head couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The Yu family were mostly scholars, able to do some simple exercises like the 5 animals movements for health. But the people here were farmers, holding onto their tree forks and staring tightly at the Yu family. As they hesitated, a middle-aged man from the Yu family stepped forward and said, "General, our family head isn't here to cause trouble. We are just desperate to save our son. Our second young master is seriously ill and wants to see Dr. G. Please, considering that our family head is a kind father, show some mercy this time." It has to be said, this family of scholars spoke very politely, sounding very emotional. Before the general could speak, someone else took the word. "No, rules are rules. If you cross the ashes, you go to move the bodies. Take them away." This was Nan Gongyi. He was passing by with Kongbo, taking a rest, and wanted to see how the living area and the medical area looked. He heard the bell and hurried over. After listening carefully, he didn't hear anything, but still came to see what was happening. That's when he heard the plea. When the Yu family heard Nangongye's voice, they panicked. Wasn't it the person who took away their third son and injured their second? The head of the Yu family was dragged around on the ground, just enough to step on some small stones. The stones pressed against his back, causing him pain. He suddenly woke up. When I woke up, I found myself still tied to the ground. The dry grass around my neck hurt a lot, and it also felt like I couldn't breathe because it was choking me. I wanted to speak, but the rope was tight around my chin. I tilted my head back and opened my mouth, which made me cough a lot, and hit the back of my head on the ground. Nangongyi heard my cough and looked down at me. He said, "Your Yu family is proud, but you stay here and don't leave. Take them away." Wait a moment. It was the same middle-aged man who spoke earlier. He shouted loudly, "Sir, please let our family head go. We've been fleeing all this time, and it's been hard for everyone. Our family head is doing this for the Yu clan. The Yu family of Chizhou has been around for 100 years. We can't be without a leader. If someone has to carry the body, please let our family head go." "I will go, second uncle, second master," a few young men behind him called out. Nangongyi looked at the Yu family's second master through his protective glasses and snorted coldly. "If you want to go yourself, fine. Join a team with the family head. We work in pairs, one person on a cart, one person helping carry the body. We've already cleared nearly 2,000 bodies. You're welcome to join. It's hot, and the city isn't just rotting bodies. Some water is flowing everywhere. Everyone helping with the bodies is working non-stop, not stopping for rest. Yu family's 100-year legacy is ruined because of you people. It's really a shame. General Zheng, watch over this. I'll take the person first. If anyone else comes, send them straight to the city gate. I need more people. Another 100 wouldn't be too many." As he spoke, Nangongyi reached out, grabbed the Yu family head's belt, and lifted him up, carrying him away. The grass rope was still swinging around his neck. No, don't. I won't carry bodies. I want to see Dr. Ji." Nangongyi took the Yu family head away directly. The remaining Yu family members didn't know what to do. General Zheng looked at the young men dressed in scholars' robes and spat heavily. "The reputation of the Yu family is ruined by you. After this disaster, everyone still alive here will be ashamed of the Yu family of Chizhou. You think you saved the Yu family, but you only selfishly saved your own lives. No, maybe you didn't even do that. Now, it depends on whether you can keep living." The faces of the Yu family members looked unhappy. Some of them realized this, but the person was not the head of the family. The head only wanted to keep their power but did not think about the reputation of the Yu family. Nangongyi, carrying the Yu family head, quickly arrived outside the city gate. Outside the gate, there was a tent. Cheng Xiongdong was now guarding there, where supplies were being handed out. Cheng Xiongdong looked at Nangongyi carrying someone and was a bit surprised. It was not a child, it was an adult. "Second, Master Dao. What's going on?" Cheng Xiongdong wanted to call him Uncle Second, but suddenly remembered to call him Master Dao. "Get a protective suit. Note this. Qi Zhou Yu Zhonglo." Cheng Xiongdong handed a notebook from the table to Nangongyi and said, I can't write the name you mentioned." Nangongyi dropped the person he was holding onto the ground, then took a pen and wrote down the name of the Yu family head, Yu Zhonglo, on the paper. "Learn to read properly when you have time." "Yes." Cheng Xiongdong lowered his head, feeling a bit insecure, and whispered. Just then, Xie Ziyuan came over, looking at the Yu family head who had just gotten up. "Hey, Master Dao, is this Yu family head volunteering to move the bodies?" "No. He crossed the line. I caught him. Teach him how to wear this, then take him to move the bodies. Remember, one person per cart. If they haven't moved 20 bodies, no food will be given." Xie Ziyuan looked at Nangongyi with some curiosity, nodded, and picked up the protective suit. "You family head, come with me to change into this." "Humph. You are too much. The old lady will report you." Nangongyi sneered mockingly. The Yu family head was furious. "You are too much. You are not officials from the court. Why are you forcing people to move the bodies? You took the grain from the city to threaten everyone, forcing healthy people to get sick. You are like evil spirits, like bandits. Nangong Ye's anger flared. He grabbed the Yu family head, not letting her change clothes, and directly lifted her onto the city tower. Stand here. Look around. Do you smell it in the city? Outside the city wall, at the tent area, the area has been disinfected. Although there is still a faint smell of decay in the air, it has lessened. Standing on the wall and looking inside the city, I feel a dull grayish layer covering everything under the sunlight. This grayish stuff is actually that strange, foul smell. Master Yu, who has smelled this kind of smell before, immediately feels sick and dizzy. Nangong Yi looks at Master Yu, who is leaning against the wall and vomiting badly, and snorts coldly. Can't handle it anymore?
You wanted to complain, right?
I will take you to see the city official. By the way, this official is also a student from your Yu Academy, named Mu Yang. Do you remember him? Since the hundreds of dead bodies outside the West Gate have been taken away, Nangong Yi takes Master Yu to see the bodies still lying at the East Gate. See them? They wanted to escape. Maybe when they were guarding this gate, they hadn't caught the disease yet, but because they couldn't get out, they infected each other and died here. They thought that once the city gate opened, the outside world would be their paradise. But it's not. Master Yu, smelling the stronger stench here, feels like vomiting but can't bring anything up, only dry heaving. Do you know why they died here? It's because Mu Yang, Lord Mu, and General Zheng refused to let them go. Because if they left, they might spread the disease to others. Nangong Yi leads Master Yu to the city wall at the East Gate, pointing at the neatly arranged bodies covered with cloths, faces hidden. Look at these official uniforms.
You can tell now. This is Mu Yang.
If you lift the cloth, you might not even recognize her or him. Nangong Yi speaks sternly. Master Yu, as the head of a big family, you should know the importance of the Yu family in Qizhou. You want to protect the Yu family, but instead, you are destroying it. Mu Yang, as a student from your Yu Academy, managed to save the city. You could say she saved all of Qizhou. Nangong Yi looks at the Yu family head with some sadness. The Yu family, for 100 years, has been destroyed in this one person's hands. So, is it wrong for him to go and move the bodies? Nangong Yi took out something from his pocket. When he opened it, it was a large, long bag. Come, you and I, put Mu Yang inside. If he is watching from heaven and knows that his respected teacher has come to take his body, I think he will be very happy, seeing the corpse and hearing Nangong Yi mention Mu Yang. Everyone was shocked. But to ask him to move the body? No, I can't. I can't. I'm not dressed like you all. The head of the Yu family stepped back while speaking. He had already moved close to the city wall. Nangong Yi looked up at him with a glare. Are you going to move or not? No. I don't care who you are. There's no way I'll move the body. I am the head of the Yu family, the younger brother of Consort Yu, and the uncle of Prince Luo. If you dare to force me to move the body, Prince Luo will never forgive you. Nangong Yi opened the bag, placed the body inside, and stood up coldly. Head of the Yu family? Younger brother of Consort Yu? Uncle of Prince Luo? You talk so big. You are nothing. Consort Yu has been dead for many years, yet you still use her to threaten others. Isn't that shameful? And Prince Luo? You probably don't even know what he looks like now. You have tarnished their names. They are ashamed to have a relative like you. Who are you really? Hearing Nangong Ye's intense words and accusations, the head of the Yu family thought about everything. This person kept pressuring the Yu family, captured the third brother, beat the second, and now had taken him too. Now he was saying such things, as if he knew everyone in his family. Who is this person? Nangong Yi stepped forward coldly and said, Want to know who I am? I'll let you find out. But everyone who knows who I am ends up dead. As he spoke, Nangong Yi took off his protective hat and mask. But when the Yu family head, who wanted to know who Nangong Yi was, heard that everyone who knew would die, his first reaction was to cover his eyes with his hands. No, I don't want to know who you are.
I don't want to.
Nangong Yi sneered and said, Why? Afraid to look? But today you have no choice but to look. I gave you a chance to leave with the Yu family, but you stayed. Since I was 5 years old, I swore that one day I would eliminate those who secretly or openly caused my mother's death. You, head of the Yu family, are one of them. Hearing Nangongyi speak like that, the head of the Yu family looked up in surprise. But what caught his eye was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He paused for a moment, then asked again, I don't know you. How did you cause your mother's death? Nangongyi slightly curled his lips and gently tore off the fake beard sticking to his face. Ziyuo? The head of the Yu family was very surprised. Is it you? Ziyuo, how did you come to Qizhou? Why aren't you in Jinzhou? It's me. I didn't expect you to recognize me. After 20 years, you still remember me? The Yu family head was so excited or nervous that he couldn't speak. Nangongyi sneered. You didn't expect to meet me, right? I didn't go out of my way to find you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. I even gave you a chance to leave with your Yu family members, but you chose to stay. So, isn't it time to settle old scores from years ago? So, I won't have trouble finding you next time.
No.
No, Ziyuo, listen to me.
Listen, it was all a misunderstanding back then.
It was just a misunderstanding. Nangongyi coldly laughed. Really? Do you still think I'm the 5-year-old kid from back then? Ziyuo, your mother. The head of the Yu family was sweating nervously. But before he could finish, Nangongyi interrupted him. You don't have the right to mention my mother. But what you owe her, I will settle for her. That body bag, I originally prepared it for you. I've been meaning to settle the account these days, but I've been too busy. Since you're here, it saves me some trouble. Just lie down inside. The Yu family had looked at the long, dark bag with an opening in the middle, like a big mouth waiting to eat. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knelt down with a thud and said, I was wrong. I was young then. I was wrong. Ziyuo, I am your uncle. Nangongyi laughed loudly, but his voice sounded like he was crying. Too late. You've realized your mistake way too late. The person who should apologize isn't me. I'll send you to apologize to her and see if she's willing to forgive you. After saying that, Nangongyi raised his palm and slapped it on the head of the Yu family head. He pressed his neck into his chest. Then with a loud bang, he knocked him down. Nangongyi raised his hand and suddenly knelt, tears streaming down his face, facing Jinzhou. Mother, it's been 20 years late, but I've brought him to you. Nangongyi stood up, actually placing the head of the Yu family into a black body bag. Then he dressed again, picked up the bag, and flew directly to the residential area. Unexpectedly, the Yu family members were still there, confronting a few people holding spears. Nangongyi threw the bag to them and said, Yu family, listen up. Take your family head and go back to your home. From now on, the Yu family will not leave Shilin town. If anyone leaves, I will treat them the same as your family head.
Who?
Who are you? A few Yu family members stared in shock. Looking at the black bag thrown to them, they knew what was inside. Probably a corpse. They had just taken their family head away, and now he was being brought back like this. Your family head knows. Do you want to ask him? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the bundle on the ground. Who dared to ask? Or who wanted to ask? The remaining Yu family members could only carry their family head's body back. Soon, they heard the wailing from the Yu residents. The next day, the Yu family set out, retracing their steps back home. They opened the bundle, which contained not only their family head's corpse, but also a letter with a seal. They didn't even have time to bury the body. They packed their things overnight, ignoring the third young master Yu being taken away to carry the corpse, and left at dawn. While they packed, the first mass grave in the city finally stopped accepting bodies. The corpse removal team began filling the second grave. The first grave was left for Su Hong to fill in. Su Hong started filling the grave with an excavator, while Nangongyi sat on a nearby empty space, staring blankly ahead. Su Hong finished filling the grave and put away the excavator. His posture didn't change. Su Hong didn't care much. He sat down with him and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Honestly, in this era, the sky hadn't been polluted. Even at night, under the stars and moonlight, you could see the sky was blue. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Hong had never hated the bright moonlight as much as he did now. Since traveling to the present, whenever I see the bright moon, I know that tomorrow will be a clear day. Disasters still continue. This moon is really annoying. How can those writers and poets still like it?
Suhon matters.
They don't like the moon itself. There are two types of people who like it. One thinks it's a small light in the dark night. The other just likes how distant and unreachable it is. Things that are out of reach are always beautiful. Even if a piece is missing, it's still beautiful. Su Hong chuckled softly. You're quite the romantic. What is a romantic youth? Su Hong didn't answer. Instead, she turned her hand and took out 2 glass cups and a bottle of red wine. After pouring, she handed one to Nangang Yi. Then she raised her own cup, looked at the bright moon, and swayed the glass. Nangang Yi looked at this new thing. As soon as he smelled it, he knew it was wine, but it had a rich, sweet aroma. He imitated Su Hong, raised his cup, and looked at the moonlight shining through the wine, which had a faint reddish hue. Suddenly, the night illuminated by the white moonlight seemed to be painted with a touch of red. Under the hazy moonlight, the red color seemed to flow, looking very beautiful. What is this wine called? Nangang Yi asked. Su Hong took a small sip. Not bad. The taste was very good. Now Su Hong was very happy with this space. Everything she made tasted just like the original. But she noticed from the corner of her eye that Nangang Yi was staring blankly ahead, as if his mind had wandered somewhere. Su Hong gently tapped her cup against Nangang Yi's. The crisp sound of glass breaking the silence suddenly filled the night. Nangang Yi's gaze returned to his cup. What's wrong? You seem a bit upset today. Su Hong, thinking that they had all escaped here together and had been working happily these days, asked with concern. Nangang Yi tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp. He gently shook his head and said, It's nothing. I just met an old acquaintance. Su Hong imagined the scene. The person who made him look so sad. Could it be someone he knew from the city, who had passed away? He's dead? Yeah. Condolences. Su Hong poured him another glass and said, This wine tastes better when sipped slowly. Nangang Yi looked at Su Hong, then took a slow sip like her. It was pretty good. The Yu family left and no one else came afterward. Maybe those who tried to come back on the road were turned away or took a different route. Meanwhile, the corpse removal went smoothly. However, after cleaning up, they found more bodies than expected, over 20,000. It took 7 large pits to bury them all. General Zheng's family was buried separately. The family of Lord Mu was buried in a special ceremony arranged by Su Hong and Nangang Yi for one night. Su Hong prepared a few more graves next to the tomb of Master Xie's father. Then she, Nangang Yi, Xie Ziyuan, and General Zheng's family members buried Lord Mu and his deceased family. Su Hong took Mu Shuer to see them being buried, then lit incense and candles for the departed. Shuer bowed to them. 5-year-old Mu Shuer was now living at Su Hong's house. She played with another young child, Xiao Wu. Originally, General Zheng wanted to adopt Shuer, but Nangang Yi thought it was better for her to stay with Su Hong. Shuer was a little girl, and she could play with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, who were about the same age. The cleanup in the West City was finished. While the corpse removal team was cleaning the East City, Su Hong organized a team of 12 people to start disinfecting the West City. They each had spray bottles with disinfectant, and Su Hong taught them how to use them. They aimed to clean every corner. Some sprayed disinfectant, while others spread lime. The 12 people were divided into 4 groups of 3. Each group was responsible for disinfecting and cleaning one block of the city. Su Hong would check their work afterward. On the first day, the workers who had already done their part would be replaced by a new small team of 2 people. One person would disinfect, and the other would spread lime again. On the 3rd day, 4 new groups would come to repeat the previous work, doing 3 days of continuous disinfection and lime spreading. Finally, after cleaning each house, the disinfection team followed behind. After 2 or 3 days, the city's smell of decay was replaced by the smell of lime and disinfectant. The team that moved the bodies was allowed to rest for 3 days at Dr. G's place. Every day, Dr. G and 2 young men came to check their temperatures. Sure enough, 2 of them were infected. Dr. G quickly separated and treated these 2. Thanks to early detection, some medicines from Su Hong's supplies, and Dr. G's methods, they recovered after 3 days and were no longer in danger. The city was cleaned up completely. Lime and disinfectant were spread all over the city tower. Even the rooftops were sprayed with disinfectant by Kongbo, Nangongyi, and General Zheng. Once again, standing on the empty streets, General Zheng was overwhelmed with tears. Nangongyi personally opened the East City Gate. After being closed for nearly 2 months, the city finally reopened. The entire city of Jing was cleaned up. Most people had come here to escape. Some wanted to leave the city, some aimed to reunite with relatives, and others were trying to find family members who had already crossed the city. As long as Dr. G confirmed they had no infection, they could leave the city. A few wealthy families in Jing even found some stored grains in their secret rooms. Su Hong laid large plastic sheets on the ground and poured the grains she found onto them. She exposed the grains to the hot sun for a few days to dry them out. Then, she packed some into each family's rice bags. They could use the rice on the way. There was only enough food to share. Smart people left early because even if there was food ahead, only those quick enough could get it. Though everyone knew more hardships lay ahead, they left happily. Each family came to thank Madame Su and Dr. G, which moved Su Hong deeply. On the first day the city gates opened, the first group of people left. Those with family members still in the light illness zone couldn't leave yet. The remaining people received food from Madame Su and medical care from Dr. G. Some people didn't want to leave anymore. They called for the city to stay, suggesting General Zheng become the city's ruler, so the city could be managed. They preferred staying in the city with a roof over their heads rather than continuing to flee. However, the entire city is no longer suitable for people to live in. After discussing with Dr. G, Su Hong decided to leave the city empty. They would be the last to leave, and after they left, they would put up signs on both sides of the city to warn passers-by to be careful, as there might still be viruses. Xie Ziyuan also wrote a detailed report about the events, which he placed on the official desk for future officials to keep. He especially highlighted the contributions of Mu Fudai and Commander Zheng. Originally, they planned to record Su Hong's actions carefully, but after Su Hong asked him to rewrite it, he didn't mention Madame Su at all. Even the medical treatment was only credited to Dr. G. Once they confirmed they wouldn't stay in the city, they started sending people away every day. On the 10th day after opening the city gates, Su Hong and his group began packing. This time, their numbers had grown significantly. First, there was the family of Scholar Xie with 3 members and then Dr. G, who found their company interesting. Of course, the hardest to handle were the orphans rescued last by General Zheng. The oldest were about 14 or 15 and the youngest were only 3 or 4. Now, on the road ahead, besides food, the most valuable things were the children. General Zheng took the older children and packed up the remaining grain. They found some carts in the city, loaded the grain onto them, and each child went home to gather what they could, at least some clothes and blankets. Since autumn had arrived, although it hadn't rained, mornings and evenings were a bit chilly. After tidying up, they had a large pile of belongings. The children's things and the grain used up all the carts in the city. Fortunately, all the carts had been properly disinfected. Most of the children were over 7 years old, with the younger ones being fewer. They could pull a cart in groups of 3 or 5. So, when Su Hong and his group led their carts out of Jing City, Al Yen and Ayan each pulled a cart behind them. 2 days before the full moon, My Lan carried little Bao Bao on her chest wrapped in a cloth. She pushed a unicycle cart with Mu Shuer sitting on it. Behind them, Xie Ziyuan's family followed. They also found a cart. Xie's mother had recovered and could pull the cart now. Naturally, since she was with Xie Ziyuan and his sister, they wouldn't let her tire herself. Further back, there were carts pulled by children. The older children carried grains, while the younger ones pulled bundles. Each cart with a bundle also had 2 smaller children sitting on it who couldn't keep up. At the end of the line, there were Nangongyi, Kongbo, Xie Ziyuan, and General Zheng. They needed to close the city gates again so that ordinary people couldn't enter. Only a few skilled fighters might still get in, but they would see the notices and understand the situation. This scenic city could only be kept empty for a while, allowing time for things to naturally disappear. Beyond the scenic city, it was no longer endless wasteland. It was hilly land with some small mountains, but they weren't very tall. Swang. walking at the front, turned to look back and paused. What does it mean to see no end? Now, this convoy looked like it stretched on forever. Why are there so many people? Dr. G, who was free now, kept asking Suang how the medicines were made. Could they really produce disinfectants that could remove the toxins in the air? Suang rolled her eyes, surprised at how energetic the old man was. He kept asking and talking, giving her a headache. Unable to bear it, Suang took out a medical book and handed it to Dr. G, saying, "I have this book. I think you can learn from it. I don't understand these things myself." The book Suang handed over was about medicine, but she didn't know much about it. She just gave it to Dr. G casually. He took the book and looked at it. There were many characters he didn't recognize, but the pictures in the book were strange, mostly diagrams of open surgeries and dissections. Dr. G quickly flipped through it and exclaimed, Oh, I can't understand this. I don't recognize these characters. The text is too small for me to see clearly." Suang looked over and patted her forehead, sighing, alas. She then realized that Dr. G could read traditional Chinese characters, but the book was written in simplified characters. Some characters he recognized, others he didn't. Also, since Dr. G was older, his eyesight wasn't very good. He probably had presbyopia, but it wasn't very obvious. After entering the city, Suang had seen books from their era. They had larger characters and were handwritten, all in traditional Chinese script. Although I can read traditional Chinese characters without problem, they have some difficulty with simplified characters. Su Hong took the book to look at it and realized that it was actually a book about anatomy. After flipping through it briefly, she explained simply to Dr. G, "This book talks about how to perform surgery and dissect the human body." Perform surgery? Dissection? Does that mean cutting open a person's stomach? Yes, or opening the brain, Su Hong said as she put the book away. When a person's internal organs are sick, you can open the belly to see what's wrong. If something needs to be removed, you remove it. If it needs fixing, you fix it. Problems inside the brain are similar, but opening the skull is very difficult, so usually it's not done. As she spoke, she walked with Dr. G. He was stunned. Can illness really be treated this way? Listening to her, he began to think about this possibility. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to hold Su Hong's hand, about to kneel and pay respect. "Madam Su, please accept me as your student. Teach me how to perform this kind of surgery to cure illness." Su Hong was surprised and quickly helped Dr. G up, saying, "Old senior, please don't make things difficult for me. I dare not be your master. Besides, I really don't know any medical skills. During this plague, it was all your effort. I don't understand. If you want to understand this book, I can only help you read it. I don't know how to explain the meaning inside." Indeed, she didn't understand medicine, especially such delicate surgical techniques. "Here's the plan. You have decades of experience, and I have these books. You read them and then try to understand and practice. That way, you can learn as much as you can. How much you learn depends on your understanding." Dr. G was a medical enthusiast. As long as he heard about a new case of recovery, he would study it carefully until he understood it clearly and thoroughly. That made him feel comfortable. This plague they encountered wasn't the first for Dr. G. But this time, there were successful cases of healing, and most importantly, Su Hong's quarantine methods protected many more people. So, he wanted to know what ingredients Su Hong used for her disinfecting methods. Could they be used to treat illnesses? Unexpectedly, Su Hong gave him a book. Many words in the book he didn't recognize, but the pictures were clear. This opened a new door of knowledge for him. So, no matter what, he must learn it well. All right, you have to read it to me every day." Knowing that Su Hong could read those characters, Dr. G was very excited. He ran to the front to find Cheng Xiangdong. "Hey, move aside. Let me pull the cart." Cheng Xiangdong certainly wouldn't let him pull the cart, knowing that this old man was a great doctor. How could he let him do that? "Grandpa G, if you're tired, you can sit on the cart. I can pull you." "Who's Grandpa?" "Who's Grandpa? I'm still young. I'm your senior brother. Your mother said I should learn medicine. From now on, you have to listen to your senior brother. Move aside, I'll pull the cart." "You're too slow." Dr. G, growing older, refused to believe he was old. So, being called Grandpa made him unhappy. He angrily retorted to Cheng Xiangdong, then reached out and pushed him aside. He threw the rope of the cart over his shoulder and quickly ran forward, pulling the cart. The two children sitting on the cart were playing finger games. Suddenly, the cart sped up, and they both tumbled forward. If not for the blankets blocking them front and back, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu might have fallen out. After screaming, the children found the feeling of riding the flying cart exciting and burst into laughter. Their happiness made Grandpa Ji feel very proud, and he ran even faster. Wait, wait! Cheng Xiangdong saw Grandpa Ji running ahead with the cart and was scared, so he hurried after him shouting. Su Hong called out, Xiangdong, don't chase. Grandpa is just playing. He will wait for us up front. During these days together, everyone understood that this great doctor was just a playful old man. Except when treating patients, he was completely carefree and not at all the steady person his age might be. Hey, where's the cart? Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, Nangongyi, who had closed the city gates and caught up, didn't see the cart or the children. Su Hong pointed ahead. He took off with Grandpa Ji. Hearing that they were with Dr. Ji, Nangongyi felt relieved. Don't worry about the people behind. I've talked to General Zheng. When they reach the front, they will split up with us. If possible, just prepare some water for them. Su Hong was a bit surprised when she heard this. To be honest, she was also thinking about how to take care of these children. In such chaotic times, no government would come to help orphans, especially those coming from a place associated with illness. Where will you send them? She asked. Nangongyi softly replied, with Xiao Lu, I can't take so many children with me. 20 miles ahead, there is a place called Hualong Temple, an ancient monastery that has been around for 1,000 years. They should be able to stay there. I will take them to find the abbot. A 1,000-year-old temple probably has some history and strength. Isn't it true that temples usually don't accept girls to stay long? But there are some girls among them. Su Hong suddenly remembered hearing that temples generally do not keep women as residents. Nangongyi paused for a moment and then nodded. Yes, you're right. You reminded me. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe we will have to find a place outside the temple to settle them. Su Hong nodded and said, We'll see later. When settling girls, we need not only food and shelter but also safety. Girls are weaker and sometimes get bullied. Nangongyi nodded. Abbot Hongyuan is a good man. I will talk to him. He might have a solution. Su Hong looked back as they took a turn, and the city of Jingqing disappeared from view. But the impression it left on her was very deep. The road here was cooler because of the trees and mountains providing some shade. There were still some new graves by the roadside. She wondered if anyone from Jingqing had managed to escape before. She also wondered if there were still people suffering from the same illness ahead. They traveled 20 miles in half a day. When they reached the foot of the mountain where Hualong Temple was supposed to be, they stopped to cook and eat. Su Hong didn't take out any prepared food this time, unlike in Jingqing. She still wanted to cook rice and food if possible. She took some rice and flour and handed it to Er. They lit a fire to cook, but honestly, Su Hong believed Er was better at cooking than she was. Of course, the meals were also prepared with help from Ian and Alien. While they cooked, Nangongyi took Su Hong up the mountain. Uncle Kong and General Zheng stayed behind to watch over the children. The kids were divided into small groups, each with older children, younger children, boys, and girls, helping each other. Thanks to General Zheng being a soldier, they managed this arrangement smoothly. While resting in Jingqing, he divided the children into groups like soldiers, with a big boy as the leader of each group and a big girl as the deputy leader. The other children were also separated into different groups. There were 11 groups, like 11 small families. They had all survived a big epidemic in Jingqing, so they felt somewhat dependent on each other. Nangongyi was walking up the mountain with Su Hong when they heard the bell ringing from the top of the mountain. It was noon, and the temple was ringing the bell to tell the time. The Hualong Temple is on the top of Hualong Mountain, which is the highest mountain around. Su Hong and Nangongyi climbed the stairs, looking up at the path to the top. How many stairs are there? 999 stairs. Really? Su Hong was stunned. She had already walked a long way in a morning, and now she had to climb almost 1,000 stairs? She turned and sat down heavily, saying, You go ahead by yourself. I won't go anymore, but you said you wanted to see if it could be a safe place to stay, Nangongyi replied. Get up quickly. We still have to go higher, Nangongyi said with a smile. He didn't expect Su Hong to really refuse to go. Su Hong looked back at the seemingly endless stairs, then at the long staircase hidden in the thick shade of trees. She had already walked a long way, probably over 100 stairs. How many stairs have we climbed? 333 stairs to hell, 333 stairs to the human world, and 333 stairs to the heavens. Look at the corner of that staircase. There's a mark that says 120. That means we've only climbed 120 stairs. Su Hong looked carefully. It was true. Each staircase corner was carved with numbers, showing the count. She checked them all and confirmed. She smiled and said, Who made these? Did they really count and carve the numbers? Are they divided into heaven, human, and earth? Nangongyi smiled and said, Let's keep going, and I'll tell you more as we walk. Su Hong sighed, stood up, and brushed the dust off her pants, saying, I'll tell you first, I might not be able to walk very far on these over 900 stairs. If I get too tired, you can go ahead alone. Nangongyi looked up and smiled. This mountain is called Hualong Mountain, and there is a temple called Hualong Temple at the top. In the temple, there is an old monk and a young monk. The old monk is telling the young monk a story. He says, Once upon a time there was a mountain. On the mountain, there was a temple. Inside the temple, there was an old monk and a young monk. Ha ha ha. Hearing the beginning of Nangongyi's story, Su Hong suddenly remembered a repeating story from her past life. She couldn't help but laugh after just a few sentences. Nangongyi seemed not to notice the humor and said seriously, No, in the original story, the temple didn't have an old monk and a young monk. Instead, there was a monk, a Taoist, and a common person living together. Seeing Nangongyi's serious face, Su Hong held back her laughter and asked, How can a monk and a Taoist live together? I don't know, but that's the story passed down by our ancestors. It says that all three are immortals living here. One day, a snake came to the temple. The common person wanted to kill and eat it because he had been vegetarian with the others and was craving meat. But the Taoist said this wasn't an ordinary snake. It was a transformed spirit. It couldn't reach enlightenment and was stuck in evil ways. The monk, however, pitied the snake, which had cultivated for 1,000 years. He stopped the common person from killing it and, to help the snake reach enlightenment, recited 999 scriptures for it. In the end, the snake ascended into the sky, circled around the monk a few times, and the monk also flew up, sitting on the snake's back, then soared into the air. The Taoist sighed and said that the monk had achieved enlightenment and transformed the snake into a dragon, so they both ascended together. But he and the common person didn't attain enlightenment because they had attachments and lacked compassion for others. The common person didn't believe it. He said he could climb the heavenly ladder to the fairy realm. Once he finished, he would also attain enlightenment. So, he built a long stone staircase, and when he reached the 999 steps, the dragon returned to take him to heaven. In the end, only the Taoist kept watching and waiting. Until he died, he never attained enlightenment. Su Hong laughed and said, So, climbing this 999-step staircase can lead to the fairy realm? Have you been here? Yes, I have. Every man in our tribe must come here once when they grow up, not just us. It's said that since the Dragon Transformation Temple was built, emperors from different dynasties have come to climb this staircase. Those who can't climb it won't attain enlightenment. Strange and tiring stone stairs. Why do you think it's a good thing? If it were me, I wouldn't climb. How many steps have you taken so far? I can't walk anymore. Su Hong truly felt her legs trembling from exhaustion. The stone steps weren't very tall, but you couldn't take 2 steps at once because each step was quite wide. Every 9 steps, there was a small platform where you could rest for about 3 steps before continuing up. Su Hong didn't know how many platforms she had already passed. After reaching another small platform, she saw a little pavilion beside the next platform. Inside the pavilion, there were stone benches to rest. Su Hong hurried a few steps into the pavilion, sat down heavily, took out a piece of chocolate, and started eating. She said, No, I need to recharge. I can't go on. Do you want some? She then offered a piece to Nan Gongyi. Nan Gongyi looked at the pavilion and smiled. We've just finished the stone stairs, and now it's the human stairs ahead. Su Hong quickly put the chocolate in her mouth, surprised, and said, What are you talking about? I've only climbed 333 steps. Nan Gongyi, while pretending to peel the chocolate wrapper, pointed to the number on the stairs. Human 1. Oh my god. We've really only reached the human stairs. No, I can't go on. I have no strength left. I'll wait for you here. You go ahead. Looking up, she saw that at the top of the mountain, there was a faint fog. Nan Gongyi, eating his first piece of chocolate, looked at the dark, smooth treat and found it surprisingly slippery and very sweet. He frowned, realizing he forgot to ask what flavor it was. It was so sweet. Su Hong looked at Nan Gongyi and happened to see him frowning. What's wrong? Not tasty. Too sweet. Su Hong chuckled and said, Chocolate is for replenishing energy. Eating it gives you strength. She then handed Nan Gongyi a bottle of water. He quickly opened his mouth and took 2 big sips. Then, he wrapped the remaining half of the chocolate in his sleeve, saying he wanted to give it to little Six later because he didn't want to eat something so sweet. With so many steps, how could those children get up? And with all the rice and wheat, how could they carry it up? Nan Gongyi smiled and said, They don't necessarily have to go up the mountain, but we need to find the abbot first. Su Hong widened her eyes and said, Maybe you should go alone. I can't go anymore. You are skilled in lightness skills, and without me, you run even faster. I am still going down step by step. Maybe I can catch up and eat some of the rice cooked by the second sun later. Nan Gongyi shook his head and said, No, you can't go up without me. Just stay here. If you really can't walk anymore, I will take you up. Take me now? My legs are numb. I have to walk again this afternoon. No, I can't walk. Then shall I carry you up the mountain? Su Hong's face flushed slightly and said, No, there's no need for me to go up the mountain. You know the abbot, you can go instead. I can wait here. No need, the abbot has come down the mountain. Nan Gongyi looked up at the top of the mountain. Su Hong also looked up and saw a figure slowly walking down from above. It seemed like he didn't see them move, but the figure gradually became more solid and closer, becoming clearer. A white-bearded old monk dressed in a bright red kasaya floated down gracefully. As he got closer, Su Hong was stunned. The old monk was really very old. Besides his white beard, his face was full of wrinkles. Amitba, Nangong benefactor, you have really come. The old monk squinted happily. Indeed, he was squinting. His eyelids were already drooping, and when he smiled like that, his eyes were completely hidden under his eyelids. Amitba, why has the abbot come down the mountain? Nan Gongyi was a bit surprised. The abbot of the Dragon Transformation Temple never leaves the mountain. It is said that several emperors have invited him, but he refused. Amitba, it's hard to survive in this world anymore. If I don't come down the mountain, I will starve to death here. Nan Gongyi and Su Hong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Well, in this world of disasters, who can be spared? Even monks who avoid worldly affairs still need to eat grains. Nan Gongyi sighed and said, Then we don't need to go up the mountain. Abbot Hongyuan nodded and said, The food and water on the mountain are gone. I haven't eaten for 3 days. The Bodhisattva appeared in a dream, saying that a noble person will come today. So, I decided to come down the mountain today to prepare to go with a noble person. While speaking, Abbot Hongyuan looked at Su Hong. Nan Gongyi frowned slightly and asked, What about the other monks on the mountain? They have all gone down the mountain to beg for alms. Abbot Hongyuan replied with a clasped hands gesture. But I just heard the bell on the mountain. That was me ringing it. Su Hong looked up at the 666 stone steps. The old monk rang the bell and quickly approached her. It only took a short time. Nan Gongyi sighed and looked up at the mountain, and then at the old monk. The old monk looked innocent and said to Nan Gongyi, I haven't eaten in 3 days, so when I saw the noble guest coming, I hurried down the mountain. Seeing the old monk's expression, Su Hong understood immediately. The old monk came down the mountain just to stop them from going up. Nan Gongyi also seemed to realize this and said with a slight smile, All right then, since we can't climb anymore. Su Hong, let's go down the mountain. Su Hong nodded, not wanting to climb anymore. So, the two turned around and headed down. The old monk quickly said, "Wait for me. I will naturally follow the noble guests." Then, he moved lightly and quickly past Su Hong and Nangongyi, walking downhill. Behind him, Su Hong noticed that he seemed to barely touch the ground, just lightly tapping his toes as he moved. Nangongyi looked at Su Hong and said, "It seems there's no food on the mountain anymore." "They can't take in anyone," Su Hong smiled and said. "In a place like the Buddhist temple, compassion is the main thing. When you come here asking for help, refusing isn't good. The best way is for him to come with us." "That old monk is quite interesting." Nangongyi nodded, and Su Hong understood everything clearly. In the blink of an eye, the old monk had already reached the foot of the mountain. Su Hong sighed, knowing she still had to slowly go down the 300 steps. Sure enough, when they reached the resting place after coming down the mountain, the old monk was already sitting with Dr. Ji, chatting happily. It seemed they knew each other. Seeing Su Hong, Cheng Yuqiong quickly approached and whispered with a bit of embarrassment, "Mother, I left the food for you and the abbot, but that big monk ate it all. He said he hadn't eaten in 3 days. He even ate half a bowl of leftovers from Xiaowu." Su Hong couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Forget it, just let him eat." "I'm not hungry, but I'm hungry," Nangongyi sighed loudly and said. Su Hong raised her hand and handed him a small bag of bread. "Eat some of this first." Just as Su Hong took out the bread and was about to give it to Nangongyi, he was quickly snatched away. It was Dr. Ji who took the bread. He grabbed some bread and then turned to the old monk saying, Come, you just said you weren't full. This bread is delicious. I've only had it once, but it tastes amazing." Then he opened the bread and shared it with the old monk. Su Hong was speechless. Nangongyi was also straightforward. He walked over and reached into his bag to take some. Dr. Ji looked at Nangongyi with a sad expression, but Nangongyi ignored him and simply said to Abbot Hongyuan, "Abbot, about those children over there, we plan to find a place to settle them. We initially thought of your mountain, but now that you've come down, what should we do? Amida Buddha, it's not safe to stay on the mountain. There's a valley behind the mountain where these children can stay for now. There used to be a few farming families there, but they've left due to the drought. From what I see, the bottom of the valley might be suitable for digging a well, but there probably isn't much water, so we can't leave too many people there." Hearing this, Su Hong understood that the old monk had come down the mountain to help solve the problem of these children. Nangongyi called General Zheng and told him what the abbot said. General Zheng knew Abbot Hongyuan and heard that he arranged everything. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll take the people into the valley." After finishing his last piece of bread, the old monk stood up and said, "I will lead the way." He looked at their carts and frowned. "This might not work. There's only a small, steep path." Xie Ziyuan said, "Then we'll use the old method. Pass the message along the way." "Yes, but first let's see what the mountain road looks like." Nangongyi asked Kongbo and Xie Ziyuan to watch over his children. Then he and Su Hong took the older children and headed inside. The path the old monk took wasn't really a proper road. It was just a trail through the bushes, which needed to be cleared of thorns and shrubs before they could pass. Dr. Ji, who wanted to see the situation, called out as he followed, "Old monk, you're joking. There's no real road here. You're just making one as you go." Su Hong smiled and said, "There's a saying, there's no road in the world. Only those who walk it make one. Once all the children walk through, they'll create a path." The old monk looked back at Su Hong but didn't say anything. He kept walking forward. After passing through the thorny forest, there is a small mountain stream ahead. When you reach this point, you can feel a cool breeze that refreshes your spirit. Just looking at the rocks and soil in the stream, they are moist, but there is no flowing water. However, it's clear that there used to be water here before. Beyond here is a flat valley. It used to have a few families living there, but they ran out of food and had to leave to find help. There are some farming tools left inside. Once the children settle down, they could farm here. These mountains all belong to the Hualong Temple. The old monk didn't go any further. But Nangongyi and General Zheng went ahead to look. Indeed, the entrance to the stream looks like the opening to a valley. Inside, there are good fields. Although no crops are growing now, the land isn't dried out or cracked. Some wild grass is growing there. Su Hong also came to take a look and said, "This is a good place. General Zheng, you and the children can stay here for now." The houses of the farmers are simple grass huts, clearly belonging to poor families. "All right, I will stay here with the children." "Madam Su, Daoist, what about you and the others?" Su Hong smiled and replied, "I and the children have always lived in a small mountain village. We haven't seen much of the outside world. This time, let's just go out and see. If we don't want to stay anymore, we can come back and join you later." "Madam, you're joking. Thank you for your care these days. I can't promise much, but I will raise these children well. When you need us, just say the word. This place is good, close to Jingcheng. If the children want to go home later, it will be easy." A few people check the valley. It's not very big, and the surrounding mountains are mostly lower than Hualong Mountain, except for Hualong Mountain itself. The land here seems suitable for farming. The previous farmers probably left because they were scared by outsiders fleeing from hardship, and they all ran away. The abbot said no one usually comes here because it's the land of the Hualong Temple. The few families living here are considered tenants of the temple. This path, especially near the stream, is too narrow for carts. So, the grain will have to be carried in by hand. So, they followed the same method as Xie Ziyuan and the others used to move the bodies. First, they pulled the cart as close as possible, then divided the larger children into groups to pass things along. The bundles were okay, mostly blankets and clothes, which were light. But the grain they brought from Jingcheng was heavier. They decided to find a good house in the village to store the grain directly inside. They divided the grain into half bags and passed it along. It's said that many people have great strength. With so many helping, they managed to move everything in less than 2 hours. Even the last cart was carried in by 4 young men. After they went inside, Su Hong came out. Nangong Yi and General Zheng gathered all the children, big and small, and Nangong Yi gave a rough talk, telling them they would live here from now on and to listen to General Zheng's arrangements. Because there were many people fleeing outside, after Nangong Yi left, General Zheng decided to temporarily block the mountain stream entrance. The grain they brought, plus some wild vegetables from the valley, could last for a year. There were 2 wells in the valley. One was dry, but the other still had some water, though it was very deep. The old monk told General Zheng that near the mountain face of Hualong Mountain, there was a small spring. It didn't have much water, only enough for 1 bucket a day, and it seeped from the mountain wall. It was a life-saving water source. They should conserve water. When Su Hong was leaving, she only told General Zheng that to survive here long-term, the children needed to stay active. First, they had to be self-sufficient, and every step should be planned for the future. They spent the afternoon settling all the children. Su Hong gave them some seeds to see if they could grow vegetables. After everything was arranged, Su Hong and the others left, and Nangong Yi carefully made the path they had taken less visible to prevent outsiders from seeing. They believed many more fleeing people would pass through here later. It was getting late. Su Hong asked Cheng Yuqiang to prepare dinner again. Ji Shini looked at the old monk, who was sitting still and silent, and said, "Hey, weren't you going down the mountain to settle those children? Now that they're settled, you should go back to your temple and worship your bodhisattva." "Ba. If I go back, I'll just starve. There's nothing to eat on the mountain. So, I will go with you." Su Hong just gave Ali and the others a cabbage and some meat for cooking. When she heard that the old monk was not going up the mountain anymore, she paused briefly. She was about to tell Ali and the others not to put too much meat in the dishes, fearing the old monk wouldn't eat it. But then she heard the bell ring again. Su Hong turned to look at the old monk and asked, "Abbot Honyuan, didn't you say there was no one on the mountain anymore?" The abbot smiled and replied, "That's right. No one is there now, only a few monks remain." A third person asked, "Aren't monks people?" This was what the third person said. The fourth person reached out and gently tapped the third person's head, saying, "Monks are also people who learn to be monks. They have noses and eyes just like everyone else." The old monk nodded and said, "Yes, monks are people who learn. But now, only monks are on the mountain, no ordinary people. They have their food, but The old monk, eat differently. So I have to come down the mountain to seek alms. Luckily, I met you all. That's fate. Su Hong looked at the old monk's expression and spoke seriously, but it seemed like nonsense. However, it looked like he knew Dr. Ji and Nan Gongyi from before. Well, he was an old man, and he probably didn't eat much. Just let him follow along. Besides, this old monk looked extraordinary. So, she decided to let him come along. After eating, Su Hong took out a tent, planning to set it up so everyone could rest at night. But the old monk said, "I think it's better to walk in the dark." Su Hong disagreed. "We've been walking at night before. There's no place to hide from the sun there, but here it's better. There are trees and shade. Besides, the children can't handle it. They haven't slept during the day." Su Hong believed they should rest well tonight. They were the last to leave Jingcheng, and after this, no one else would come. It would be safer. Master Honyuan smiled and said, "There's a small town 50 miles ahead. Not many people are there now. But it's said that the right-wing army of King Mingda will pass through that town." Nan Gongyi immediately stood up and looked at the old monk. "When will that happen?" Master Honyuan still smiled and replied, "They are leaving Mu City now, heading to Xian Nan City in Wuzhou. They will pass through the town." Nan Gongyi calculated the location mentioned by Master Honyuan. Starting from Mu City to the small town he described, it would be around noon tomorrow. If they set out early in the morning, they would arrive just in time to meet them. Nan Gongyi looked back at Su Hong and said, "Let's go now. We should leave tonight and reach the small town. If possible, we can rest there. There should be inns or at least some houses. Even if no one is there, the buildings will still be standing. Then early tomorrow morning we can leave from the town." Su Hong frowned. This meant traveling 50 miles overnight, and they might arrive at the town very late at night. Su Hong didn't want the children to be so tired. Seeing Su Hong hesitate, Nan Gongyi added, "How about we rest here for one more day and leave a bit later?" Su Hong understood what Nan Gongyi meant. He didn't want to meet the so-called right army of King Mingda. They were hiding, protecting little Six. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong said, "All right then. We'll go to the small town to rest." The old monk looked at Su Hong, but when Su Hong looked back, he turned his gaze away. They packed everything up and set out again. This time, Su Hong let the eldest and Ju Quan and the third child sleep on the carts first. The smaller children sat together on one cart, pulled by Ah Yen, with Ah Yen pulling another and Yu Qiong pulling one more. The Zhu family's older children helped push a cart. Because there was shade from the trees, Su Hong hung a bright flashlight on the first cart. The others used miners' headlamps for each cart, so even under the shade, the path was bright. Kongbo went ahead to scout the way. The old monk and Ji Shani seemed to be engrossed in their conversation, walking in front. Su Hong and Nan Gongyi walked at the back. Nan Gongyi softly said, "I thought you would stay in this valley with your children, maybe with General Zheng. Thank you for coming with us." Su Hong looked at him and said, "We're not just following you. I just want to see what interesting places this world has to offer." Nan Gongyi was speechless, wondering if he was being too sentimental. "Where do you plan to go and see?" "I don't know. We'll just go as we go, stopping to rest wherever we find something worth seeing." For Su Hong, it was like a journey, just with a slightly harsher environment. "Where are you all planning to go?" It was just a casual question, but I quickly realized and laughed. "Never mind, forget I asked. We'll just wander around. But you mentioned some places are at war. Later, tell me which areas are fighting so we can avoid them." Nan Gongyi sighed softly and said, "The world is so big, it seems there's nowhere left for us. We can only—" He was about to say, "We can only follow you." But before he finished, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Without thinking, Nan Gongyi reached out and caught Su Hong, lifting her into his arms and jumping away. The gust of wind brushed past them and hit the cart pulled by Ah Yen, piercing into the wooden side with a loud crack. Before Su Hong could see what it was, Nan Gongyi shouted loudly, "There's an assassin." He pushed Su Hong toward the cart and turned to face the attacker in black. The car was carrying several children from the Zhu family, including a newborn girl. They were all on the cart. As the fight started, Yen screamed in fear and quickly pulled the two children, about 2 or 3 years old, down from the cart and placed them underneath. She then tried to reach for Lan's little daughter, but a flying knife cut at her hand, forcing her to withdraw and losing 2 fingers in the process.
Ah!
Yen cried out in pain. Su Hong, on the other side of the cart, also reached out to grab a child. She managed to hold one and shouted, "Run to the front." Yen, bleeding heavily, bent down to rescue the other 2 children. At that moment, Yen and Lan also ran over. Both mothers immediately wanted to protect their children. There were many black-clad attackers. Yi couldn't stop them all alone. 2 of them crossed over and lunged toward the children. "Boss, run." The eldest, who had been sleeping on the cart earlier, heard his mother's voice. He turned over and with Xie Ziyuan, pulled the cart and ran forward. Xie Yuhong was a bit confused but followed, pulled along by his mother. The cart also had Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. At this moment, the difference between Little 5 and Little 6 becomes clear. Little 5 is scared and confused, not knowing what to do, while Little 6 quickly lies down on the cart, pulls Little 5 down with him, and covers both of them with a blanket. Dr. Ji hears the noise and rushes toward the black-clad men behind. The old monk gently leaps up and stands on the cart being pulled by Xie Zhuangyuan and Sheng Xiangdong. They don't seem to feel the extra weight and just run forward desperately. On the second cart, Little 4 and Zhu Quan are being pulled along. Zhu Quan also jumps down to help pull the cart forward, and the third person helps as well. The second person pushes a small unicycle with Mu Shuer sitting on it, trying to run ahead. But he's too weak, so he finally puts down the bike and runs while pulling Mu Shuer. The 2 black-clad men are not after the child carried by Su Hong, but the child held by Yen and Yen. In that moment, Su Hong realizes they are targeting Little 6. Meilon happens to run over, and Su Hong hands a child to her, telling her to hold the child and run quickly. Then he draws a crossbow and a gun. But the enemies are skilled fighters. Although there is moonlight, there are some trees casting shadows, making it hard to aim precisely. Just then, Dr. Ji rushes over and blocks the man reaching out to snatch the child held by Yen. He also pushes back another black-clad man. Su Hong quickly calls Yen and Yen to run ahead. They abandon the carts and focus on escaping. Su Hong stays at the back, occasionally looking back. 2 more black-clad men suddenly rush out from the nearby woods, aiming directly at Zhu Quan's cart, where Little 4 seems to be a young boy. They probably think Little 4 is their target. As they charge, Su Hong happens to be there. He fires 2 shots, hitting one man dead and wounding the other in the arm. The wounded man is stunned for a moment, feeling pain in his arm, but quickly reacts, realizing he's hurt. He lunges forward again, aiming directly at Little 4.
Su Hong reacts fast.
His gun misses, so he raises his left hand and shoots an arrow into the man's chest. The man takes a step forward and falls onto the cart's wheel. Zhu Quan and Zhu Lu are pulling the cart quickly forward. The eldest, running and shouting for Kong Bo, knows things are bad. Kong Bo, who is scouting ahead, quickly comes back and helps Dr. Ji and Nangong Yi block the black-clad men. Su Hong saw Mu Shuer couldn't run anymore and called for Zhu Quan to stop the cart. She then helped Mu Shuer climb onto it. As Yen and Yen ran over, they also placed their children on the cart, and the 2 adults pulled the cart to run. Zhu Quan went to help his mother. "Stop," Su Hong ordered as she saw the black-clad men were a bit behind. She gathered everyone together. The old monk kept turning his prayer beads without speaking. Su Hong stood in the middle of the road, watching the situation behind her, ready to prevent the black-clad men from attacking. It seemed that the 7 or 8 black-clad men couldn't defeat the 3 of Jishani. They kept trying to rush forward, but were held back by the 3. "Master, watch the children," Su Hong said as she moved closer. She wanted to find a chance to eliminate 2 of the enemies to lighten their load. She also knew that prolonged fighting might attract more of the black-clad men. "Amitabha," the old monk chanted softly, but he remained steady on the cart. Seeing Su Hong step back, Chung Yuqiong called out anxiously, "Mother?" Su Hong raised her hands gently and said, "Don't worry. I know." You protect your younger siblings. Su Hong slowly moved forward. When she was within range, she seized her chance. She raised her hand and fired a shot.
Bang!
One of the black-clad men's heads was blown off in an instant. The man was stunned for a moment. Nangongye's sword was also aimed at another man's throat. That took out 2 enemies. As their numbers decreased, the pressure on their side eased. They were all skilled fighters. They knew that their people had been hit with hidden weapons, and the gunshot also made noise. One of the enemies immediately lunged at Su Hong. Su Hong shot her arrow with her left hand and fired her gun with her right hand at the same time. Unexpectedly, this enemy was formidable. He blocked the crossbow arrow with a sword. But he underestimated the speed of the bullet and was hit, though not in a vital spot. He raised his hand and threw a hidden weapon at Su Hong.
Su Hong reacted quickly.
Because of the light from the cart, the hidden weapon reflected. Her first instinct was to squat down, then she raised her gun again. With a bang, the enemy's brow was marked with a red, and he fell. The hidden weapon aimed at Su Hong brushed past her scalp, shaving off a bit of hair and scattering her hairpiece. In this way, Su Hong had taken out 4 enemies. Things were even easier on that side. 3 people killed, all of them. Nangongyi finally turned around and quickly ran to Su Hong. Are you hurt? Su Hong had been watching their side and hadn't noticed her own injury yet. When Nangongyi mentioned it, she felt something sticky on her face. She reached up and touched it. There was blood. It seemed that the hidden weapon still injured her. Uncle, come check on Su Hong. She's hurt. Dr. Ji was examining the person who had been hit on the head by Su Hong. He kept nodding and said, "What kind of hidden weapon is this? It has such power from a distance." While speaking, he gently parted Su Hong's hair and saw the wound. It's not serious, just a little hair lost here. Su Hong's hair wasn't very thick in her past life, but in this life, she had a good amount, black and long. Usually, she couldn't style it well. Recently, she wore protective clothing, so she tied her hair into a ponytail and then braided it into a bun on her head. Now, that hairstyle was arranged by Chung Yucheong, but now it was undone, and her long hair was just hanging loose. Losing a bit of hair is okay. I have plenty of hair. When she heard her mother was hurt, the children gathered around. Su Hong quickly said, "It's nothing serious, just a small scrape." Dr. Ji applied some medicine powder, and Chung Yucheong helped her mother gather her hair. Yucheong, just braid it into a simple braid. Don't pull on it, it might hurt. Chung Yucheong braided a long braid, and Su Hong wrapped it around her neck. Nangongyi and Uncle Kong checked the black-clad men and their belongings. They didn't find anything valuable, but managed to retrieve 2 small arrows for Su Hong. Su Hong then thought about how to find the bullet head and stored it away. Some things she preferred not to keep in this world. Xie Ziyuan and Cheng Xiongdong also went over to help clear the dead black-clad men, carrying them to a nearby pit. They packed up the cart and let the children sit on it again. Dr. Ji wrapped the injury on Yan's finger, but the 2 severed parts couldn't be reattached, so she only lost 2 fingers. Yan, you sit in the car and rest for a while. Zhu Quan and I will pull the cart. Ma Lan thought that Yan was hurt because she was trying to save her daughter. Feeling guilty, she asked Zhu Quan to pull the last cart so Yan could sit and lie down for a bit. Losing blood can make someone feel dizzy. Also, the little ones were crying loudly from fear, so someone needed to comfort them. Everyone prepared again and set out. Nangongyi and Su Hong still walked at the back. Didn't expect they would come after us again. Nangongyi looked a bit grim. Last time, before meeting Su Hong and the others, they had done some small tricks at the fork in the road. This made the pursuers think they headed north, so they chased north all the way. They thought they had escaped these days, but it seems they were still found. They're not here to steal food. They're after the children. I think they're after Xiaolu, Su Hong said. Nangongyi nodded and said, "Yes. Sorry, I caused you to get hurt and involved you all." Su Hong chuckled softly and said, "Sorry doesn't help now. We just ran into you. But, should we speed up?" Nangongyi nodded. "I think more people might be coming. Maybe we should find a place ahead to hide the children first." Su Hong looked at those who were trying to run faster and asked, "Have you been on this road before?" Is the road to that small town always this wide? Nangongyi was a bit surprised why Su Hong was asking about the road but still nodded. This is the main official road, from Jingqing to Wuzhou. It's quite wide, used for transporting supplies like grain. Su Hong looked at the road surface, which was about 2 meters wide, and smiled. If all roads are like this, I can move faster. Su Hong ran ahead to stop everyone. Then she ran to the front where there was a small bend. She brought out a cargo truck, turned on its lights, and moved it back to their side. Su Hong jumped down and opened the back of the truck. Come on, Kongbo, you go up first, then load everything from this cart. Mom, what is this? A truck. Thank you, top scholar, for helping to carry things upstairs. We need to leave quickly, afraid that more people might chase us. Everyone was staring blankly at the object that shone so brightly from both ends. It looked like a box, but it was too big. There's no such large box. Maybe it's a house, but that doesn't seem right either. It has wheels underneath. Top scholars Xie and Cheng Xiangdong had seen Su Hong operate the excavator before and realized this was probably one of those machines. Nangongyi also flew over to help carry the items and the children onto the vehicle. A few women climbed into the carriage as well. Cheng Yuqiang, Xie Yuhong, and Alien followed Su Hong's instructions, spreading blankets so the children could sleep on top. Dr. Ji jumped up and down, feeling amazed. He even went to look at the headlights, which were very bright and shone far ahead. Everyone was on the vehicle now. For the last cart, Su Hong asked Uncle Kong and Nangongyi to tie it to the roof. Once secured, Uncle Kong and the master sat inside the carriage. She warned them how to sit or lie down properly, then closed the door. Su Hong, curious and eager, sat in the front with Dr. Ji. Naturally, Nangongyi, who knew the way, sat in the driver's seat. Su Hong explained how to sit safely, then opened a small window at the back of the carriage so they could see the people behind. She smiled and said, "Everyone sit tight. I'm starting to drive now." She pressed the accelerator, and the truck started moving. Although it was called a main road, the truck was just the right size for it. Still, the uneven road made everyone inside sway and shake.
Suuntai sauter loudly. Hold on tight.
Those in the back can lie down and sleep, but it will be a bit bumpy. That's just how the road is. Dr. G stuck his head out the window, feeling the wind blow. The trees on the sides seemed to rush past backwards. Excited, he shouted, "This thing is great. It runs so fast when escaping. Look, the trees are flying past." The children in the back were even more excited. Little Wu and Little Lu leaned against the window, watching the bright road ahead. The headlights lit up the grass and leaves clearly, but as soon as they saw them clearly, they zoomed past quickly. Even Xie Ziyuan was protecting the children from falling and also looked out the window. The third child squeezed over and asked, Mom, what kind of vehicle is this? This vehicle is running so fast that no one is pulling it." Everyone was calm, except the old monk who sat quietly by the side with his eyes closed, chanting scriptures. The excitement of riding this kind of vehicle didn't last long. Some people started feeling unwell because the ride was too bumpy, making them dizzy. A few got carsick. Cheng Yuqiang and Xie Yuan were the ones who felt sick. Their faces turned pale, and they looked like they wanted to vomit. The big monk helped them by pressing on their sleep points, making them fall asleep quickly. Su Hong was driving at the front and didn't notice what was happening because the road was uneven and narrow, with no other options. She had to stay focused on driving, not a moment to relax. Fortunately, she had experienced driving all kinds of vehicles in her past life. The road was no problem for her, but the speed was much faster. She also turned on the air conditioning. Although the back compartment was large, having some cool air was better than none. There was some bumpiness, but it was still better than walking over 50 miles, and they were moving quickly. "Be careful, there's someone ahead." Su Hong turned on the high beams, illuminating the distant shadows ahead. She quickly switched to low beams. The people were standing in the woods by the roadside, looking at the huge vehicle with fear. The vehicle was making some loud rumbling sounds. When the people saw it, Su Hong honked twice. The sound carried far in the dark night. The people on the roadside were frightened and took a few steps back, worried the monster might eat them. But as they retreated, Su Hong frowned. Nangongyi also saw that these people were men, and some held knives. It looked like they weren't fleeing but were blocking the road to rob travelers. They only saw the vehicle with lights on both ends and a dark box-like object in the middle, but they didn't know what it was. Su-hong didn't turn on the car's interior lights, only the dashboard lights, which were faint. Under the headlights' glow, it was hard to see clearly. When the car passed by, the people could barely see someone inside. Someone was chasing the vehicle and shouting something loudly, but Su-hong couldn't stop. Those trying to chase the car naturally couldn't catch up. "Those are bandits," Nangongyi said in a deep voice. "Yes, I saw the reflection of their knives. If we walk, we might get robbed," Su-hong said quietly. "I don't know if those people who went ahead of us were also attacked by them," she added. There was a small bend ahead. Usually, people fleeing from hardship wouldn't go ahead to look for danger. Everyone just walked together. But perhaps after passing this bend, they encountered that group of people. The headlights just now showed about 7 or 8 men. Of course, there were probably others hidden in the dark. Even if there were 10 men, the fleeing families wouldn't stand a chance against them. "Su-hong, wait a moment," someone called. "Why?" Su-hong asked softly. She gently pressed the brake, but didn't turn off the engine. "Stop here. Wait for me. I'll call Kong Bo, and I want to deal with those people. Otherwise, more might come, and they could block the road to rob us," she explained. "Haha, you want to be a hero, but this road is full of women and children. It's not safe for us to wait here," someone said. But Su-hong hesitated. She didn't want to turn back. The people ahead looked fierce and dangerous. Plus, weren't there pursuers behind her? She said calmly, "No, we should go to the town first. It's dark now and they know the terrain well," but the person protested.
Su-hong agreed.
It was late at night, and they weren't on familiar ground. Did they really want to challenge those people? Think about her current situation. She kept driving and said, "I don't agree." Think about Xiao Lu in the back. "I started the car mainly to stay away from those men in black. If you want to turn back, I tell you, I don't want to stop until we reach the town. Let's go straight ahead. You can rest a bit in the car, and so can the others. The sooner we get away from those people, the better. You should plan a good place. At this speed, we'll reach the town in about half an hour." "Half an hour to get there?" someone asked. They felt the car swaying but couldn't tell how fast they were going. Nan Gongyi was a bit skeptical about reaching in half an hour. Su-hong wasn't lying. Half an hour is just 1 hour, covering 50 miles, which is only about 25 kilometers. Even if the road is rough and it's night, driving at 25 kilometers per hour is very slow, like a turtle moving. Yes, at most half an hour. We turned another small bend ahead. This time, we saw people by the roadside. They were real refugees. They sat together under a tree. The car's bright lights shone on them, startling them. Men instinctively stepped out, shielding women and children behind them. Su-hong ignored them and drove on. They probably didn't see what was happening clearly. The bright lights might have blinded them, and by the time they looked again, we had already passed. The little ones in the back of the car were rocking gently and had fallen asleep. The oldest and the third child sat on opposite sides, holding the middle children to prevent them from hitting their heads if the car jolted. A few women sat by the roadside, holding at least 3 children. Both adults and children were asleep. Uncle Kong kept checking on the children, adjusting their legs now and then. Only the old monk sat still, meditating with a hand gesture. The second child and Xie Zhuangyuan lay quietly, not moving. Xie Yuhong protected her brother's head, and Xie's mother watched over her son. "Stop for a moment," Nangongyi called out again. "Stop here first. I remember this bend. After turning here, there's a bridge. Once we cross it, we'll enter the small town. The master said that King Mingda's right-wing army would pass through here. I need to scout ahead. If they also have scouts, we'll be exposed. Wait here. I'll go into town to check. And your light is too bright, can you turn it off?" Of course. Su-hong turned off the high beams, leaving only the hazard lights on. "Is this okay?" Nangongyi paused and said, "Open the back door. I want Kong Bo and myself to go see what's ahead." Su-hong put on a miner's helmet light and got out of the car. She opened the trunk and called, "Kong Bo." Kong Bo jumped over. Su-hong closed the door and said, "Your master is looking for you." Nangongyi also got out but didn't close the car door. He stood at the door, afraid he wouldn't be able to open it again if he did. When he saw Su Hong approaching, he handed her the door. "Kongbo, the small town, is just ahead. Let's check it out first. If everything's fine, we'll go into town." Su Hong spoke to the people inside the train car through the small window. "Those who want to sleep can sleep inside. If you don't want to sleep, come out. I will open the door for you." They first went to check the surroundings as they were about to reach the small town. The children didn't respond. They were already asleep. Only the eldest was awake, but seeing little 6 and little 4 clinging tightly to him, he decided not to go further. The old monk opened his eyes and gently nodded. Su Hong opened the car door for Dr. Ji, got out, then opened the back door, and the old monk stepped down. She closed the door again. The three of them sat on the other side of the car, waiting. Curious Dr. Ji sat in the car, but didn't speak much. He seemed to be just experiencing the strange thing. He was already in his 70s or 80s. He had traveled all over the north and south of the empire. He often visited the palace when he had free time and had seen many strange things. But this iron car was very strange, no horses or people pulling it. It could hold many people and still run so fast. At first, he was excited, but he didn't dare admit he was a little scared. This thing was too strange. So, after getting out of the car, he looked at the old monk sitting on the roadside, cross-legged. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, old monk, you often say you can see the secrets of heaven. Have you ever seen something like this?" The old monk calmly shook his head but didn't speak. Su Hong reached out and handed the old monk a big red apple, saying, "Master, do you want to eat one? It's vegetarian." She handed Dr. Ji a bag with a chicken leg fried chicken from a restaurant. He had eaten it once before and couldn't forget it. This old man, despite his age and being a doctor, never took care of himself. He always ate whatever he wanted, especially big fish and meat, grabbing for more. Su Hong drank a box of pure milk and leaned against a nearby tree, saying, "Listen up, everyone. I'm going to close my eyes for a bit." After a hot day, the night felt more comfortable. Su Hong fell asleep under the tree, unaware that something was hanging above her head, swaying gently. The old monk was seriously munching on the apple, not moving at all. Dr. Ji was also eating a chicken leg, enjoying it very much. The object slowly drooped down, and soon a head was about to touch Su Hong. Poof! Whoosh! 2 sounds happened at the same time. One was a seed in the middle of an apple core. The other was a chicken leg bone. One pierced through the head, and the other broke at the 7-inch mark. As a result, a body fell from the branch, landing right next to Su Hong on her left. Both old men didn't seem to care at all and kept eating their food, as if their actions just now didn't happen. After waiting about half an hour, Nangong Yi and Uncle Kong returned. When they approached, Dr. Ji immediately noticed and jumped up to signal them to be quiet because Su Hong was sleeping peacefully nearby. Nangong Yi quietly walked over but accidentally stepped on a dry branch. With a snap, it broke, waking Su Hong. Nangong Yi quickly said, "We're back." Su Hong hurriedly turned on the light above her head. When she tried to stand up, she pressed her left hand on the ground, but it landed on the snake's body. Although the snake was dead, the cold, long, and thin feeling made her immediately realize it was a snake. "Ah!" Su Hong screamed and jumped up suddenly. At this moment, Nangong Yi also saw the snake and immediately drew his sword, swinging to cut it. The sword's strike illuminated Su Hong's light, revealing that the snake was dead and headless. Nangong Yi looked at what had killed the snake and then turned to glare at Dr. Ji, saying, "Uncle, you managed to kill it, so why leave it near Su Hong? She's a woman, and you're not afraid she might be scared of such things? Can't you just throw it far away?" Dr. Ji looked a bit wronged and said, "I didn't know she was afraid of snakes. I was just talking with the old monk." The old monk spat out a seed, and I spat out a chicken bone. Nangong Yi rolled his eyes, knowing how strange his uncle was, and sighed. "Su Hong, don't be afraid. Actually, they already killed the snake." Su Hong was just startled when she touched the snake, but she quickly realized what it was and patted her chest, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. I was just startled. I blinked and woke up to this cold thing, so I was a bit scared. If it were daytime, I wouldn't be afraid. Connor reached out to grab the snake to throw it away. Su Hong quickly said, "Actually, since the blood is out, we can use it to cook." Dr. G jumped in. Look, you say this woman is afraid, but I think she just wants to eat the snake." Su Hong smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. A few days ago, we even cooked a dragon and phoenix soup with snake meat. It was very tasty." Connor also remembered that last time he was healing Nangong Yi, they ate snake then. It seems Su Hong was just startled when she suddenly woke up from her nap. "But this snake is quite large." Connor smiled. "I'll go over and remove the skin." Connor went to prepare the snake. Su Hong asked, "How is it?" Nangong Yi finally said, "There are still some families left in the town. They haven't moved away and are living here. But spies from the Right Army have been here, so now about 20 spies are in the town. They're preparing some drinking water, and their main army will pass through here tomorrow afternoon. They plan to go straight to Shun County in Wuzhou. I heard that there is a troop from the Southern King there, also preparing to defend Shun County. Amida Buddha." Hearing about the war, the old monk knew that more people might die. He sighed and recited a prayer. Dr. G snorted. "What Right Army, Left Army? King Mingda has completely lost his mind now. Fighting back and forth, but they're just fighting their own people. This hurts the troops on the Southern King's side. Can the Southern King be kind after this? These people are really like 3-year-olds. Today they take a piece of land. Tomorrow they want to seize a city." Su Hong frowned. "Then let's avoid them. Is there any interesting or scenic place near this town? We could go there to look around since you all don't want to deal with those soldiers." "There is indeed a place," Nangong Yi said. "Ahead of the town, before reaching Shun County, there's a large mountain forest. But it's not full of trees. It's a forest of rocks. Lots of stones." He continued. "It's called the Stone Array. It's said to be the remains of a stone formation from a long time ago when 2 tribes fought over land. Because of this legend, many people are afraid to enter the Stone Array." The old monk suddenly spoke. "Then let's go and see the Stone Array." Nangong Yi thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll go there. But later, I need to return to the town to see who is leading this so-called right-wing army." This time, Su Hong didn't speak. She knew that although this man was protecting Xiao Lu while fleeing, he still cared about the world. If he wanted to find out, let him do so. The legendary stone formation sounded very mysterious. Not to mention, it was probably a good hiding spot. Nangong Yi said there were scouts from the right-wing army in the town, so we couldn't drive into it. It said that beyond the town, towards the stone formation, there are about 50 miles. Su Hong asked, "Can we quietly pass through the town? Or is there another way?" Nangong Yi honestly replied, "I only know this official road. I don't know about other paths. Besides the official road, you can't pass with this vehicle. Driving through the town is definitely not allowed. We can speed along the official road here, which is fine. Those people might see us but can't catch us. But if the scouts spot us inside the town, it's a different story," Su Hong said. She wanted to travel more easily, but she didn't want to fight the army with her limited resources. Less trouble was better. "Then maybe we should find a place to stay in the town, leave early tomorrow, and head to the stone formation." "No, we need to cross the town tonight. Think about our group, old and young monks and Taoists. Such a fleeing group might seem strange, right? It could attract attention. Ordinary people might just look at us twice, but those with intent will notice more." "Amitabha," the old monk said, reciting a prayer again. Su Hong looked at him and smiled. "Master, I don't mean to criticize you. From an ordinary person's view, you, Dr. G, and this disguised Taoist all look like immortals. Plus, with us dragging children and women, don't you think our group looks a bit strange?" Su Benefactor makes a good point. The old monk nodded in agreement. Everyone else also thought Su Hong's words made sense. "How should we travel?" Nangong Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's use the cart to move. Once we leave the town, if we can use this cart to leave faster, we should do so." After leaving the small town, the official road leading to the stone formation becomes narrower.
It is just flat land on that side.
"Let's decide later. First, we should call everyone together. We've been here for over an hour, and if black-clad people come after us, it will be trouble." Nangong Yi and Kong Bo quickly climbed onto the roof of the carriage. took down the carts, and then opened the back door. They called some women over. Su Hong and Mother Xia laid some quilts on the carts. Then Nangong Yi and Kong Bo carefully carried the smaller children and placed them on the carts. It's good if the children can sleep. It's better for the children and for traveling. Xie Ziyuan, who is practical and grounded, felt much better. He and the eldest brother each took a cart. Mother Xia was worried about her son, who had never done heavy work before. Throughout the journey, he took on the heavy tasks without complaint, showing he was hard-working and resilient. So, Mother Xia led her daughter to help push the cart. The children sleeping on the carts were Little Fourth and Little Sixth. Little Fifth and Mu Shuer were placed on the first cart, pulled by Cheng Xiongdong, with the second and third children helping to support the carts. The Zhu family only needed one cart for their group. The younger children were placed on it. Zhu Quan and Zhu Lu helped support the cart, and even Zhu Xiling was seated on the cart, placed there by Ah Yan. Ah Yan was pulling the cart. Mai Lan pushed a unicycle with a few bundles on it. The group started walking forward again. Sure enough, around the corner was a small bridge, but the river underneath had already dried up. The small town was not small. It was said to be an important route connecting north and south. At the end of the town, there was a relay station. But in these times of fleeing, few people remained in the town. As they entered, they felt a sense of desolation. There was no one around, not even dogs barking. If not for a wind lamp hanging from a pole on their cart, the town would have been lit only by the faint moonlight. Here, a note about the wind lamp. It might be mentioned later or in another book. Many people ask what a wind lamp is. A wind lamp, as the name suggests, is a lamp that is blown out by the wind. In ancient times, it was called a wind lamp because the wind couldn't extinguish it. In modern rural areas, it's called a lantern. The principle is simple. There's a lamp with a transparent cover on top, with a small hole at the top. The wind cannot get in, but it can still keep the flame burning. It was often used for night travel or hung in front of official gates. Sometimes, it was used as a lantern for the deceased. Didn't you say there are still some people in town? Why does it look like no one is around? Walking ahead, Su Hong asked Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi nodded and replied, "This part of the small town is poorer, with fewer families. The other street is a bit wealthier, with more shops and some people still there. They're also still open. The scouts from the Right Army are staying at an inn nearby. We saw some people, so we decided to retreat. Should we go through that street?" After a moment of thought, Nangong Yi said, "Let's leave through another alley. Going directly at those people isn't a good idea."
Su Hong agreed.
Although she didn't lack food or clothes and could see this escape as a special kind of trip, there was no need to provoke the soldiers of the prince. They were fighting for power and control. She just wanted to stay alive. Nangong Yi had been to this small town before and knew the way out. He led everyone through an alley. Late at night, as they passed quietly, some sounds could still be heard. Sure enough, at the alley's exit, they were blocked. They were stopped by soldiers in armor. "Stop. Where are you from? Where are you headed?" The leader stepped forward and shouted. Su Hong stepped forward and said, "Sir, we are refugees from Qingjia village in Dingnan County. We just want to go from here to Luozhou because we heard there is water there." The officer held a torch and looked around. Since they were in a small alley, he could see only the cart in front. The cart was pulled by Cheng Xiongdong, with two older brothers standing beside him, along with Nangong Yi, who had white hair, eyebrows, and beard. Looking further back, there seemed to be many more people. "How many of you are there? Do you have a guide?" "Sir, there are only about 10 of us, mostly women, children, and the elderly." "We have a guide." Su Hong was about to reach into her pocket for the guide when the officer waved his hand. Several soldiers with torches entered the alley, carefully inspecting each person. They checked the children sleeping on the cart, pulling back the covers to confirm they were indeed children. Seeing the old monk dressed in a simple robe at the end, they paused briefly. A few of them stayed behind their group, and one young soldier ran back to report, "Commander, there are about 20 people in total, including more than 10 children. The youngest is just born. The older ones are quite strange. One is a white-browed monk, another is an old monk with white eyebrows, and there's an old man with a white beard. There are also 4 or 5 women." Only the one pulling the cart and the one behind her look a bit younger. Su Hong listened nearby. She heard them describe her group as if they were a bunch of old, weak, and sick people. It seemed like others looked down on them. Sure enough, the leader frowned after hearing this and waved his hand in disappointment. Take that one and that one away. He was referring to Qing Xiangdong and Xie Zhuan. It seemed these were the only two people he was interested in from the group. Su Hong quickly stepped back, reaching out to protect her son, and shouted, Hey, General, what are you doing? My son is only 14, still just a kid. But the soldiers didn't listen. They held torches and reached out to pull Su Hong aside, trying to catch Qing Xiangdong and Xie Zhuan. Su Hong shouted loudly, What are you doing? Why are you forcing people? We haven't done anything wrong. We all know there's a disaster, and we can't survive here. Can't we find another place to live? The general reached out, pushed Su Hong aside, and said, Take this woman too, and that young one. Not bad. This group isn't full of bad smells. These two young women are quite fair and tender. One soldier who was trying to catch Xie Zhuan looked at Xie Zhuan's mother and sister and said, Boss, all the women in this group look good. Ha ha ha. Arrest them all. Venerable Lord. General, do you think it's right to arrest people like this? Nan Gongyi stepped forward, stretching out his hand and leg. The soldiers trying to seize people were forced to hold back. Only Su Hong was caught when the general threw her aside, and she was grabbed by the soldiers. Nan Gongyi stood at the alley entrance, his voice firm. Let the people go. His tone was sharp and commanding. Hey, Master Dao, you outsiders, don't meddle in these worldly affairs. We are also working for King Mingda. These two men have been captured. The women are being sent to the military camp to cook and serve the brothers. He spoke while smiling in a lewd way. But before his smile could fade, he saw Su Hong wave dismissively and walk toward him. The military leader looked back at his men. The two who had just caught Su Hong were now on the ground, twitching. You used poison. He thought Su Hong had used poison, which caused his men to convulse and foam at the mouth. In fact, Su Hong had just taken out an electric baton and zapped one of them. Someone don't let them go. Kill all the men. Keep the women. Today, I want them to see how many eyes Lord Ma has. His followers drew their knives. Xie Zhuan was very angry. The natural disasters aside, no one could withstand the weather. Everyone could only flee and find a safe place to survive. The plague was the same. As long as people united, they could find ways to fight it, but the cost was high. But this human cruelty was too much. Especially since everyone was from the Daxing Empire. Xie Zhuan stepped forward and shouted, Stop. What kind of soldiers are you? How dare you break the law? When we reach Jinzhou, I will report this. Seeing Xie Zhuan step forward, the military leader laughed loudly. What are you? Dare to say you will report us to the prince? Let me tell you, in Qizhou, our prince is the boss. You look like a man, but you're a bit too thin. Take him away and put him in the kitchen. With that build, don't expect him to fight. He'll just be good for boiling water for us brothers. The men behind him also burst into laughter. How dare you? I am Xie Zhuan, the top scholar of the court. How can you be so arrogant? Top scholar. Haha, I didn't expect you guys to get such a good deal. Capture this top scholar and take him to the prince for a reward. Hearing that Xie Zhuan was the top scholar, they got even more excited. Someone behind them whispered, Boss, if this guy is the top scholar, then those others can't be spared. Maybe they have some connection to him. Of course. Keep the useful ones, kill the rest. And kill that outsider priest too. Hee. Capturing this top scholar makes me happier than catching 100 soldiers. When I receive the reward, everyone will get a share. Xie Zhuan, the top scholar, has no face in front of these people. He is so angry that he shouts, How dare you, top scholar, we're not afraid of you. So, what if you are the top scholar? You weren't appointed by our prince. It was the person who appointed you. Now, you're just a prisoner of our prince. Who do you think you are? You can only give us some extra wine money. One sentence makes Xie Zhuan spit out blood in anger, and Nan Gongyi, standing nearby, is furious. If what they say is true, then the emperor's brother has fallen into the hands of King Mingda. Now that King Mingda has taken over Jinzhou, attack, Those people are about to rush forward to fight. The alley is small, so it's not a good place for fighting, but it's good for defense. Kongbo rushes forward and stands with Nangong Yi at the alley entrance, blocking the soldiers from entering. The soldiers who reached the alley first originally planned to attack from behind, but the old monk behind them just said, "Amida Buddha." Then the soldiers seemed frozen, unable to move. The old monk kept chanting a scripture that no one understood. With his eyes half closed, it seemed like the fact that these people couldn't move had nothing to do with him. The military leader saw that his soldiers had already lost 6 or 7 men. He noticed that only one person was fighting back, and his men couldn't handle him. He realized they had encountered a master. But since there was a top scholar and a master here, it meant there might be even higher-level experts among these people. He thought this was possible, but he knew he couldn't defeat them now. So, he ordered his men to find reinforcements and told everyone to step back a little, waiting for Nangong Yi and the others to come out. However, Nangong Yi was not stupid. After seeing how they disrespected Xie Ziyuan, he knew that relying on their status wouldn't work. He definitely couldn't let their men go to send messages. Before Nangong Yi could fly into the air, he saw a young soldier running to report and suddenly fall down with a thud. "We can't let them escape." It was Su Hong who acted. She shot her crossbow, hitting the soldier trying to send a message. Nangong Yi also leapt into the air, flying over the soldiers' heads and cutting off their retreat from behind. He and Kongbo formed a pincer attack. Su Hong also took the chance to shoot a few more arrows. The divine Dr. Ji didn't plan to make a move. He still had one chicken leg left and was busy gnawing on it. But he didn't want to waste the bones either. Occasionally, a piece of bone would fly out, one after another. Konber and Nangong Yi showed no mercy, killing all the 20 or so soldiers they encountered. After killing these people, they knew they had to leave the small town quickly. They cleaned up the scene, leaving no survivors, and then hurried forward. They exited the alley and turned onto the main street at the town's edge, avoiding the busiest part of the town. However, unexpectedly, there was a checkpoint at the town's exit. Someone had built a wall of stones with only a small opening for one person to pass through. Several soldiers were patrolling nearby. Without hesitation, since they had already killed a group of soldiers, they decided to eliminate these guards too. They pushed aside the stone wall and crossed over with their cart. The group hurried onward. After walking for a while, Su Hong suddenly said, "I feel like someone is following us." Although Su Hong didn't see anyone, she had a strange feeling that someone was behind them. Nangong Yi paused, thinking that if the master had been the last to leave, he would definitely know if someone was following. He told Konber to watch the front while he moved to the back of the group to check with the master. "Is someone following us?" The master nodded honestly. "Yes." Nangong Yi glared at him angrily. You knew someone was following you and didn't say anything? They are harmless people. You call them harmless just like that?" Nangong Yi looked back, but didn't see anyone. Still, like Su Hong, he felt that someone was behind them. He was angry and shouted, "Who's following us?
Come out."
From the shade of a nearby tree, a few children appeared, about 4 or 5, all around the age of teenagers. Nangong Yi understood what the master meant by harmless people. "Why are you following us?" One of the older boys among the children looked at Nangong Yi and suddenly knelt down. "Master, please, save our families." "Yes, Master Dao, we want the great scholar to come and save my father and brother. We bow to you and beg you to help them." One by one, these children desperately kowtowed, as if they had no money. Nangong Yi frowned and asked, "Are you children from this town?" "Yes, Master Dao, my father, my brother, and their family have all been taken by the soldiers. They said because we are young, they didn't take us, but they stole all our grain." They spoke while crying. Nangong Yi told them to stand up and asked for more details. It turned out that the vanguard of the right-wing army had come to this town and immediately took control. Most of the townspeople hadn't escaped because of the stone formation at the front. To save their lives, these children revealed the secret of the stone formation. It was revealed that the people in this town are actually part of a clan, and their ancestors were the ones who set up the stone formation. The formation is called a battle array, which involves a special pattern. Ordinary people who don't understand the pattern can enter, turn a few times, and then come out again. Inside the formation, there is a special pond. The water in this pond never dries up or overflows. If you take a scoop of water today, it will be the same tomorrow. If you carry a bucket away, the next day it will be just right again. Because of this, the townspeople didn't need to leave to escape famine. Every night, the entire town would act together. The clan leader would go inside to fetch water, taking only what each family needed. They avoided attracting attention by merging 2 or 3 families into one, making it look like some families had fled. Even if some people tried to escape through the town, they would pretend they were about to leave, and some would follow them, but after walking a short distance, they would find ways to return. So, life in the town remained relatively peaceful for the past 2 years. But when the vanguard army arrived, everything changed. They immediately captured all the men, claiming they needed them for military service to help King Mingda unify the land. Furthermore, during their search, they discovered stored grain in each family's cellar. They stole that grain as well. After 2 days, all the rebels had been killed. These people also gathered the young women from each family, claiming they wanted to offer them to their prince because their prince was beneficial to them. Only a few young men managed to escape quietly, relying on their knowledge of the town. They moved from house to house, avoiding search parties, and happened to see a group of soldiers being dealt with in a nearby alley. Most importantly, they heard that among the people here was a top scholar. They believed that once someone became a top scholar, they would become an official and could help them. So they followed. The stone formation was an ancient array, and Nangongyi had heard about it from his master. His master said it was an ancient, mysterious formation that he couldn't break. Now, after hearing what the children said, Nangongyi decided to take everyone to hide in the stone formation first. He told a few boys to hide, then went ahead to inform Su Hong and the others about the situation. Ji Shini chuckled. Of course your master said it's mysterious. He spent 3 months trying to break it and failed, ending up looking quite embarrassed. Haha. He seemed to find the story amusing, but Nangongyi rolled his eyes at him and ignored him, knowing he always teased his master whenever he got the chance. It was because Ji Shini had never beaten his master in a fight. Ji Shini, annoyed by Nangongyi's look, shouted, "What do you mean by giving me that look? Do you think I'm lying? If you don't believe me, ask the Grandmaster." He saw how embarrassed your master looked. Amit Ba. The Grandmaster recited a Buddhist phrase as usual, then half closed his eyes, as if he heard and responded, looking very profound. Su Hong twitched his mouth. The Grandmaster was always the Grandmaster, except when he was eating, then he didn't look like one.
Let's not talk about that. What do you want to do now?
Do you want to save those people? Su Hong asked. Nangongyi nodded and said, I want to find out if what those soldiers said today is true. He meant to check if Xiao Lu's father was really controlled by King Mingda. When he helped Xiao Lu escape from the palace, it wasn't King Mingda who entered Jinzhou and forced his way into the capital, but rather there was an inside helper in the court who started a palace coup. So his older brother had no choice but to let him take Xiao Lu away. They have been chased all the way here. He has been worried about his older brother and sister-in-law. Now, hearing from the lowest level soldiers that the older brother is controlled by King Mingda, he is sure it is true. He wants to know where his brother is trapped. Su Hong, you should avoid the stone formation. I will take you there first, then Kong Bo, and I will come back to handle the town's affairs. Su Hong didn't want to get involved in these matters. Nangongyi had already said he and Kong Bo would deal with it. She felt upset about the soldiers trying to catch her and her daughter earlier, so she agreed. Okay, let's first settle the elders and children. Then you can see what to do next. Which way should we go? Should we follow the main road? I heard there are still dozens of miles ahead. Should I drive again? Suddenly, Master Ji spoke up. The old monk knows a shortcut to the stone formation. Su Hong was annoyed. Shouldn't they leave the town? Why go back? Should they go back? Su Hong decided to ask clearly. Of course, the big question was whether this master was trustworthy. Master Abbot, look at our group. Is it safer to go forward or take the shortcut back? She asked directly, focusing on the main point. Traveling at night is already risky, and now they've left the town, but someone says there's a shortcut inside. Amida Buddha.
Donor, don't worry.
Follow your heart. Follow your heart? If I follow my heart, I won't go back. I'm not a curious child. Knowing there are soldiers in town, why should I challenge them? Su Hong isn't familiar with the roads here. She wants to drive, but driving at night is even more dangerous. Better to walk. The town is too close, a little farther, and the children can rest. So she turned around and had her eldest son pull the cart to continue forward. Without Nangongyi leading the way, she could only follow the main road. The old monk was interesting. He hesitated but then followed them. Nangongyi glanced at Su Hong walking ahead, then turned to give a few instructions to Kongbo. Kongbo immediately flew into the town. Nangongyi then went to find the young men again, sneaking into the town once more. Master Ji found it amusing and decided to come along to see. The young boys led Nangongyi and Dr. Ji around the town, clearly familiar with the local families. They entered through one house's window and exited through another's back door. After passing through a few rooms, they reached the busiest street. The boys then sneaked onto the second floor of a shop's attic and looked out a small window at the brightly lit inn across the street. Master Dao, Grandpa, my father, and the others are being held in the backyard of that inn, and our sisters are upstairs in the inn. Nangongyi paused for a moment. He had seen this place before when he came to gather information. He remembered noticing the lights on here and then sneaking outside to look at the building. He also overheard some people talking about their plans, which made him think they were scouts from the right-wing army. He had hoped not to get involved with them, but now he found out they were holding people here. Do you know how many guards are here? One boy answered. 15. 2 at the front door, 2 in the backyard, and the rest inside. See that person with a grayish-white helmet? That's their leader. Didn't you say they took all your grain? Where is it now? My great-uncle's family has a big granary. When the disaster happened, we divided the grain among ourselves to hide it. But unexpectedly, they found it and put it back into the granary. Are there people guarding the granary? Yes, about 10 or so are there. Nangongyi began to think. His group had already killed about 20 people, and here there were over 10 plus another group over there. How many soldiers does this frontline army have? He asked, and the boys said there were about 100 or so in total, divided into 2 groups. Nangongyi calculated and frowned. Where are the others? One boy said, they don't know. Some of their people are running around in our town. The ones you killed were just a part. There are probably 2 more groups wandering around like this. We don't know what they're looking for, but all the refugees passing through here have been robbed by them. Nangongyi looked at Dr. Ji and said, should we rescue the people first? Nangongyi and Dr. Ji began planning how to save those trapped here. While speaking, he asked, I heard there is a shortcut to the stone array in your town. After rescuing them, you can let them go there to hide. We also know about it, but we don't know the way. Only the clan leader and a few elder men know the path. Are the people trapped inside the stone array with them? No. Before these people arrived, the elders already knew something might go wrong. They were arranging to evacuate some people, but before they finished, the trouble started. To avoid revealing their plans, they cut off the escape route. Some families left completely, others only left part of their belongings. Overall, the management of this clan in the town is quite good. Over the years, they managed to develop a small town and ensure the entire clan didn't suffer from famine during times of trouble, which shows their good management. However, they didn't expect that besides natural disasters, there would also be human problems. Nangongyi and Dr. Ji discussed and decided to send a young boy through the back door, then release the people locked in the backyard. After that, they would rescue the people upstairs. Nangongyi and Dr. Ji told the other boys to hide here and not move. They only took one person to sneak in from the other side. While rescuing people, they didn't know that Su Hong and his group had encountered trouble. Su Hong and his team kept walking along the main road, thinking they were out of the town and safe. But they forgot that among the 20 or so people they killed, 2 were still alive. They had only been stunned at the time. When the 2 woke up and saw their comrades' bodies piled on top of them, they realized something was wrong. Their bodies had been hurriedly moved by Nangongyi and others and thrown into an alley. They immediately went to find their people, and just then, they met another patrol team. They explained what had happened. The leader of that team quickly realized that the group passing through the town was unusual, especially since there was a top scholar among them. Following the principle of better to kill than to let go, they quickly chased outside the town. They just missed Nangong Yi and the others. When they reached the town's exit and saw that the roadblock was destroyed and the people there had been killed, they knew these people had just passed through. The leaders on horseback had left, but the soldiers behind could only follow and run. Sure enough, about 5 miles outside the town, they saw Su Hong and his group walking ahead. The 2 horsemen called out to the soldiers behind them and then shouted, "Stop. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move." When Su Hong heard the sound of hooves, she knew something was wrong. She hurriedly told everyone to move closer to the cart and shifted it slightly to the left, leaving space on the right. When she heard someone chasing, the 3rd brother immediately turned onto the cart and threw himself over the 6th brother to protect him. This was because he remembered his mother saying that their master wanted to protect the 6th brother. Now that the master was not here, his first instinct was to protect him. Fortunately, when he lunged, the rider on horseback came over and whipped wildly as he passed by. One whip struck the 3rd brother's face. If he hadn't shielded the 6th brother, the whip would have hit him instead. The 3rd brother cried out in pain because the whip seemed to have a hook, which caught his ear and tore it open. His face also bled from the whip marks. 2 riders on horseback stopped in front of them. Su Hong, who was walking at the front of the cart, saw that the 3rd brother was hurt. She quickly turned back to check on him. Seeing his injury, Su Hong felt both pain and worry. She shouted, "You damn things!" Then she raised her hand and fired 2 shots. The 2 riders didn't even know how they died. The soldiers chasing behind saw their leader fall. Everyone sees them. "Stop. Don't go too far. We're just fleeing trouble. You're soldiers, but you're acting like bandits. Don't blame me for being rude." The Zhuang family members at the back hurriedly picked up the children and ran to the first cart. Cheng Yuqiang also held up the 3rd brother's head and kept wiping the blood flowing from his wound. Mother, the 3rd brother's injury is too serious. Part of his ear is gone." Cheng Yuqiang cried as she wiped his face. The 2nd sister held the 3rd brother up, while the 4th sister tightly hugged little 6th brother underneath. 5th brother and Mu Shuer also woke up and started crying on the cart over there. Xia Yuhong hurried over to comfort the 2 young girls. Eldest brother Qing Xiangdong and Xia Ziyuan stood behind Su Hong. Su Hong's face was flushed with anger as she raised both hands toward the soldiers behind her. The soldiers also found this strange. They wanted to rush forward but seemed unable to move, as if blocked by an invisible force. Amida Buddha. The monk stood still, but his robes and kasaya suddenly fluttered as if blown by the wind. The old monk chanted a Buddha's name, and it felt like a clear stream flowing into people's hearts, making their minds suddenly clearer. Even the women and children of the Zhu family felt less afraid. Su Hong looked at the 3rd child, who was being held by the 2nd brother. The blood on the child's face made Su Hong's eyes sting. "Old monk, move aside. They shouldn't have hurt my son."
"Why?"
"We're just walking our own way. And now they're stopping us? They're chasing us now, trying to take people." Su Hong was very angry. She had lived through this life again, but she wasn't going to let them bully her just because she was alive. She took a few steps forward, approaching the soldiers. The soldiers were also confused. Why couldn't they pass? When they heard Su Hong tell the monk to move aside, they realized they had encountered a master. "Benefactor Su, old monk, don't try to persuade me. They didn't bother me and I didn't want to bother them. Is it wrong for us to pass through? This isn't soldiers anymore, it's bandits. Move aside. If we don't stop them, they're attacking us. Today it's us, but tomorrow it could be others. Are you trying to save these few, or the majority of the people?" The monk suddenly fell into thought. Saving these dozen people might cause him to commit sins that could harm hundreds.
And if he...
Before he could finish calculating, he heard a series of loud bangs and whistling sounds. Behind him, there were screams. Startled, the monk turned his head. A small silver crossbow bolt shot past his eyes, and the soldier who was fleeing was struck in the back of the head, falling to the ground. "Amida Buddha, The monk managed to say a Buddha's name, but he already had his answer. The more than 100 people he wanted to save were now confirmed. Su Hong took a deep breath and killed all these people. But after doing so, she crouched down. Chung Yuqiong came over and hugged her mother. Mom. Mom's fine. The feeling of being forced to kill people was overwhelming. She knew these were lives, but she also knew they threatened her. Su Hong wiped her face with her hand. Although she had killed these people, tears still slipped down her cheeks. She also didn't understand why she was crying. Let's go and see Old Three's injury. Thinking of Old Three's bloody face, Su Hong felt worried. Among these 5 children, this one was the most handsome. Now, he was badly injured. It's bad enough that he's disfigured, but the worst part is that such a young child is hurt so badly. It must be very painful. Su Hong looked around and found a clear space nearby. She asked everyone to move the cart there. Then she brought out a table that was just the right size for Old Three to lie on. She casually placed a few items on a tray next to the second child's hand.
Xiang Nan.
Don't be afraid. Mom will clean the blood first. When Grandpa Ji comes back, he will give you medicine. Su Hong washed her hands first, then prepared to clean the wound with iodine solution. Okay, the child gritted his teeth and responded, but tears kept flowing from his eyes as he lay on his side, voice trembling. It must hurt a lot. Little 5, being considerate, reached out and held his older brother's hand silently. Mu Shui also copied Little 5, holding the other hand of the third brother. Don't be afraid. It might hurt a little. Just bear with it. Su Hong turned on a light and asked Xie Yuhong to hold it, so she could see clearly. She took a pair of tweezers, picked up some medical cotton, and carefully wiped away the blood around the wound. Then she used a damp cotton ball soaked in iodine to gently clean the wound and the surrounding area. Now, the injury was clearly visible. Seeing the cleaned wound, Su Hong's eyes reddened, and she almost lost her temper. The whip marks on this person looked like they were full of barbs. The child's left cheek, from the ear to the nose, was torn open, with flesh and skin lifted. Su Hong sniffed and took a deep breath, then said to the old monk, Master, please go to town and find Dr. Ji. The child's injury is quite serious. The other children, including Little 5, also saw Old Three's wound clearly and started crying. The flesh around the hooks on his cheek seemed to reveal white bones. Su Hong only cleaned the blood, sprinkled some white medicine powder on the wound, and covered it with a piece of white gauze. But she didn't know how to handle the ear. She could only gently pull the separated earlobe together with a bandage, trying to align the wound as best as she could. She also carefully placed some cotton inside the ear to prevent blood from flowing in. This time, the old monk didn't chant the Buddha's name again. He simply took 2 steps and disappeared from sight. The old monk felt a bit guilty. He knew someone was chasing them, but he didn't stop those 2 people. He thought they just wanted to block their way. He didn't expect them to hurt others so easily. Su Hong took out 2 electric batons and called over Xie Ziyuan and Elder Qing Xiangdong. This is a switch. Just push it up to send electricity. You can use these to clear out the people. If anyone is still alive, give them a few more hits. Then, move them aside and wait for me to come back and retrieve my arrows. Xie Ziyuan and Qing Xiangdong nodded and went over to gather the bodies. While speaking, Su Hong looked at the 2 horses nearby and said, Alien, bring those 2 horses here and tie them under the tree over there. Elder C was holding Xiao Lu tightly. They were still lying on the cart, frozen with fear. Other people had died, but for children, that wasn't as scary. However, Elder San had just been beaten nearby, covered in blood, which made the kids very frightened. Mom, third brother is sleeping. Seeing Elder San close his eyes, Elder Air was actually scared that Elder San was dead. He tremblingly called out, Mom, saying that third brother was sleeping. Su Hong looked down and quickly said, Elder San, head south. Head south. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Wait a little longer. Grandpa Ji will be here soon. Just then, 3 figures leapt over from the distance. The figures were the old monk, Dr. Ji, and Nan Gongyi. How is it? What happened to Xiangnan? Nan Gongyi hurried forward and asked. Su Hong ignored him and shouted urgently, Senior, Come take a look. Dr. G stepped forward. Su Hong gently lifted the cloth covering the wound. The white medicine powder she sprinkled had taken effect, stopping the bleeding, but it was mixed with blood and water, sticking to the wound. Dr. G looked at the tweezers in Su Hong's hand, took them without hesitation, and gently touched the torn flesh that was flying up from the wound. Then he carefully peeled away the flesh, trying to cover the wound. Some parts of the flesh were missing, likely caught on the whip. Zhu Quan went over to the person and found the whip, handing it to Nangongyi. Master, he used this to hit Xiangnan. Nangongyi looked at the whip. It wasn't a normal weapon that an ordinary soldier could hold. This whip looked specially made. Nangongyi then asked Zhu Quan to take him to see the corpse. When he saw it, he realized he actually knew this person. This man was indeed a general who served before King Mingde. He probably didn't expect to die under Su Hong's gun. Nangongyi recognized him because he had once entered the palace with King Mingde. He was a trusted assistant to the king. Now, it seemed King Mingde sent him here to be the vanguard, which shows their mission was very important. Nangongyi searched his body but found no letters. Instead, he found an old, torn piece of leather. When he opened it, he was surprised to see it was a treasure map. Seeing Nangongyi searching the man, Zhu Quan also searched another person nearby. From that person, he found a wrapped item made of oil paper. Zhu Quan handed it to Nangongyi. Nangongyi opened it and saw it was the same map. He then checked their horses and found a hidden pouch on one saddle. Inside was a letter, which said they needed to find the spiritual spring within 5 days. Thinking about what they said, that the stone formation had endless spring water, he guessed this was the spiritual spring they were looking for. This was probably the reason they came to seize the people and food in this town. Nangongyi looked back toward Dr. G. Su Hong was still talking to him. What should we do about the ear? Can we sew it up? Dr. G responded with a sound, then said, Sew it up? Su Hong took out a surgical kit with prepared needles and thread. This can be used to sew the wound. But I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to do it. And I can't bring myself to do it. Although anesthesia could be used, Su Hong didn't know how much to give. At this moment, she hated herself for not knowing medicine. Dr. G looked at the ear. Sewing it up would definitely be good, but the child wouldn't be able to handle the pain. He then looked at the bandage, gently took it off, and tested it on his hand. Do you still have any of these? I have some. Dr. G took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and picked up a cotton swab from the tray, saying, You have so many good things, but you don't know how to use them. I don't understand either. Later you can teach me those books, and I will learn. I don't know where you got these good things. As he spoke, he used the cotton swab to take out some ointment from the jade bottle and gently applied it to the wound. Then, he carefully pressed the two ears together and asked Su Hong to get some bandages. He showed her how to wrap them, crossing each side into a cross. Then he used the gauze Su Hong brought to lightly cover the ears, just to hold them in place. Seeing that the ears were bandaged, but the face wound still looked bad, Dr. G sighed. This might leave a scar. You stop the bleeding quickly, but the wound is too deep. Son, do you feel dizzy or anything? Su Hong asked softly. The third child replied gently. No, just pain. I'll give you 2 injections and the pain will be less. But you can't move your head for a few days, or the ear won't heal well. Rest for 2 days. Okay. Dr. G took out silver needles and gave the third child a few injections on his head. Then, he gently applied some ointment to the facial wound and covered it lightly with gauze. Is that all? Su Hong looked at Dr. G. He rolled his eyes and said, Do you think this ointment is cheap? Many people ask me for my ointment, but I can't always give it to them. It's made from 49 different herbs. It's not easy to find such ingredients. But I can only do my best. Hopefully, the wound will heal better. The child is still young, so he should recover. Mom, it doesn't hurt as much now. Maybe the injections helped. The child said it hurt less. Su Hong thought about it. Since there was a wound, infection was a concern, so she gave the child some anti-inflammatory medicine and some water to drink. Then she prepared to cover the cart again and carry the child to sleep. When the second child went to prepare the cart, he noticed that little 4 was still holding tightly onto little 6. There was some blood on his face. The second child gently wiped little Six's face. Xiangxi, you and little Six come down. I'll prepare the cart. But Xiangxi didn't move. Little Six moved slightly, but Xiangxi was holding him too tightly and couldn't loosen his grip. The second child noticed that the fourth child was acting strangely and called out, "Fourth child, mother, come quickly." "What's wrong with the fourth child?" Su Hong came over to check. The fourth child was sitting on a cart, leaning against a blanket, clutching little Six tightly. But his eyes were vacant, staring straight ahead, unmoving. "Fourth child, please let go of little Six gently. Is that okay?" Su Hong spoke softly and reached out carefully to try to loosen the fourth child's grip. That's when she realized something was wrong. The fourth child's hand was stiff. She trembled as she reached under his nose to check for breath. He was still breathing. Su Hong shouted loudly, "Dr. Ji, come quickly and see what's wrong with this child." Over there, the third child had serious injuries but was fully conscious. Dr. Ji gave him an injection and the pain eased. He slowly closed his eyes. To keep him still, Dr. Ji pressed on his acupoints so he could sleep peacefully. But when he looked at the other child, Dr. Ji checked his pulse and then frowned deeply, saying, "How could this happen?" What just happened? Zhu Quan had been walking behind their cart and explained what had occurred. Only then did Nan Gongyi realize that the third child was injured while protecting little Six. And from the way the fourth child was now, it was clear he was also protecting little Six. The child was frightened. Is this child usually afraid of blood? Su Hong looked confused. She was a bit squeamish about blood herself, but after this journey, she felt like her fear of blood had disappeared. Cheng Yuqiong hurriedly said, "Yes, the third and others always laughed at him for being useless. When they killed something at home, he wouldn't dare to look. That was it. If the child was afraid of blood, then the blood and flesh flying everywhere from that whip strike, right in front of his eyes, would have been too much. Yet in the end, he still reached out to protect little Six. I don't know if I can wake him up. He's lost his senses." Lost his senses? What does that mean? Su Hong was stunned for a moment before realizing. Was he scared silly?
Or,
having never believed in ghosts or spirits, after experiencing this strange crossing, Su Hong felt that some things still couldn't be explained. So, she was trying to accept some of it. But this was human-made, a living child turned into a fool-like state, and Su Hong found it hard to accept. Everyone knows that the fourth child is weaker. After Su Hong took on the role of mother, she has been caring for him constantly. She also hopes that now, with a divine doctor, his condition might improve. But right now, Su Hong is worried, but she remains calm and composed. She climbs onto the cart, pushes aside the cotton bedding, and leans behind the fourth child. She gently holds him in her arms and softly says, "Be good, Shishi. Come on, let's gently relax our hands. Everything is okay now, your mother is here. I'm holding you. Be good, relax your hands, let go gently. Little Six is fine now, the bad people are gone." As she speaks softly, Su Hong reaches out and gently holds the fourth child's hand, making him feel warm. However, the fourth child's hands are still tightly clutching little Six. Even from behind, Su Hong can feel his tension. He is tense and not relaxing at all. "Uncle, can't you give him an injection?" Although little Six is unharmed, thinking about how the third child was badly hurt to save little Six and how the fourth child is now like this, Nan Gongyi is very worried. Little Six has not spoken at all, just quietly leaning against the fourth child. "No, I can't give him an injection. I could press certain points to make him sleep, but I'm afraid he won't wake up. I'm even more afraid that when he wakes, he might go into a frenzy. So, no injections, no acupuncture. We can only let him relax first, then slowly treat him." The other children gather around, but the young ones, Wu Wu and Mu Shuer, don't understand and start crying while watching their older brother. They don't understand. Only seeing the heavy expressions of the adults, they think the fourth child's condition is worse than the third child's, who is bleeding so much. Xie Yuhong, being sensible, gently comforts the two young girls and moves them to the side to lean on Ah Yen and others. She knows that crying won't help and only causes trouble. Ji Shilling also comes over to help soothe the two girls. Su Hong starts crying herself, wipes away her tears, and softly comforts the fourth child. Little four, I am your mother. Listen to me. Let's loosen little six. We're now safe. I'm tired too. Let me hold you and let you sleep for a while, okay? While speaking, Su Hong keeps gently stroking the fourth child's face and hand. But the fourth child still doesn't respond. Xie Ziyuan, who has come over after moving the body, looks around and says, Little six, your fourth brother is worried about you. Why don't you call your fourth brother? Tell him you're safe now, and the third brother is also cured. Just say everyone is safe. Yes, little six, go ahead and speak. Everyone suddenly realized that little six was the person little four wanted to protect, and they must have been worried about him. Little six was tightly held in little four's arms, and he could only gently turn his head. Brother Xiangxi, I'm fine now. Brother Xiangnan is also fine. I want to stand up. Sure enough, after little six spoke, Su Hong, holding little four, felt him tremble slightly. She quickly said, Little four, I am your mother. Now we are safe. There are no bad people. Little six is safe, and Brother San was also rescued by Grandpa Ji. Everything is okay. Everything is fine, dear. Let's let little six go so he can stand and drink water. He's thirsty. While speaking, she gently stroked little four's hand back and forth. Come on, let's gently let go. Listen, little six is calling you. Little six called out again. Brother Xiangxi, I want to get up. Please let me go. The bad people ran away. Mother is here. I am here with you. I fought the bad people, and they are gone. Su Hong softly whispered in little four's ear, then gently held his hand. Slowly, little four's left hand trembled a little. Su Hong gently massaged his hand and spoke softly. Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Everything is fine now. Mother is here. Everyone is here. Listen, big brother and second sister are here too. Big brother and the crying second sister quickly said, Xiangxi brother is here. Everything is fine. Xiangxi, second sister, is here too. Little three is also fine. Grandpa Ji is a divine doctor. He healed little three. Meanwhile, little five hurried over and called out, fourth brother, Yao Yao is here too. You still want to help me catch grasshoppers, right? You're waking up now. Xie Ziyuan tapped little six lightly, signaling him to say more. Little six called out repeatedly, Brother Xiangxi, I am fine now. Thank you for protecting me. I am okay. One after another, they spoke, and perhaps little four heard them. Su Hong felt his hands trembling. She dared not squeeze too hard, so she only gently held one of his small hands and moved it softly outward. Come on, let's loosen up a bit. Let little six come out. Finally, they loosened a little, but it was clear that both of Xiangxi's hands were trembling. After releasing him, little six quickly crawled out of Xiangxi's arms. Little six didn't leave, but knelt in front of Xiangxi, gently touching Xiangxi's face with his small hand and saying, Brother Xiangxi, I'm here. I'm fine now. Su Hong gently tried to move Xiangxi's leg. One leg was bent and the other was stretched out to the side, so Xiangxi was sitting on the cart. Su Hong slowly straightened both of Xiangxi's legs in one direction, then carefully picked him up and sat him on her lap, holding him close so he could hear her heartbeat. Xiangxi, I am your mother. I'm fine now. Let's take a nap. When we wake up, everything will be okay. Trying to soothe the child to sleep, Su Hong found she wasn't very good at comforting him. Speaking softly was the best she could do. She could only hold the child tightly and gently sway him, softly humming a song. Only a mother is good in this world. A child with a mother is like a treasure. No one understood what she was singing, but the melody gradually made little for close his eyes and lean into Su Hong's embrace. Su Hong couldn't put him down immediately. She held him carefully, letting him sleep peacefully because he felt very insecure right now. He clung tightly to her, silently, holding her sleeve with one hand. Seeing that the child was asleep, Su Hong relaxed and shifted to find a comfortable position. Nangong Yi quickly brought a quilt to place behind her so she could rest. Then Nangong Yi went to check on little six. Because the child was injured, they had also killed 2 groups of soldiers who had come through the town. Plus, Nangong Yi and others had killed more than 10 others to save people. There weren't many soldiers left in the town. So, Nangong Yi and Su Hong discussed and decided to stay here for the night, then continue their journey tomorrow. Uncle Kong is still in town. I need to go see him again. Dr. Ji and the master will stay to ensure your safety. Xiangdong, you and Scholar Xie will guard the intersection over there. If anyone comes, report it to them. Su Hong tossed a few crawling mats onto the ground for them to rest on. But she was most worried about Little Four in her arms, unsure of how he would be when he woke up. Although this place was messy, the soldiers had already cleared the town of refugees passing through earlier, so as long as the soldiers didn't come back, it was still quite safe here. Currently, both children are not suitable for moving, so we will stop here for now. Nangong Yi took the whip and the treasure map and went back into the town. Sending a general like him to check this town shows that the story about the spiritual spring water is known to King Mingda. However, they don't know how to get inside, so they came to investigate. Nangong Yi guessed the key point and went to find the people he had rescued earlier in the town. They were placed in a courtyard, where Uncle Kong was watching over them. After Nangong Yi arrived, he called everyone to go directly to the granary of their 7th uncle's family. Then, Nangong Yi and Uncle Kong took charge of clearing out the soldiers, while the others started moving the grain. Since the grain was brought from different places, there were many carts in the courtyard. These carts proved useful, and everyone worked efficiently without needing instructions. Some loaded the grain, others pulled the carts. Nangong Yi and Uncle Kong cleared out the soldiers, and then they loaded all the grain onto the carts. Before leaving the street, they encountered a dozen soldiers running toward them. This time, Nangong Yi captured the leader of that group, and the rest were killed. Uncle Kong was still escorting the grain carts and the rescued people as they left the town, and met up with Su Hong and the others. Seeing new people coming, the leader was alarmed and quickly stood up. But it was just a group pushing carts. Xie Zhuan also stood up and asked, "Are you from this town?" Behind him, Uncle Kong came over and said, "Xie Zhuangyuan, they are the people we just rescued from this town." Once everyone reached the open ground, Nangong Yi slowly approached. He questioned the captured man, and as he suspected, there was a traitor in the town who had betrayed its secrets. That's why King Mingda sent trusted men with over 100 soldiers. Originally, this was Mingda's Qizhou, and the general was quite well known. These people indeed took control of the entire town, but surprisingly, the town's elders and leaders had already left, taking some residents with them. Nangong Yi couldn't find any of the older generation, hoping to force them out by causing trouble and get them to reveal the secret passage. At the same time, his people searched the town thoroughly, but still couldn't find the secret passage. Originally, their plan for tonight was to set fire to part of the town. This would draw out the old men, but before they could act, Su Hong and the others arrived, disrupting their plan. Meanwhile, Nangong Yi learned from one of the men that King Mingda had already entered Jinzhou, but he couldn't control the palace because Dongyang Wang also arrived. Both sides were equally strong, and Jinzhou was now in chaos.
Nangong Yi fronet tightly.
He wanted to discuss with Su Hong, but she signaled him not to speak. Su Hong still held Xiao Xie in her arms. The child was asleep. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Xie, Nangong Yi quietly whispered to Su Hong, "It's better for us to leave here early. I've killed all the soldiers in this town. We can't stay here much longer." Su Hong nodded. "I think we should follow these people to the stone formation. I've heard there's a formation there where we can rest for a few days." Su Hong nodded again but then asked, "Is it far?" "About 40 miles ahead, with another 10 miles on the official road. Once we finish that, we'll need to take a smaller path. Didn't the master say there was a shortcut in the town?" Su Hong thought about how far it was and worried that walking so long might hurt Lao San's injury. "The shortcut is no longer usable. The people we saved said they were originally escaping through a shortcut, but when these people arrived, they had to break the dragon stone and block the shortcut. So we have to go this way. Once we reach the stone formation, we'll see if they can activate the formation so the people inside can come out." It turned out that the stone formation also had another function. It was a refuge left by their ancestors. When chaos broke out outside, the stone formation was like a small paradise. But after breaking the dragon stone, they couldn't use the shortcut anymore. The stone formation wasn't just a pool of spring water, it was also a mountain gate formation. When the mountain gate formation was activated, it became a killing array. People unfamiliar with the formation would not know how they died inside. Their clansmen could only activate the outer formation and wait for those inside to come out and rescue them. This time, Nangong Yi and his group saved dozens of men, some women from their family, and a few young boys. It's said that when they escaped, they first let the elderly and weak members of their clan go ahead. So it happened that only strong young people remained. Su Hong wanted to protect the child, so she asked Nangong Yi to bring the third child and place him beside her. Then, Nangong Yi personally pulled the cart. Xie Ziyuan and the eldest pulled the first cart, while the fifth and sixth children and Mu Shui all got onto the first cart. The group started following the townspeople to move forward. Finally, just before dawn, they reached the stone formation. It truly lived up to its reputation. Only about 50 miles away, after turning past the mountain, they could feel the power of the stone formation. Almost all the ground here was made of stones, shining silver in the moonlight. The path was even harder to walk on. They woke up the third child. Seeing it was too difficult, they decided the eldest would pull the cart, with the second and Zhu Quan helping to support. Nangong Yi then picked up the third child. Su Hong said, "Let's find a nearby place to stop. We might not be able to keep moving the cart much longer." Nangong Yi agreed and let their family members go ahead into the stone formation. They decided to wait until dawn before proceeding. They chose a spot under a big tree to rest. After tidying up, everyone took a break. But since the ground was full of stones, sleeping was uncomfortable everywhere. The old monk found a stone to sit on and meditate. Nangong Yi and Uncle Kong took turns guarding. It was only a few hours until dawn. The others just closed their eyes for a quick rest. The people they rescued, pushing their grain carts, entered the stone formation. It was clear some of them had been there before. Some ran back to invite Nangong Yi and his group to join the formation, seeing them as their saviors. They wanted everyone to hide away together. But Su Hong disagreed. She knew they came from a big family. Even though they had saved their lives, once inside, the family would have to follow their rules. Su Hong couldn't accept that. Nangong Yi wasn't planning to hide away either. They refused the invitation, saying they just wanted to see the stone formation, let the children rest for a few days, and then continue their journey.
Atom siyaw siyaru occupé.
In his sleepy state, he heard a calming voice and felt the warmth of a hug. He gently lifted his head and saw his mother resting her head, dozing off. It had been many years since he last slept curled up in his mother's arms. Ever since his younger sister Yao Yao was born, his older sisters said that since she was smaller, he was now the older brother and needed to take care of her and be gentle with her. But he never dared to say it out loud. He really wanted his mother to hold him while he slept. He liked listening to his mother's heartbeat. However, as he grew older, he understood that his mother couldn't hold him like she used to when he was a child. "Are you awake?" Little Fourth quietly leaned against his mother and suddenly heard her ask. "Mom." Su Hong reached out and touched Little Fourth's forehead, checking if he had a fever. Little Fourth snuggled closer into his mother's arms, but then felt it was not right and tried to sit up straight. "Oh, don't move," Su Hong called out. Little Fourth was startled. "Mom, what's wrong?" Nangong Yi heard the noise and came over. "What's going on? Is she awake?" Su Hong blushed and said, "Can you hold the child for a moment? My legs are numb and my back hurts." She had kept a certain position all night without moving, which caused poor blood flow, making her uncomfortable. When Little Fourth moved, she felt a painful, heavy sensation in her legs. Nangong Yi understood what was happening and gently took Little Fourth out of her arms. The movement also woke up the third older sibling on the side. After a night, the wound had dried somewhat. When she woke up, she felt itchy. The third sibling instinctively reached to scratch, but then realized her hands were tied. The ropes were pressed under her mother's bottom. This was done last night by the second older sibling, worried that the third might reach for the wound in her sleep. When she moved, it tugged on the rope. "Xiang Nan, don't move the wound. It itches a bit. Talking was painful, and her mouth felt uncomfortable. The whole left side of her face was tight. Mom knows. Wait a moment. I'll help you. When I get up, I'll clean it with iodine solution, or it will stay tense. Soo-hong didn't dare to get up now. Her hands were okay, but her legs really hurt. She supported herself with her hands, shifted position, and her back and legs ached. She couldn't hold it and suddenly fell backward. Luckily, she landed on the cart. Mom, the third sibling was startled. It's okay. Lie down for a bit so your blood can flow. Soo-hong turned to look at the third child and smiled. Your mother hasn't told you yet. You are very brave. You are now our family's little man. You can protect your brothers and sisters. I'm proud of you. The third child, who was in a lot of pain, saw his mother's praise and his eyes lit up as he said, Really, Mom? Yes, really. Mom is very happy. You might feel some pain for a few days, but don't worry. Grandpa G said he'll make sure you get better. Even if you have a small scar, it's okay. Every scar on a man is a sign of bravery. When the second child heard the noise and got up to see what was happening, she noticed that the fourth child was missing. She overheard her mother talking to the third child and thought her mother was comforting him. So she also said, South, sister thinks you're really brave. Even I would be scared. Her mother's and sister's praise made Cheng Xiangnan feel like a hero. Although he still felt some pain, he told himself, I'm a man now. He endured it. Nangong Yi carefully carried the third brother to the other side, so he wouldn't see his injury. He knew that Nangong Ye's embrace was not as comforting as his mother's. The third brother struggled to stand up. Nangong Yi gently set him down. His condition last night was even more frightening. His injury was serious, but it was just a surface wound. However, this little guy, Nangong Yi asked carefully, Xiangxi, did you sleep well? Yes. Xiangxi looked around. It was still dark, and all he could see were some reflective stones under the moonlight. Where are we? Have we left the town? Nangong Yi nodded and gently ruffled his hair. Do you feel dizzy or have a headache? No, I don't. Xiaoxi rubbed his head as if thinking. Nangong Yi looked at him nervously and asked, What are you thinking? Can't remember? Just think about it. Xiaoxi crouched down gently and hugged his head, then started to cry softly. Nangong Yi was worried he might get upset again, so he reached out and gently held him, saying, Why are you crying? Look, everyone is fine. We're all here. They're still sleeping. Do you want to rest a little more? Xiaoxi shook his head and choked out. I remember now. I can't protect little six. I'm too stupid. Can you teach me how to fight? I want to learn too. Nangong Yi gently carried him over to the cart where Xiao Lu was sleeping and softly said, Did you see that? Xiao Lu is well protected by you and Xiang Nan. Thank you both. He then jumped to another spot and said, Your body is a bit weaker. Training in martial arts is different from Xiang Nan. You should start with some basic exercises to strengthen yourself. I know you haven't gone to school before, but if you're willing, I can ask Xie Yuan to find time to teach you how to read and write. Over the days, Nangong Yi realized that this child was very smart, but because of his family situation, he had never been to school. So, Nangong Yi thought it would be best for him to read more. However, right now, during this escape, their studies had to be put on hold. Just then, Xie Yuan, walking by, smiled and said, The monk has found me a good job, but it's not a bad idea for these children to learn on the road. Every time we stop to rest, they can study a bit. When traveling, they can read by themselves, or I can teach them along the way. That sounds interesting. It gives these children something to do on the road. All right, Xiangxi doesn't need to worry. When problems come, we won't be afraid. With us and your mother, we're all here. Yes, Xiao Seer knew what happened to him yesterday and didn't want to think about it again. He was already afraid of the bright red blood. Su Hong was also helping her daughter massage to improve blood flow. Slowly, she climbed down from the cart, took out a bottle of iodine solution, carefully peeled back the gauze, and told her son to close his eyes and mouth. She gently used a cotton swab to apply some iodine to the wound. This disinfected and kept it moist, so it wouldn't crack and hurt so much. After finishing, Su Hong covered the wound again with a clean piece of cloth. This time, she also used some medical tape to gently stick the gauze in place, providing protection. Once done, She prepared some food and vegetables for her second child, asking her to get breakfast ready. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Looking around, Su Hong was stunned. This was truly a stone forest. Everywhere she looked, it was all stones. Su Hong stepped out from under the tree and looked around. From the sparse, small rocks along the path she came from to this place, it was a world of stones. Various strange-shaped rocks, truly deserving of being called a stone forest. Su Hong also saw Xie Ziyuan and Nangong Yi encouraging Xiao Seer over there, but seeing Xiao Seer slowly opening smile, it seemed she was fine. Su Hong walked over. Xiao Seer, a bit excited, said, "Mother, Scholar Xie said he will teach us to read on the road in the future." Su Hong smiled and tapped the child's forehead, saying, "I already told you I would teach you to read, so you should call him teacher instead of Scholar Xie. Show respect to the teacher." This was good news. The third child was learning martial arts with Nangong Yi, and the fourth was studying literature with Xie Ziyuan. It seemed her escape from famine wasn't a bad trip after all. Xiao Seer was quick to react and immediately turned to kneel before Xie Ziyuan, paying her respects. This young Mr. Xie was also his first time accepting a disciple, and in his nervousness, he returned the bow. Su Hong and Nangong Yi both smiled at this. Finally, they helped Xiao Seer up. Xie Ziyuan said, "Good. From now on, you will learn to read and write with me. If you have questions, ask me as much as you can." Su Hong smiled and said, "We don't have a fixed home now. As the old saying goes, read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. That is true. Xiao Seer, all the experiences you gain on this journey will become your future knowledge and wealth. You must study hard and also understand the hardships and joys of these days. Yes, mother, a good saying. Read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. I, Madam Su, have learned a lot from this. Since fleeing the famine, I've gained many things that can't be learned from books. I fully agree that these experiences will broaden your horizons. I truly understand this." Xie Ziyuan was very experienced in this. In the past, he was used to having everything handed to him, food, clothes, and doing nothing but studying. He achieved good fame, but without this escape from famine, he would never have realized how useless he was. At the start of the escape, he felt fear, never knowing if there would be food tomorrow or if he would still be alive. During the escape, the Xie family was a large household with masters and servants. They didn't lack food on the way, but gradually, the servants chose to leave and return to their families. In the end, only the 4 of them remained. Xie's father was just a teacher, someone who couldn't carry heavy loads or do much physical work. During this escape, as the eldest son, Xie Ziyuan gradually grew stronger. "I didn't expect that my father, who was already feeling a bit cold on the way, would catch an illness when he arrived in Jingcheng, and he died there." Later, Mother Xie kept reminding her children to thank Madame Su. If they hadn't met Madame Su, the 3 of them wouldn't have survived because they had no food left. Every day, Xie Ziyuan and Xie Yuhong went to help gather food. Mother Xie stored the food day by day, trying to eat the previous day's food first and save some for later, worried that one day they might run out. Fortunately, they weren't left hungry on the journey. Mother Xie kept reminding her children to be grateful. Because of this, Xie Ziyuan truly grew up and understood many hardships. His only goal was to survive. When he heard Su Hong say that your experiences will become your wealth in the end, he suddenly understood everything clearly. Maybe Xiao Seer didn't fully understand the deeper meaning, but he did. Some things can only be truly understood through personal experience, especially the simple words that contain big truths. Su Hong looked at the surrounding rocks and said, "I didn't expect this rock formation to really be a stone array. I thought it was just a place where stones were arranged, but it turns out the whole mountain is full of stones, and these mountains look like they're made of stones." Nangong Yi stood on a rock and pointed ahead. "That is the stone array. The scattered stones here are naturally there. It looks like stones rain down from above every day, only here. But it is said that the stone array was set up by the great mages of 2 tribes. Because there are so many stones here, they can't farm the land. No one lives in this area. I visited these places before just as a scenic spot. The stones of various sizes cover these mountains. As Nangongyi said, it seems like stones really rain down here. Otherwise, it's hard to explain how densely packed these stones are. However, between the stones, some wild grass or small bushes have grown, but they are few because of the many large stones. Su Hong also stood on a rock, looked around, and said, "If there is a spring in that array, then there should be water in the valley below the mountain. The many stones here block sunlight from reaching the underground water, reducing evaporation. If you move the stones away, you should be able to find underground water." Following the principle of asking when you don't know, the eager scholar Xia asked, "What does evaporation mean?" Nangongyi also looked over. Neither of them had heard this word before. Su Hong stepped down from the stone, picked up a small pebble from the ground, and drew on the flat part of the stone, saying, "Do you know how rain is formed? First, humans, animals, and plants all need water to live. They also need sunlight and air. Air is the gas we breathe in and out. There are many kinds of water on the ground, mostly in rivers, lakes, and the sea. Some are in fields, wells, underground, or in trees and grass. When the sun shines, water turns into vapor. You might have seen water boiling when cooking. There's steam rising. If you cover that steam with a cold basin or bowl, you'll see the steam turn back into water. That steam is water vapor formed when water is heated. In the invisible air around us, there is also a lot of water vapor. When the sun heats it, the vapor rises into the sky. The higher the sky, the colder it gets. When the vapor meets the cold air, it turns into tiny water droplets. Many droplets gather together to form clouds. Wind blows these clouds around, and when small clouds bump into each other, they combine into bigger clouds. The tiny water droplets become larger droplets. When these droplets become heavy enough, they can't stay in the air and fall down as rain. Rain waters the crops and fields, providing drinking water for people and animals. Most of it is then dried by the sun and rises again. This cycle keeps going. That's what rain is. Su Hong explained clearly, but this simple knowledge confused the prince and the top scholar quite a bit. Only little Fourth nodded in understanding. Nangongyi softly asked, "Isn't rain caused by the thunder god and the dragon king?" Su Hong glared at him and said, "Have you ever seen the dragon king controlling clouds and rain?" Nangongyi honestly nodded. Then how could we common folk see that? Su Hong knew they admired gods deeply and didn't want to argue about this matter. They only said, "You may ask again, but I know you won't believe me. Still, I am sure there is an underground river beneath this stone mountain. Only with an underground river can there be a spring. Look around. On this mountain, besides white stones, there is green grass. The grass that can survive here means there is water." Lady Su's guess makes sense, but there are too many stones here, so it's not easy to get water. Su Hong nodded and said, "It's true, but if a group lives here, they could choose a spot to dig a well." Xie Ziyuan looked at Su Hong in surprise and asked, "Are you suggesting we stay here?" Xie Ziyuan knew that this group of refugees mainly followed Su Hong. So, hearing her words, he thought they might set up camp here. Su Hong shook her head and said, "No, I don't want to stay. We don't lack food, so I want to look around. Once people settle down, many worries follow. Then, it's hard to leave and go somewhere else freely." Xie Ziyuan paused, thinking her idea was quite unique. Everyone in this refugee group wants stability, but only Lady Su wants to travel around. Seeing Xie Ziyuan's expression, Su Hong understood he hadn't figured it out. She just smiled and said, "If you want to stay somewhere, I can go with you and help you leave when you're ready. I just want to see how big this empire really is." The empire is so big, neither Nangongyi nor Xie Ziyuan could answer that. The number they knew might not be true. Xie Ziyuan also didn't know. In his mind, this world was much larger than just this empire. Su Hong's simple words sparked different thoughts in these two men. How big is the empire? Everyone has their own idea. We don't have a place we want to go. We originally planned to go to Jinzhou. I have some official rank, so I thought I could find a job there. But yesterday, I heard that Jinzhou is now a war zone. It's not a good time to go now, Xie Ziyuan sighed. He had achieved the top scholar title, but his future was uncertain. If the court no longer existed, who would care about a top scholar? Bad timing. Feeling lost, Xie Ziyuan thought meeting Su Hong and her group was his luck. At least, he shamelessly followed Su Hong, seemingly also wanting to eat and drink. Looking at Xiao Seer, Xie Ziyuan felt that at least he had done one thing today. Although he didn't plan to stay here long, Su Hong wanted to look around the nearby mountains, and the others stayed here. Su Hong, Nangongyi, and Xie Ziyuan decided to go ahead and check out the stone formation. For now, Kong Bo and Dr. Ji would stay behind. They followed the path taken by the villagers yesterday, heading toward the so-called stone formation. This wasn't really a proper path. Yesterday, their cart of supplies somehow managed to get through here. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a large stone with big characters carved on it. No entry without permission. Su Hong looked and smiled. This should be the entrance to the stone formation, right? Nangongyi jumped onto a tall stone and looked at the forbidden area. It was strange. Earlier, under the big tree, the mountaintop was covered with rugged stones, but there was no clear pattern. Now, it was hard to see anything. It seemed like the area was shrouded in a mist. Nangongyi was surprised, stepped back to observe again, but it looked clearer. When he got closer, it was still blurry. It seemed the formation here was really powerful. Su Hong found Nangongyi flying around a bit strange. What did you see? Nothing at all, so I stepped back to look. From here, I can see the stones, but standing here, I see nothing. Although he didn't understand why, Su Hong immediately guessed. They've activated the formation, right? Just as he said that, a person suddenly appeared from the forest of stones. He approached Nangongyi and said, Master Dao, thank you for saving us. Our clan leader and others are guiding our people into the formation. The clan leader said that if you want to take a break from this chaos, you can come with us. Nangongyi was about to refuse, but Xie Ziyuan stepped in. Can we discuss this first? The man nodded. Yes, the elder said the formation will be open for 3 hours. Knowing they needed to talk, the man wisely stepped back a little. Nangongyi looked at Xie Ziyuan with a frown. Aren't we supposed to go see how big this world is? Xie Ziyuan bowed and said, Taoist master, of course I want to travel with you to see how vast the world is. But I'm thinking about the women and children of the Zhu family. If they keep following us, it will be dangerous, and the children are too young. Living outdoors is really not suitable for them. I know it's not my place to say this, but I think it's better for them to stay here and live safely than to keep wandering with us. Su Hong turned to look at the group. It was true, when they had rescued the Zhu family, it was because they were fleeing from hardship. Without help, they would not have survived. Now that they had reached a place where they could settle down, it was indeed a good thing. After hearing Xie Ziyuan's words, Nangongyi nodded and said to Su Hong, This matter depends on you. You are the one who saved them, and the travel permits are in your hands. They're under your care, so you decide. But I agree with Xie Ziyuan. It's best to let them stay here. Later, when we have settled down, we can send someone to bring them to us. Mu Xue wants to stay. Su Hong thought for a moment. Yes, she's the daughter of the Mu family. It's fine for her to stay. She can keep Xiao Wu company.
Su Hong nodded.
All right, I'll go talk to them. You should also explain things to the people here. Tell them we might come back to pick them up later. Most importantly, make sure they treat them well. No one, young or old, should be harmed. Su Hong ran back to the camp and called Ian, Alien, and Mylon over to explain everything. She told them that they would come back for them later, but for now, they should rest here with their children. There was food and water, and everything they needed to live safely. Mylon agreed, since her newborn had suffered enough from the long journey. Only Alien wanted to keep following Su Hong. She could see that staying with Su Hong meant a better future. But Su Hong entrusted the entire Zhu family to her care. In front of everyone, she asked Mylon, Ian, and the others to follow Alien's lead, raise their children well, and wait for her return. Alien accepted the responsibility, believing that Su Hong would come back for them. Su Hong then loaded 2 large bags of grain, 1 bag of rice, 2 bags of white flour, and 1 bag of cornmeal onto their cart. If they used it carefully, it would last them a year. She also prepared everything she could think of, winter quilts and fabric for making clothes. For example, if they had land, they could grow some vegetables. All the pots and bowls for cooking were new and were given to them to take inside. In the end, the children were carried down, and both carts were filled with things. Xia Ziyuan also came over to help push them. Nangong Yi personally spoke with their clan leader, saying these people were entrusted to them. He brought some food himself, and if it wasn't enough, they would ask their clan for help later. When they came back to pick them up, they would pay for everything. The clan leader hurriedly said it wasn't necessary. Helping benefactors was the right thing to do. The Zhu family group was then led into the stone formation. Without the Zhu family members, half of their group was gone. Now they had 2 horses, which freed them from pulling carts. Although they only had 1 cart, it was used to carry supplies and for the children to sleep on. If we had known we could get horses, we should have brought 2 carts from Jingcheng, the eldest said, patting the big horse. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have so many questions.
Let's just use what we have now.
Later, when we reach the next town, we can look for more carts, someone suggested. Talking about the next town, Su Hong looked at Nangong Yi and the others and asked, "Where should we go next? I want to explore around, but I don't have a clear goal. I don't know where there are good sights or strange mountains and rocks." She didn't know much about this world's places. She only learned from Nangong Yi and the others that these fractured states were given to various princes. Now, they didn't even know whose territory they were on. Nangong Yi thought for a moment and said, "We're still in Qizhou. After crossing the mountains ahead, we'll reach the territory of the southern king of Wuzhou. The southern king's Wuzhou is in the south, and the scenery is quite nice. I heard they've been affected by a drought, but it doesn't seem as serious there. Since the south gets more rain and has more rivers, some places never run out of water." Su Hong didn't mind which way they went. Exploring the south, as they called it, was fine with her. Even after traveling so far in this world, she still couldn't fully integrate into it. She also wanted to look around, hoping for a chance to return to her own world. "I originally wanted to use a horse to pull the cart, but I found that the cart was not suitable. The cart was too low, and when the horse swung its tail, it would hit the items on the cart and the people sitting there. Also, the horse pulled the cart unevenly, causing the children sitting on it to fall over. Since the 3rd child couldn't lie still, I decided to remove the cart. The eldest son pulled the cart, while Master Xie rode a horse and held the youngest, the 4th child, in his arms. This was a good chance for the teacher and student to talk. Nangong Yi also rode a horse and brought along little Six. Now, the 3rd child could lie down on the cart, and the 5th child and Mu Shuer sat next to the 2nd brother. Uncle Kong no longer needed to walk behind to watch, so he helped pull the cart, and the eldest son pushed it forward. Since there was nothing else on the road, Su Hong didn't want to walk like that. She took out a motorcycle, rode on it, and said with a smile, "Believe it or not, my iron horse is faster than your 4-legged horse." Su Hong asked Cheng Yiqiong to sit behind her and put a helmet on her, saying, "Don't be nervous.
Just hold my waist from behind.
Lean with me, and as long as you're sitting steadily, there's nothing to be afraid of." Riding a motorcycle was a hobby of Su Hong's from her past life. She loved the feeling of rushing through the streets. Especially late at night, when there were few cars on the road, riding a motorcycle was super exciting. It made her feel like she was flying. She originally wanted to drive a car, but the road here was really bad. Even on a motorcycle, she had to be careful because the surface was full of bumps and holes. "Mom, I want to sit next to you too." Yao Yao saw her second sister and mother sitting on that strange thing with 2 wheels, but able to sit on it. "Wait a moment. I'll send my sister ahead first, then come back to pick you up. This damn road is too rough." Su Hong's voice trailed off as she started the motorcycle while speaking. Cheng Yiqiong was so scared, she tightly hugged her mother's waist and didn't dare to move. The iron horse puffed out smoke and sped forward quickly. Nangong Yi reacted slowly at first, then chased after it on his horse. Sure enough, that iron horse was very fast. Just as he was about to catch up, Su Hong still increased her speed. From here to the valley on the other side of the mountain, it would normally take a while to walk. But surprisingly, riding the motorcycle, they arrived in the blink of an eye. There was no one else on this road. It seems that the soldiers of King Mingda blocked the escape route, so no one was behind them. When they reached the valley below the mountain, Su Hong stopped the carriage. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. The road was rough, and she couldn't be too far from the others behind her. When she helped Chung Yucheong down, her legs felt weak. Mom, was that too fast? Haha, do you think that was fast? That was the slowest speed. Nangongyi was still a step behind. The last part was an uphill climb, which made riding a horse slow down. Since this section was a bit better, Su Hong actually sped up a little. Seeing that he had arrived, Su Hong got back on her bike. I'm going to pick up Xiao Wu and Mu Shuer. She rode alone, and it was even faster. It felt like she was back here in no time. She then carried the two girls down from the cart. Are you scared? No, not at all. Both children shouted they weren't afraid. Just now, they saw that their mother was very fast, faster than the riding master's horse. Su Hong put Mu Shuer in front and let Xiao Wu sit behind her. Xiao Wu held onto her mother's waist tightly to stay steady. Xiao Wu was obedient, holding her mother's waist tightly, her little hands just fitting around. Su Hong, holding the two children, slowed down a bit. Still, she arrived at the hillside before Xie Ziyuan. She originally wanted to let Yucheong come up and sit at the back, holding her sister as they traveled, but Nangongyi stopped her and said, once we get past this mountain, we'll be in Shun County, Wu Prefecture. At the crossing, there might be soldiers checking the passes. You shouldn't ride this cart anymore. Su Hong put away the cart and walked slowly with the children, waiting for the others to catch up. Everyone had prepared their passes. When they crossed Jingcheng, Nangongyi had secretly made passes for everyone in their group, so they could go anywhere. When they reached the foot of the mountain, sure enough, there was a checkpoint. Next to it, many people were waiting, seemingly unable to pass without a pass. Although they were all fleeing, it was obvious that Su Hong's group was different. At least, no one looked defeated. Everyone was lively and cheerful. The children were still laughing. There were also two big horses. Everyone looked over. Two soldiers also stood up and stopped them. Where are you coming from? Where are you going? Show us your travel passes. Su Hong quickly took out her travel pass and handed it to the soldiers one by one. The soldiers carefully checked each pass and asked, what is your name? Everyone's answer matched the name on their pass. When they reached the third person, the soldier asked, what's wrong with this person? Why is she lying down? Is she sick? Sick people are not allowed to pass, Su Hong hurriedly explained. Sir, the child is injured. Her injury is a bit serious, so she and her two younger sisters are lying on the cart. How did she get hurt? Let me see. Su Hong was a little annoyed, but gently lifted her shirt to reveal the injury.
It was clear it was caused by a whip.
The soldier immediately reported to his leader. Boss, this looks like a whip injury. The officer hurried over to look and then asked the group, are you coming from Stone Town? Who hurt her? And how? Nangongyi lifted the whip and said, see for yourself, she was hurt by this whip. The owner of the whip has died. Do you want to go see for yourself? It's right in Stone Town. The officer was stunned. They recognized the whip. Really dead? They won't come back.